Chapter 1701. The purple dragon appears and disturbs the four seas, completing the 81 trials. He did not get discouraged. He continued to use other wizard tools in combination with wizard forms, causing the green light walker to constantly complain of misery. With hatred in his eyes, he looked at the holy infant and spat out a green bead. The bead exploded. The terrifying green shockwave shredded the purple divine dragon. The holy infant retreated continuously as the turbulence subsided. The green light walker had already disappeared without a trace. The holy infant furrowed his brows. Killing a level 6 mid-stage wizard proves difficult. These powerful beings often have numerous life-saving methods. Defeating them is possible, but killing them is not easy. The green light walker probably had not used his full strength. He had too many concerns. This was the home field of the wizards, and he needed to leave a way out for escape. Forget it. Let the esteemed self handle battles beyond my level. I am merely an emotionless money-making robot. The holy infant returned to his small shop. On the streets, wizards crowded the entrance of the shop. Their voices were respectful. Congratulations, Master Fire Dragon, on your ascension to primordial soul, and becoming famous across the endless sea. The holy infant smiled. Thank you all for your blessings. The shop will continue to operate. His primordial soul cultivation had been completely revealed to the public, which was also the requirement of his esteemed self. To intimidate enemies and run the fire dragon hut efficiently, lacking 6th rank cultivation was not sufficient. Mia breathed heavily as she watched Lord Ace receive blessings from the crowd. She could not calm her emotions for a long time. Wonderful, just wonderful. The Lord has reached the 6th circle. In the Schubert family home, for primordial soul wizards sat with somber expressions. Killet gestured to the projection. Show this to the electric eel wizard, and let him handle it himself. Our family strength is too weak to deal with such an enemy. 6 months later, it was the month of flowers in the year 1382 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. News of Master Fire Dragon's primordial soul quickly spread from the inner sea region. Flowers and applause followed. This genius, who ranked first on the ancient tower leaderboard, had finally stepped into the 6th circle and entered the high ranks of the wizard world. Of course, some covetous gazes lingered in the shadows, likely contemplating ill schemes. A tall tree catches the wind. It was inevitable. Since the holy infant wanted to expand his wizard tool business significantly, he could not stay low profile like his esteemed self. That day, in number 1 Witch City, a 6th circle aura descended at the entrance of the fire dragon shop. The white-haired rust dragon wizard laughed heartily. Congratulations, master, on reaching the 6th circle. The holy infant smiled. Sir Rust, are you here for me to refine a 6th ring wizard tool? Rust laughed. Haha, am I making it too obvious? I will not lie to you. I have been waiting for the master to advance to the 6th circle. The two chatted for a long time. The holy infant accepted his first 6th circle wizard tool order. Rust left, satisfied. Before parting, he informed the holy infant, Alexandra and Elsie have not reached the primordial soul yet, but they are not far off. The holy infant had ultimately taken the lead over the two women. The fire dragon shop was already quite famous, but with the holy infant's primordial soul, its reputation shot up dramatically. However, the holy infant had not yet announced the date for the primordial soul ceremony. He wanted to wait until the primordial soul ceremony of his esteemed self. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 8 years slipped by. It was the month of flowing fire in the year 1390 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. On the Midland continent, Gondifa's 1,000-handed ancient god body, refining technique had reached perfection. His maximum reached 49 souls. The holy infant had attained the primordial soul. He could not afford to fall behind. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, by the small stone pond, the 400-year-old Levi sat with eyes tightly closed. An aura of the vicissitudes of time radiated from him. Sweat streamed down his forehead. In his mind, within the iridescent crystals, Maximum silently floated. Under tremendous pressure, the remaining vast spiritual force condensed together, and finally formed the thickest Maximum soul. Maximum's achieved. Levi opened his eyes. Dazzling divine light gleamed as he exhaled a breath of stale air. After more than 180 years of collecting truth oddities and condensing the Maximum, the journey feels like surviving 81 ordeals. The path to the infinite primordial soul has finally unfolded before my eyes. It is within reach. Chapter 1702. The next step would be the true seal closure, and under no circumstances could Levi allow any disturbances. He arrived at the solitary island of the ancient Saint Plain overseas. This was the place where he and the holy infant had already weathered 5 catastrophes. The island lay in ruins, destroyed by natural disasters beyond recognition. He informed the Twilight Knights and the leaders of other organizations about his impending seal closure. During this period, the vice commander, the Blood Knight, would convene the round table meeting, and Levi would no longer participate. The eve of the seal closure had arrived. Flower Knight landed on the island, her gaze landing on Levi as he set up an array. How confident are you in your primordial soul upgrade? She asked. Levi checked the final alignment of the formation. Almost definitely, he replied. Flower Knight's initially worried expression smoothed out, and a bright smile touched her lips. Let me congratulate you in advance on your primordial soul promotion, making a name for yourself across the endless sea, she said. Knowing Levi's character, a claim of near certainty equated to a sure success. 100% success might sound like a tall tale to others, but Flower Knight chose to believe in him. Thank you, Levi said, adjusting the focus of the spell. During my seal closure, I leave the safety of the ancient Saint Plane in your hands. Diabo, Paul, and Old Shell, these 3 level 6 experts, are all under your command now. I have already notified the Holy Emperor. With 5 level 6 experts, there should not be any problems. Flower Knight waved a hand, a playful glint in her eyes. All right now, stop worrying. You focus on your advancement, and we will handle the rest. I will not disturb you any longer, lest I affect your mental state. Levi watched Flower Knight depart before he closed his eyes to clear his mind. Let us begin. The first step involved refining the 81 maximum strength runes into 1 instance. For the fewer the better. The Holy Infant took only half a year with 49 runes, but Levi faced 81, which might take several years just for fusion. After fusion came the crystal shattering. He needed to use his primordial soul to shatter the iridescent crystals within 81 days. Then he could be reborn, shedding his shell and embracing the 3 calamities and 4 disasters as the final primordial soul. Within the mind of Levi, the divine ring tower turned gently. 2 maximum strength runes began to merge within the iridescent crystal. 3 months later at Little Cold Mountain in the ancient Banyan fairyland, the heaven crystal dragon and had been slumbering for a long time. This shedding marked not just a physical transformation, but a cultivation breakthrough, a process that naturally took much longer. The ice phoenix sat cross-legged, cultivating while she monitored the condition of the dragon ant. Since Levi returned from the ancient tower, she had broken through to the 5th circle senior realm. Now, 160 years later, her strength had further improved, although she remained far from 5th circle perfection. Those who advanced to the 5th circle usually possessed notable talent, and the Ice Phoenix was no exception. However, beyond the 5th circle, unless one was a top-level talent, even children of the elements progressed incredibly slowly, let alone special talents. Sarit, a wizard with special talent, finally achieved 5th circle perfection only after receiving a boon within the ancient tower. He did not have a few hundred years left out of his millennium lifespan. Usually, the Ice Phoenix operated under disguise at the Tower of Dawn. Having been a dark wizard, although now reformed, it was difficult to reveal her true identity, much like Sarit. That day, a series of cracks and fissures echoed through the air. The icy shell of the dragon ant filled with fractures and shattered into pieces. Within a radius of several miles, the frost elemental power swirled around the dragon ant as if paying homage to a king, forming a surging element tide vortex. The dragon ant, which had once been 100 meters long, had grown to about 150 meters, with 2 antennae reaching for the skies. Besides Leon, who became more miniature as he grew longer, most creatures inevitably grew larger in size as they increased in strength. An overwhelming aura of level 6 middle stage burst forth, suffocating the Ice Phoenix, who swiftly retreated a great distance. Several streaks of light flew swiftly toward the scene. Mana clapped her hands, her face beaming. Congratulations on your breakthrough, a joyous occasion indeed, she cheered. Within this fairyland, apart from her, a second level 6 middle stage being had emerged. When in the barbarian king tribe, the dragon ant had already been at the peak of the early stage. Advancing to the mid stage was not surprising. The dragon ant ate the shell it had shed to replenish its nutrition. Its antennae moved, expressing gratitude. Our fairyland is getting stronger and stronger, Martha said, looking out over the landscape. Even in the multidimensional plane, we are a force not to be underestimated. Within the multidimensional plane, small planes almost never produced indigenous level 6 beings. Among medium planes, based on the strength of the plane strongmen, they were divided into 4 grades, ranging from level 6 to level 9. Even within medium planes, a level 9 plane naturally overpowered a level 6 plane. Planes that gave birth to level 10 strongmen were considered large planes. Of course, there were large disparities even among large planes. An ordinary large plane was not much larger than a top medium plane, and usually, just 1 level 10 strongman oversaw it. But for large planes like Nora, with more than a dozen level 10 strongmen, and even beings like Saran, they were already evolving toward a higher superplane. So far, the discovered superplanes were few. Aside from the astral world and the underworld, these 2 giants, as well as the abyss and the nightmare world. Members of the Dragon Palace arrived, congratulating the dragon ant before they began their own strict self-discipline. Mana sat on a branch of a tree, looking off into the distance. She could not share the good news about the dragon ant advancement with Levi right away, as he had entered his seal closure. This kind of seal closure involved life-threatening risks. If it failed, at best his realm would plummet and progression would become far more difficult, but at worst, his entire existence would collapse. Worried inside, Mana kept her thoughts to herself. Levi said it was almost definitely a success, and he certainly did not want them to worry. Still, she wondered how easy advancing to the 6th circle could actually be. Chapter 1703. She stood with the stature of a divine tree. The thunderfire had nearly struck her to death. It took her thousands of years just to recover from her injuries. Half a year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1391, month of beginning. There were still 40 years left until the next opening of the ancient tower. Midland Continent. Demon Object Mountain Range. Dawn Tower Station. Beneath a waterfall, a drunken saint 8 night practiced the drunk ape sacred fist. His wizarding talent remained average, but his Chisek talent proved unexpectedly good. He expended a great cost to elevate his wizard cultivation to the 3rd circle through resources, then eventually gave up this path. Sometimes, learning to let go is also wisdom. Now, he specialized in the path of the energy sect and the path of knights. The path of knights required no extra explanation. As one of the earliest to interact with Levi, the legendary knight, he had already reached the 5th circle ordinary stage. The mid-stage lay just ahead. Over the span of 60 years, his chi sect cultivation had reached the peak of level 2. The power of his drunk fist also rose with the tide. Emperor Mu belched after drinking. He dedicated himself to fusing the path of the energy sect with that of knights, using it as a complement to the knight path. A level 5 knight, who controlled surrounding elemental power, and coupled it with a strong body and unrivaled combat technique would be a terror. Even geniuses of the wizard world could struggle against such comprehensive strength. Few enemies could match him within the same realm. The path of the energy sect is vast and profound. Its upper limit is higher than I imagined. Inside the Dawn Tower, the Black Knight, Ash Knight, and Goddess Knight grew individually. One by one, young faces underwent a systematic assessment here. The excellent ones would go on to study further at the headquarters. Gondalf looked down from high above with a profound gaze. The Hydra organization has quieted down recently. No trace of those demon witches had appeared in a long while. Now I can advance to Primordial Soul with peace of mind. He waved his robe sleeve and discreetly left. The leader of the Hydra organization must be from a mysterious organization. Victor might just be a mere worker. That demon lord's demon soul escaped. With his skills, he will surely make a comeback before long. Over the years, Soaring Holy Tower's enforcers, led by Senior Laplace, destroyed many mysterious organization strongholds and gathered useful intelligence. The counterattack of the Wizard Council was about to begin. He returned to his retreat and studied the tens of thousands of ancient god runes within his whole body and limbs. 6th rank cultivation, here I come. In the land of darkness, outside the Nora plain, a black and a blue figure stood tall in the deep void. They watched the blue-dominated plain. Nora, the wizard ancestral land. The black-robed figure, with a resolute face, and an aura deep and majestic, stood as the Grand Wizard, Black Abyss Walker. The figure in a blue robe was Miss Lucy. She hooked her jade-like fingers around the blue hair hanging by her ears, gently playing with it. By now, she had reached the 8th circle. Such speed could only be described as defying the heavens. From the time of her rebirth to the present, not even 300 years had passed. Yet she had advanced from 6th rank cultivation all the way to the 8th circle. Such was the power of the legendary wizard. Since near ancient times, only one person possessed a cultivation speed that was unmatched, even by legendary figures starting anew. That was Frost Witch Gullwig. This witch went from an ordinary person to a legendary wizard over 1,000 years. The reason the witch grew so quickly was her connection with the frost giant ancestor. Just like Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, the term ancestor here did not mean the true origin. They led a civilization to rise swiftly and reach its peak, and their successors later granted them the title of ancestor. The frost giant ancestor bore the title ancestor of giants for the same reason. Individuals who powerfully uplift a civilization on their own are naturally not ordinary level 10 strongmen. They most likely have already surpassed level 10, becoming level 11 entities. Therefore, the growth of the Frost Witch was a special case, not to be measured by common standards. For someone like Lucy, starting as a reincarnated legendary wizard at the 6th circle, and reaching the 8th circle within 300 years was indeed defying the heavens. Lucy's gaze pierced through the dark void. "Lady, what do you see?" Black Abyss Walker asked. "The first level climax of the plane convergence will start in 3 months, Lucy replied. Those small and medium-sized planes that were first pulled in by Nora are about to merge into Nora, expanding the oceanic area of Nora further. New continents are about to emerge. As the small and medium-sized planes are devoured, more alien races will blend into the human realm, and a new era is unfolding." Black Abyss Walker stood deeply shocked. She was truly worthy of being his teacher, for even the start time of plane fusion was calculated. Those who gave up the path of a wizard and rushed to become plane sovereigns must be regretting it deeply by now, Black Abyss Walker remarked. "I understand their initial intentions," Lucy sighed. "Although the wizard civilization has solved the survival crisis today, the lifespan of the strong remains brief. Throughout history, countless legendary wizards have only advanced a few thousand years before dying due to lifespan issues, filled with lifelong regrets. Even if they were to start over, it remains difficult to break the legendary barrier and step into a new realm. Just by giving up the path of a wizard, they could have 10 times our lifespan. Such temptation is indeed significant. That is why certain legendary wizards from some schools, for their so-called bright future, chose to defect to darkness. Light and darkness, all in a single thought," Black Abyss Walker concluded. Chapter 1704. These people fancy themselves as the ancients and the hidden ones, and they are in cahoots with alien races to attack the ancestral lands of the Nora. It is truly a shame upon wizards. Lucy stood by the window and said calmly, "They desire to make Nora their dominion as plane sovereigns. Once someone becomes the sovereign of Nora, he can absorb other planes through special methods, transforming them into secondary planes of Nora. Those sovereigns of various planes can become sub-sovereigns. In this way, they can not only save their own lives, but also seize the opportunity for one man's ascendance to bring elevation to all associated." The Black Abyss Walker leaned forward and replied, "But the price is that everyone must be subservient to the Nora sovereign, becoming part of him, with no freedom to speak of." Lucy paced the room and went on, "No matter what, such injustices will have their price. With the grand convergence of planes upon us, we must guard against the blood battles of the abyss as well as the council of 10,000 clans. The great upheaval foretold by Lord Sauron for 30,000 years seems to have finally arrived. 3 months later, the Nora plain emitted bursts of blue light. The land of darkness was illuminated. Within the subdimensional portal, mighty auras flew forth, their gazes turning towards Nora. Lucy looked towards a certain area of the Nora human realm's outer sea region and muttered, "That place will also appear in this world. It should be going after the primordial soul now." The ruins of 10,000 stars. On the edge of the Panplane, thousands of plane remnants, large and small, floated in this area like a graveyard, filled with deathly stillness. Atop one such remnant stood a temple as grand as the Parthenon, but colored black. The temple was as vast as a star, a supreme treasure akin to the dark ancient tower. Named the Dark Temple, it was a treasure refined by the ancient members of the Council of 10,000 clans over tens of thousands of years, crafted from the remains of a giant god obtained from the astral world. They claimed the Dark Temple was a treasure comparable to the Dark Ancient Tower, worthy to be ranked among the top 10 wonders of the Land of Darkness. Inside the temple, stars hung in the void. Stars of all sizes. The largest had a diameter of 10,000 meters, and the smallest was only 1 meter. These dark stars served as the meeting and communication hub for the powerhouses of the Council of 10,000 clans. Only walkers and those of even higher ranks could claim a place within the Dark Temple. A 1-meter star was a walker's seat. By this logic, the 10,000-meter stars were the seats of the ancients. In an instant, the dim stars lit up en masse, like light-emitting diodes. Stars glittered brightly, illuminating the temple. Shadows, each at least of level 6 upper level, emerged from the stars. Atop the 10,000-meter stars, 7 colossal indistinct silhouettes stood firm. Even as projections, they exuded a presence that intimidated the Land of Darkness. These were ancient beings, each a genuine level 10 strongman. Surrounding the ancients were the hidden ones with their level 9 auras. In this manner, the walkers situated themselves on the outer layer, forming a constellation ringing the moon. The core ancient spoke, his voice vibrating through the vast chamber. The Nora plain has begun its first devouring, and we of the all clans have been forced onto a path of no return. Next, only by annihilating the Wizard Council can we hope to survive. Currently, our strength is still too weak compared to the Council, whether at the top, upper levels, or middle levels. The focus of our next efforts must be to eliminate potential threats such as the geniuses of the wizard world, and to actively recruit more allies to join the Council of 10,000 clans. Only then will we have the capital to confront the Wizard Council. Upon hearing this, walkers on the peripheral stars grew somber. If this grand convergence of planes were not stopped, at least half of those present would be buried along with their planes. To continue pursuing eternal life, their resolve was firmer than anyone else's. One of the violet shadows among the ancients stood and said, "My fellows, the Wizard Council is a cancer of the Panplane. If we do not eradicate it soon, we all clans shall become mere stepping stones for them. The multidimensional plane will also fall into true darkness." His words inspired courage. A chorus of roars erupted from the star-studded sky. For the all clans. For the multidimensional plane. Long live the Council of 10,000 clans. Above the ocean of the Panplane, storm clouds were whipped by fierce winds, thunder rolled continuously, and a tempest was imminent. In the current of the times, the weak would be eliminated. On the ancient Saint Plain, Levi was still in seclusion, and it had been a long time since any news had come from him. The 4 major organizations were on alert to prevent the enemy from attacking the territory during the commander's seclusion. The 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison, Paul and Old Shell, 2 colossal beings, stood guard there like impenetrable guardians. Suddenly, the array began to tremble. Paul and Old Shell exchanged worried glances as their expressions shifted. Paul looked to his companion and asked, "Is there an enemy?" Paul's spiritual force spread out, confirming there were no enemies in the vicinity. Old Shell gestured toward the shimmering barrier and suggested, "Sir Levi is in seclusion. I will contact Supervisor Ace." Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a red robe with red hair appeared through the array. The holy infant furrowed his brow, looking at the continuously trembling array. After a moment, he sighed. The new era is about to dawn, and the ancient Saint Plane will soon become history. He showed little panic. The merging of planes will not affect the beings living on the ancient Saint Plane. The mountains, rivers, 5 lakes and 4 seas of the ancient Saint Plane will merge completely into Nora. At that time, the continent home to the ancient Dragon Empire will become the new world of Nora. Chapter 1705. The ocean of the ancient Saint Plane would completely integrate into the Nora Outer Sea. This small-scale plane should not cause much of a stir for Nora, nor would it increase significantly in size. As the number of converging planes increased, quantitative changes would provoke qualitative transformations. The future expanse of Nora remained unimaginable to the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant murmured to himself, "Now that I am in seclusion, I do not know if I will be able to leave before the ancient Saint Plane disappears." Having calmed the panic of Paul and Old Shell, the Holy Infant returned to the ancient Saint Plane and briefed the higher UPS on the situation. Levi had already prepared them, so they remained composed rather than panicked. However, the end of their idyllic days proved inevitable, and brought with it tension and unease. 3 days later, at the Dusk Holy Temple, people from the Giant Beast Paradise, Ancient Dragon Empire, Panda Clan, Tower of Dawn, and other departments crowded the space. The Holy Infant, Holy Emperor, 100 Flowers, Diabo, and other level 6 experts stood at the center. The Holy Infant addressed the assembly, his voice grave. Ladies and gentlemen, the first surge of the plane convergence is upon us. We in the ancient Saint Plane will not be spared. Our continent will soon become part of Nora, rendering the array for the entry point we have set up virtually useless. Next, all organizations and departments must enter a state of emergency. Ensure that the arrays of your establishments run smoothly, and all battle groups prepare for combat in advance. We must guard the resource points on the continent, especially the major herb fields, with strong warriors. Our lives and property are not to be lost. He paused, scanning the faces of those before him. The coming era is destined to be turbulent. The Black Dragon Army, the Church, wizards, alien races, there are too many challenges waiting for us. A troop lies in wait for years and strikes at the right time. We have lain dormant for hundreds of years, and the comprehensive strength of our organization can now be counted among the high-level organizations in the wizard world. I hope in the waves of the coming era, we will all safely weather the storm, not one less. Following the impassioned speech, loud cheers from the battle groups rose to the heavens. Protect the ancient dragon continent, it is our duty. From that day onward, the ancient Saint Plane entered a state of round-the-clock busyness. Everyone from the higher UPS to the lower levels prepared for the arrival of a new era. After learning about the situation from the headquarters, the Midland Squad also led its members to temporarily return to the ancient Saint Plane to protect their homeland. Once the storm subsided and the situation stabilized, they would return to the Midland continent. In the not-too-distant future, the Midland continent, the Endless Sea, and other subdimensional places would also reappear in the human realm. The wizard and mortal worlds would no longer be separated. Half a year later, in the southern part of the Midland continent, inside the shelter, Gondef opened his eyes. He focused on the brain crystals, in which 49 maximum souls had merged into a primordial soul shadow that barely differed from his own appearance. The surface of the primordial soul shadow was covered with 1 million ancient god runes, floating like particles and emitting a mysterious sheen. Gondef's soul, spirit, spell power, and memories all merged into this tiny figure. From now on, the primordial soul would serve as the core of his being. As long as the primordial soul remained, Gondef would not perish. I have reached this step as well, Gondef whispered. His eyes shone with determination as he directed the newly born primordial soul to collide with the iridescent crystal. Boom! A crack quickly formed. A second, a third. By the 46th day, Gondef had already produced 48 cracks. I am actually a bit faster than the Holy Infant. It might be because the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique is too strong. He continued to collide. On the 48th day, along with flashes of dark golden light, the iridescent crystal shattered into countless pieces and vanished without a trace. A 3-inch tall miniature primordial soul flew out from within Gondef. The primordial soul sparkled with brilliant golden light, sitting cross-legged with a dignified aura like a god, impossible to gaze upon directly. Purple scale armor, purple crystal wand, black sun compass, golden light realm, and flash greatsword circled around Gondef, protecting him. These 4 top-grade wizard tools and 1 treasure stood ready. Before long, the clouds of the 3 calamities and 4 disasters began to rumble and descend. Gondef looked at the tribulation clouds with confidence. He took a deep breath, and endless earth elemental power and water elemental power surged toward him, entering the primordial soul like a sea-swallowing whale. The body refinement technique Gondef cultivated was primarily based on the water and earth elements. The final fused ancient god body refinement technique also relied on those elements. Dark golden ancient god runes glowed intensely. Gondef, clad in purple armor, and wielding both the wand and the shark-tooth-shaped sword, stood on the compass with the golden light realm floating behind him. He was a truly pay-to-win player, equipped with top-grade gear. The first tribulation of the earth element, with meteorites filling the sky, was turned into dust by Gondef's wand before the debris could get close. Then fire, wind, water, frost, and metal were all overcome by him one by one. The only element that posed a bit of difficulty was the thunder element. Dark golden lightning surged toward him. He stood like a god of war, bathed in lightning, with a protective divine light flashing on his body surface. The Holy Infant faced the golden flame tribulation, and I am facing the golden thunder tribulation. I seriously suspect we are being targeted. For ordinary wizards, these 2 tribulations would be deadly, likely to bring all their efforts to naught. Suddenly, Gondef brought his hands together in prayer like a seated deity. 1,000 hands without space. Behind him, a divine shadow emerged. The godly figure stood 200 meters tall, with an air of majesty and a compassionate, amiable expression on its face. A total of 1,000 arms extended from either side of its body. At this moment, Gondef was as sacred as the thousand-handed Guanyin. Chapter 1706. Millions of demon god runes flickered on the surface of the statue. Thousands of palms struck out simultaneously. A fierce fist wind formed an unbreakable defensive field of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The world-destroying golden thunder crashed against the statue, but was easily blocked. Gondef sat beneath the statue, calm and unmoved. Before long, the thunder tribulation dissipated. The sky cleared. Gondef breathed in the fresh air as a surge of power rushed toward him. His 2,100-point spiritual force pool soon recovered, and vast spell power circulated within his body. He weighed the 4 top-grade wizard tools that had weathered the tribulation, uncertain which one to choose as his sole artifact. For any other wizard, any one of them would have sufficed. Forget it, I will choose the purple scale armor. When the Holy Infant has time, I can have him refine the Sea King armor together with my purple scale armor. The power of this soul artifact should be formidable. Generally, body refining wizards prefer to use armor as their soul artifact to maximize physical defense. With the influx of primordial soul power, the purple scale armor shone brightly. In this moment, Gondef and the purple scale armor were of one mind, indistinguishable from each other. Each scale came to life, rustling. Gondef punched the scale armor, creating a dull thud. His fist recoiled, leaving only a faint imprint on the armor. Not bad for defense. Once the Holy Infant refines it, it should at least be of 6th ring masterpiece standard. It will be good for a long time. After stabilizing his realm, Gondef left the Midland continent and returned to the human realm, covertly serving as a protector for his true self, alongside the Holy Infant. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1392. The entrance to the ancient Saint Plane, the 8 heavenly dragon prison array, was removed. Where a spatial passageway once existed, a massive fissure stretched across heaven and earth, uncontainable by any array. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1393. According to the Wizard Council census, the human realm's outer sea region had gained more than 10 new continents. The panda world had also become a vast and boundless panda continent. The Congress divided the new continents into different levels based on the size of the planes before their fusion. All new continents were protected by the New World Exploration Act. Without the permission of the Wizard Council, no organization or individual may wantonly slaughter or colonize alien races, nor may they undertake unauthorized resource exploitation activities. All new continents adhere to a temporary isolation policy, awaiting official, reasonable development and utilization by authorities. At the same time, the Congress officially notified the Black Dragon Empire, led by the Black Dragon Wizard. They were given 1 year to evacuate from the Panda continent, and all cave wizards would be taken over by the Congress for transformation, to integrate them into the normal wizard world. Once the news broke, the Black Dragon Empire crumbled. After witnessing the power of the Wizard Council, most cave wizards had already given up resistance. Now offered amnesty, they could not ask for anything better. Seemingly unable to reach a consensus on the distribution of benefits, the Black Dragon Wizard at the head of the regime chose not to surrender. This individual, with a group of his followers, fled Nora to become an outlaw in the Land of Darkness, establishing the Black Dragon Pirate Group to wreak havoc. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1394. A new continent appeared in the outer sea region. Seas turned into mulberry fields within just a few short years. This continent was referred to by its native inhabitants as the Ancient Dragon Continent. The Ancient Dragon Continent, theoretically, was also controlled by the Congress laws. But as soon as it appeared, it was claimed by a prominent figure in the Congress. The high-profile figure naturally became the manager of the continent. Thereafter, the Congress no longer inquired about the Ancient Dragon Continent affairs. However, any future threats to the wizard world, and the safety of the Congress stemming from this continent, would be the responsibility of this prominent figure. These series of actions were known only to the higher echelons of the Congress. The Endless Sea, North Sea Secret Realm. Lucy and Triss chatted and laughed together. A projection in a black robe emerged from the first-generation deep blue sage device. Triss bowed quickly. Greetings, Black Abyss teacher. The Black Abyss Walker offered a smile. Triss, there is no need for formalities. I was busy with work and could not attend your ceremony. Congratulations on achieving 7th Circle. Lucy will be giving you a congratulatory gift on my behalf. Triss, delighted and humbled, replied, "Thank you, teacher." Knowing her teacher had serious matters to discuss with Lucy, she took her leave. The Black Abyss Walker turned his attention to the conversation. The Ancient Dragon Continent has been claimed. I took a rough look. A small island has brought me quite a few surprises, feeling like a burst of 100 flowers. It seems that Levi has done a good job over the years. Lucy nodded. You only need to withstand the pressure from the Congress. There is no need for unnecessary interference with the normal operation of the Ancient Dragon Continent. Give the youngsters a chance to experience. The Black Abyss Walker agreed. I understand. Rest assured and recover your power. Do not worry too much. In this blood battle, both disciple and mentor, we are to ascend to the legendary realm. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1395. The month of beginning. The human realm, outer sea region, ancient dragon continent. The towering dusk holy temple, the high-reaching tower of dawn, the bustling ancient dragon empire, the roars echoing through giant beast paradise, and the panda collective dwellers living silently in the forests. In a state of tension and unease, members of various organizations worked hard to improve themselves and build their homes. On the coast of the continent, on a solitary island, Levi sat within a shelter. He had sat withered for 5 years, but now, he opened his eyes. A small figure resembling himself appeared in his mind. Unlike the 3-inch figures of Gondef and the Holy Infant, Levi's primordial soul figure stood a foot tall at birth, appearing much more mature. Chapter 1707. With his promotion to the primordial soul, his spiritual force continued to surge dramatically. Eventually, it jumped directly from 1,999 points to 2,999 points. Levi's primordial soul had grown to nearly 2 feet high. Generally speaking, this was the height that only a 6th ring senior wizard could achieve. This is my infinite primordial soul, Levi thought, the realization settling deep in his core. Not long ago, He had already shattered the crystals, and was about to face the 3 calamities and 4 disasters. On either side of the isolated island, 2 sixth ring auras lay hidden. One belonged to the Holy Infant, the other to Gandalf. Both men wore solemn expressions as they watched over the island, serving as protectors for their principal. Within a radius of several miles, the elemental power began to run rampant. A heavy, color-rich cloud layer, resembling fish scales, filled the sky and earth. The tribulation is about to begin for the principal, the Holy Infant remarked, his gaze locked on the darkening horizon. Over in the flower hall, the Flower Knight's expression changed. She swiftly left the area. Shortly afterward, on the sea surface, her graceful figure stood erect, her expression filled with hidden worries. Such commotion far exceeds the usual standards for a wizard's promotion, she murmured. The difficulty of the tribulation is likely much higher. Across the high skies, in the land of darkness, Lucy and the Abyss Walker gazed towards the ancient dragon continent. He really chose the infinite primordial soul method, Lucy noted, her eyes tracking the energy shifts. Following Roger, the third person to achieve a primordial soul with this method is about to emerge. The Abyss Walker folded his arms, his posture rigid. He has not passed the 3 calamities and 4 disasters yet. Everything is still unknown. Even with a 1% failure rate, we must be careful. Lucy smiled. A mere primordial soul will not fail. On the ancient dragon continent, near the outer sea, Levi leapt into the air, hands clasped behind his back, his white robe billowing and rustling in the wind. He scanned the horizon. The rainbow-colored clouds harboring the 3 calamities and 4 disasters arrived simultaneously. The 3 calamities and 4 disasters are not entirely fixed, Levi mused. Like the Holy Infant or Gandalf, whose difficulties exceed that of ordinary wizards by 1 level, we could suddenly face special tribulations, like the Golden Flame Tribulation, or Golden Thunder Tribulation. And for someone like me, a rare infinite primordial soul who nearly matches a 6th ring senior wizard upon promotion, the disaster faced is far from ordinary. Compared to Gandalf and the Holy Infant, who were surrounded by top-grade equipment, Levi wore only the flower gaze ring on his finger, and no other wizard tools. With the robustness of his body, and his infinite primordial soul, those 5th ring wizard tools had no effect on him. And since he did not want to fuse with a soul artifact this promotion, there was no need to use them. In the colorful clouds, a terrifying attack was brewing. Mountains crumbled, a sea of fire erupted in reverse, hurricanes ravaged, and floods rose to the heavens. Besides these, there were falling icebergs, thousands of simultaneous sword attacks, and the overwhelming force of thunder. 7 types of disasters, enough to drive ordinary wizards to despair, descended from the sky, giving Levi no chance to breathe. Levi's primordial soul appeared, with 9 distinct lights flashing atop it. These were his 9 great innate spells. He waved a hand, and a red fire dragon, thousands of meters long with snarling fangs, spiraled upward, turning the pressing mass of icebergs into meltwater that poured into the sea. The power of the innate spell, the Fire Dragon Tribulation, was many times stronger than in the 5-ring period. As the sea of fire approached, a yellow divine dragon made of stone circled around Levi. The sea of fire heated the stones, melting them into magma. Yet the divine dragon continuously regenerated, layer by layer, keeping Levi, who was hidden within, safe. The hurricane mingled with wind blades, falling like sudden rain. Levi's ice dragon prison descended, his ice domain expanding. The wind blade attacks that entered the domain moved as if in slow motion, full of flaws. Using Thunder Dragon Flash and Wind Dragon Scamper, Levi transformed into wind and thunder, effortlessly moving through the storm, untouched. Seeing this, the typically unflappable Flower Knight opened her mouth wide, her heart shaking. Levi's innate spells actually include so many sets, she whispered. I thought he only dual cultivated as a wizard and followed the path of knights. Now it seems he cultivates multiple paths in magic too. Is he really human? She began to understand. With Levi's talents, resources, and luck, why had it taken him so long to advance to a primordial soul? Because he truly was a master of time management, striving to perfect everything. Back in the land of darkness, the Abyss Walker exclaimed in awe. He is not just an infinite primordial soul, but also follows the path of multiple sections, a newborn calf not afraid of tigers in a lifetime. Cultivating so many schools is truly extraordinary. No wonder you hold him in such high regard. To have come this far to the primordial soul realm is incredible, indeed. Lucy nodded, her gaze fixed on the display. Since the near ancient times, the path of dual cultivation in the elementalist school has been as difficult as reaching the heavens. There are few legends who can be counted on 2 hands, and those who have tripled or quadrupled cultivation to become legends are even more scarce. If he can continue smoothly on this path, perhaps he can break the legendary barrier mentioned by Lord Sauron, and go further than most legendary wizards. The Abyss Walker sighed. Indeed, the youth are to be feared. But this path becomes harder as one progresses, and there is the fear he might give up halfway. Lucy shook her head. It is indeed a challenging path, but his reaching the primordial soul realm shows he is well prepared. Lord Sauron's chosen one is naturally meant to tread an extraordinary path. Otherwise, sticking to conventions, how could he go further than so many brilliantly talented individuals from past to present? The Abyss Walker concluded. True, if he can make it through this path, it will also be beneficial for the wizard world. We old folks are counting on youngsters like him to try new paths. As the colorful tribulation clouds gradually dispersed, from beginning to end, they had not disturbed Levi in the slightest. Chapter 1708. The elemental power within a radius of several miles, like a myriad of rivers flowing into the sea, surged towards Levi. His primordial soul opened wide, inhaling and exhaling the elemental power to repair its soul body. Levi did not rush to leave. He sat cross-legged in the void, meditating and painstakingly perceiving his heart image. Previously, during his bloodline Dharma body advancement, the witch and knight unification gave birth to the time-riding 6 dragons Emperor's essence. This time, his heart image differed from before. Time passed by the minute. 100 flowers and others in the land of darkness, like Lucy, observed the scene in silence. As long as the primordial soul wizard form emerged, the final promotion stood complete. A soul artifact remained unnecessary. Some individuals relied on forbidden techniques to forcefully advance their primordial souls, but they proved inferior to regular ones. Some lacked the divine ring tower, and some lacked the primordial soul wizard form. Levi stood apart from such people. He simply required time to identify his heart image. Half a day later, Levi sat motionless. This caused the protectors on both sides, the Holy Infant and Gonduf, some confusion. Their own wizard forms had appeared quickly, and they did not expect the true form of the wizard to take so long to emerge. The Black Abyss Walker leaned forward, unable to restrain himself. Could it be that he is unable to give birth to a wizard form? Or has some other problem arisen? His own wizard form, Wasted Death Black Prison, had appeared quickly. It currently ranked 18th in the Tower of Thousand Mechanisms Wizards ranking, placing it among the top tier of legendary wizard forms. Lucy smiled. Perhaps he is also slowly pondering, seeking his true heart. Sometimes, being too quick is not a good thing. Levi sat for 7 days. His entire being entered a chaotic, disorderly world. In this world, earth, fire, wind, and water transformed into countless terrifying beasts that surged towards him like a tide. In the midst of these beasts, a shadow of a chaos ancient serpent, immeasurably long, stared at Levi. Levi, like a lone boat, possessed no reliance in this dark world. A chaos ancient serpent? But it is already dead. The chaos ancient serpent led thousands of beasts in a charge towards Levi. Die, insect. I am the innate creature born from chaos, and you are nothing. The giant snake, filled with immense resentment, charged at Levi as if attacking through space and time. Levi closed his eyes. On the divine ring tower, 9 dragons of different colors soared into the sky, entering his heart image world. Earth dragon, fire dragon, wind dragon, water dragon, thunder dragon, ice dragon, golden dragon, shadow dragon, and the white 10,000 dragons representing chaos emerged. 9 majestic divine dragons rampaged in the heart image world. The terrifying beasts tore to shreds. Finally, only the chaos ancient serpent's towering figure remained, entangled and devoured by the 9 dragons. Scales, skin, bones, meat, and snake gall vanished into the maws of the 9 dragons. The dragons circled in the boundless sky. In the center hovered a white dragon containing the world, encompassing all things. 9 dragons unite, forge my wizard form. Winds and storms, lightning and thunder, mountain fires and magma, and icy landscapes formed in the heart image world. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Levi's heart image world underwent changes, the ancient dragon continent and the surrounding outer sea region began to stir. Mountains and rivers, forests and plains, all things trembled. Flower Knight reached out and caught a snowflake. In the normally snowless outer sea region, the north wind howled, and snowflakes fluttered into his palm. The sea rose with waves towering like the apocalyptic floods of mythology. On the continent, extinct volcanoes began erupting, and magma overflowed. Between heaven and earth, fierce winds roared, sweeping everything away. Earth, fire, wind, and water churned with restlessness. 100 Flowers gasped, her chest heaving. Can a wizard form really trigger such a vast range of anomalies? She recalled her own ascension to a primordial soul wizard form, and remained speechless. Witnessing this scene in the land of darkness, the Black Abyss Walker shook his head. A wizard form being born, triggering celestial phenomena. This is the seedling of a legendary wizard prime minister indeed. Wizard forms, like wizards, possess the capacity for growth. Once reaching the legendary level, such a wizard form earns the title of legendary witch prime minister. But with Levi advancing to the primordial soul level, displaying such a large-scale anomaly of heaven and earth, the situation changed. Looking at the history of the wizard world, among legendary wizards, such an event occurs as rarely as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. That is why the Black Abyss Walker called him the seedling of a legendary witch prime minister. If Levi continued unobstructed, he would likely become a grand wizard. Lucy nodded. This wizard form alone should suffice to earn a place in the wizard's ranking. If Levi can advance to the rank of grand wizard, his wizard form might even enter the top 10. The Black Abyss Walker agreed. My wizard form ranks at 18th. His reaching the future top 10 would not be difficult. On the sea surface, an imposing figure with 9 heads and double wings emerged from behind Levi. Its sturdy dragon tail swept across, shattering the void and reversing the sea waters. The 9 dragon heads displayed different forms and colors. The furthest to the left was a dirt yellow dragon head covered in armor, followed by a fire red dragon head spewing flames. The most prominent was the significantly more robust white dragon head in the middle. It wore a crown, and its eyes remained closed, as if in deep slumber. Levi opened his eyes, and a powerful aura nearly at the level of a 6th ring senior swept out. At the same time, in the center of the 9 wizard forms behind him, the sleeping white dragon awoke. It roared towards the sky, and the other 8 heads followed suit. Earth, fire, wind, and water, and all other anomalies unified, colliding to produce a terrifying nine-colored light. The spectacle radiated over thousands of miles, the nine-colored divine light anomaly shining persistently in the world. Insurmountably majestic, the nine-headed giant dragon seemed like a king before the mundane world. It looked up at the sky dome, stretched its wings, propelled itself off the water surface, and thunderously ascended. A comet-like trail of radiant nine-colored light formed in its wake. With each flap of its wings, specks of vibrant spirituality sprinkled from the sky. Thunderous echoes boomed, for muffled thunder-like sounds resounded through heaven and earth. At the east pole of the ancient dragon continent, the seawater spiraled into a vortex, and a water tornado surged to the sky. A 400-meter-long azure dragon, with a vague face, and a gentle aura coiled around the eastern sea. At the west pole of the ancient dragon continent, the wind whipped up clouds, and the atmosphere churned. As sand and stones flew, the clouds gathered into a 200-meter-long white giant tiger, as imposing as a mountain, dominating the west. At the south pole of the ancient dragon continent, a dormant volcano suddenly erupted, and endless magma and red flames billowed upward. The flames separated into fiery plumes covering its entire body, like an immortal bird. It emerged from the volcano mouth, spreading its 300-meter-wide wings, emitting a piercing scream that could split clouds and rocks. At the north pole of the ancient dragon continent, within the Yintus Mountains, a towering mountain range quaked like an earth dragon flipping over. Endless rocks tumbled down, and fissures spread to the distance. A giant black turtle with a serpent's head, the size of an island, emerged surrounded by auspicious clouds. At the four cardinal directions, four mighty beings with terrifying level 6 auras crossed mountains and seas, making a pilgrimage towards the center. Ultimately, the four mighty beings from the east, south, west, and north bowed down towards the center in homage. When one dragon awakens, all spirits submit, and all waters and mountains bow. Above the emperor's palace, below the nine-colored clouds, the nine-headed giant dragon appeared divine and imposing. The central white dragon's golden dragon eyes surveyed, inspecting the earth, fire, wind, and water, the four spirit weapons. Levi stood atop the head of the white dragon. The gale howled, his white robe fluttering vigorously, complementing the white dragon beneath him. The nine great innate spells, earth, fire, wind, and water, thunder, frost, and metal shadow, all of which are supreme under the chaos magic 10,000 dragons' birth, fused within my primordial soul wizard form. This wizard form shall be named Nine-Headed Emperor Dragon. Chapter 1709. Ancient Dragon Continent. For great energy sect mountain gates, figures flew out, faces fanatic and eyes shocked, watching the four giant spirits crossing the sky. One practitioner pointed a shaking finger. That is the ghost of Kang Mountain. Another nodded, gaze fixed. And the spirit fire sparrow. What is happening? Have our legendary four holy beasts resurrected? I am not sure, but looking at the direction of the four holy beasts, they head towards the center, where the imperial palace of the ancient dragon empire stands. Bearmen and other practitioners from the energy sect crossed mountains and seas, following the traces of the holy beasts, flying all the way. Above the high sky, Saint Emperor Joe traveled with four young men, all at the peak of rank 5 in the energy sect, and spoke with excitement, gesturing to the sky. Lord Saint Emperor, was that our Clear Spring sect's holy beast? Saint Emperor Joe spoke gravely. It is an illusionary entity. As I have told you, the four holy beasts of the energy sect are symbols, representing four types of innate chi. They do not exist. Even so, the sight excited the Saint Emperor. He studied the sky, wondering who had seen their four holy beasts, and could manifest them so vividly. Levi remarked, watching the bird soar. Our spirit's energy sect's vermilion bird looks magnificent. Hong chuckled. Our sky cloud sect's white tiger is even more majestic. Chen commented. In my view, the Suan turtle of our Clear Spring sect feels safer, solid and substantial. Dusk Holy Temple. The 18 Twilight Cavalry and other Holy Temple Knights flew towards the center. Blood Knight narrowed his eyes. What is happening? How could such a gigantic being enter the ancient dragon continent? Emperor Mew stated, eyes fixed on the horizon. It is the four holy beasts of the energy sect. Someone from the energy sect has made a breakthrough, resulting in this anomaly. They are not enemies, but our own people. Everyone need not panic. Ever since the ancient dragon continent emerged, members of the four organizations had remained on edge, fearing enemy attacks. Divine Light Knight looked up. This is the anomaly of the commander's promotion. On the ancient dragon continent, apart from him, no one else could cause such a disturbance. Tower of Dawn. Deputy Tower Master Herman stood in the laboratory. Restless elemental power vibrated the air. He muttered, it must be someone ascending to the primordial soul. It must be Levi. Stella shouted from the doorway, old man, come out and see. There are giant beasts. Outside, the teachers and students of the Tower of Dawn gathered, looking up at the sky with shock. In the heart of the ancient dragon continent, a vast expanse of nine-colored auspicious clouds covered the sky, enveloping the land. The four mountain-like giant beasts headed towards the auspicious clouds. Salmon exclaimed with a smile, Herman, Sir Levi has ascended to the primordial soul. Congratulations. You have taught a primordial soul wizard. Herman's eyes widened, unsettled for a long time. During the Great Expedition period, he learned high-level knowledge from those predecessors. Such an anomaly represented a promotion of significant magnitude. He laughed. In a way, Levi is also your disciple. You have also managed to teach a primordial soul wizard. Salmon shook his head. Alas, I am not worthy. Today's youth are too impressive. I am not even sure if I can ascend to the primordial soul level before my time runs out. Herman fell silent. Unless he could reach the legendary level 9 of eternal consciousness, extracting Salmon's consciousness and memory from the soul and injecting it into a machine. Even if he turned Salmon into a steel mechanical creature, though the body would not age, the soul would still perish. Salmon continued. Do not mind it. Reaching this level today, I am already satisfied. Come, let us take these students to witness this once-in-a-millennium shocking scene. Thus, the teachers and students of the Tower of Dawn departed to see the event and broaden their horizons. Ancient Dragon Empire. Over 10 ancient king-level powerhouses, led by the Feather King and accompanied by their battle groups, went to investigate. Far away, the Flower Knight followed Levi, waiting outside for the ascension to conclude. Her eyes were lustrously bright, watching Levi flicker. My 100 flowers and 1,000 trees wizard form, already an upper-tier form in the wizard world, held rank 567 on the wizard's ranking when I first ascended to the 6th circle, but now it has climbed to rank 533. Yet in front of Levi's wizard form, it is insignificant. Disregarding realm, his wizard form would at least make it into the top 100 in the wizard world. Wizards' rankings at the 1000 Mechanism Tower rely not only on the uniqueness of the wizard form, but also consider the wizard's realm and achievements in a comprehensive evaluation. One cannot judge from the wizard form alone. Reality is not a game, without tags like SSS or SS grades. Therefore, the ranking of the wizard form is not wholly a ranking of strength. Some geniuses, like the Star of Tomorrow Flower Knight, possess extraordinary wizard forms and high potential. The 1000 Mechanism Tower gives them higher evaluation each time. Those relatively ordinary wizards, even at the peak of the 6th circle, if their wizard forms do not make the top 1000, are numerous. Currently, those capable of making it into the top 100 either have the strength of a grand wizard, or possess 8th circle level of top talents, and are seedlings of future grand wizards. The high evaluation of the Flower Knight speaks volumes. Chapter 1710. The Emperor's Palace. Levi fixed his gaze upon the Emperor Dragon Witch Minister. His heart raced beneath his calm exterior. This display is truly too ostentatious. Who would have thought that advancing one primordial soul could birth a wizard form across 1,000 miles? Those unaware might think I was advancing to a grand wizard. But then again, I wonder if my wizard form could make it onto that so-called leaderboard. Levi shook his head. Even if it could, he would not enter. Once on the leaderboard, others would know his strengths. Enemies might study his abilities every day, plotting against him. The Emperor Dragon Witch Minister brought thoughts of the Emperor's essence to mind. Previously, as Levi's bloodline wizard god advanced to the primordial spirit, he had to subdue the bloodline within himself. His heart projected the image of an emperor standing robustly atop 6 dragons, stabilizing heaven and earth. However, this time, as he advanced to primordial soul wizard, the heart image differed from that of the primordial spirit. Eventually, after devouring the chaos ancient serpent in the heart image world, the 9 dragons united. The Emperor Dragon was born. The primordial spirit functioned as an emperor, and the wizard as an emperor dragon. As a dragon, he must subdue giant dragons. As a human, he must become a giant dragon. Two sides of the same coin, not contradictory. Levi surveyed the 9-headed Emperor Dragon Witch Minister beneath his feet, and the 4 giant spirits submitting from all around. These 4 spirits were naturally transmuted by the 10,000 dragons birth spell. With his current power, he could only transform 4 6th-level spiritual weapons at the same time to fight for him. To transform other spiritual weapons, he would need to disperse one of the existing ones. The images of the spiritual weapons changed according to Levi's will. These 4 images came from the 4 heavenly spirits of his former life, namely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. They also originated from the Holy Beast phenomenon of the Panda clans for energy septs. The Dragon of Clear Spring, Cloud Tiger, Spirit Fire Sparrow, and Mountain Turtle. The overlap between the spirits of his previous life and the energy sept was a curious coincidence. Could the creator of this cultivation method, the Origin Holy Emperor, be an otherworldly transmigrator like himself? Suddenly, a wave of spiritual force exhaustion swept through his mind. Levi waved his hand, and the 4 heavenly spirits gradually dissipated. Maintaining the spirits exhausted his spell power. Only because he had 1,999 points of spiritual force to advance to primordial soul could he sustain them for so long. Even if they were given the 10,000 dragons birth spell, could not simultaneously transform 4 spiritual weapons for combat. The wizard form also dispersed. Levi wanted to study the changes in the wizard's 6th circle primordial spirit, but given the throng of people around, the effort was unnecessary now. The multicolored cloud anomaly spanning 1,000 miles also gradually faded, revealing the tens of thousands of miles of clear sky behind. Levi sat alone in the void, closing his eyes to recuperate and recover his spiritual force. After advancement, vast spell power surged within him. With a slight gesture, elements like earth, fire, wind, and water flowed towards him as if paying homage to a king. This ease of manipulating any earthly element finally made Levi understand the meaning of ether meditation art. This was the true purpose of ether dominance. Now, Levi possessed 2,999 points of spiritual force. After the 6th circle, every point of spiritual force represented a full 500 points of spell power, 5 times that of a 5th circle wizard. This meant Levi's spell power was now nearly 1,500,000. A typical 5th circle perfection wizard at their limit would only have about 100,000 spell power. That was why, to a primordial soul wizard, anyone below the 6th circle was insignificant. The vast difference in spiritual force, spell power, along with the ability to manipulate natural elements and void travel, compounded. After the 6th circle, wizards approached the greatest qualitative change before legend status. Only then would they face the qualitative change of advancing from the 8th to the 9th circle. Primordial soul wizards dominated in the wizard world, and across the multidimensional plane, comparable to a mid-sized plane sovereign. Only because the wizard world was exceedingly powerful did it appear less significant. Elsewhere, Gonduf and the Holy Infant, who had been protecting Levi, sighed in relief as the tribulation ended. Both concealed their contributions and quietly left. The Holy Infant continued to cultivate the 3 arts. Gonduf returned to Midland, like the Holy Infant, reopening his drugstore. After becoming a primordial soul, the resources and ether stones needed for either the original body or duplications were enormous. To provide for the family, everyone had their struggles. In the land of darkness, Lucy twirled a blue lock of hair around her right hand. Her expression was one of surprise, her mouth slightly agape. This wizard form is interesting, using the imagery of 9 dragons, representing different sets and spells, ultimately merging into part of the wizard form. The 9-headed giant dragon, though a bit ferocious, still possesses enough dominance. Black Abyss, what do you think? She asked. The Black Abyss Walker replied. Using dragons as wizard forms is not uncommon. Historically, there have been legendary wizards with wizard forms like the 5-colored dragon god with 5 giant dragons. But such a 9-headed dragon is a first for me. When I was at his realm, my wizard form was far less impressive. It is commendable. Now that Levi has successfully become a primordial soul, would you like to meet him, madam? Lucy shook her head, a smile of deep meaning playing on her lips. Let us not. He is not quite in the mood to meet me now. Let us wait until he feels like seeing me. The Black Abyss Walker looked at her helplessly. Having such talent and fate calls for caution. Otherwise, being coveted by some is no joking matter. Lucy said. Chapter 1711. Next, I am counting on you. If he encounters risks that are difficult to resolve, help him out covertly. Black Abyss Walker nodded. Yes, do not worry. I believe with his strength and character, he will avoid danger. Though this anomaly is significant, I have shielded it in secret. Apart from the ancient dragon continent, no one else can see it. Lucy gazed at the horizon. Let us look forward to his performance. I have a premonition that not only the path of knights, but also the path of the wizard, will require him to forge the future. Black Abyss Walker sighed. If that is truly the case, then Lord Sauron's purpose will be realized. The master and apprentice departed in silence. Emperor's Palace. People from various organizations realized the source of the anomaly and breathed a sigh of relief. They congratulated Levi on his breakthrough to a primordial soul. 100 flowers materialized beside Levi, her eyes shining with joy. I have underestimated you. Levi had not expected this either. Before his seclusion, he remained in the ancient Saint Plane. After emerging, he arrived in the human realm. A sea change happened in an instant. Condensing his primordial soul wizard form caused a significant anomaly. It created a stir. However, apart from the ancient dragon continent, no other organizations or forces occupied this space, so the situation remained under control. Furthermore, in the wizard world, few individuals possessed strength surpassing his own. Those at the top of the pyramid were not easily encountered. He held a final trump card. He could seek out Miss Lucy and take advantage of this opportunity to cling to the robust support of the Black Abyss Walker. 100 Flowers tilted her head. Your spiritual force fluctuation is not much weaker than mine now. So this is the infinite primordial soul. Levi smiled. Yes, this is a result of accumulated effort. I barely reached primordial soul status at over 400 years old, while you achieved it at 300. 100 Flowers pinched Levi's arm. Do not let other primordial soul wizards hear you say that, or they will not be able to resist hitting you. Levi delayed a long time for the sake of the infinite primordial soul. Ascending to primordial soul status at over 400 years old still represented top-level genius speed. If made known in the wizard world, Levi would become a tomorrow's star, just like 100 Flowers. Levi looked at her. Has the organization remained safe and sound during my retreat? 100 Flowers shook her head. Nothing happened, which is strange. Right now, out of the several new worlds in the human realm, apart from our ancient dragon continent, the Congress has taken over the rest. Levi frowned in confusion. That is strange indeed. How is the Panda world? 100 Flowers sighed. By now, it has also become the territory of the Congress. The Black Dragon Empire has crumbled into oblivion. The Empire Lord and some followers fled to the land of darkness, becoming homeless vagabond pirates. Levi nodded grimly. It seems that the Panda clan's desire to return to their homeland is practically impossible. The maneuvers of the Congress had been long in the making. They waited for these planes to merge into Nora to claim them. Levi remained unclear as to why the ancient dragon continent was unaffected, but it must have had something to do with Sauron. Regardless, they could continue living on the continent. The challenges the organization would face in the future would be much greater than before. Shortly after the tribulation of Levi, also in the human realm and the outer sea, a tragedy occurred. On a solitary island, a black robe-clad wizard from the School of Death faced the terrifying thunder calamity. His primordial soul scattered, his body incinerated, reduced to nothingness. This person was Wizard Wildbone. His ethereal soul filled with reluctance. He succeeded in gaining fortunes in the ancient tower, returned to the wizard world, and achieved 5th circle perfection. He failed to get a primordial soul breakthrough potion. He was old and ran out of time. He thought of taking a bet before his time ended, to see if he could reach the primordial soul. The good news was, he shattered the crystal. The bad news was, he only achieved half success. He did not survive the 3 calamities and 4 disasters, and perished in the final thunder tribulation. Rosy clouds filled the sky, the setting sun resembling blood. Red bone, I am coming too. Wizard Wildbone's soul yielded, dissipating into the cosmos. The devastated island remained with only remnants of wizard tools and a charred pink bough. From time immemorial, on the road to primordial soul, countless have fallen. Wizard Wildbone was merely an inconspicuous wave in this vast ocean, soon to be forgotten by time. Ancient Dragon Continent. Dusk Holy Temple. The Holy Temple stood surrounded by a protective array of 5th circle level to safeguard it temporarily. The Holy Infant, who had advanced to the 6th circle, set aside his current work. The top priority involved refining a 6th circle level protective array to secure the strongholds of various organizations. A new era had arrived. In the years to come, like the Age of Exploration, many more new worlds would emerge in Nora. Mysterious organizations, dark pirates, and alien race invasions presented security concerns for the organization. Arrays and battle groups acted as the primary tools for the protection of the organization. Inside the Holy Temple, the arrival of Levi caused a sensation among the knights. Blood Knight stepped forward. Congratulations to the commander on ascending to primordial soul. Everyone followed suit with their own congratulations. Levi nodded. Thank you for your kind intentions. It has been hard work for all of you during this period. With the return of Levi, the backbone of the organization, the tense and subdued moods of the group improved. Levi also received reports on the work of the organization over the years. In general, things were much better than he had imagined. After the continent materialized, it encountered several invasions from external enemies, all of which were resolved by the members of the organization. Chapter 1712. No one realized a level 6 expert had arrived. Levi inspected the other organizations, finding them safe and sound. A weight lifted from his shoulders. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Mana spotted the long-lost figure. She leaped from the ancient banyan tree, flying directly to him. Surprise colored her voice. Have you become a primordial soul wizard? Levi smiled. I have not disappointed everyone, and at the very least, I have not held anyone back. Quick, let me see if your wizard form is handsome or not, Mana urged. Levi grimaced, his brow furrowing. He only cared whether his wizard form possessed strength. Mana's focus stood in opposition to his own. Still, it made sense. Being handsome was a lifelong matter. Levi summoned a single thought. A rainbow cloud surged from behind, rolling toward him. In the radiant divine light, a colossal figure appeared. A 9-headed emperor dragon stood 200 meters high, its body length stretching 500 meters, with an even more impressive wingspan of 600 meters. 9 ferocious dragon heads stared down at Mana. She shivered. She pouted, tossing him a joke. Levi, you are so fierce. They say wizard forms are born from the heart, so you must be thinking about scaring me. Levi held his forehead. How is that fierce? This is clearly cool and handsome. The commotion drew members of the Dragon Palace together. They gathered around, watching the display. Congratulations to Lord Dragon King. Your strength has advanced further, the Black Lotus Beast said with excitement. The blood-sucking demon dragon could not help but fawn. As expected of the Dragon King, even the wizard form of your path as a wizard suits the aesthetic of our dragon clan. In the eyes of the Dragon Palace members, the phantom of the 9-headed emperor dragon behind Levi epitomized a mightily imposing Dragon King. That night, Levi and his people celebrated with drinks. An official public ceremony was not necessary after becoming a primordial soul wizard, but celebrating with his own people remained essential. The next day, early morning, a sudden commotion erupted near Thunderclap Mountain. Levi's expression changed. Good things come in pairs. Could Sarit be about to face his tribulation? Levi transformed into a ray of light and rushed to the scene. Above Thunderclap Mountain, within a 10-mile radius, elemental power bubbled, forming tribulation clouds. The thunderstorm wolf dragon watched from a distance, wary of the celestial might. Levi arrived, scanning the activity. It is Sarit undergoing his tribulation. It is great, the thunderstorm wolf dragon replied. He is about to become a 6th circle wizard. Levi shook his head somberly. Wizards are not of the dragon clan. The success rate of ordinary wizards undergoing tribulation is not high. Before long, a figure in a purple robe appeared, holding the thunder god's hammer. He stood tall in midair, wizard tools revolving around him. It was Sarit. Levi murmured to himself. With the top-grade wizard tools I have given Sarit, plus his 8 talents, there is still hope. Advancing to a primordial soul wizard presented 2 especially dangerous hurdles. One was crystal shattering, and the other was tribulation. Crystal shattering proved harder, because tribulation could still be faced with the help of wizard tools or rare treasures. Failure in crystal shattering meant silent oblivion, like a bird that never hatched. Boom. The trials of earth, fire, wind, and water descended one by one. Like the thunder god, Sarit used terrifying lightning spells with simple gestures, smashing everything. His ordinary wizard tools shattered one by one. His own spiritual force waned, showing clear signs of exhaustion. Levi watched with contemplation. This was how ordinary wizards faced tribulation, unlike his own casual experience, which remained an exception. In the end, Sorit survived the 3 disasters without incident. Only the Thunder God's hammer remained undamaged on his body. After the tribulation, the magic hammer glowed more intensely, becoming even more mystical. It had clearly become Sorit's sole artifact. Sorit closed his eyes to recuperate. Soon, a massive thunder dragon with thunder scales, a wingspan of 300 meters, and spines along its back appeared behind him. It was the primordial soul witch phase, the silent annihilation thunder dragon. It was another dragon-type wizard form, but Sorit's silent annihilation thunder dragon seemed ordinary. In front of Levi's 9-headed emperor dragon, it simply paled, highlighting the difference in their basis of power. Sorit, overjoyed, approached after resting. He knelt before Levi. "Thank you, master, for the top-grade wizard tool. Otherwise, I might not have made it through this tribulation." Levi nodded. "Think nothing of it. Now that you are also a primordial soul wizard, go to the Tower of Dawn to assume your new role after a change of appearance. You only need to engage in ordinary teaching duties, staying in the background. If a level 6 enemy appears, you can come forward to resolve it." Sorit bowed. "I understand." Now, the Tower of Dawn had Sorit. The Dusk Holy Temple had 100 Flowers and Levi. The Panda clan had Saint Emperor Joe. Only the ancient Dragon Empire and Giant Beast Paradise remained without a level 6 expert in charge. Levi assigned Paul to take charge of Paradise. He set Old Shell and Diabo to watch over the ancient Dragon Empire. After becoming a 6th circle wizard, the swallowing gold treasure toad advanced again, becoming capable of directly purifying level 6 metals. Consequently, Diabo no longer needed to accompany the Holy Infant. Thus, each major organization stood guarded by arrays, battle groups, and level 6 beings, making them largely safe and sound. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance calendar year 1396, month of Germinal. Within a year, Levi stabilized his realm and improved his spiritual force. He opened the Klein Crystal. Spiritual force, 3005 out of 5999. The standard range of spiritual force for a 6th circle wizard falls between 2000 to 5000 points. Reaching 3000 points represents the standard of a 6th ring senior wizard. Specific points mark the standard of spiritual force for 6th circle perfection. However, as before, the standard of spiritual force is just one aspect. To become a 6th ring senior, one must also comprehend 3 6th circle primordial soul spells. Chapter 1713. Innate spells are limited to 9, at most, which is insufficient to meet the needs of a primordial soul wizard. Most primordial soul wizards actually have just 7 or 8 innate spells. Not many possess 9. Therefore, primordial soul wizards need additional means to supplement their strength. Primordial soul spells are key. Innate spells and primordial soul spells each have their advantages and disadvantages. The former are more convenient to use, resembling the divine abilities of transcendent creatures. With just a thought, they can be activated, consuming relatively little energy. In most cases, innate spells function as ordinary attacks, prized for their instant casting and lack of mana cost, which makes them suitable for prolonged combat. However, innate spells are, after all, created during the period when one is an intermediate wizard. Their power continually upgrades as the wizard's realm improves. Compared to primordial soul spells, they are somewhat lacking. Hence, primordial soul spells serve as the big move attack in a wizard's arsenal after the 6th circle. Their consumption of spiritual force and spell power is quite high, and they often require chanting and specific casting actions. The efficiency with which they mobilize the elements and their spell power are extraordinary. The depth of knowledge involved and the difficulty in comprehending these spells far surpass innate spells. Grasping 3 primordial soul spells and reaching 3000 points of spiritual force is enough to be considered a 6th ring senior. 6 primordial soul spells and 4000 points of spiritual force signify 6th circle perfection. Afterwards, polishing one's spiritual force to the 5000 point maximum allows one to begin advancing to the 7th circle. Like innate spells, primordial soul spells can either be created or learned from existing 6th circle spell models, and both methods have their merits and demerits. There is no limit to the number of primordial soul spells one can learn. As long as there is sufficient capacity within the primordial soul, they can be acquired. A 9th circle grand wizard with vast knowledge may master hundreds of primordial soul spells, ready for various contingencies. The importance of primordial soul spells lies not only in spellcasting combat. For each primordial soul spell comprehended, a mark of truth, also known as a witchcraft true trace, can emerge within the primordial soul. This witchcraft true trace can be branded onto the primordial soul wizard form through the primordial soul. As is widely known, after the primordial soul, aside from spells, wizards have 2 main trump cards. One is the wizard form, and the other is the soul artifact. The wizard form is the pinnacle of intelligence that allows wizards to stand out and surpass most civilizations. For a wizard form to grow and strengthen, it cannot do without the witchcraft true traces. The more true traces branded, the stronger and more solid the wizard form becomes, and the more abilities it masters. If the number of innate spells mastered is a sign that differentiates intermediate wizards into varying ranks, then the quantity of witchcraft true traces is a means to widen the gap between primordial soul wizards. A 6th ring senior wizard needs to brand only 3 true traces to qualify, while 6th circle perfection requires at least 6. There is no upper limit. While there is no cap, the capacity of the primordial soul itself is limited, so even the most gifted individuals will not differ too dramatically from ordinary primordial souls. After all, those capable of reaching the primordial soul are already exceptional. This results in the gap between wizards of the same primordial soul realm being much smaller compared to low-level and middle-level wizards. This holds true for the 7th and 8th circle stages as well. Each stage requires at least 9 witchcraft true traces to be branded. Thus, before advancing to a 9th circle grand wizard, a wizard form needs at least a total of 27 true traces branded. After becoming a grand wizard, an important criterion for judging the potential and quality of a wizard's wizard form is the number of witchcraft true traces branded. The more true traces, the more primordial soul spells mastered, the deeper the knowledge accumulation, and the more solid the foundation. The higher the prestige among wizards, the greater the potential to ascend to legendary status. All this is too far off for Levi. As a perfection in 9 talents primordial soul, his innate spells alone will suffice for him to use for a long time. There is no rush for primordial soul spells and witchcraft true traces. Having stabilized his realm, it is time to bring good news to Madame Triss, so she will not worry too much. Although he has grown independent, he cannot forget the kindness of Triss. What is more, she is a 7th circle wizard. To him, she remains a huge support, one he must continue to embrace. The Endless Sea. The Witch's Family. Triss was busy preparing for her 1000th birthday. A 7th circle wizard lives 3000 years. 1000 years old would not be considered an old hag, but rather a charming and mature divorced mother with a child. Anya, equally busy with the preparations for his mother's birthday, was about the same age as Levi. He was already a 5th circle perfection and had mastered his 8th talent. According to Triss's thinking, after attaining 8 talents, Anya could polish his spirit to the maximum, striving to ascend to primordial soul before the age of 500. However, he felt he could push a little further. In order not to have regrets after reaching the primordial soul, he also wanted to ascend with 9 talents. Regarding this, Triss respected her son's choice. Suddenly, Triss sensed something and looked towards the plaza. Levi approached with the stride of a dragon and the step of a tiger, looking quite pleased with himself. Triss's face lit up with surprise. Have you reached primordial soul? Levi nodded with a smile. Yes, I have finally reached primordial soul. Hearing that Levi had reached primordial soul, Anya shuddered. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. Before, you were just slightly stronger than I was, but now, there is a chasm as wide as the sky between us. Levi consoled him. There is no need to be discouraged. I was not much stronger than you before I ascended to primordial soul. Chapter 1714. Anya nodded. I understand. I will work hard. You two chat. I am heading home first. Madame Triss watched Anya leave, then turned to Levi. How does it feel to have advanced to a primordial soul? Levi suppressed a smile. Really great. Becoming a primordial soul is wonderful. 400 years. Finally, a primordial soul. This feeling remains hard for ordinary people to understand. Madame Triss observed the rarely excited wizard. She smiled. Congratulations on becoming a primordial soul wizard. Madame Triss now also has a primordial soul student. Your spiritual force has reached the level of a 6th ring senior, right? Levi nodded, revealing nothing more. Madame Triss continued with emotion. You have chosen the most difficult path in the infinite primordial soul method. To be frank, your achievements today have completely exceeded my expectations. After exchanging pleasantries between mentor and student, Madame Triss spoke again. Do not leave just yet. Stay and attend my birthday gathering before you go. Levi smiled. I was planning on it. I would like to invite Master Fire Dragon to join as well. Would that be all right, madam? Madame Triss nodded. A warm welcome. The birthday gathering for Madame Triss, being such a high-status event, would surely attract many rich and influential guests. Levi envisioned the Holy Infant taking this opportunity to expand his connections a little, to facilitate the development of the Fire Dragon shop. As for Gonduff, with his modus operandi, networking remained simple. Half a year later, with the efforts of the Holy Infant, the 3 arts of wizardry had all reached the level of the 6th ring. Of the 4 arts, only the art of talisman making remained, waiting for the Holy Infant to finish the tasks that came with ascending to a primordial soul. Levi planned to start his grand plan of luring black beasts in the land of darkness, to gather more black beast materials for crafting talismans, arrays, and weapon refinement. On the side of Gonduff, the small pharmacy reopened, with much to be restored. However, with his adept networking and interpersonal skills, the future of the pharmacy looked bright. On the reopening day, even a 7th circle wizard like Laplace, representing the Soaring Holy Tower, personally arrived to congratulate and present a gift. Unlike Levi, not long after Gonduff had his realm consolidated, news of his primordial soul spread across the Midland continent. His willingness to help others often made it difficult for his power to stay hidden. As Levi had predicted, once Gonduff re-entered society, the mysterious organization failed to send anyone to assassinate him. For a top-level talent like Gonduff, once he advanced to a primordial soul, assassination grew too difficult. The mysterious organization also considered the cost and efficiency. Laplace invited Gonduff to join the Soaring Holy Tower and take part in the special investigation unit against the mysterious organization. With the prestige and popularity of Gonduff, his joining would reflect the down-to-earth image of the Holy Tower. Gonduff declined tactfully, but expressed that he would continue to support the work of Soaring Holy Tower and confront the mysterious organization and the Hydra organization to the end. Gandalf quoted a classic saying from the message wall of Soarin to express his determination. With great power comes great responsibility. With Gandalf as such a freely working ally, the Soarin Holy Tower felt delighted. In return, Laplace made a small official newspaper promotion for the pharmacy of Gandalf, attracting quite a bit of foot traffic. After ascending to a primordial soul, Levi experienced the change brought about by his status and identity. The feeling of being valued everywhere felt pleasant indeed. Indeed, everyone hates the Heavenly Dragon tribe, but everyone wants to become a Heavenly Dragon. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1396. Month of Northern Wind. Star Sea. A private little island hosted the 1000th birthday of Madame Triss. Elena hosted the ceremony, as she loved such events. One by one, guests arrived, their cultivation level reaching at least that of a 5th circle expert, or even a 6th circle wizard. The lush forest witch, Wizard Garcia, the cat witch, and other high-ranking members of the witch family, who were not in seclusion, arrived to offer their blessings. Suddenly, a wave of enthusiastic cheering erupted from the island. A wizard with handsome features and red hair, wearing an air of dignity, approached slowly on a red cloud. The crowd grew excited upon seeing this person. Master Fire Dragon has arrived. The #1 talent from the ancient tower who, after advancing to the 6th ring recently, single-handedly drove away an alien race suspected to be at level 6 middle stage. This represents the aura of a top-tier talent in our wizard world, just ascended and already capable of contending with mid-level 6. I have a friend from the 1000 Mechanism Tower. He said they are already ranking Master Fire Dragon's wizard form and soul artifact, and from the information revealed so far, the rankings are not low. Out of the wizard world, 2 lists only have 1000 spots each. Just entering is already admirable. Clearly, the recent achievements of Master Fire Dragon had spread across the Endless Sea. Even without holding a primordial soul ceremony, he had made a name for himself in the Endless Sea. Madame Triss stood. Welcome, Master Fire Dragon. Dear friends and family, if you need any weapon-making services, feel free to seek the Master. The quality of the wizard tools, I guarantee you will be satisfied. The primordial soul wizards present nodded slightly. From the low-level and mid-level wizard tools that came out of the Fire Dragon shop, one could conclude the truth. The shop's attitude remained to only make top-quality items. This they trusted, especially with an endorsement from a 7th-circle wizard like Madame Triss. Many 6th-circle wizards went to talk privately with Master Fire Dragon right away, even if one did not intend to craft a weapon. Maintaining friendly terms with a talented 6th-circle wizard offered great benefits. Before long, Levi arrived at the scene, emitting the spiritual force fluctuations of a 6th ring senior. Chapter 1715. The 6th-circle wizards at the gathering took note of Levi. He struck them as young, lacking the weary somberness of the aged. He possessed the air of a rising star, perhaps a prodigy on par with Master Fire Dragon. Yet, the muscles filling his white robe, and his broad stature, suggested he primarily focused on the path of body refining. The cat witch shuddered as she watched him. She mused, how had he already reached the senior 6th circle? The witch had prevented her from prying for good reason. His rapid advancement terrified her, even if he possessed only the spiritual force of a senior 6th circle wizard, without mastering primordial soul spells. The irrevocable white-robed wizard from the first witch city was likely him. Levi drew a wave of attention. His spiritual force placed him among the strongest 6th circle wizards present. Still, Master Fire Dragon captured far more interest. Levi suppressed a smile. This holy infant lacked his raw power, yet possessed 10 times his popularity. Gandalf attracted an even larger crowd. Victor commanded more popularity than both the holy infant and Gandalf. He had remained out of sight for over 100 years since his return from the ancient tower. News of him had vanished. Yet, the wizards had not forgotten him. As they studied the secret sword flow, Victor, the founder of the sect, became a pioneer. A few had studied similar techniques before, but none had promoted them so effectively. Victor's performance in the ancient tower glorified and spread his legacy. Calling him a pioneer was no exaggeration. Triss hosted the party, inviting friends with whom she shared a bond. Every guest possessed an agreeable personality, preventing any untoward incidents. A joyful atmosphere warmed the island. The celebration lasted until the early hours. Guests dispersed one by one, and the busy primordial soul experts left even earlier. Only Levi, Triss, Elena, and Master Fire Dragon remained to celebrate with drinks. Elena forcefully pressed several barrels of wizard wine upon Levi, hoping to intoxicate him. Her efforts failed. Levi refused to cast a spell to sober up, yet he felt no buzz. Elena remained sober as well. Triss, however, showed signs of intoxication. Her cheeks flushed. She did not use her cultivation to dispel the alcohol. She wrapped an arm around Elena, her cherry lips reeking of alcohol, as she muttered nonsense. Master Fire Dragon stood and bowed. He said that he had matters to attend to and must take his leave, though they could talk another time. Triss begged him not to hurry. Levi told her to let him go, noting that he lived a busy life. The holy infant interrupted, stating he could not refuse such warmly extended hospitality. He would stay a while longer to enjoy the company to the fullest. Levi laughed. It was rare for the master to relax, so he suggested they relax for a few more days. The 4 of them resumed drinking. Dawn broke, but the faint light vanished as quickly as it had arrived. A dangerous sensation washed over Levi, raising the hair on his arms. The sea around the island roared like a trapped beast in the Colosseum. Azure walls of water rose, imprisoning the void. A rift tore open in the high skies. A presence as vast as Triss's descended. Red Whale Ancestor Witch Graham, clad in a giant whale wizard robe and wielding a red staff, descended from the Shadow Realm as a 7th-circle entity. 3 figures flanked him, all at the 6th-circle realm. One reached 6th-circle perfection, standing just 1 step away from the 7th. The remaining 2 were senior wizards of the 6th circle, including the Black Shark Devourer in his black robe. The immersed ancient castle had clearly reaped a rich harvest in the Shadow Realm of the Dragon Ruins. Both Red Whale Ancestor Witch Graham and Black Shark had made their breakthroughs. Red Whale Ancestor Witch Graham scoffed. He told Triss she was still alive. He had promised to settle their score from the Shadow Realm. He fumed at the sight of her, noting she wore their level 8 exotic treasure, the Demon Dragon Whip, as a belt. Her audacity knew no bounds. Levi looked and confirmed it. Triss wore a mature, charming witch skirt with the long whip tied around her slender waist, displaying her exceptional figure. Next to Red Whale stood the 6th-circle perfect wizard, a muscular man with 8 arms shimmering with 9 million demon god runes. This man practiced the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique. The number of runes suggested his realm ran deep, far surpassing Gondoff. Triss sobered instantly. She belched, exhaling a breath of alcohol. She addressed Red Whale Ancestor Witch Graham and the traitor from the Ocean Abyss Alliance, 8-armed demon witch Glacios. She mocked them for going to such lengths for a whip. Levi, 100 Flowers, and Master Fire Dragon heard Triss's voice in their minds. She claimed to have a trump card to hold the enemies off. She told them to retreat and report to the Star Tower. She urged them not to worry, for she could escape. She spoke the truth, for with her ability, none could stop her if she chose to leave. Triss worried that the others might doubt her, but she felt guilty. If she had not insisted that Master Fire Dragon drink, he would not be involved. She checked for a reaction, but the 3 of them remained still. Triss grew anxious. Elena stood up, her mouth curling into a smile. She unleashed a mighty, nearly perfected 6th-circle aura that swept across the island. Above Master Fire Dragon's head, an exquisite ancient burning sky umbrella spun. An aura of destruction brewed. Levi clenched his fists in anticipation. Golden light spread over his skin, highlighting the contours of his toned and powerful muscles beneath his white robe. Red Whale Ancestor Witch frowned. These people stood their ground instead of fleeing. He wondered if something was amiss. Did such friendship actually exist in the wizard world? He sneered and told them they would not be spared. A ferocious fire dragon erupted into the sky, exploding before the protective force field of Red Whale Ancestor Witch. Ripples in the field dissipated the force. Master Fire Dragon soared above the island, hands behind his back. Behind him, a mighty purple extreme holy dragon swayed its mane and scales. He spoke with indifference, saying enough talk, for he was in a hurry to go back to weapon refinement. Chapter 1716. Time is money. Levi silently gave the holy infant a huge thumbs up in his heart. A mature duplication must learn to be strict with oneself. No matter whether Triss was confident in dealing with the enemy or not, Levi would not abandon her and run away alone. It was not because he was particularly loyal or righteous. Mainly, he was confident that, in partnership with Triss, they could handle the enemy. At the very least, with his skills, he had no problem ensuring his own safety. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, there was Mana at level 6 middle stage, Dragon Ant, blood-sucking demon dragon, and also Leon, among others, including a mammoth creature such as the Black Lotus Beast, the strongest of the subdragons. He carried 6 level 6 individuals with him. The 4 wizards present were no ordinary individuals. Flower Knight was a rising star, a 6th ring senior with cultivation close to perfection. The true strength of the holy infant was known best to the original being. Triss, capable of becoming a 7th-circle wizard at 1,000 years old, was certainly a top-tier talent in her youth. It was not Levi and his group who should be worried, but the Red Whale Ancestor, which on the opposing side. What class was he, daring to ambush these people? High in the sky, the Red Whale Ancestor, which was uncertain, despite his tough talk earlier. He could not lose face as a 7th-circle wizard. Originally, he wanted a 4 against 1, ambushing Triss, and at most adding Elena to the mix. Who would have thought these folks were drinking all day long? The reason he was able to ambush Triss so stealthily was due to a rare treasure. As the effect of the rare treasure faded, and those people still had not left, he had no choice but to make a move. Otherwise, letting Triss return to the pharmacist headquarters, or Witch's family meant losing any chance of retrieving the demon dragon whip. He analyzed the strength of both sides and transmitted his thoughts to the 8-armed demon which beside him. I will handle Triss. You Black Shark and Black Ghost, do you have confidence in dealing with those 3? No need to kill them, just repel them, then help me subdue Triss and steal the demon dragon whip. From the current look of things, their side, with all 6th-circle wizards, completely suppressed the other in terms of realm. The chance of success in this battle was not small. The 8-armed demon witch grinned. No problem for me, just need to handle the Flower Witch. The Master Fire Dragon and Nameless 6 rings are easy catches. He possessed great confidence in his own strength. 8-armed demon witch Glacios, the taboo figure from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Legends like the Supreme Fist Wizard and Mungung from later eras were only his juniors. His body-refining talent was not inferior to these top-tier talents, but due to conflicts with a high-ranking official of the Ocean Abyss Alliance, he was targeted at every turn. Eventually, he defected from the Ocean Abyss Alliance, even taking the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique with him, joining the immersed ancient castle which was primarily composed of mixed sea clan. Here, he received great attention from the city lord of immersed ancient castle. In order to seek revenge, he strove hard to become stronger by all means, earning the title Demon Witch. Those demon witches in the wizard world were almost all brutal and cruel like demons. He was no exception. Hundreds of years ago, in the war between the dark and righteous wizards, he alone killed 2 primordial soul wizards of the Ocean Abyss Alliance, feasting on their flesh and blood, extremely brutal. One of them was the primordial soul wizard, who had targeted him initially. The fame of the 8-armed demon which thus spread across the endless sea. Both dark and righteous worlds remembered his notorious name. The red whale wizard warned him, "Remember, the goal is to snatch the demon dragon whip. If we fail, or if the enforcer arrives, our safety is the priority. Do not engage needlessly." He knew the 8-armed demon which loved battles, hence the caution. The 8-armed demon which revealed a cruel smile, sharp as shark teeth, still hanging with strands of flesh. Kill them. The black robe worn by the 8-armed demon which burst open due to the inflating chi, turning into tatters. His dark demon body, with 9 million body-refining runes flickering, condensed into true demon god scales. The unadorned strength erupted, causing the surrounding magnetic field to distort. Dark chi entwined around his body, forming 8 ferocious demon god tentacles on his back. He shot towards the flower which like a cannonball. His eyes set only on Elena. Around Elena, the flower barrier lit up. She pointed with one finger. Innate spell, star immortality. All around, star flowers fell one after another, sealing the 8-armed demon which within. From Elena's jade hand shot a blazing red rose. Love like fire. The rose exploded like a weapon within the star barrier. With a thunderous roar, a 100-meter-tall figure covered in black scales, the 8-armed demon god, shattered the barrier with his punches. He trampled through the sea of flowers, his 8 arms dancing wildly, simultaneously striking. The explosion of the rose left his body surface bloody and mangled, but soon, with the flickering of the demon god runes, these wounds healed. Elena held a circular object in her hand, her expression solemn. Soul artifact, star ring. She knew today was bound to be a fierce battle. She was a top-tier talent, who ascended to primordial soul, and this 8-armed demon which was as well. Since ancient times, those who practiced the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the primordial soul, in the Ocean Abyss Alliance were absolutely geniuses. The 8-armed demon which, having refined it to the 6th circle perfection realm, surpassed those demon god body refining wizards of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. The star ring spun, growing larger as it faced the wind. Chapter 1717. Endless petals form star rings, encircling 100 flowers. Boom, boom, boom. The 8-armed demon witch's fists rampaged, charging wildly within the star rings. Elena constantly attacked him with her innate spells, but they all dispersed against his strength, a power capable of shattering all techniques. For now, Elena held her own. The most eye-catching battle unfolded between Triss and the Red Whale Ancestor Witch. These 2 7-circle wizards stirred the elemental power within a 20-mile radius with every move. The clash of their 7-circle auras tore the clouds apart, and islands disintegrated under the shock waves of their spell collisions. Behind the Red Whale Ancestor Witch, a phantom of a gigantic red armored whale, about 1 kilometer in length, appeared. Boundless seawater surged up like the kunpeng striking the water, shaking the hearts of those who witnessed it. To quickly snatch the demon dragon whip and escape, he immediately resorted to his grand technique. Primordial Soul Witch Appearance, Red Whale Soaring. This was a mighty witch form ranked 578 on the wizard's ranking, branded with 10 flickering witchcraft true traces. The giant whale opened its huge mouth, swallowing the sea, its enormous suction destabilizing Triss's form. A black silk scarf flew out like a reversing waterfall, striking toward the phantom of the red armored giant whale, while stabilizing Triss's form. The black silk scarf was Triss's soul artifact. This was the black secret. It seemed inconspicuous yet strong, and ranked 478 in the soul artifact ranking. It functioned like Simon's dance of the purgatory streamer. The black silk scarf, capable of attack, defense, and escape, acted as a treasure with multiple functions. After advancing to the 7th circle, the power of the soul artifact had grown much stronger than back in the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm. While Triss controlled the scarf to entangle the Red Whale Ancestor Witch, she glanced toward Levi's side. Levi was already fiercely battling the Black Shark Devourer, a 6th ring senior wizard. Just as they engaged, Black Shark began to regret his decision. Before the battle, considering that he had just advanced to the 6th ring senior realm, he had chosen the relatively unknown Levi. Although Levi emitted the spiritual force fluctuations typical of someone newly advanced to the senior realm of the 6th circle, appearing as a body-refining wizard, seemingly average in strength, Black Shark had thought the top-ranked Master Fire Dragon from the ancient tower was more dangerous. He had the Black Witch battle the Fire Dragon instead. However, after they clashed, he realized he was terribly mistaken. This unknown 6th circle wizard was the most terrifying. Levi's whole body radiated golden light, his defensive field protecting him. Even the airflow from his fist wind, shimmering in pale gold, appeared like sunlit air on a bright afternoon. Black Shark's wildly thrown innate spells shattered against Levi's fists. Black Shark changed his gestures, mumbling words. Solely relying on innate spells, he could no longer defeat Levi. Primordial soul magic, 1000 shark jumping water. Suddenly, thousands of black sharks appeared on the sea surface. The black sharks leapt out of the water, like locusts crossing, and roared toward Levi. Rise. Levi raised his palm upward, and a golden gravity erupted. He lifted the entire sea area, booming thunderously. Shatter. Using his primordial magnetic domain, he churned the seawater, grinding up the swarms of black sharks like a juicer. Break. A golden ray shot out from the palm of Levi's hand. Black Shark dared not withstand it head-on. His six-ring force field shone brightly, and his form flickered repeatedly as he retreated. The sea was blasted by the golden ray, shooting water columns into the sky, making a magnificent scene. Seeing Levi able to stand firm against Black Shark, Triss felt reassured. As long as she could fend off the Red Whale Ancestor Witch, they would win the battle. The Ancestor Witch's witch form and soul artifact both were fully unleashed. His fierce attacks swept away the oceans and split the heavens. Not only that, in front of him appeared an ancient-looking shark-toothed longsword, emanating an air of ages. This was the level 7 treasure, Ancient Shark Giant Sword, borrowed from the organization to retrieve his demon dragon whip. As soon as the longsword appeared, it grew against the wind, eventually transforming into a 1-kilometer-long giant-toothed shark. The shark swung its tail, knocking Triss's black silk away, and snapped at her. Triss threw out a butterfly hairpin, a top-grade 6th-ring wizard tool. The hairpin temporarily blocked the giant-toothed shark, while Triss flickered in movement. A golden feather pen appeared in her hand. She drew runes and gently blew a fragrant breath of wine. The runes flew out, sticking onto the body of the giant-toothed shark. Meanwhile, behind Triss, the fragrance of medicine spread. Steam rose and condensed into the shape of a roughly 300 meters tall, slender, well-proportioned woman with a beautiful face, wearing a pharmacist's robe. The woman held a medicinal herb and wore a grass ring, lying leisurely across the universe like a reclining Buddha. Primordial Soul Witch appearance, medicine-gathering woman. Ranked 500 on the wizard's ranking, branded with 12 witch marks, superior even to the red whale soaring. Levi witnessed Triss's witch form for the first time. It was so distinct. It truly fit Triss. The medicine-gathering woman reached out her hand, gently lifting Triss into the small medicine basket at her waist. She deftly pulled the demon dragon whip from Triss's waist and held it in her hand. Crack. The woman cracked the whip, turning it into a black air current, tearing a trench extending several miles across the sea. The giant-toothed shark, sensing a dire threat, shattered the golden runes and, together with the red-armored giant whale, charged toward the medicine-gathering woman. The heavens and the earth were already torn apart by the energy fluctuations of the primordial soul wizard. The black shark devourer revealed its hybrid sea clan true form, with fine scales covering its body. Innate spells transformed into a series of powerful water bullets, blocking Levi's movements. Chapter 1718. He chanted the spell, Primordial Soul Technique, Netherworld Water Prison. A gigantic water prison, 1 kilometer in diameter, rose from the sea like the great Sunday. Levi swung his golden fist. A golden force field expanded outward, pushing against the water barrage. The water prison inverted, swallowing Levi in countless shadows of black water, submerging him completely. Triss's heart tightened as she watched the water close over him. Damn it, Levi, you cannot be in trouble. The red whale entangled her, leaving her no room to escape. Elena faced an even worse situation, as the 8-armed demon witch's realm far exceeded hers. Master Fire Dragon, relying on his powerful purple dragon witch form, and the ancient umbrella soul device, could battle the black witch even with an ordinary 6th circle body, but the strain was reaching his limit. How could she rescue Levi, she wondered. The red whale sneered. You cannot even take care of yourself, yet you care about that man. Do you have a special relationship? Elena sent a telepathic message. Sister, do not worry. Levi is fine. Believe in him. Triss suppressed her nervous feelings and focused solely on battling the red whale. Levi, with his infinite primordial soul, had advanced to the 6th circle. Even if he had just broken through, the black shark devourer could not possibly defeat him. Her anxiety had clouded her judgment. On another side of the battlefield, the black shark grinned as his primordial soul technique took hold. It seems he has not mastered the primordial soul technique yet. I thought he was formidable. Die. The Netherworld Water Prison was his strongest grand spell. Even the Flower Witch, a 6th ring senior, could only be trapped momentarily. The black water seeping from the prison would dissolve the enemy's spell power and physical strength, leaving them weak and defenseless. The black shark pressed his advantage. Behind him, a 300-meter-long, double-headed shark beast with sharp poison spikes on its back emerged. Primordial Soul Witch image, double-headed ghost shark. This witch form held no rank, but 3 witch marks glimmered on its surface. The black shark devourer had mastered 3 primordial soul techniques. Ghost shark, tear him apart. He waved his hand. The double-headed ghost shark, like a torpedo, rode the wind and waves, rushing toward the water prison to obliterate Levi. Billion crimson stars erupted from Levi's body, creating the Red Emperor domain. Volcanoes burst forth, and flames climbed to the 9th heaven. He forcefully broke the water prison technique. Behind him, 9 colored clouds stacked up, covering the skies. 9 colored divine light bathed the surrounding 100 miles. The anomaly emerged, startling everyone nearby. This anomaly appeared much smaller than when he first ascended, but the fact that a wizard form could evoke such celestial anomalies shocked everyone present. Before the anomaly fully developed, the black shark shuddered under a horrifying aura. This, a witch form inherently embedded with anomalies. Who is this person? During his entire cultivation journey, only one person's which form had possessed intrinsic anomalies. That was the influential figure behind the immersed ancient castle, a certain grand wizard. Yet this unknown sixth circle wizard possessed such means as well. On another part of the battlefield, 100 Flowers and the 8-armed demon which remained in deadlock. Right then, ripples spread behind 100 Flowers, and a several 100-meter-tall nightmare cannibal flower emerged, swallowing eerie light, and attacking the 8-armed demon which. Warmth flooded 100 Flowers. This guy, he actually used the life-saving measure in the ring for me. The cannibal flower entangled the 8-armed demon which for a moment, and 100 Flowers employed the primordial soul technique, mandala umbrella. The 8-armed demon which shredded the cannibal flower, and collided with the primordial soul technique. He flew backward, coughing up blood. He grinned ferociously, ignored his injuries, and charged again. The battle turned intensely fierce. A dragon roar tore the air. Under the 9-colored divine light, a 9-headed giant dragon, vast and penetrating the heavens, with a wingspan of 600 meters, emerged. Even more shocking, a golden chariot radiating divine light trailed behind the 9-headed giant dragon. On the chariot, a figure in an emperor's crown held an emperor's sword, and donned 9-colored armor. He glared furiously, his murderous intent soaring to the skies. Primordial soul witch image, 9-headed emperor dragon, and primordial spirit, time riding 6 dragons. Emperor dragon, emperor. In that moment, they merged into one, forming a new combined state. This move appeared for the first time, and Levi himself remained unsure what to call it. In any case, it looked powerful. Silence fell upon the world. The red whale ancestor witch gasped, deeply shaken. Such a terrifying witch form. How has it never been seen on the leaderboard? The 8-armed demon witch, still entangled with 100 Flowers, could not help but exclaim, what a domineering witch form. The voice of the red whale ancestor which cut through the air. Glacios, this person's strength exceeds expectations. Finish this quickly. Glacios clasped his 8 arms together. Behind him, a 300-meter-tall figure of the 8-armed demon king emerged. The demon king, with 8 arms holding weapons like swords, spears, and halberds, emitted earth-shattering killing intent. This 8-armed demon king, ranked 560th on the leaderboard, was his witch form. Kill. Most of the 6th circle wizards assembled here ranked among the elite. This battle was earth-shattering, a rarity even in the Endless Sea. The attacks of the 8-armed demon king, like a storm, quickly tore through Elena's numerous innate spells, breaching the defensive field formed by the star ring. Elena closed her eyes, pointed to the sky, and declared, 100 flowers and 1,000 trees. A virtual image of a giant tree, 1 kilometer tall, branded with 8 witch marks, burst forth into the world. Chapter 1719. The stature of a witch minister did not wholly represent their power. Generally speaking, the larger the witch minister, the stronger their combat power. This held true for most. That was why the ranking of the 100 Flowers witch minister surpassed that of the 6th circle perfection 8-armed demon witch. From the giant tree, myriad vines branched out. They entangled the 8-armed demon witch layer by layer, binding his movements. The battle on site reached a fever pitch. Innate spells, soul artifacts, and witch forms emerged simultaneously. Chaos reigned. The most shocking scene was this. Under heavens filled with divine light, a chariot pulled by a 9-headed emperor dragon, and the Thunder Emperor patrolled the skies. The white dragon head let out a majestic roar. From the ocean rose 4 colossal water dragons, soaring into the sky like heavenly pillars. Ao, ao. 4 2-headed ghost sharks of the black shark devourers witch minister were instantly besieged by the divine dragons. Boom. 4 against 1. The verdict was clear. The ghost shark witch minister fell apart in an instant. Despite being engraved with 3 witch marks, it was useless in the face of overwhelming numbers. However, before the ghost shark shattered, its 2 heads took 2 spiritual weapons with them. Levi controlled the remaining 2 spiritual weapons to aid the Flower Knight. For the short term, he could not refine more spiritual weapons. The situation for 100 Flowers was the most dire, with the 8-armed demon witch's strength being extraordinary. The 9-headed emperor dragon descended from the sky. From the vermilion dragon head came a spell of fire dragon tribulation, spewing out heaven-scorching flames. Boom. The defensive field around the black shark devourer shuddered and shattered. A witch tool appeared on him, shaped like a pair of scissors, with a 2-headed shark sculpture on them. Soul artifact, the black shark scissors. The black shark scissors, swift as lightning, clamped towards the 9-headed emperor dragon. A yellowish light surrounded the emperor dragon, and an earth dragon barrier revolved around, repelling the black shark scissors. The air roiled, and lightning flashed. The emperor dragon turned into a gust of wind and thunder, avoiding the black shark scissors in an instant. Wind dragon scamper and thunder dragon flash, unparalleled in speed. The thunder emperor thrust his sword upward, reaching the heavens. The rising sun sliced down. The great sun burst forth, illuminating all directions. Crack. The black shark scissors were flipped away, surprisingly gaining a crack, before whining as they flew off. The black shark panicked as his soul artifact proved useless. He retreated rapidly. He used his innate spell to try to control the emperor, attempting to break through the void and flee. The water blue dragon head roared. A water dragon wrapped around the black shark, preventing his escape into the void. Afterward, ice dragon prison emitted a bone-chilling cold, sealing off the surrounding void. Another fire dragon tribulation directly blasted the black shark's shattered defensive field to smithereens. Boom, boom, boom. Fire dragon tribulation fired in rapid succession. The black shark's other defensive measures, Even his powerful primordial soul spells shattered. The nine-headed emperor dragon extended its claws, grabbing the black shark and crushing him. The frightened primordial soul of the black shark, under the protection of the six-layered magic ring holy tower, fled into the distance. The nine-headed emperor dragon, swift as lightning, intercepted in mid-air. The emperor's longsword pierced the primordial spirit and brought it into the dragon's belly. Inside the emperor dragon lay a terrifying furnace. Fire dragons roamed within, refining all things. The primordial soul of the black shark disintegrated, its witch marks scattering into the world. Its confused soul was taken away by a small figure mingling on the battlefield. Leon had been waiting for a long time. He gathered up the black shark's remnants and spoils. He then used spider silk to trap the black shark's scissors, subduing them. The black shark devourer, a veritable six-ring senior wizard. Creation returns to heaven and earth. The wizard's path cut short. Death arrived. The path vanished. Shock filled the red whale ancestor witch's face. After the primordial spirit, the gap between wizards' powers was no longer as exaggerated as it once was. Battles between primordial spirits often took a long time to determine a victor. Yet now, the black shark devourer had perished so suddenly without warning, disrupting his entire plan. The red whale ancestor witch transmitted a message. Glacios. Black ghost. This battle is too unpredictable. Retreat. The eight-armed demon witch gazed at the nine-headed emperor dragon with eyes filled with fervent battle desire. But reason prevailed. With the black shark fallen, the tide had turned. Remaining here was fraught with peril. He used the eight-armed demon king to fend off 100 flowers and withdrew from the battlefield. The red whale ancestor witch gestured with his hand. A rare treasure, similar to the Colosseum of ancient Rome, flew towards him. The walls of the sea encircling the island collapsed thunderously. The ocean waters from the inverted sea soared down, falling onto Triss and the others. Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella, star ring, and the black silk scarf, all emitted to shatter the inverted sea. The herbalist maiden's demon dragon whip lashed through the air, aiming to restrain the red whale ancestor witch. The Colosseum's rare treasure shone brightly, deflecting the demon dragon whip. Red whale spoke in a fit of rage. Triss, you won't always be this lucky. Boom. The nine-headed emperor dragon roared. The spiritual weapon soared through the sky. On the chariot, the nine-colored emperor struck with his sword. Ice sword chi created a barrier, locking the void. The red whale ancestor witch shuddered his rare treasure, causing the world around to tremble. The giant whale witch minister crushed the spiritual weapons and broke through the barrier, fleeing into the void. Taking advantage of the rare treasure's protection, the eight-armed demon witch and the black ghost wizard left their respective witch forms to confront the enemy, breaking through space to escape. As the witch ministers crumbled, space began to heal. Triss's demon dragon whip returned fruitlessly. She lamented. Red whale came prepared this time, with a seven-circle leader. Once they decide to leave, we can't stop them. In the blink of an eye, Leon's hands, however, produced 2 strands of spider silk, entering the void just before space completely healed. Bang! The spider silk immediately went taut, and the void trembled. One strand soon snapped. The other, surprisingly, pulled out a wizard in a black robe, the very black ghost wizard who had entered the void. Chapter 1720. The black witch's expression changed drastically. He stood at a loss. After the battle with the fire dragon, he had expended a great amount of energy. Traveling through the void, he believed himself safe. Unexpectedly, a thread crossed through the void and bound him. Caught off guard, he fell into the trap. The whip cracked through the air. The whip wrapped around the black witch, temporarily capturing him. The black silk scarf followed, wrapping him up like a giant dumpling. The herbalist girl's jade hand patted down, confining the black witch in the palm of her hand. The black witch struggled to regain his composure. If you kill me, the immersed ancient castle will not let this go. You had better watch your back in the wizard world. Triss tightened her grip. The black ghost's defensive field shattered quickly before a 7-ring witch prime minister. A syringe flew out of Triss's hand and stabbed into the forehead of the black witch. He quieted down instantly. I will try to see if I can use this opportunity to find the den of the immersed ancient castle. Triss placed her hand in the void on the black ghost's forehead, murmuring an incantation. She used a primordial soul spell for soul searching. Triss furrowed her brow, wiping sweat from her forehead. It is no use. A restriction has been placed by a master. Anyone Triss called a master must certainly be at least an 8-ring wizard. Such figures in the endless sea are rare. They are mostly current leaders of top-level organizations. Levi asked what they should do with this person. Triss replied that she preferred killing him. She asked for their opinions. 100 Flowers suggested killing him, fearing the Star Tower would bring greater troubles. She had resigned from there feeling something was amiss. Levi agreed. He would take the soul, attempting to locate the stronghold of the immersed ancient castle. Levi refused to let the red whale ancestor witch and the 8-armed demon witch escape. He vowed to flatten the immersed ancient castle to avenge himself and Triss when his power grew sufficient. Triss nodded. With a grip in the void, she flattened the body of the black witch. A primordial soul flew out from the remains. The demon dragon whip wrapped it up, shattering it. A pitch black mark flashed by, heading straight for Triss. A petite figure blinked into existence, forming an invisible massive net in front of Triss. Leon caught the mark in the web, neatly packaging it before putting it into his belly. Triss started. She asked what it was. After Leon wrapped the black witch's soul in a web, he patted his stomach, sat down beside Levi and Triss, and spoke in a childish voice. Auntie, hello. My name is Leon. Levi quickly picked up Leon, patting his backside sternly. Do you even speak properly? Call her miss, not auntie. Leon hung his head. Oh, sorry. Triss glanced at Levi, smiling wryly. It is okay. Is Leon your child? Leon replied that she could say that. Levi coughed, clarifying that Leon was a pet he raised. Triss thanked them. That mark was indeed troublesome. Without that action, she might have had to seek Lady Witch's help to remove it. The mark itself lacked danger, but the caster was very likely an 8-ring wizard from the immersed ancient castle. Triss felt surprised, failing to understand how Leon could devour an 8-ring wizard's tracking mark. Leon spoke happily. You are welcome. Miss Master Fire Dragon suggested they leave, as the place was not safe. 3 days later, safety ensured, Master Fire Dragon left first. Before parting, to express her gratitude, Triss gave Master Fire Dragon some gifts. She offered a set of 6-ring meditation supplementary potions she had personally refined. They would provide enough for his cultivation for more than 10 years, valued at tens of millions of ether stones. The scene shifted to the cabin of the witch's family. Sitting on the couch, Triss, 100 Flowers, and Levi gathered around the coffee table, eating saint fruit. Triss admitted she felt touched that they had stayed. Elena claimed that as her best friend, and Levi being her student, they could not ignore her safety. She patted Levi on the shoulder. Levi nodded. He had just advanced to Primordial Soul, and he wanted to take this opportunity to test the results of his cultivation. Triss asked if Levi was the Golden Dominator. She had noticed the Emperor's shadow in Levi's wizard form. Levi confirmed it. Seeing Elena remained calm, Triss suspiciously asked if she already knew the identity of the Golden Dominator. 100 Flowers smiled sheepishly. Well, yes. Triss put on a look of aggrieved innocence. It seems there are many things that I am not privy to. Levi smiled. There is plenty of time ahead. The more time we spend together, the more you will understand. Triss let it go. Never mind, I do not mind. Seeing you achieve so much today makes me happy. It proves that my judgment was right. Have you mastered 3 types of primordial soul spells now? Levi shook his head. He had just advanced and possessed a stack of things to do, leaving him no time at all. Triss noted that he was not yet a true 6-ring senior wizard. It was expected of an ascension through infinite primordial soul, slaying a senior wizard right after ascending. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 1721. 100 Flowers gazed at her with envy. She had spent nearly 300 years at the level 6 lower stage, and now she had even branded 8 witch marks. Defeating the black shark proved easy, but killing the creature and capturing its remains remained a difficult task. Triss nodded, her expression contemplative. This battle managing to kill 2 6th-ring senior dark wizards exceeded her expectations. If not for the accident with Levi, those 4 could have left unscathed even if they failed to defeat her. Now that the immersed ancient castle had lost 2 primordial soul wizards, they were surely regretting their choices deeply. Although the immersed ancient castle stood as a top-level dark wizard organization, the number of primordial souls they maintained on the surface totaled only about a dozen. Losing 2 of them amounted to a severe blow to their vitality. Recovering would take who knows how many years and months. Levi spoke up, his voice steady. If they had not left behind the Red Whale Ancestor Witch, they would surely think of ways to seek revenge. She needed to pay attention to her safety when she traveled in the future. Triss waved a hand dismissively. She told him not to worry, as few in the Endless Sea possessed the strength to take her out silently. It was he and 100 Flowers who needed to be careful. She suggested they stay at the witch family afterward. With his strength and talent, she believed the witch ancestor would definitely want to take him in. Levi shook his head. He had a place in the human realm, and could not leave. He asked her if she had heard of the ancient dragon continent. Triss confirmed she had. Levi explained that it was his territory, and 100 Flowers also stayed there permanently. Triss recalled that the continent should be part of the New World, and she questioned if it fell under the supervision of the Wizard Council. Levi found it strange that his ancient dragon continent remained as usual, with no one from the council coming to look for him. Triss pondered this for a moment. This was most likely the work of Senior Black Abyss. Given the character of those people in the council, they would never leave a new continent to someone like him, a loner. If he met Miss Lucy, he would probably understand. 100 Flowers agreed. She noted that apart from the Black Abyss Walker, no one else could keep the ancient dragon continent safe. Levi grew thoughtful. He decided to look for an opportunity to meet Miss Lucy and thank Senior Black Abyss. Before leaving, Triss gave Levi several 6th-ring potion formulas. She spoke with heartfelt emphasis. As a wizard's cultivation improved, one must not neglect pharmacy. After acquiring the primordial soul, the 3 arts of wizardry became even more important. Otherwise, always relying on others offered no long-term solution. 100 Flowers agreed deeply. She admitted she had not learned the 3 arts, and to this day, she could only try to make friends with pharmacists and weapon craftsmen. She was not worried, however. With Master Fire Dragon for weapon making, Levi for arrays, and Sister Triss for pharmacy, she felt secure as long as she kept them by her side forever. Triss gave her a look and told her to learn pharmacy herself, or she would never have enough money, regardless of how much she earned, just buying medicine every day. 100 Flowers laughed and promised that once she reached the 7th circle, she would take Levi as her teacher and study pharmacy seriously. Elena and Levi left together. Triss sighed, a sense of loneliness in her voice. She remarked on how nice it was for a young couple to be together, leaving her solitary and single. Still, she and Anya had managed all these years as mother and child alone, and she was used to it. Endless Sea. somewhere in the bottomless abyss. Bizarre and majestic ancient city structures stood here. This was the immersed ancient castle, the red whale ancestor witch, and the eight-armed demon which appeared. From beneath the city came a hoarse and terrifying male voice. It demanded to know the location of the demon dragon whip. The red whale ancestor witch hastily bowed his head, speaking in a mix of fear and urgency. He told the city lord that the demon dragon whip remained in the hands of Triss, the eight-armed demon which dared not remain silent. The city lord suppressed his anger and spoke. He observed that not only had they failed to obtain the demon dragon whip, but Black Shark and Black Ghost were also dead. Red Whale tried to defend himself. He claimed to have exerted all his efforts. However, they could not have foreseen that a mysterious strong person would emerge, altering the situation unexpectedly. This person, as they analyzed afterward, was suspected to be the Golden Dominator, who had made a fleeting appearance in the past years. He was a dual cultivator of body refinement and spell power, mastering multiple sect spells, leading them to underestimate his true capabilities. Silence fell over the ancient city for a moment. Then, a figure cloaked in black mist materialized, radiating the overwhelming presence of the 8th circle level. He asked if this Golden Dominator was very formidable. The city lord, who had been in seclusion for many years, had not heard of this individual. Red Whale hurriedly explained, and the city lord pondered. He found it interesting, noting he had not expected that the current wizard world would give birth to such a character. If he did not die prematurely, another grand wizard would rise on the side of the righteous wizards. Seizing the moment, Red Whale quickly added that if the lord was interested, he would definitely find a way to capture him and make up for the previous failure. The city lord decided the matter of the demon dragon whip was not urgent for now. He would let it remain with Triss, as it would not go missing. Given the current power dynamics, it was not convenient for them to make a move now. He would retrieve it himself after the blood battle began. He instructed Red Whale and Glacios to find an opportunity to bring the Golden Dominator to him. With their 7 circle powers and Glacios as assistants, dealing with a 6th circle wizard should not be a problem. Red Whale declared there was no possibility of failure. On the ancient dragon continent, after attending the thrilling birthday party of Triss, Levi continued his secluded cultivation in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The spoils of the Black Shark Devourer proved quite substantial. Levi counted over 200 million ether stones, which boosted his reserves to a landmark of 1,100,000,000. He recalled the days when he hunted dark wizards for money. The familiar feeling had returned. Now, relying on the Fire Dragon Shop and Gandalf Pharmacy, he could completely cover his normal cultivation expenses. However, purchasing valuable items at an auction would require dipping into his own savings. Moreover, among the spoils taken from Black Shark was his sole artifact, known as the Black Shark Scissors, of decent quality. But Levi felt it lacked the utility of the crucible from the deceitful poison witch. After taking inventory, Levi found the sole artifacts in his possession included the Fey Meng Astrolabe, Viper's Kiss, Heart of Demon Beast, Thousand Poison Realm, Sky Sea Blade, Meteor Wand, Sea King Armor, and Black Shark Scissors. He decided to use the Astrolabe, Thousand Poison Realm, and Heart of Demon Beast for himself. He would use the Sea King Armor to aid Gandalf in advancing to purple scale armor, and the rest would be refined by the Holy Infant, and then sold to support the household. After reaching the Primordial Soul, wealth was quickly spent, so he needed to cut costs and find new sources of income. The remaining spoils were mostly rank 5 and level 6 upper-level materials, which were also quite valuable. Additionally, there were 3 Ocean Faction Primordial Soul spells, the Netherworld Water Prison, 1000 Merfolk Jumping Water, and Merfolk Clothing Technique. Levi had experienced the power of the 1000 Merfolk Jumping Water, which he found only mediocre, as he had easily broken it using golden gravity. Of the other 2, the Merfolk Clothing Technique was a general defensive spell. The Netherworld Water Prison was excellent, creating an enemy trapping barrier, and then drowning the enemy in black water that could absorb spell power and physical energy, making it worth learning. Chapter 1722. Time flies. 4 years later, in the year 1400 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning, as the planar convergence deepened, the human realm experienced constant changes. In the Outer Sea region, more and more new lands emerged. Most of these continents were controlled by the Wizard Council. Some, like the ancient Dragon continent, were coveted by significant figures and claimed as their own. The wizard world would eventually have to return to the human realm, and the significant figures had started to lay out their plans in advance. The Eye of Sauron showed the size of Nora world had visibly grown since the Great Convergence. The Endless Sea, the Star Tower, like a pillar of heaven, towered into the clouds. Various buildings and wizard towers orbited it, like stars surrounding the moon. As the highest symbol of the ocean school of thought, all major administrative and law enforcement departments were concentrated here, working together. The judicial institutions of the Star Tower were intricately divided, mainly into 3 parts. These were the Law Enforcement Department, the Surveillance Department, and the Wizard Tribunal. The Law Enforcement Department was responsible for apprehending criminals and gathering evidence, the Surveillance Department for overseeing the Law Enforcement Department and initiating prosecutions, and finally, the Wizard Tribunal centrally adjudicated and sentenced. On this day, high in the Star Tower, within the office of the Law Enforcement Department, the electric eel wizard sat with his legs propped up on the desk, reviewing documents. Beside him, his secretary with fifth circle strength stood, her figure voluptuous, her face flushed and sweaty, in her black silk uniform. She breathed shallowly, her body still humming from the exertion of her recent tasks. The electric eel wizard recalled something. By the way, check the expiration date for the Fire Dragon shop license. The secretary flashed a polite smile. Of course. The corner of the electric eel wizard's mouth curved into a smile as he reached out, pulling the secretary toward him, and chuckled. You have not recovered yet. The secretary coyly snorted and left the office, twisting her waist. She feigned exhaustion from her work, though she felt nothing. She despised having to play along with these powerful figures. It was exhausting. Soon, with the search results, the secretary smiled and said, Lord, the Fire Dragon shop has 10 years left on its license. Should I remind the person in charge to renew it at the relevant department? The electric eel wizard waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave. In the wizard world, opening shops for wizard tools, medicines, and various other commercial enterprises had two modes. One was private stalls in various marketplaces, generally unregulated and overlooked by the Wizard Council. The other was for large stores, which required a business license. They could operate only after verifying the appropriate qualifications. The license was not permanent. It expired every 100 years, and a certain amount of ether stone had to be paid for renewal. If a shop or its person in charge committed illegal acts, the license could be revoked. The person in charge of business registrations, the electric eel wizard muttered, must be the Sixth Circle Perfect Wizard from the Hurricane Tower family, Gale Messenger Kulo. I should bring him gifts and pay a visit. He squinted, his mind turning over the possibilities. A few years ago, a recording from the Schubert family showed the Master Fire Dragon repelling the Green Light Walker. Currently, resolving the matter of the Master Fire Dragon through assassination proved difficult. After all, even mid-stage level 6 alien races were being chased and attacked by him. Even he could not confidently claim victory over the Master Fire Dragon. To deal with the Master Fire Dragon safely, one would need to hire an assassin with at least 7th circle strength. Apart from the terrifying organizations like the Mysterious Organization, which normal 7th circle wizard would risk doing such dangerous work. They were high above, why would they not earn money in safer ways? The Letney family, being righteous wizards, could not personally enter the fray, as many primordial soul wizards from their family were serving in the Star Tower. If they failed to defeat the Master Fire Dragon, and it was recorded, then spread widely in the wizard world, their family's public image would collapse. Even the significant figures of the Central Realm, considering their own interests, might not necessarily protect the Letney family. In Azer Continent, in number 1 Witch City, the Fire Dragon shop had become the second highest grossing wizard tool shop in Zone 1 of the Inner Sea region. Sales climbed steadily. Every so often, the Fire Dragon shop would hold promotional events, selling at a loss to shout for attention, striving to expand its influence as far as it could across the entire Endless Sea. With the Endless Sea as a springboard, the shop aimed to leverage the entire wizard world. In the exclusive weapon refinement room of the Fire Dragon shop, the Holy Infant was still busy. Today, the Holy Infant 4 treasures, which were the Crimson Dragon Ring, the Extreme Fire Wheel, the Red Infant Sword, and the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, had all become 6th circle magical artifacts. Among them, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella and the Red Infant Secret Sword were top quality, while the other two were relatively ordinary. Regarding the Fiery Flame Iron Armor, it was already a level 6 treasure, and did not need upgrading. The upgraded Extreme Fire Wheel, besides possessing the ability of void travel, could also, by spinning, release multiple fiery rings to attack enemies, truly an authentic wind fire wheel. Over these years, the Holy Infant had significantly improved his weapon-making proficiency. In his hands appeared an Amethyst Light Sword, precisely the Amethyst Light Sword. The Holy Infant took a small piece of level 6 purple crystal. Secret swords as wizard tools did not use up much material. However, their functionality was singular, focusing on attack, with other features relatively lacking. The only 6th circle magical artifact the original persona had asked the Holy Infant to refine was this Amethyst Light Sword. Among the other often used 5th circle top-grade wizard tools, the Fire Ouroboros only required its void travel feature, and other functions were generally of no great importance. With the original persona's strength, there was no need to spend so many resources and time to upgrade it to a 6th circle. Chapter 1723. The Book of the Undead. I plan to personally go to hell to refine it. Gargamel's Book of Seals. I have no use for it, so I bestowed it upon Melina, the manager of the Giant Beast Paradise, to facilitate their capture of transcendent creatures for their work. Moreover, given the knowledge of the Holy Infant on sealing arts, it is difficult to promote it. Once Levi has studied Eternal Star Abyss, perhaps he could grasp the knowledge of the sealing arts. At that time, promoting the Book of Seals would be much easier in return. The Bell of 1,000 Winds, I barely use it. There is no need for promotion. It is now the treasure of the Tower of Dawn's exchange store. The other 5th circle top-grade wizard tools are each properly arranged with no waste. Compared to promoting a 5th circle wizard tool to a 6th circle, it is quicker and more economical to modify someone else's soul artifact. Just to promote his own 4 wizard tools, the Holy Infant has spent over 100 million in addition to the resources stockpiled by the organization to purchase related materials. Holy Infant waved his hand. 13 scarlet scales flew out and landed in front of Aku. Refine it. After Aku swallowed them, He spat them out and shook his head. Goo goo. Holy Infant furrowed his brows. It is impossible to refine. The quality of this blood scale is even higher than I imagined. This blood scale was obtained after I defeated the incarnation of the venerable blood scales summoned by the Blood Demon Tower Master. Back when I was in the 5th Circle Realm, I set it aside, because I could not refine it. Unexpectedly, now that I am in the 6th Circle Realm, I still cannot refine it. This venerable blood scales seems to be of a level 8 or higher existence. Having no choice, the Holy Infant had to settle for other level 6 materials instead. After refining the Amethyst Light Sword, there is also Gondifa's wizard tool, and the orders from a few 6th Circle wizards. Life in this world is busy, busy, busy. Ancient Dragon Continent. Emperor's Palace. Upon ascending to Primordial Soul, Levi felt much less urgency. Nowadays, life is a bit more leisurely than before becoming a Primordial Soul. Just like 100 Flowers, Triss, and the others, he too set aside one day every month, either to sleep, read, or enjoy nature. A balance of work and rest is the true path. If too tense, it is hard to sustain. Of course, over these 4 years, he has not slackened in his cultivation. Without meditation supplementary potions, 4 years of meditation increased his spiritual force by about 30 points. This made Levi realize that post-primordial soul, advancing bravely, and making significant progress is indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven. With his talent and the proficiency panel that rewarded effort proportionally, on average, he could only increase about 8 points of spiritual force per year, and it would take at least 300 years to reach 6th Circle perfection. For others, it would undeniably be even harder. No wonder even 100 Flowers, a 3-century-old primordial soul, is now nearly 600 years old and still at 6th ring senior without reaching perfection. Post-primordial soul, each step forward is a major challenge. Of course, Levi has not yet used any meditation supplementary potions. If he had consistent and stable support from potions, he should be able to ensure an increase of about 10 points each year. Moreover, if he could acquire rare items like soul stones and truth oddities, it would also help boost his spirit. Speaking of which, the batch of soul artifacts previously seized can also enhance a bit. Thinking like this, Levi felt it was not so difficult any longer. This year's last day is 100 Flowers' 600th birthday. These 4 years, Levi naturally did not dare to idle. He personally took to the field to refine wizard tools for 100 Flowers. Now the embryonic form is complete, lacking only one material to finish. That material is the level 6 water element dragon eye. He does not have this item, and even after inquiring in the wizard world, he has yet to acquire it. It is time to start hunting the black beast, aiming to finish the ring before 100 Flowers' birthday. If not possible, then I will request to postpone for a while from 100 Flowers, waiting to give her a grand gift on her 666th birthday, which also has a nice symbolic meaning. From what Levi observes of 100 Flowers' usual demeanor, she seems not very concerned about whether or not he can give her a gift. But Levi, being a man of his word, naturally cannot forget. Moreover, even if Levi is straightforward, he knows women often say one thing but mean another. 3 days later, Levi harvested the mature 9-leaf blood flowers from the medicinal garden. This hunt for the black beast is not just to prepare a gift for 100 Flowers. It is also to provide food for the 2 gluttons, a long and dragon ant. At the same time, if he could see an appropriate dragon king whale, he could use a crimson contract to tame it and then slowly purify it for his own bloodline essence refinement. Cultivation after the 6th Circle wizard is challenging, and the knight's path is not any easier. His cultivation of the bloodline breathing technique has hit a bottleneck except with the Crimson Emperor Dragon and the Scarlet Dragon. If waiting for Dragon Palace members to ascend, it would take an eternity. Therefore, it is better to find a way to attract more dragon talents to see the light and join the Dragon Palace. After successfully controlling Diabo, Levi made him contract an elemental spirit contract. This way, he has freed another crimson contract slot. With a total of 3 empty slots, he is set to make a good harvest. Once the spy from Schubert's family completes his mission, another slot will be freed. The Land of Darkness is immensely dangerous. Chapter 1724. These are the planes drawn here by Nora. Some are very close to Nora, others farther away, with no discernible pattern. These planes vanish upon approaching Nora's surface like moths to a flame, becoming part of it. On his shoulder, the form of little Leon appeared, holding a light disc in his chubby hand. Leon held it up for Levi to inspect. Master, the memory fragments of the black which have been recorded. Levi tucked the disc away for inspection later. He stroked Leon's fur and said, "Next, you can have a big feast." After reaching level 6, Leon's appetite skyrocketed. Rank 5 souls were mere snacks now, while level 6 served as the main course. After devouring a level 6 soul, he required little time to digest it. Levi struggled to imagine how many level 6 souls this fellow needed to consume to advance to level 7. Leon tugged at his sleeve. "Master, I want to fight alongside you." "All right, but do not stray too far from me," Levi replied. Leon nodded obediently. Black beasts generally did not appear near the Land of Darkness around Nora, as this area was regularly cleared by the Wizard Council, making it a relatively safe zone. Levi rode the slightly battered Fei Meng astrolabe, transforming into a streak of light as he traveled through the darkness. Even a broken astrolabe offered far greater speed than body flight. The land of darkness was boundless. Levi could not always use the Crimson Dimension to travel, as that would prove too draining and interfere with regular cultivation. The 6-ring protection array of the astrolabe remained intact. With the barrier engaged, Levi sat inside and cultivated while traveling, safe from harm. 3 months later, Levi looked back and caught a glimpse of Nora, though it appeared much smaller. I wonder how far I have flown, Levi thought. According to 100 Flowers, one can see the light of Nora even from the panda world. It was Levi's first journey away from Nora, and on the whole, he found it quite novel. Along the way, occasional black beasts attacked him, all of which were killed by Leon as food for his companion. During the trip, they encountered a level 6 early-stage black beast lord. Interested in testing Leon's strength, Levi let him handle it alone. After a tough battle, Leon enjoyed his first meal of a level 6 soul on this trip. For now, Leon's strength lay mainly in confronting souls, true souls, and the like. In other aspects, his combat power remained fairly standard. Levi crossed paths with no other wizard travelers during the journey. In the infinite darkness, solitude remained the main theme. Levi felt content. He had grown accustomed to solitude long ago. He suddenly thought of 100 Flowers with her lively and cheerful disposition, traveling through plains for nearly a century. Poor girl. Most of the time, Leon lay atop the astrolabe, sleeping. Levi adjusted his position. Right now, the speed of the astrolabe is still too slow. On the way back, I will try to see how effective the sky dragon breathing technique, Traveling the Void, is. Traveling the Void. According to the skill description, it was designed for long-distance plane travel. Days later, a fragment of a shattered plane floated in the void, emanating an intermittent sense of danger. Levi sensed a high probability of a black beast lord nearby. Generally speaking, where a lord existed, a black beast colony followed. Levi nodded to himself. This will do. With plane remnants as cover, my movements are more concealed, making it harder to be spotted by passing travelers. Levi added ether stones to the astrolabe, switched on acceleration and concealment, and vanished without a trace. In the land of darkness, distances that seemed close could still require time to travel. The next day, Levi stowed away the Fei Meng astrolabe and landed on a large plane remnant about 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Black beasts like to hibernate on meteorites or plane remnants. Levi took out a handful of 9-leaf blood datira, crushing them into a fine powder. He chanted, "Wind, come forth." In the land of darkness, home to many planes, there was also wind elemental power, known as boundless wind, coming from the void and returning to it. Some winds were so powerful that even primordial soul wizards avoided them. According to academic research, the wind disaster, one of the 3 disasters of the endless sea, might originate from the land of darkness. With a wave of his sleeve, a wild wind carried the powdery substance bearing anomalies into the path of the boundless wind, the set spreading throughout the land of darkness. Levi straightened his posture. Next, it is just a matter of waiting patiently, hoping for a good harvest. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, over 1 month passed. Particles of the 9-leaf blood datira powder permeated this dark ruin. Roar. A dual-headed, 4-winged giant tiger emerged from a corner of one of the plane remnants, its strength close to peak level 5. A group of giant rats as large as elephants emerged from their hiding places, their greedy red eyes fixed on the source of the scent. Scenes like this unfolded on a large scale in this area. As time went on, the scent carried further by the boundless wind attracted more and more black beasts. Inside one unremarkable plane remnant was a green palace. Within the palace, a powerful alien in a green robe opened his eyes. Green electric snakes writhed around him, eerily, with even his hair appearing green. This person was the Green Light Walker who, years before, had set out to assassinate the Master Fire Dragon, a level 6 mid-stage alien, a walker of the Council of 10,000 Clans. He roamed the land of darkness near Nora, always ready to penetrate Nora and assassinate enemies. His brow furrowed. He muttered to himself, "What is going on? Why have these black beasts suddenly become agitated?" This place was his refuge, and he knew it better than anyone else. Chapter 1725. The Green Light Walker paused. A strange ripple disturbed the air. Perhaps an enforcer from the Wizard Council arrived to capture him. No, that felt impossible. He had already shaken off the pursuit. He could not determine the cause. He transformed into a streak of green lightning and slid inside the body of a black beast resembling an old rat. He intended to investigate. Several days passed. The Green Light Walker arrived at the edge of a plane remnant with a diameter of 1,000 miles. Low-level black beasts of various kinds covered the mountains and fields. In the center of the remnants, at the peak of the mountain, a bare-chested figure held a giant halberd. He worked like a meat grinder, slicing every surging black beast in two. A blood-red medicinal herb floated above his head, emitting a strange fragrance. The Green Light Walker understood the situation. This person lured and hunted black beasts in the land of darkness. He possessed incredible boldness. If he attracted a powerful black beast lord, he would seek his own death. Even a strong level 6 mid-stage warrior, like the Green Light Walker, avoided black beasts in the land of darkness. Too many of these creatures existed. They could never be killed off. Their entire bodies filled with the corrosive power of darkness. Killing them brought little reward. The bigwigs of the Council of 10,000 Clans had already started creating standardized wizard tools and rare treasures from the materials of black beasts for their members, However, long-term use adversely affected one's mind and will. Members of relatively high status like the Green Light Walker disdained their use. The man must be a body-refining wizard from the wizard world. The figure seemed strangely familiar. He quietly captured an image, then traveled to a quiet place and chanted an incantation. In the void, the figure of an ancient snake with many sounds appeared. What do you want? The snake envoy scowled. The last time the Green Light Walker failed to assassinate Master Fire Dragon, it made the envoy question his own life. What kind of subordinates had the organization arranged for him? This group achieved a record of complete losses. They could not kill Master Fire Dragon, nor could they kill Gondif. Now, both men had ascended to their primordial souls. Killing them would be much more difficult. As a result, the organization temporarily gave up on making a move against these two. Everything would wait until the years of great turmoil after the blood battle began before settling scores. The Green Light Walker showed the Snake Envoy the image. The Snake Envoy's expression shifted. This man is the Golden Dominator. Where did you encounter him? With your strength, you might not be his match. Do not act rashly and throw your life away for nothing. The Green Light Walker replied. No wonder he is the renowned Golden Dominator, the wizard who made Victor self-destruct his demon body to escape. He hunts black beasts in my usual territory, and has not discovered my presence yet. The Snake Envoy pondered. Hunting black beasts. He uses 9-leaf blood datura, which is extremely precious, and a specialty of the purple crystal world. How did he get it? The Green Light Walker shrugged. I am not sure. Lord, is the Golden Dominator on the organization's reward list? What are the rewards for killing him? The Snake Envoy answered. The organization has just listed this person on the kill list. By submitting his head, you can receive a level 7 treasure bestowed by the organization. The Green Light Walker's heart stirred. The head of the Golden Dominator is actually worth a level 7 treasure. Even the organization's standardized treasures are incredibly impressive. The Council of 10,000 Clans has 2 lists, the killing list and the kill list. Each list is divided into different levels. The killing list generally includes those who have a significant impact on the Council of 10,000 Clans, or those who could quickly rise and become threats, like Master Fire Dragon. At Master Fire Dragon's 5-ring period, killing him would reward one with a level 6 treasure. Now that he has reached 6 circles, killing him would yield a level 7 treasure, and the exceptional appointment of an emissary position, with corresponding privileges. This was a rich reward for the walkers. The rewards for the kill list are secondary. The Snake Envoy noticed the Green Light Walker's temptation. What, are you thinking of making a move? The Green Light Walker shared his plan. Upon hearing it, the Snake Envoy laughed. That is also a plan, but still, be very careful. The Snake Envoy's projection dispersed. Above, terrifying roars of beasts echoed. A giant elephant towered like a mountain, hundreds of meters tall, covered in heavy metallic armor with sharp spikes. Golden armored giant elephant, a formidable being among the early level 6, with immense power and impervious to sword and spear. This fellow has also arrived. As a regular resident of the area, the Green Light Walker knew it well. Golden armored giant elephant. Even he preferred not to provoke it. It was a rare metal-based life form, with nearly no weaknesses. Just the golden armored giant elephant alone is not enough to deal with the Golden Dominator. In that case, I will bring you another big surprise. The Green Light Walker revealed a cruel smile. While roaming this region, he had seen a level 6 mid-stage sub-dragon, named the Snake King Dragon. It was a mile long and coiled on a floating mountain in the void, preying on unlucky passers-by. He had fought with the Snake King Dragon once and had fled, defeated. Tisk, 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 Golden Dominator, I hope you will appreciate this big gift I have for you. On the plain remnants, more and more black beasts gathered. Levi waved a hand and commanded 1,000 members of the Black Shadow Army to emerge. Like pitiless killing machines, they harvested the lives of the black beasts. Chapter 1726. It is worth mentioning the talent of Levi regarding his Shadow Dragon group. After reaching the 6th circle, his upper limit reached 3,000. Now stood as a great opportunity to replenish his forces. 3,000 warriors from the Black Shadow Army, even though they were all level 4, formed a combat array that was astonishingly powerful. There were plenty of elite level 5 shadows within it. If Levi used the Red Emperor Domain, or the Fire Dragon Tribulation, to kill the black beasts, he would achieve the highest efficiency. Doing so would reduce the black beasts to ash, completely wasting their corpses. Therefore, he chose to use cold weapons. He attacked flesh to flesh, killing the black beasts while simultaneously honing his combat skills. Currently, among the Barbarian King battle techniques he had learned, he had cultivated the Lion King battle technique to the perfection realm. He achieved a level that even its creator could not surpass in his lifetime. He was only short of reaching the 7th floor for the Warlord Catalog and the Eagle Divine Scripture. He had long struggled to comprehend the sacrifice oneself for righteousness from the Warlord Catalog, always falling just a bit short. The rock ascends to the 9th heaven from the Eagle Divine Scripture, however, was close to breaking through. Roar, a thunderous roar, like that of an elephant, jolted the spirit of Levi. The Black Beast Lord has arrived. In the distance, a streak of golden light, like a meteor, rushed forward. Boom. Along its path, all black beasts turned to dust. The ground shook and the void trembled. The golden light dissipated, revealing a mountainous giant elephant before him. It fixed a ferocious gaze on Levi. Its trunk spat out a beam. A sword energy, condensed from the power of the metal element, burst forth, crossing dozens of miles to reach Levi. Levi ordered the Black Shadow army to slaughter the low-level black beasts. He soared into the sky, shattering the sword energy with a golden palm strike, and chuckled. Do black beasts practice the flying secret sword flow these days? A fine white line appeared on his palm, and fresh blood seeped out. Not bad power. I will take that skin of yours. Bang. Levi stepped into the void. The air roared. He grasped his trident, instantly arriving in front of the golden armored giant elephant. Boom. The elephant trunk, like a 9-section whip, collided with the trident of Levi. The shockwave spread, causing slight movements in the plain remnants underfoot. The trunk, spewing blood, lost a section. Only then did the golden armored giant elephant realize the strength of its opponent. It roared, spinning its trunk. The power of the golden element within a 10-mile radius sucked into its trunk. Bang, bang, bang. A series of golden sword energy, like a fierce storm, attacked relentlessly. It proved impossible to evade. Levi swung his trident in a circle, golden dragon soaring sky. He smashed the sword energies, moving against the current, his whole being like a Shaolin copper man. Boom. His fist collided with the elephant trunk. The bones inside the trunk shattered inch by inch. Levi smashed them directly into the elephant forehead. His trident slashed horizontally. The Red Emperor Dragon domain unfolded. The elephant runes flashed, and immense power burst forth. The aura of the moon drew into his body. Thunder half-moon, slash. In the darkness of the land of darkness, Levi felt the power of this thunder half-moon seemed stronger than in the plain. Crack. After one strike with the trident, half of the golden armored giant elephant head lay chopped off. At the critical moment, it protected its vital parts with its large ears, like shields. Just as Levi prepared to press his attack, a sudden sense of danger alerted him. Boom. Golden rock armor layered his body. A turtle shell barrier emerged. A fierce green lightning bolt struck from the void. 2 layers of defense barely blocked the lightning. The remaining shockwaves blasted Levi into the mountain, causing rocks to tremble and dust to fly. Hiss. Accompanied by a hoarse roar, a supergiant snake, a kilometer in length, came through the air. It smelled the scent and headed straight for Levi. Boom. From within the mountain, a golden bright figure emerged. Levi looked solemnly at the kilometer-long snake. Snake King Dragon. It was an extremely powerful earth element sub-dragon species, because its bloodline originated from one of the top legendary creatures, the Snake Emperor Dragon. This Snake King Dragon before him had already reached the mid-stage of level 6. Levi felt its aura proved even stronger than that of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. It is perfect for a contract. My Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique secret medicine solution is halfway achieved. Seeing Levi, the Snake Emperor Dragon stopped chasing the green light walker, and broke through the air toward him. At the same time, the injured golden armored giant elephant also attacked again, fury filling the sky. 2 immensely powerful black beast lords, one of them at the mid-stage of level 6, were formidable opponents. Even a 6-ring veteran wizard would flee from them on sight. The Snake King Dragon long tail swept across, aiming at Levi, crushing mountains and barriers in its path like a demolishing force. Levi swung his trident, shattering the Snake King Dragon rock armor. It revealed the scales underneath, slightly injuring it. Such strong defense. Boom, boom. He, like a human-shaped ferocious beast, wrapped his trident with golden gravity, cutting through the air. A battle between 1 man and 2 beasts proved earth-shattering. Those low-level black beasts that entered the battlefield shattered instantly. In the distance, a giant rat eyes shone green. The green light walker thought in shock. This golden dominator is stronger than I expected. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to strike. Otherwise, once the golden dominator dealt with the Snake King Dragon and the golden armored giant elephant, it would be difficult for him to kill the opponent. Boom. A gorgeous green lightning bolt tore through the darkness, striking directly at the back of Levi. Die. The green light walker sneered. Now, the golden dominator stood surrounded and besieged by him and the Snake King Dragon, both mid-stage level 6 powerhouses, along with the golden armored giant elephant. Chapter 1727. This battle had to succeed. If the target escaped and sounded the alarm, a second attempt would prove nearly impossible. The wind disaster pearl appeared. An undying wind armor encased his body. A thunderous boom shook the air. The armor trembled, shattered, and the green thunder vanished without a trace. The green light walker sneered, his eyes locking onto the prize. He claimed the treasure as his own. He swept his hands, and round after round of green thunder fell like artillery shells. They rained from the sky, blotting out the sun and turning the battlefield into an inferno. Green light bathed the land of darkness. Then, a wave of 9-colored divine light expanded. It shoved the green glow aside, illuminating the heavens. Within that radiance, a pair of giant dragon wings shaded the sun. 9 swaying dragon heads appeared, possessing unparalleled majesty. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon had arrived. The dragon wings swept the Snake King Dragon and the golden armored giant elephant away. Behind the beast, an emperor stood. A ghostly figure radiated amethyst light. He gripped the emperor's sword while standing upon the chariot. Levi chuckled. He wondered why the green thunder seemed so familiar. It was the assassin from the mysterious organization, the same shadow who had initially attacked the Holy Infant. Levi realized the organization had tracked him all the way to the land of darkness. He needed to remain cautious during future plane travels. In truth, he had been the one to venture into someone else's home. The green light walker froze as the wizard form manifested. He was not a wizard, yet he dealt with wizard masters often, and had even killed a primordial soul wizard. He had encountered countless forms in his time, but this one, emitting strange anomalies, stood apart from anything he had ever witnessed. Now, with no choice but to proceed, his body swelled immensely. He turned into a green giant made of lightning. He pounded his chest like war drums, sending out waves of green thunder. 2 more black beast lords flew toward them from the distance. The scent of Levi's 9-leaf blood datura had drawn them. One was a red flame giant mink resembling a ferret, 200 meters long. It radiated intense heat, and its eyes shot flame rays as it targeted Levi. The other was a blue lobster, nearly 300 meters in length. It possessed 4 spotlight eyes and wore an impenetrable shell. Its head resembled a dragon more than a crustacean. Levi felt a spark of excitement. Another subdragon appeared. This was the 4-eyed shrimp dragon. Its appearance deceived the eye, for it was truly a subdragon. It stood entirely apart from the giant lobster Pixar he had captured in the dark ancient tower. Levi smiled. The water and earth element subdragons had arrived at once. This trip would not be a waste. The 9-headed emperor dragon dragged the chariot forward, charging toward the green giant. A powerful collision sent the green giant flying. He vomited green blood, but he did not panic. He burst into laughter. He claimed heaven aided him, noting the presence of 4 black beast lords, including 2 subdragons, effectively clipping Levi's wings. Facing multiple adversaries after reaching level 6 proved difficult for even the greatest geniuses. Now, 5 level 6 entities laid siege to the Golden Dominator. The advantage rested with the attackers. The walker only needed to hold the Golden Dominator in place, while the black beast lords tore him to pieces. It was a classic case of playing with fire. Levi remained calm. He activated his Didi-fighting skill. Space tore open. His fairyland descended. A host of powerful level 6 allies appeared. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, the Blood-sucking Demon Dragon, and the Black Lotus Beast all emerged. Levi knew Mana and Martha would hold their own. He did not need to intervene there. The proud smile on the green light walker's face froze. He stared in horror. The Black Lotus Beast looked familiar. He wondered if it came from the dark ancient tower. He wavered, but the sight of the blood-sucking demon dragon, which also originated from that same tower, shattered his confidence. Fear consumed him as he realized the truth. He pointed a trembling finger at Levi. He identified him as the 3-headed dragon abomination. Levi smirked. He confirmed the man's suspicion and ordered his death. Without further instruction, the level 6 mid-stage Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant charged at the Snake King Dragon. Its overwhelming battle spirit drove it to fight the Dragon Clan. The Black Lotus Beast targeted the golden armored giant elephant. Given its strength, finishing off the injured beast presented no problem. The blood-sucking demon dragon spread its wings. Blood-red lightning chains lashed out, battling the red flame giant mink. The white head of the 9-headed emperor dragon roared, thunder shaking the sky. Below, mountain peaks erupted from the ground, transforming into 4 mountain spirit weapons of distinct shapes. 2 spirit weapons surrounded the 4-eyed shrimp dragon, while the other 2 assisted the Heaven Crystal Dragon and in subduing the Snake King Dragon. Levi intended to capture these 2 subdragons for a contract. In an instant, he intercepted all 4 black beast lords. He turned his full attention to the Green Light Walker. The Green Light Walker stood dumbfounded. He had expected to fight a lone wolf, but he had stumbled into a wolf pack. Levi had refrained from using these generals in the wizard world to protect his identity. Here, in the land of darkness, no such fears restrained him. If they could fight as a group, battling alone served no purpose. The Emperor Dragon bit into the limbs of the green giant, its neck coiling tightly to render the foe immobile. The Emperor on the chariot hacked wildly with his longsword. The fusion of the primordial soul and wizard form allowed for an overwhelming display of power. From the moment Levi grew serious, the level 6 mid-stage powerhouse suffered total suppression, left without any hope of retaliation. The Holy Infant proved talented and strong, yet clearly inferior to the original. The Green Light Walker struggled desperately. His body erupted with green thunder, as he sought to perish alongside the 9-headed Emperor Dragon. A white chaos shield appeared in the Emperor's hand. The shield crushed the lightning, smashing directly into the face of the green giant. Green blood splattered everywhere. Torrents of fire dragons erupted, engulfing the giant. Once the blaze faded, the surface of the green giant's body charred black. The feeble voice of the Green Light Walker chuckled coldly. He claimed that even if he died, the wizard world would accompany him in the Panplane Great Tribulation. Levi surged the power of the Scarlet Dragon into the Green Light Walker's body, attempting a contract to extract information about the mysterious organization. A strong resistance fought against the Scarlet Dragon's power. The Walker cried out that they would die together. Thousands of green lights burst from inside the green giant. A shocking explosion swept across a 10-mile radius, blasting all black beasts into nothingness. A terrifying pit scarred the ground, with green thunder clinging to it, gradually extinguishing. As the dust settled, the scarred yet unyielding 9-headed Emperor Dragon stood in the pit. Inside the Emperor's body, Levi remained unharmed. The bewildered soul of the Green Light Walker attempted to escape toward the void, but a thread of silk entangled it. Leon packaged the soul. Levi commanded Leon to record the memory fragments onto a disk upon their return, for he needed to review them. Chapter 1728. These past years, the mysterious organization repeatedly attempted to assassinate the Holy Infant and Gonduf. Levi reached the limits of his patience. He might not be able to shake its foundation, or play chess with the true powers behind the scenes, but he had to find a way to cause them trouble, to make them suffer. Now that he had advanced to the primordial soul, within this multidimensional plane, he possessed the power to protect himself. He did not need to overly constrain himself. In the future, as long as his strength permitted, he would take revenge without delay. Otherwise, the regrets of the wild-boar knight might play out once again. After dealing with the green light walker, Levi looked towards the other battlefields. The Black Lotus beast had already twisted off the head of the golden armored giant elephant, but on its mountain-like body, hideous traces of sword chi cuts exposed flesh and bone. The ferocity of the golden armored giant elephant was evident. There was no need to capture the giant elephant alive. Killing it was enough. The Black Lotus beast, having dealt with the giant elephant, still felt eager for more. It wanted to take on the Snake King dragon. Levi stopped it. "You go back to the ancient Banyan fairyland to heal," Levi said, waving a hand. The power of the Death Ember Dragon emerged. It healed the external injuries of the Black Lotus beast and stopped the bleeding. A warmth bloomed in the Black Lotus beast's heart. "Thank you, Lord Dragon King, for your concern," it rumbled. What kind of organization leader, like Levi, would personally stop bleeding and heal injuries for their members, he wondered. Seeing the Black Lotus beast return home, Levi murmured to himself, "From now on, it is better to keep the sub-dragons from participating in battle. It always feels somewhat heartbreaking." The most intense battle occurred between the Snake King dragon and the dragon ant. The Snake King dragon, immensely strong and covered in heavy stone armor, summoned meteorites, earthquakes, and mountain collapses. Attacks resembled natural disasters. Like a world-ending giant beast, the newly elevated dragon ant struggled to find a foothold. Fortunately, with the aid of 2 mountain spirit weapons, they suppressed the Snake King dragon. They crushed its heavy armor and bit towards its most vulnerable spot. The Snake King dragon, unwilling to show weakness, swayed its tail and blasted the dragon ant away. The spirit weapons, covered in cracks, clearly could not hold on much longer. Levi, intending to train the dragon ant, did not lend a hand. He turned and headed towards the battlefield of the four-eyed shrimp dragon. 2 spiritual weapons stood in a deadlock with the creature. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Levi stepped forward. He arrived with a force that shook the ground. He landed on the head of the four-eyed shrimp dragon. His fists, as big as sandbags, fell with a surrounding aura of golden light and swirling red flames. Against such earth-type mixed blood dragon clans, no need for words. Just cripple them directly and use crimson enslavement. Ordinary dragon's might could not subdue them. Bang, bang, bang. 3 earth-shattering impacts echoed across the land of darkness. The 2 spiritual weapons aided Levi in pinning down the four-eyed lobster. He pressed it to the ground. Levi, like Wusong fighting the tiger, turned his fists into blurs. He struck directly at the brain of the lobster. Crack! The hard shell on the head of the four-eyed shrimp dragon smashed under Levi's blow. Juice splattered everywhere. For such a high-level transcendent dragon clan, such a severe injury was not deadly. The struggle of the four-eyed shrimp dragon grew weaker. Seizing this opportunity, Levi injected the power of the scarlet dragon into its body. Unlike with the green light walker, this time he easily contracted it. Thoughts of brutal submission flooded into Levi's mind. Levi waved his hand. The 2 mountain spirit weapons went to assist the blood-sucking demon dragon in subduing the red flame giant mink. Although this red flame giant mink is not from the pure-blooded dragon clan, its fur is extremely suitable for refining level 6 fire divine talismans, Levi mused. I wonder if the fur can grow back after being skinned. He decided to conduct an experiment. He would subdue the red flame giant mink, then periodically take small patches of fur. He would let the holy infant craft level 6 fire dragon tribulation god talismans. If it could grow back in the future, then the holy infant, when crafting level 6 divine talismans, would have an endless supply of material. Like harvesting leeks without end. Divine talismans rely on numbers to win, and the material consumption is tremendous. The divine talisman Dao lacks high-quality talisman crafting materials, especially those above level 6. Mink skin is the best material for crafting talismans, followed by other skins like wolf and rat. So, occupying a crimson enslavement slot with the giant mink is not a waste. Once he successfully purifies the Snake King dragon and four-eyed shrimp dragon, he can free up 2 contract slots. Besides, after purifying the red flame giant mink, he could also tame it. These black beasts are just temporarily occupying contract slots. With the 2 spiritual weapons assisting, the blood-sucking demon dragon felt overjoyed. It quickly let the spiritual weapons block damage, while it stealthily used the lightning whip. Finally, the red flame giant mink, panting heavily, lay on the ground, unable to rise again. Levi took this opportunity to contract it. With this, only the massive Snake King dragon remained uncaught. Cracks covered its body, penetrating to the marrow, causing excruciating pain. But the ferocious creature showed no fear. 2 more spiritual weapons joined the battlefield. Together with the dragon ant, they effortlessly subdued the invincible Snake King dragon. The dragon's head weakly fell to the ground, completely devoid of strength. Levi easily contracted it. Looking around, the diameter of this 1,000-mile plain was riddled with holes. Mountains had collapsed, and ravines crisscrossed. Such was the power of a level 6 battle. Levi sent the newly contracted 3 giant beasts into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Among the members of the Dragon Palace, it caused a huge uproar, especially the Snake King dragon, a kilometer long. Even now, barely alive and lying there, its ferocity deterred everyone from approaching. SSS. Such a huge, thick snake, one creature hissed. This is not just a snake. It is from the dragon clan, only it looks like a snake. So powerful. Such an entity has been subdued by Lord Dragon King. Chapter 1729. The Ant General himself took the field to handle it, a mighty commander indeed. Then there was the four-eyed shrimp dragon, peculiar in appearance, but still part of the dragon clan, drawing gasps of wonder from Mana and the others. On the head of this shrimp dragon, 4 eye sockets were clearly visible, but only 3 eyes remained. The fourth was missing without a trace. Finally, the red flame giant mink, after arriving at the ancient Banyan fairyland, shrank in size and turned into a normal little creature. It scampered onto Mana's back, assuming a docile appearance as its eyes rolled around. With the crimson enslavement temporarily suppressing its violence, the creature seemed even smarter. Mana caressed the glossy fur of the red flame mink, unable to let go. "What a cute little guy," she exclaimed. "It is a pity he has been corrupted by darkness. Can Levi purify him?" Levi smiled. "No problem," he said. "For now, the holy infant has yet to reach the 6th level of talisman making, so let us allow this fellow to enjoy himself for a while." After settling the 3 new members, Levi returned to the land of darkness to continue hunting black beasts. A blue bead appeared in his hand, and Levi smiled. "An eye of a water element sub-dragon in hand," he mused. "Speaking of which, I wonder if the shrimp dragon's eye can grow back. If so, it would be a fine chive. But let us leave it be. I, Levi, am not such a villain after all." Aside from the variable of the green light walker, everything else went smoothly. All his wishes came true. Perhaps it was the effect of the lover's rune. He hunted black beasts in this place for 3 more days, until their scent dispersed and the creatures no longer surged forward. Levi was fully satisfied. After these days of slaughter and practice, Levi's eagle divine scripture had also entered the 7th floor realm of rock ascends to the 9th heaven. With a single leap, he shot into the air like a streak of blue light, soaring straight into the 9 heavens and disappearing from sight. Accompanied by a sky-piercing, stone-shattering eagle cry, a dazzling sword chi from beyond the 9 heavens slashed across heaven and earth. Boom! The glorious might shattered the darkness. On the broken remnants of the plain, a sword chi ravine stretched for 20 miles, plowed bottomless to the eye. Levi emerged from the void, marveling. Quite the power. This move retreats in order to advance, launching a surprise attack from the void. It is unstoppable. The only concern troubling Levi was the sacrifice oneself for righteousness move from the warlord catalog. Levi cleared the battlefield and started his journey home. Now that I have experimented with the Fei Meng astrolabe on my way here, let us try traveling the void on my return, he decided. Within Levi, the sky dragon seed shone brightly. Streams of wind thunder power snaked and vanished throughout his body. A strange defensive field began to form around him. Boom! He transformed, turning into a sacred sky dragon with a dragon body and eagle claws, adorned with pure white feathers. The sky dragon flapped its wings and transformed into a bolt of white lightning, diving into the void. When Levi opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless sea of stars. According to the panel description of traveling the void, the power of the sky dragon would take Levi to a place called the Sea of Ruins. From there, he could travel through the multidimensional plane swiftly. Some powerful beings from the multidimensional plane used this method. A map emerged before Levi, seeming to come from the power of Maya, the legendary divine bird. It is said that Maya travels through planes all her life. She never ceases, never touching the ground. She has probably visited more places than the legendary wizard. On the sandy map before Levi, there were thousands of points like stars. A constantly moving green light represented his own coordinates. He sent his thoughts into the largest of the light points. Boom! In an instant, his consciousness arrived at a familiar place. Endless sea, midland continent, human realm. Majestic sights flashed by like a slideshow. Levi could hardly believe his thoughts. "Nora," he whispered. "It is actually Nora. This map, it is a map of the Sauron Plain. No, it might even be bigger than the Sauron Plain." Levi saw several plains whose sizes were not much smaller than Nora. Among them, one shone with golden light. His consciousness entered it. Boom! When he opened his eyes, he saw a supergiant tree spanning the stardust, comparable to the dark ancient tower in size. Its trunk and leaves appeared to be made of gold, dazzling divine light shining so brightly it was hard to look at directly. He quickly withdrew his consciousness, knowing where this was. The Golden Sacred Realm, the homeland of the Golden Absolutes race. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, one of the Golden Absolutes race was imprisoned. Levi had also subdued it with the Crimson Enslavement, but did not get much useful information. These beings born from the Golden Holy Tree acted with a burning loyalty to the sacred tree. They were bound by strong restrictions, making it difficult to obtain information. Therefore, Levi continued to keep it detained in the fairyland to be dealt with later. He had not expected the Golden Sacred Realm to be on this map. Next, he saw a medium-sized purple light point, which was probably the Purple Crystal World. Many of the large plains that Levi knew of could be found on this map, and all of them could be reached through traveling the void. The further the distance, the longer it would take. Ultimately, his current realm was not high enough to travel swiftly. Never mind the Golden Sacred Realm, Levi thought. Even the Purple Crystal World is not a place I can currently step into. If I went there, I would most likely be discovered by the Amethyst Saint and crushed with a flick of their finger. They are a fearsome individual who can fight gods without falling. Chapter 1730. One can preliminarily discern the number of powerhouses within by the size of the world. For instance, the Golden Sacred Realm appears larger than Nora, as it currently stands. Of course, this is because many places in Nora are folded into subdimensional portals. If all the subdimensional portals were fully restored, the volume of Nora could increase countless times. Let us go home, Levi murmured to the empty expanse of the void. In the future, when time permits, we can travel the void and visit some mid to small-sized planes not too far away. We can collect some resources and fight some monsters. It will be fun. Levi curiously surveyed this magical place as he drifted through the sea of ruins. 3 days passed. While sailing through the void, a vast shadow glided across the sky. An overwhelming presence descended like the sun itself. Levi looked up. A scene unfolded that would remain etched in his memory forever. A stretch of black land, too lengthy to be fully encompassed by his gaze, passed overhead. A resonant whale song echoed through the sea of ruins, lonely and majestic. On either side of the landmass, 2 smaller continents flapped, stirring up endless waves of the sea of ruins into the clouds. Only after the landmass had drifted far away did the realization strike him. This was not any landmass at all. It was a giant whale. On its back, a thriving nation stood, with cities laid out like stars in a sky. A profound sense of awe washed over Levi. This is the swimming dark whale, the clan emblem of the Duke's family. Such a legendary creature exists here. Levi frowned as the realization settled in. What place is this sea of ruins that harbors such beings? Legend held that the swimming dark whale was gentle and posed no significant danger, if not provoked. Yet, an encounter with such a creature could inadvertently crush him, leaving him without recourse. It must simply be passing by, Levi reasoned. Plucking up his courage, Levi continued to travel the void in the sea of ruins for another 2 days without danger. During this time, creatures of considerable strength appeared, possibly level 7 or level 8, roaming the area. These creatures did not disturb one another. They existed in the same world, yet they remained in separate dimensions. This gave Levi a measure of comfort based on his observations and analysis. The multidimensional plane must have several unique beings like the swimming dark whale and Maya, all with the ability to traverse the sea of ruins on interplane journeys. Some powerful wizards might be capable of this as well. The sea of ruins mirrored the entire multidimensional plane. Traveling through here was like crossing the stars, shrinking the distance between planes. Each traveler through the sea of ruins possessed their own exclusive dimension. These diverse voyagers could perceive one another, but could not physically interact. It remained possible, however, that a powerful being could break this barrier and attack. All in all, traveling the sea of ruins did come with certain risks. On the 10th day, Levi brought out the sand tray. The green dot representing him had almost touched the white dot representing Nora. The thrilling journey is finally coming to an end. Levi exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders. For short distance travel, I will stick to the Fei Meng astrolabe in the future. My heart cannot take much more of this. The ability to travel the void is quite useful for saving my life at crucial moments, however. It is obviously much faster than entering the Ashen World. Levi pondered the utility of this ability. He had traveled the void in the Sea of Ruins for 10 days. On the sand tray, it was merely a finger's width. He gauged the distance from Nora to the Golden Sacred Realm, and felt a wave of despair. It is too far. With my current strength, even if I travel continuously through the Sea of Ruins until I die of old age, I might never reach the Golden Sacred Realm. At this moment, Levi gained a new appreciation for the vastness of the multidimensional plane. Once he advanced further with the Sky Dragon breathing technique, his traveling speed should become much quicker. For now, the ability to journey through planes via the Sea of Ruins was 10 times faster than using the astrolabe to travel through the Land of Darkness. Just before leaving the Sea of Ruins, Levi narrowed his eyes. Far ahead, at an indeterminate distance, an ashen white skull appeared, looking much like a small asteroid. It had 6 eye sockets and a ridged forehead, but beyond that, it did not look much different from an ordinary human skull. On the skull, numerous gnaw marks stood out. The owner of this skull has died, yet it still exudes a terrifying aura, Levi thought. It feels stronger than the swimming dark whale. Could it have been a mythical creature, or perhaps a god? A skull as solid as a star, yet now scarred and riddled with insect bites. What kind of terrifying existence could be in the Sea of Ruins? Bearing these questions, Levi left the state of traveling the void. In an instant, he returned to the Land of Darkness. His mood remained unsettled for a long time. During his 10-day journey through the Sea of Ruins, he had seen too many previously unimaginable things and powerful beings. The Sea of Ruins is most likely related to the astral world. Only the main spirit world, formed by the beliefs and spirits of all living beings, could boast such a majestic and potent existence. Only the astral world could be reflected through the multidimensional plane. This allowed the Heavenly Father to establish places of worship in different regions of the multidimensional plane. After flying for a while, Levi entered Nora and returned to the ancient dragon continent. There was more than half a year remaining, more than enough time for him to craft the gift for 100 flowers. Chapter 1731. In a remote location, before a plane that was about to shatter, the snake envoy stared at the broken soul tokens. Shock etched itself onto his face as he struggled to process the sight. The green light walker is dead. How did that happen? Even if he could not defeat the golden dominator, escaping should have been no problem. It is not like he was facing a 6th circle perfection, or a 7th circle wizard. He had expected the green light walker to succeed with absolute certainty. What he had not anticipated was that the green light walker, with his familiarity with the Land of Darkness and the advantage of the right time and place, would die in a counterattack. Shattered soul tokens materialized in his hand, one after another. The Rock Dragon Wizard, number 23, Green Light Walker. From the personnel arranged by the organization, the only one left that could be used was Victor. The organization was just starting out, and talent remained scarce. Although he was a level 7 envoy, he did not have that many underlings. This Golden Dominator must also be added to the killing list. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1400. At the end of the month of winter, in the weapon refinement room, Levi had not refined anything for a long time. With the Holy Infant acting as a substitute, the results were not bad. Spell runes and restrictions etched themselves into the air, one by one. Amidst brilliant light, a ring set with a blue gemstone took shape within the blazing fire. Levi sighed, sweat dripping from his forehead as he wiped his brow. Phew. I finally finished it the day before 100 Flowers' birthday. A 6th ring masterpiece magical artifact. Not bad. It is not worse than what 100 Flowers gave me. It is just a pity that I could not refine a top grade one. Even with 10 guaranteed chances of perfect quality, it is too late now. I will refine something for 100 Flowers once my weapon making skills improve further. He pocketed the ring and flew toward Flower Hall. Upon arrival, the house stood empty. Levi sent a message to her. He learned that 100 Flowers had gone to the Endless Sea to celebrate her birthday with Triss, as she did not want to disturb Levi while he was busy with his cultivation retreat. This really is bad timing. It is also my fault for always refusing when 100 Flowers invites me out to play. Levi rubbed his temples. If a birthday gift arrived late, it would lose its charm. Even as a primordial soul wizard, he could not be sure he would reach the cabin of Triss before dawn. He sent a message to 100 Flowers asking her to meet him at the Fire Dragon shop. In this way, the timing might work out. Giving 100 Flowers the birthday gift in front of Triss felt awkward. The last time it was the birthday of Triss, he simply gave her a bag of saint fruit, while he was giving 100 Flowers a 6th ring masterpiece ring. It made it seem like he did not value his teacher as much. Cultivation really is much simpler. Endless Sea. The cabin of Triss. 100 Flowers, Triss, and the cat witch held a small birthday celebration. The three of them maintained a relatively good relationship and often stayed in touch. With the lively and cheerful personality of the cat witch, even 100 Flowers could not compare. Since the accident during the last birthday event at the place of Triss, everyone exercised caution when celebrating birthdays. They did not fear their inability to beat the enemy, but they did not want to attract trouble. The Red Whale ancestral witch and those from the immersed ancient castle harbored resentment and sought revenge. Levi's message chimed. 100 Flowers froze, then stood up, smoothing her dress. I need to leave for a bit, to the inner circle area. Triss set her glass down, brow furrowed. Do you have some urgent matter? Today is your birthday, after all. I am not sure. Levi asked me to go there. It might be a mission. Triss laughed softly, waving a hand in dismissal. That cultivation maniac. Seriously, he cannot even relax on your birthday. Let it be. Go ahead. Maybe he has prepared a birthday surprise for you. 100 Flowers smiled knowingly. That is very possible. I am off then, sister. Go ahead, or you will miss it if you are late. 100 Flowers left the home of the witch and hurried toward the inner circle area. Triss leaned against the couch alone, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Levi would not really have prepared a birthday gift. That is not his style. To her, Levi remained the cautious, serious cultivation fanatic, not one to waste time on other things. Curiosity burned, and Triss awaited the result. Along the way, 100 Flowers felt a mixture of apprehension and excitement. An inkling stirred within her that Levi intended to secretly give her a gift, but she also worried about overthinking it. If it is a gift, what could he be giving me? A secret sword, he refined himself. Or something else. Under the starry night, at the Fire Dragon shop, the Holy Infant worked through the night. He refined the wizard tool of Levi, the Amethyst Light Sword, without daring to slack off. A critical step in the refinement approached, and sweat slicked his forehead as he repeatedly engraved spell runes into the metal. A clear sound, like a sword humming, echoed through the room. A ray of purple light shot forth, piercing the clouds and leaving a gap that refused to close. The Holy Infant beckoned, and the restless Amethyst Light Sword flew into his hands. Not bad. A 6th ring masterpiece. Good enough for now. At this stage, chasing after top grade is too difficult. The newly refined Amethyst Light Sword, about 3 feet in length, radiated an aura sharp enough to cut through anything, as if it contained a world within. With my 6th circle level Golden Dragon Break, combined with this secret sword, and its companion sword spirit, I should be able to behead an enemy within 3,000 miles. When the time is right, Death's Blade, Victor, can make its return to the world. Chapter 1732. Entering the astral world, traveling the void, celebrating the growth of the Dragon King. Lord Victor was popular with this persona, and the main figure did not intend to let it go unused. The Holy Infant stowed away the Amethyst Light Sword, waiting for the main figure to fetch it that night. Mia walked into the room, smoothing the fabric of her robe. Lord, our business permit is about to expire, and I plan to go to the Star Tower in a few days to apply for an extension. The Holy Infant looked up from his work. How much will it cost? Mia traced the wood grain of the counter. I have looked into it, and it seems our small shop might need about 10 million. The Holy Infant nodded, a soft smile playing on his lips. You handle it, and if any problems arise, communicate with me in a timely manner. The cost was reasonable, and there were no issues. Late at night, a figure descended from the sky, landing inside the small shop. It was Levi. The Holy Infant handed over the blade. The Amethyst Light Sword has been refined, see if it works well for you. Levi took the hilt, a grin spreading across his face. Much obliged. He took the secret sword. The sword spirit mist flew out of his mind, jubilantly entering the sword world. Once the sword spirit settled in, the Amethyst Light Sword crackled with newfound energy, appearing quite extraordinary. Levi, also practicing the flying secret sword cult, possessed an effect that far surpassed that of other wizards of the same realm. This stemmed from the difference in spells, and most importantly, his use of a companion sword spirit in sword control. Other wizards could at most refine something similar to the artifact spirit of the Holy Infant, but the effect was greatly diminished. Stowing the secret sword, Levi stood in the quiet shop, waiting for the arrival of 100 Flowers. The Holy Infant returned to the weapon refinement room to adjust his breath. He took out the purple scale armor and the Sea King armor, preparing to refine the soul artifact core of Gondaf. As the birthday of 100 Flowers drew to a close, she arrived at the little shop. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, the result of her hurried journey. 100 Flowers adjusted her breath for a moment before speaking, a smile gracing her lips. What urgent matter brought me here so suddenly? It would not be a gift you have prepared for me, would it? Levi cleared his throat. Well, you guessed it. I wanted to prepare a gift for you before your birthday. It was a bit rushed, so it might not be very good. Do not mind it. Dread pooled in his stomach. Flower Knight's expectations might be too high, leading to disappointment. 100 Flowers tilted her head, her brow furrowing. Have you been preparing this gift for me these past 4 years? Levi leaned against the wall. You could say that. Over these years, besides basic meditation art and breathing technique cultivation, he spent most of his time crafting this wizard tool for 100 Flowers. The effort was comparable to the tool he had refined for himself. 100 Flowers grabbed the arm of Levi. He jumped back, blinking in surprise. What is it? 100 Flowers laughed, a bright sound in the quiet room. Do you not think it is more interesting to give a gift under the starlit sky? Levi nodded. So it is. The two transformed into a swirl of petals, vanishing from the shop. The stars were brilliant. Thin clouds drifted across the sky. Above the uninhabited sea, 2 figures appeared in the air. 100 Flowers beamed, looking at the vast horizon. Now bring out the gift. Levi opened his palm, revealing a strikingly beautiful ring, embellished with a blue bead that shone brighter than the stars above. The ring formed the shape of a long divine dragon, its head and tail connected. This is the Dragon Protection, a 6th ring high-grade witch artifact, with 2 6th circle spells solidified inside, the Water Dragon Song, and the Azure Dragon Spirit Weapon. The Water Dragon Song can control enemies, as you have likely witnessed, and the Azure Dragon Spirit Weapon can transform the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas to summon 2 level 6 spiritual weapons to fight for you. 100 Flowers held the ring, her eyes widening in delight. I feel your ring might be a bit better than the one I gave you. Levi gazed at her intently. Besides, this ring has one more function. I have carved multiple intricate tiny arrays and restrictions into the blue gemstone. If you find yourself in danger, just recite the incantation, and it will activate the power I have stored in it in advance, summoning my spell projection to help you defeat your enemies. However, due to limited skills, the projection can only be used once a year, and then you will need to find me to recharge it. This feature was developed by Levi after years of contemplation and study. It was extremely complex. The spell projection could only utilize the capabilities of the wizard, and could not use other means. It could also only unleash a part of the strength of Levi. The introduction left a warm glow in the heart of 100 Flowers. Levi clearly cared about her. The memory of their fight with the people of the immersed ancient castle surfaced. Levi had sent the nightmare cannibal flower to protect her instead of using it himself. For a cautious person, this was an unimaginable sacrifice. Only if one cared deeply about someone would they do such a thing. 100 Flowers put on the ring, her face beaming as she looked at her hand. Thank you, I am very happy. She swung her hand in front of Levi, her voice bright. Does it look good? Levi smiled, his eyes softening. Of course it looks good, as long as you are happy. Were you still busy with something at the place of tryst? You better hurry back. Do not. Before Levi could finish, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing a warm, fresh kiss to his lips. He instinctively held the waist of 100 Flowers tightly, not speaking. After the kiss ended, 100 Flowers licked her lips, her voice a soft whisper. I am sorry, I got too excited just now, and was presumptuous. Commander, you will not punish me, will you? Levi licked his lips, the taste of the kiss lingering. After a long silence, he cleared his throat. I will take you somewhere. 100 Flowers looked at him, confused. Where? Ah. Levi clamped a hand around the waist of 100 Flowers. They passed through the crystal wall and arrived at the land of darkness. Chapter 1733. The power of the sky dragon surged through Levi, and wind and lightning entwined around him and 100 Flowers. They transformed into a white bolt of wind and thunder, plunging into the void. Moments later, they materialized, floating within the sea of ruins. Countless points of light representing the multidimensional plane twinkled below, and stars like diamonds sparkled in the vast darkness, illuminating eternity. 100 Flowers' cheeks flushed with redness. Although it was always her taking the initiative, this time Levi took charge, which caught her off guard. She snuggled into Levi, gazing at the stars that filled the sky. She felt the boiling dragon blood within Levi, ready to erupt at any moment. Her fingers traced light circles on his chest, her heart pounding. Levi gestured to the vast expanse. This is the Sea of Ruins. According to my research, this may belong to a place of great renown. 100 Flowers looked up at him. Where? Levi kept his gaze on the swirling lights. The astral world. 100 Flowers' eyes widened, and a tumult of emotions hit her heart. You have been to the astral world. How is that possible? Levi moved his hand in a slow arc. We are merely traveling through the Sea of Ruins. We can see the astral world, but cannot touch a single blade of grass or stone here. Do you see those strange creatures hurrying along? They are also travelers of the astral world. I have witnessed the swimming dark whale here, and eaten the heads of gods. Elena, the multidimensional plane, as Lord Sauron said, truly is boundlessly fascinating. 100 Flowers leaned closer. Yes, if I had the strength, I would love to see even more scenery. In the blink of an eye, Levi returned to the land of darkness. 100 Flowers looked as if she had not had her fill, clearly her first time experiencing the wonders of the astral world. What should we do now? Levi did not say a word. Amidst her small exclamation, he arrived at Nora High Sky. Clouds, come. He waved his hand, and the clouds gathered, forming a soft bed. He arranged several array items in the void, shielding the place. He placed 100 Flowers onto the cloud bed, his eyes blazing as he stared at her, like an evil dragon fixating on a princess. He pinched her burning cheeks and exhaled a breath of scorching dragon breath. Elena, for your insolence just now, you do indeed deserve a harsh punishment. Dragon blood boiled, and blood chi rushed to his head. 100 Flowers bit her lip and closed her eyes. Several days later, within the cloud bed, Levi sat cross-legged, toying with the freshly refined Amethyst Light Sword from the Holy Infant. 100 Flowers buried her head in the clouds. It was unclear whether she was truly asleep or pretending. She popped her head out, the blush not yet faded. The abilities of the Dragon Clan are indeed as formidable as they say. Levi smiled. Of course, let us head home. I have to go to Madame Triss to meet Miss Lucy. Would you like to join me? Levi thought for a moment, feeling that now was a good time to meet. I will go too. At the witch's family, Triss looked at 100 Flowers who had taken 3 days to return. Levi stood beside her, his expression calm. Teacher, I would also like to meet Miss Lucy. As someone who had been through it, Triss felt that 100 Flowers and Levi were different now. They had grown. She looked at the ring in 100 Flowers' hand, smiling meaningfully. Is that the birthday gift Levi gave you? It looks extraordinary. 100 Flowers, who was usually very straightforward, spoke with a bit of coyness. Yes. Sister, let us go find Miss Lucy quickly. Madame Triss laughed. Let us go. On the island in the North Sea secret realm, at Lucy's tea party, Levi sat among 3 ladies with distinct styles, heartily enjoying the desserts. In just a short time since their last meeting, he felt that Lucy's strength had increased explosively. What an incredible talent she must be, truly deserving of being a student of the Black Abyss Walker, so fearsome. Lucy set down her teacup. Levi, congratulations on advancing to Primordial Soul. When will you hold the ceremony? Levi shifted in his seat. Thank you, Senior. I will not be holding a ceremony. I do not like lively events too much. Lucy nodded in approval. Good, it is also fine to not hold a ceremony. Current times are different from the past. The situation is chaotic, and all sorts of demons and monsters emerge endlessly. Safety is the priority. I heard that you guys were ambushed by people from the immersed ancient castle last time. Yes, we were lucky to escape thanks to Madame Triss. Madame Triss laughed. You guy, trying to push all the credit onto me in just a few words. Lucy continued. You are all excellent, otherwise my teacher would not have taken a liking to you. There is no need for you to be so modest, Levi. We mean no harm. Do you know who the current lord of the ancient dragon continent is? Levi hesitated. Senior Black Abyss. Lucy nodded. The teacher appreciates everything you have done and wishes to create a stable environment for your growth in these chaotic times. Thanks to both seniors, Levi is tremendously grateful. Indeed, the ancient dragon continent's peace over the years was because Senior Black Abyss shouldered the burdens. No matter their intentions, such kindness should not be forgotten. Lucy looked at Levi. There is an organization that has been frequently launching terrifying attacks on the geniuses of our wizard world. I believe you have heard of them. Yes. From the information he had obtained from the Green Light Walker's memory fragments, this organization was likely called the Council of 10,000 Clans, with a strict hierarchy, and filled with powerful individuals. Even more secret information was under restriction by strong entities, so even memory disks could not access it. Lucy leaned forward. I will share what I have learned about the situation with you. As you continue to travel through the wizard world, be cautious and careful. If you encounter their members, avoid them if possible. Of course, if you have the strength, do not hesitate to obliterate them. These people are a threat to our wizard world. After the tea party ended, Levi and the others left the North Sea secret realm with somber expressions. The power of the Council of 10,000 Clans far exceeded their imaginations. This coming convergence of planes was undoubtedly a great tribulation for the wizard world. The blood battle and the Council of 10,000 Clans intertwined created a sense of despair. After bidding farewell to Triss, the two returned to the ancient dragon continent and began their secluded cultivation, even practicing together for 3 days and nights at a time. Levi found that, after becoming a primordial soul wizard, his mindset indeed had changed. He was no longer as tense. He felt more alive, more like a human than a robot. Considering there was no way to manage everything at the Holy Infant, Levi let Gondeth begin learning the alchemist's way. As a primordial soul wizard, it was essential to have a particular skill. If not learned now, it would have to be learned in the future. He himself also began to gather meditation assistance potion materials, planning to refine the medicine personally. Now that his primordial soul realm was stable, it was time to start advancing toward the Seven-Ring realm. Chapter 1734. Holy Brilliance Calendar, 1402. Month of Beginning. There were still more than 29 years until the next opening of the ancient tower. In the blink of an eye, the 312th Round Table meeting of the Twilight Knights was underway. During the years Levi spent in seclusion to promote his primordial soul, the strength of the Twilight Knights grew day by day. Among the new generation of knights, the Halberd Knight and the Snapping Turtle Knight, two brothers in arms, stepped into the 5th level almost simultaneously. The Halberd Knight wore the unicorn armor. It focused on strength and explosive power. The horn on the head of the armor emitted a flame ray with significant force. The Snapping Turtle Knight wore the heavy water armor. It served as defensive blood source armor. By compressing water streams, it condensed into an extremely solid heavy water shield. This formed an impregnable defense. Moreover, the armor launched a heavy water bomb. Its destructive power shattered ordinary 5th circle protective force fields. As time passed, the once weak 18 Twilight Cavaliers now counted 15 level 5 knights among their ranks. The remaining 3 stood not far from advancement. Among them, the excellent ones still cultivated the path of the wizard and covered a great distance. The strength growth of the 18 Twilight Cavalry would enter a stable period. The difficulty of advancing from level 5 to level 6 exceeded all previous hurdles. Even for solo cultivating knights, progress moved slowly. At the meeting, the Blood Knight reported on work with a solemn expression. Currently, apart from the Church of Earth and the Church of Holy Light, all 7 Orthodox churches withdrew from the 7 Kingdoms continent. However, both the Church of Earth and the Church of Holy Light seemed reluctant to give up on Nora. Based on investigation, they started to spread their faith from overt to covert ways across the New World. Recently, the Knights captured a group of missionaries attempting to proselytize in the Lizardman tribe. 100 Flowers spoke. The Church will not shed a tear until they see the coffin. From what I know, the astral world is turbulent. The Heavenly Father encountered great trouble. Without the support of the Heavenly Father, the Church is nothing. The memory of the skull of the fallen god surfaced. The turbulence mentioned by 100 Flowers likely related to this event. Some kind of great terror invaded the astral world. The fall of the gods at its hands left behind a terrifying legacy. Compared to this great terror, the cataclysm of plane convergence seemed negligible. This matter surely remained known to the big shots in the Wizard Council. Ordinary primordial soul wizards might have heard a little about it. Below the primordial soul, most individuals remained unaware. Levi spoke. Going forward, we will rigorously crack down on any proselytizing activities in the ancient dragon continent. After the meeting, the group dispersed. Levi kept 100 Flowers back. She gently placed her hand on his chest. Commander, what is it? Levi spoke earnestly. I want to completely eradicate the Church of Earth and the Church of Holy Light from the human realm. Do you think this is feasible? Times were different now. With 100 Flowers as his wise advisor, Levi consulted with her on everything. She felt pleased that he valued her opinions. It is not appropriate for us to act directly, 100 Flowers replied. Although the non-aggression pact between the Heavenly Father and the Council is virtually ineffective now, blatantly annihilating the two churches is still not ideal. Moreover, the Church, like a centipede, is dead but not stiff. This poses certain risks. I share these concerns, Levi admitted. But if we let these two churches preach freely, it will not be good for our organization's development. We should bide our time. If the churches and other forces go to war, we might have a chance to benefit from the chaos. He already managed to benefit from the chaos twice before. He harbored no fondness for the churches, especially the Church of Holy Light. They caused him many troubles before he grew strong. Now that he had reached the primordial soul, it was an opportunity to profit from their misfortune. Endless Sea, Star Tower, Wizard Commerce Department. Mia held a memory slate. Hello, I would like to extend our witch artifact business license. The attending clerk, a foreign realm officer, had a sign hanging among the mountainous ravines. Commerce Department, Rebecca. Rebecca chatted through a witch tool with a smile on her face. This place was not too busy. She was a 4th circle wizard from Lilith's cabin. Her father was even a primordial soul powerhouse. However, burdened by mediocre talent and a lack of dedication to cultivation, she remained a 4th circle wizard at the age of 400. If Levi had possessed such a background, he would have cultivated his way into the heavens by now. Many people, without pressure, lacked the motivation to cultivate. Not everyone wanted to forsake immediate pleasures for the pursuit of elusive, mysterious truths and eternal life. Hello? Mia urged her, radiating a faint 5th circle authority. This prompted Rebecca to pay more attention. She smiled. Sorry, I was caught up with something. What service do you need? Mia responded. Extension of the business license. Here are our application materials. Rebecca took the memory slate. After a cold inspection, she spoke. The preliminary materials do not appear to have any issues, but they still need final review from our director. Mia asked. May I know how long that might take? According to the regulations, the notice of the review results should be issued within 10 days. Given the scale of the Fire Dragon shop, the director surely does not need to personally review it, right? Rebecca smiled. Madam, that is hard to say. Our commerce department has its own internal procedures. You may leave now. Chapter 1735. Mia paused for a moment, her fingers tracing the edge of the table. She spoke with a measured calm. Then I will come back in 10 days. She lingered near the Star Tower, and brought the matter to the attention of Lord Ace. At the Fire Dragon shop, the Holy Infant took a break from weapon refinement. He read the message Mia sent, and his brow furrowed. The efficiency of the Wizard World organization is even worse than that of mortal ones. He sent a mental nudge to his true self. Through the memories of 100 Flowers, who once served as a civil servant at the Star Tower, he learned that the business department director was Gale Messenger Kulo. This individual was a member of the Hurricane Steeple. The Holy Infant mused that he held no conflicts with that group. His true self, however, had some history there. Officially, the true self held no authority or shares in the Fire Dragon shop. He remained a hidden controller, invisible to outsiders. 10 days later, Mia returned to the business department. Rebecca was absent, and a fourth circle which occupied her station. Mia approached the desk. Hello, I am the manager of the Fire Dragon shop. I submitted an extension request 10 days ago. Has it been approved? The fourth circle witch shifted in her seat, her face flushing crimson. Ma'am, please do not worry. Our director is attending a meeting in the Central Realm. He has not had time to process the review. We have a backlog of extension requests similar to yours. Everyone is quite anxious. Mia persisted. This kind of thing could be reviewed remotely, could it not? It should not delay our regular operations. The witch looked uncomfortable. These are the rules. I am sorry. I am just following orders from my superiors. You might have to wait a little longer. Mia argued for a time, but it proved useless. She sighed and returned to the Fire Dragon shop. The Holy Infant comforted her. It is okay. It is just a few more years. Once the director returns from his business trip, he should process our request. Mia shook her head, frustration etching her features. Lord, these people are disappointing. Even a child could handle such simple administrative tasks. Could it be that we are being targeted? Do not speculate wildly. Just wait for the results, the Holy Infant replied. Mia sighed and left the room. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, by the small stone pond, soul artifacts orbited Levi. Streams of extremely pure primordial soul power transformed into long dragons, surging into his mind. Several days passed. The 2-foot primordial soul in his mind grew until it was 1 inch taller, then it halted. The primordial soul in his mind grew restless and unstable. Absorbing too many external spiritual forces at once was overwhelming. The soul artifacts fell to the ground, and Levi collected them. The next steps could be handled by the Holy Infant. Levi rubbed his aching forehead as his mind expanded. I should not be so rash in the future. The plan for the next 3 to 5 years is to stabilize my mental state and address the issues with the breathing technique, elevating both the Nightmare Dragon and the Death Ember Dragon to level 6. He touched the Klein crystal. His spiritual force was 3,300 out of 5,999. His spell power was 1,650,000. He had added 240 points of spiritual force in one go. That was equivalent to 30 years of hard cultivation, or 8 sky-grade oddities. It was expected, given the amount of primordial soul power he had absorbed from those soul artifacts. Soul artifacts were treasures to every wizard and were very scarce. Someone like Levi, who owned a pile of them, was an exception. He had advanced to the 6th circle 6 years ago, yet his spiritual force already surpassed many 6th ring senior wizards. Levi took out a meticulous and mysterious spell crystal ball. It contained the primordial soul spell, the Netherworld Water Prison. Primordial soul spells required quality and quantity. The more witch marks, the more powerful the wizard forms. It remained difficult at his current realm to create his own primordial soul spell, but he could learn more that were beneficial, and accumulate the witch marks first. Innate spells were foundational because of their instant casting trait. They were the most common and frequently used combat method for wizards. Levi insisted on creating the ones that best suited him. The same went for other geniuses. If a battle could be resolved with innate spells, wizards generally avoided using primordial soul spells. The priority of creating them was low. Levi entered the spell model, studying its structure. As expected of a primordial soul spell, the number of involved magic nodes reached into the tens of thousands. It was much more complex compared to innate spells. Wizards of the same realm classified primordial soul spell quality into 3 levels, which were ordinary, excellent, and top grade. The higher the quality, the more complex the practice. From the memory fragments of Black Shark Devourer, he knew the man had ascended to primordial soul at 700 years old. He became a 6th ring senior wizard at 1,100 years old. It took him 400 years to increase his spiritual force from 2,000 to 3,000 and master these 3 primordial soul spells. The time spent mastering the Netherworld Water Prison was almost as much as the other 2 combined. This was the reality for many ordinary primordial soul wizards. With the talent of Black Shark Devourer, the chances of reaching 6th circle perfection and advancing to the 7th circle were slim. He only had 900 years of life left, and the difficulty of cultivation increased continuously. Several days later, Levi left the ancient Banyan fairyland looking exhausted. He returned to the Emperor Palace. He read the message from the Holy Infant and furrowed his brows. Chapter 1736. Commander, why are you so worried? A pair of jade hands embraced Levi from behind. These hands belonged to none other than the Flower Knight. Levi grabbed the mischievous fingers of the Flower Knight. The Fire Dragon shop has run into some trouble. Flower Knight tilted her head. What happened? After Levi explained the situation, Flower Knight leaned in closer. Based on my experience while serving at the Star Tower, this clearly defies common sense. I suspect someone is trying to sabotage the master. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. As the fire dragon shock grows, it means someone else's profits are being blocked. Levi embraced the Flower Knight and pondered deeply. He suspected the Schubert family was behind this, or rather, the Letny family backing them. The Schubert family, being the most impacted, certainly had ties to the interests of the Letny family. It seems it is time to find a breakthrough from the Schubert family. He had a pawn within the Schubert family that could now be activated. Cultivation knows no years. 3 years passed. The year 1405 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of flowers. Ancient Dragon Continent. Magic experiment field. Levi chanted an incantation, his hand seals shifting. A water prison about 3 meters in diameter formed, enveloping a rat-like black beast. The black beast struggled within, but to no avail. Streams of black water emerged from the barrier of the water prison, submerging the creature. Before long, the black beast lost its strength, stopped struggling, and looked instantly drained. Netherworld water prison technique, beginner level. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Netherworld water prison level 1. 1 out of 1,000. 6 Suns continuous explosion, level 14. 1 out of 600,000. Thunder Dragon, level 14. 1 out of 600,000. According to the patterns Levi summarized on the proficiency panel, a first circle spell's maximum proficiency is level 5. Second circle reaches level 7, third circle level 9, fourth circle level 11, and fifth circle level 13. The more profound and mystical the spell, the higher its maximum level. Thus, the upper limit for a sixth circle spell should be at level 15. Netherworld water prison is a technique he had just learned, thus starting at only level 1. 6 Suns continuous explosion was a primordial soul spell he acquired after defeating Roman. Its prerequisite spell was the solar aggregation, which he had consistently cultivated. This series evolved from the small fireball technique, transforming through the circles, and becoming the primordial soul spell, 6 Suns continuous explosion. Levi chanted an incantation, placing his palms together before his chest. Above his head, one by one, golden suns about 100 meters in diameter appeared until 6 suns were suspended in the sky. With a wave of his hand, the 6 suns surged forwards with terrifying force, dissolving everything in their path. Within a radius of several miles, all fire elemental power flowed towards the 6 suns. They swelled to a size of 500 meters, too dazzling to look at directly. Boom, boom, boom. The radiant fire light illuminated the heavens, and the explosive shockwave from the 6 blazing suns swept across the entire area. This power, it has even surpassed the fire dragon tribulation by some. The strength of primordial soul spells is indeed stronger, though their casting is slow, and they consume a lot. In just this one strike, Levi exhausted 1/10 of his spell power, 3 times more than the fire dragon tribulation. Clearly, in terms of cost effectiveness, it is inferior to the fire dragon tribulation spell. Once 6 Suns continuous explosion reaches its maximum, its power could still increase significantly. By then, it could serve as Levi's trump card. The Thunder Dragon spell was also a primordial, soul advanced version of the previous Thunder Tiger spell, so it started at level 14, equivalent to a 6th circle starting point. As Levi cast the spell, a black Thunder Dragon over 500 meters long shot out, its electric arcs enveloping the sky dome like a spider web. After the Thunder Dragon exploded upon the earth, it transformed into tens of thousands of pitch-black electric snakes, lingering persistently. The reason for its black thunder was due to the exotic thunder Levi had obtained earlier. Black Oblivion Thunder. Acquired from a black thunder wizard within the ancient tower, it possessed strong adhesive and corrosive effects, more powerful than ordinary purple lightning. With this, I can consider myself to have initially mastered 3 primordial soul spells, qualifying as a 6th ring senior wizard. Next, it is just a matter of methodically cultivating more experience. Although Netherworld Water Prison is only at level 1, with his primordial soul realm and knowledge, he could quickly cultivate the initial levels until level 14, where the difficulty would then increase. In an instant, Levi projected his primordial soul wizard form. A spectacle of 9-colored divine light emerged, beneath a fish-scale patterned layer of 9-colored clouds. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon wizard form appeared in the sky. At the Emperor Dragon's chest, Levi saw 3 true traces emitting an aura of true essence. The true traces, akin to hieroglyphic symbols, represented the primordial soul spells they embodied. 6 Yang True Trace, Thunder Dragon True Trace, Netherworld True Trace. The Netherworld True Trace was exceedingly faint, barely visible, showing it was still underdeveloped. The other 2 were much better. Levi could feel the 9-headed Emperor Dragon becoming more tangible than before. The solidity of a wizard form was a crucial indicator of a primordial soul wizard's depth of cultivation. It is said that a wizard form of a legendary wizard has become tangible, no longer bearing any illusionary quality. With every move, planes would be destroyed, and gods would retreat. Next, I need to find at least 9 more excellent, or superior primordial soul spells to condense 12 true traces. With Levi's discernment, ordinary spells were certainly unappealing, their power even less than his innate spells. Why bother learning them? Deep into the night, within the Emperor's palace, in bed, Levi, bearing his well-developed chest, shared his joy of advancing to a 6th ring senior wizard with the Flower Knight. Chapter 1737. 100 Flowers giggled. I have already advanced to the 6th Circle Perfection realm with 9 true marks. Commander, you are still one step behind me. Levi laughed. There is no helping it. I am only over 400 years old. 100 Flowers squeezed Levi's chest with her jade hand. Her expression turned fierce. Give yourself another chance to rephrase that. Levi smiled without saying a word. He rolled over and lifted 100 Flowers into his arms. Today's breakthrough should be celebrated. A session of lovemaking ensued. It flowed continuously like the plum rain of the southern season, as fierce as a storm on the sea. Days later, Levi left the ancient continent and headed to the endless sea. The main issue involved the problems plaguing the fire dragon shop. This ever-growing money tree could not be abandoned. It provided the necessary support for the cultivation of the primordial soul. The resources in the romantic ring were running low, and they existed mainly below the primordial soul realm. They held little use for Levi in his current state. He needed more money. Over the years, purchasing meditation supplementary potion materials alone cost him over 100 million ether stones. Though Levi planted seeds in the ancient Banyan fairyland, they remained far from mature. First continent. Fire dragon shop. Gondef wore a wide smile. An armor shimmering with purple golden light rested in his hands. It looked extraordinary. Holy Infant gestured toward the object. This is the Radiant King armor. I refined it from your purple scale armor and Sea King armor, with numerous rare level 6 materials added. Give it a try. Gondef nodded. Hard work indeed. He recited an incantation. The armor transformed into a purple golden light, covering his body. Gondef inspected the piece. Excellent armor. Even a 6-ring senior wizard would find it hard to break its defense. It nearly approaches a top-grade wizard tool. With this armor, facing a 6th circle perfect wizard allowed for an easy retreat. Dealing with a 6-ring senior would not be a problem. Holy Infant raised a brow. Do you still need the Black Sun Compass, the Golden Light Realm, and the Purple Crystal Wand refined? Gondef shook his head. No need for now. You can attend to other matters. I have the Flash Greatsword. Wands offer little use now. The other two, being primarily functional life-saving wizard tools, are sufficient at the 5th circle top grade. Do not waste money and your time. After Gondef left, Levi arrived. He handed over all soul artifacts, including the Fei Meng Astrolabe, to Holy Infant. You will only need to refine weapons and craft talismans from now on. Pharmacy remains in my charge for the time being. Holy Infant and Gondef both possessed shattered internal force crystals, solid foundations, and great potential. They might not be grand wizards, but at least reaching the 8th circle should not be a problem. Levi refused to hinder the cultivation of his duplicates just for the sake of making money. In the wizard world, strength remained paramount. Holy Infant nodded. I understand. The license for the Fire Dragon Shop is about to expire. The new one is not being approved promptly. Someone must be obstructing it. I have discreetly inquired, and other wizard tool shop licenses have been received. Levi offered a cold nod. You just focus on refining tools. I will handle this matter. A month later, Schubert family, Council Hall. Allison and other managers from the Schubert family wizard tool shops reported to the Primordial Soul Wizards. They discussed plans for future development. After the reports, Killet looked displeased. Over the years, the Fire Dragon shop had grown increasingly large. It took much of the wizard tool market. Schubert family profits had declined year after year. Though not yet damaging fundamentally, it felt painful to watch so much potential profit eaten away by others. The pressure from the Letny family to perform grew increasingly intense. Piero the wizard sighed. Oh, we never should have gotten involved with the Letny family. Damont spoke up. But if we had not done so back then, we would not have been able to expand so smoothly in Zone 1. After the meeting, the managers left. News reached Killet, bringing a smile to his face. Ha ha ha. The Fire Dragon shop will likely be unable to continue. Damont asked. How so? Killet laughed. The license for the Fire Dragon shop is about to expire. Next, the business department will attempt to delay issuing a new one. Even if Master Fire Dragon is bold, he would not dare operate without a license. Just one report, and they could permanently revoke his license, along with imposing a hefty fine. Damont nodded. By then, we can send someone to watch. If he dares open, we will report him officially. Killet continued. Next, we can also collect some issues regarding the usual operations of the Fire Dragon shop. We will report them to the business department to find reasons to shut it down. Damont considered this. I guess that Master Fire Dragon would certainly go to the tribunal to sue the business department. According to congressional law, if there is an issue in any school law enforcement department, wizards could also sue at the tribunal. Killet smiled. The electric eel wizard will handle it. Lawsuits in the tribunal take a long time with many procedures. We can manipulate all of them enough to bring down the Fire Dragon shop. Piero nodded. Brilliant. Only those with energy and status can manage this. Is this not more reliable than assassinating Master Fire Dragon? Killet stated. After all, the electric eel wizard is a descendant of the molten gold wizard king, whose father was even more formidable. Unless Master Fire Dragon has significant backing, even as a 7-circle wizard, he would not stand a chance against the electric eel wizard. Chapter 1738. The meeting concluded. The 4 primordial souls returned to their respective wizard towers to continue their cultivation and research. Damont stepped inside and found Allison waiting by the door. His student, whom he had promoted to store manager, looked frantic. Damont asked, Allison, what is the matter? Allison replied, Lord Damont, I have urgent news. Damont asked, "What is the matter?" Boom. Allison's body erupted with a tremendously dense chi of blood. In an instant, the man transformed into a ferocious blood figure. He emanated a level 6 upper-level aura. Inside the blood figure, 6 differently shaped blood-colored dragons coiled. Within him, billions of cells and all his organs turned into burning blood flames. These were parasitic beings using the scarlet dragon seed as a medium. They simulated other bloodline techniques. The parasite only used Levi's bodily techniques. It could not use wizard techniques. Moreover, night techniques were only temporarily used to the fullest, gaining half of Levi's base attributes. It could not use the innate abilities of other bloodlines. The only unaffected one was the Crimson Dragon's innate ability. Of course, having half of Levi's attributes was enough. The blood figure slammed a palm into Damont's chest. The enormous force shattered Damont's protective field. Damont was the weakest 6th Circle wizard of the Schubert family. His realm was just an ordinary 6th Circle, and he had only been promoted for 1 century. Allison chose to strike him. Bang! A blood-colored cavity appeared in Damont's chest. His whole body flew into the wizard tower ahead. The blood figure's body expanded again, turning into a blood giant. The giant roared and smashed the wizard tower. Blood light formed a barrier, preventing the other wizards who came to support from getting close. There is an assassin. Quick, protect Lord Damont. Damont flew out from the ruins, his hair disheveled and his face filled with shock. He looked at his chest. A virulent blood poison spread rapidly through his limbs and bones. Crimson rot began to ravage his flesh and even his primordial soul. His blood began to boil, a capability known as red boil. Amid such a dire change, his mind mirrored his primordial soul wizard form. A furnace hundreds of meters tall loomed above, reaching the heavens. On the furnace, only one witch mark appeared. Streams of flames from his innate spells blasted out, sweeping across with high heat. The blood giant, fearless, collided its blood flames with the furnace wizard form. It leveled the surrounding area. Before long, the furnace wizard form showed signs of decay everywhere. Even the spiritual force projection of the wizard form suffered, demonstrating the profound toxicity of the poison. The blood giant exploded with power again. It was not Levi's body, so recklessly wasting it did not matter. Boom! A giant claw tore the wizard form to shreds and grabbed the bloodless-faced wizard Damont. The giant prepared to escape into the void. "How dare you attack in our Schubert family?" A 6th Circle perfection aura crashed in, striking towards the blood giant. Boom! Centered on the blood giant, endless waves of a blood sea formed a blood domain about 5 kilometers in diameter. Scarlet Blood Prison. Inside the blood prison, several low-level wizards of the Schubert family died, becoming energy for the blood giant. With all its might, the giant released a blood-colored flame flow, clashing hard with the incoming Killet. Killet defended with his innate spells. The blood giant seized the opportunity, grabbed Damont, and magically breached the 6-ring protection array set by the Schubert family. Killet watched in shock. How is this possible? This is a 6th Circle array. After reaching level 6 upper level with the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique, entering and leaving such a common 6th Circle array posed no issue. Moreover, Levi himself was also a 6th Circle array wizard. He easily found weak points in the array. At the same time, a sense of danger swiftly approached. A flash of pitch black light blinked out of existence. Layers of protective fields flickered around Killet. A primordial soul wizard form, resembling a huge toad, protected him inside. The Hell Red Toad, ranked 901 on the wizard's ranking. The red toad measured about 400 meters long. Its body covered with bumps and holes spewed black smoke. The smell of flames and sulfur filled the heavens and the earth. On its protruding tongue, 9 different true traces appeared. The pitch black light penetrated inside the red toad, moving fast and unstoppable. In an instant, Killet relied on the wizard form and defensive field to dodge the horrifying strike aimed directly at his head. He saw that in the light, a pitch black secret sword moved. Who is assassinating me? His first thought turned to the mysterious organization. This organization's people, lacking a moral baseline, could have accepted someone else's commission to assassinate him. The pitch black secret sword, having missed its strike, flew far away. Wizard Killet did not pursue. This assassination was organized and premeditated. A blood giant, lurking within a family member, ambushed Wizard Damont. While he rescued Damont, another expert from afar attempted to take him down using the flying secret sword cult. He dared not stray randomly from the array's range, as doing so would be even more dangerous. Wizards Piero and Matro, both 6th Circle wizards, arrived at the battlefield. They looked at the many family wizards who had died. Their faces appeared grim as water. Killet said coldly, "Damont has been kidnapped." Piero asked, "Should we chase?" Killet replied, "No need. If we rashly leave, we might be ambushed by other lurking enemies. Check all family wizards immediately. The enemy might possess some ability to lurk within others. Report this quickly to the Star Tower, requesting official support to prevent the enemy from making a comeback." Chapter 1739. The 3 primordial soul wizards stood like scared birds caught in a dilemma. Killet recalled the recent secret sword attack and felt a lingering fear. Had he not been at 6th Circle perfection, that one strike might have taken his life. The blow was fast and fierce. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles away from the base of the Schubert family, within an underwater cave, Levi sat cross-legged with the black secret sword circling around him. It is a pity, he thought, that with my current skill level, using the golden dragon break to slay someone at 6th circle perfection still falls somewhat short. Even after building up momentum for so long, the attack failed. Levi remained undiscouraged. Killet had already mastered 9 witch marks, making the defense of his wizard form extremely terrifying. The black secret sword was actually the Amethyst Light Sword, though Levi added a black coating to prevent exposing his victor mask. In the modern wizard world, secret swords were no longer anything new, so even the purple sword would not be much of an issue. Suddenly, Levi opened his eyes. In the void, streaks of crimson energy seeped out and surged toward him from all directions. This blood energy coalesced into a blood giant that vaguely resembled Allison. With a sharp bang, the blood giant exploded into a pool of blood and vanished without a trace. The energy of the parasite was exhausted. Its mission was accomplished. A fearful figure looked at Levi. It was Damont. Who are you, and what do you want? Levi ignored the man. Terrifying hands formed from blood energy grabbed Damont, forced him onto a horse carriage, and traveled 4,000 miles away. They passed through the crystal wall and disappeared into the land of darkness. Levi appeared on a floating meteorite and threw Damont into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Dragon ants waited in the shadows and pinched Damont. The Snake King Dragon, Black Lotus Beast, and other Dragon Palace generals surrounded the prisoner. Damont looked around and saw 7 distinct and fearsome transcendent creatures guarding him. 2 were level 6 middle stage powerhouses. Moreover, most of the creatures emitted a strong aura of dragon might, clearly marking them as sub-dragons. Damont felt his heart race. Just for capturing one ordinary 6th circle wizard, such a grand setup. Wait. Why does this Black Lotus Beast look somewhat familiar? His eyes narrowed as his heart trembled uncontrollably. Nearly 200 years ago, before he was a primordial soul wizard, he had participated in the struggle for the Blackstone Palace relic within the dark ancient tower. In that battle, he had seen this Black Lotus Beast from afar, as well as the battle between the 3-headed dragon Abomination and Simon. Eventually, the Black Lotus Beast was taken away by the 3-headed dragon Abomination. The heroic Simon was slain on the spot. This is the lair of the 3-headed dragon Abomination. It is over. Everything is over. The memory of the 3-headed dragon Abomination had inflicted a heavy blow on his 5th circle spirit back then. Even after reaching the 6th circle, he felt no safety. The 3-headed dragon Abomination was clearly a disguise used by someone from the wizard world. A burly figure descended from the sky. Levi stood before Damont. Damont sighed and leaned his head back. I did not anticipate that the 3-headed dragon Abomination was hiding among us. I want to know, why do you want to kill me? Are you targeting the Schubert family? Levi smiled. What 3-headed dragon Abomination? I have never heard of it. I will ask, you will answer, and you can die a little less painfully. Otherwise, you and your Schubert family will suffer my endless torment. There was no need to enslave this man. Releasing him back to the Schubert family might make Killet suspect that Damont had been controlled, which could lead them to enlist the aid of the Letney family and implicate Levi. Damont stared at the ground. His gaze lost its light. You may ask, was your family involved in the assassination of the Master Fire Dragon? Damont felt a stir in his heart. It seemed the Master Fire Dragon and the 3-headed dragon Abomination were indeed interconnected. For a man about to die, the realization did not matter. He sighed. Yes, it was arranged by our family, but we were coerced and had our own difficulties. I cannot reveal who the main instigator is, as I have been placed under a restriction by someone powerful. The Letney family, right. There is no need to hide it. Damont's eyes flickered. He had guessed correctly. Which wizard from the Letney family were you directly in contact with? Damont shook his head. With my methods, I have many ways to make your family wish for death and disappear from the wizard world. Seizing the opportunity, Damont drew a long shape on the ground with his finger. It looked like a thick eel. Levi muttered. An eel. He carefully considered the intelligence he had on the Letney family. There seemed to be someone known by that moniker. Electric Eel Wizard, Uevander. Damont remained silent and resigned to his fate. Levi, now aware of the answer, infused his mind with the power of the Scarlet Dragon to enslave him. Now tell me, has your family been secretly undermining the operations of the Fire Dragon Shop? Damont nodded. Yes. Who is controlling your actions? Under the crimson enslavement, Damont opened his mouth to reveal the name. Boom. Suddenly, his head exploded in pain as his skull shattered. A primordial soul flew out, and the Divine Ring Tower began to automatically crumble. Even the primordial soul began to disintegrate as the mark of truth vanished into the cosmos. His soul began dissolving uncontrollably, not returning to hell like a normal person would. Leon timely intervened, his small hands spraying a web to capture the soul of Damont. The soul continued to burn, sweat dripped from the forehead of Leon, and he cast more webs to envelop the target. Eventually, only a corner of the soul remained, rescued by Leon. The expression of Levi darkened. Such methods of controlling others were horrifying. Even a primordial soul wizard could not defy the curse. The entire Schubert family was clearly forced to issue the most severe truth oath by the mastermind. It was similar to the oath once willingly taken by 100 Flowers, though the nature was different, and the promise of 100 Flowers was not as severe as the situation Damont faced. This was the first encounter Levi had with the terror of defying a truth oath. He realized how resolute 100 Flowers must have been to take such an oath. Leon held the corner of the soul, rubbed his eyes, and sobbed. Master, I did not do well, only this bit remains. It is okay, you did great. Eat it, and extract as much as you can. Levi had given up hope on the memory fragments, but he had discovered who the mastermind was. Chapter 1740. Land of Darkness. Levi sorted through the spoils of war taken from Damont. He frowned as he checked the items. There was no soul artifact here. It was the first time he had encountered a wizard who did not use one, much like himself. Levi only found one sixth ring magical artifact. Shaped like a pair of fire tongs, the item emitted an intensely scorching aura. He turned the object over in his hands. It was a sixth circle high-grade witch artifact, molten fire pliers. These could be used for combat, controlling enemies, assisting in weapon refinement, refining arrays, or executing simple weapon refinement commands. Understanding its functions brought a smile to Levi's face. This witch artifact was rare, despite being of high-grade sixth circle quality. Its primary function served production rather than combat. Giving this to the Holy Infant for modification would surely improve the efficiency of weapon refinement. Those of the Array family indeed possessed some skill. The value of this witch artifact alone reached billions of ether stones. This operation had been worthwhile. That damn Schubert family had persecuted the Fire Dragon shop multiple times. This time, he would make them pay. The ether stones on Damont's person were not many, totaling only 30 million. He had recently advanced to primordial soul status, so his foundation remained shallow. Furthermore, all his savings had been spent on these molten fire pliers. He had planned to refine several sets of sixth circle arrays to make a hefty profit and reach the peak of his life, but now he had met his untimely death, much to Levi's advantage. Levi's own reserve of ether stones had dropped to 9.9 billion, which was already below his warning line of 10 billion. With this windfall, he finally managed to pull it back up. Without 10 billion on hand, he did not feel at ease. Besides that, Damont also carried two sixth circle spell crystal balls. They contained the Six Suns Continuous Explosion and the Flame Demon Eye. The Six Suns Continuous Explosion was one of the sixth circle spells most easily obtained by primordial soul wizards. It was widely dispersed, inexpensive, and quite powerful. As a preliminary spell to the legendary Eamon Eternal Blazing Sun, it was essentially required learning for wizards of the Burning School of Thought. As for the Flame Demon Eye, it was a fairly ordinary sixth circle spell. Mastery allowed one to shoot sixth circle intensity flame rays from one's eyes, reminding Levi of that bastard Simon. In addition, there was another crystal ball which seemed to encase the Schubert family's core inheritance regarding array knowledge. However, the crystal ball was already cracked. It is getting harder and harder to freeload advanced knowledge, Levi lamented to himself. These organizations and families are really racking their brains to monopolize knowledge and prevent the leakage of their inheritance. Obviously, the crystal ball contained some triggered restriction that would self-destruct upon Damont's death. Besides that, Damont possessed plenty of materials for refining sixth circle arrays. The Holy Infant is going to be happy, Levi thought. New refinement tools and materials are at hand. After inventorying his gains, Levi was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he hunted another round of black beasts. He wandered aimlessly deep in space for a while. After ensuring no enemies were following him, he returned to the Endless Sea. He planned to visit the witch's family, catch up with Triss, deepen their mentor-student relationship, and ask for a little favor along the way. Meanwhile, in the Inner Ring Zone 1, at the Schubert family stronghold, 3 figures descended from the void, emanating powerful auras. The 2 figures beside the leader wore Star Witch robes. The one in the middle, however, was clad in golden armor, with a badge of office on his chest. This middle-aged male wizard stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes exuded an intimidating presence, and his aura soared to the heavens, as if he were the center of the universe. Carved into the badge, a name formed by golden lightning read Molten Gold Wizard King, Law Enforcement Minister Mutileo. This man was none other than the Molten Gold Wizard King. As one of the 4 great witch kings of the Letny family, his bearing indicated that he had already ascended to the 8th circle. As a minister, he had personally come to investigate and handle the matter. This showed the minister's determination to uphold the safety and order of the Endless Sea, effectively awakening the Sword of Justice. What was most awe-inspiring was the fact that the Molten Gold Wizard King himself belonged to the Law Enforcement Department. His son, the 6th Circle Perfect Wizard Mario, was also from the Law Enforcement Department, and his grandson, the Electric Eel Wizard Uivander, served there as well. 3 generations, through their actions, were defining what it meant to exhaust oneself for the cause of justice and the rule of law in the Endless Sea, advancing bravely without faltering. Golden lightning traversed the gaze of the Molten Gold Wizard King. Soon, Killut, Piero, and Matro, 3 primordial soul wizards, rapidly arrived to greet him. Killut, sadness in his eyes, bowed. "We plead with the minister to uphold justice for our Schubert family," he said. "Is the damage assessment complete?" the Molten Gold Wizard King asked. 6 5th Circle Wizards and 13 4th Circle Wizards were either killed or injured, Killut replied. "And our clan leader, Damont, his soul token has shattered. It has been confirmed that he fell victim to the murderer's demon claw. Use the mirror to check the killer," the Molten Gold Wizard King commanded. An aide hastily brought out a mirror known as the Mirror of the Past. After the incantation was recited, the mirror began to trace back along the timeline. Scenes emerged one after another until the figure of the killer appeared. It was a colossal figure shrouded in blazing blood fire, emitting towering heavenly slaughter, its aura unpardonably menacing. "Lord, this appears to be the remnants of the Blood Sect," the assistant stated. The brows of the molten gold wizard king furrowed. The blood sect had long been banned, with only some remnants mingling with the dark wizard factions, never seeing the light of day. We had not expected the blood sect to resurface, making the situation ever more chaotic, another aide noted. These demonic individuals always bring blood and terror with each appearance. Chapter 1741. Killet stood before the molten gold wizard king, his expression grave. The murderer is not necessarily from the blood sect. I was also attacked by the perpetrator. He used a black secret sword. The molten gold wizard king pondered the statement. Black secret sword. How powerful is it, and what level of cultivation might the other party have? Since it was a secret sword murder, Killet surely did not see the murderer's appearance. These days, the methods of secret swords continue to emerge, and the upper limit is repeatedly broken. A miss and the culprit could escape thousands of miles away, bringing considerable trouble to the security of the wizard world. Killet recounted the encounter. Even with my 6th circle perfection cultivation, I nearly fell into his trap, and almost suffered serious injuries. I estimate that his strength is at least at 6th circle perfection, if not 7th circle. The molten gold wizard king spoke with resolute righteousness. Clan leader Schubert need not be overly saddened. I, the molten gold wizard king, serve as the law enforcement minister for one thing only: justice. Justice, and damn justice. I will provide an explanation for this matter. Killet bowed low. Thank you, molten gold wizard king. Please bring the criminal to justice. The other 2 primordial soul wizards echoed the sentiment with sharp, precise salutes. The molten gold wizard king turned to his assistants. I have other matters to attend to. You 2 stay here and thoroughly investigate this matter. Every action needs a motive. Make the Schubert family recall any individuals or organizations that might have a motive, and then narrow down the suspects using criteria like the black secret sword, the blood giant, and the perpetrator's cultivation level. If you identify a target, do not act on your own. Wait for my command. The 2 assistants nodded. We will certainly handle this case well. This marked the first time they saw the minister take such an interest in a case. It seemed that he was always this invested only in cases involving the Letny family themselves. It was as if, according to some rumors, the Schubert family had already become just like the Letny family. These matters were of no concern to them, mere high-level employees. Seeing the molten gold wizard king take such an interest provided some consolation to clan leader Killet. The Schubert family had always been at the beck and call of the Letny family. If the molten gold wizard king did not handle this matter, he was prepared to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant dragging them down with him. At the Star Tower, the electric eel wizard paced his chamber. Word of the attack on the Schubert family rippled through the ranks, startling him. His first thought drifted to an assassination by the mysterious organization. However, upon reflection, considering Damont's talent and potential, reaching the 6th circle represented his maximum. A 7th circle ascent remained impossible. For the mysterious organization to go through such lengths to target an ordinary 6th circle wizard felt illogical. Each operation exposed them to the risk of revealing themselves. Who could the murderer be, then? The image of Master Fire Dragon floated into his mind. Could it be that this person had noticed something amiss? Were they beginning to retaliate against the Schubert family? After all, the Schubert family had twice hired assassins to target him. With Master Fire Dragon's astuteness, he might inevitably have discovered some clues. Within the witch's family, Triss stood inside her cabin, perfecting a new medicine. With a wave of her hand, the door glided open. Levi stood there in a white robe. Triss looked up, a smile dancing in her eyes. What wind has blown you here? Have you remembered me only because you need help with something? Levi kept his tone solemn. I do have something I wish to consult Miss Lucy about. I want to explain that I have kept you in mind, even during ordinary times. Triss gestured for him to enter. What is it? After Levi finished speaking, Triss nodded slowly. This is indeed irregular. The Kuro from the Department of Commerce is almost of my generation, and we have had some dealings. I will ask for you. Levi's face lit up with joy. Since the other side was using unconventional means against him, he was not without his own connections and background. Thank you, madam. Triss offered a small smile. If that does not work, I suggest you seek out Miss Lucy. Believe me, she will definitely be able to smooth things over. Levi bowed slightly. I understand. However, he did not dare to bother the senior Lucy with such a minor matter. She looked after the younger generation, but she was not his nanny. He knew that well. After a long silence, Triss posed a question. You and 100 Flowers. Is it the kind of relationship I'm thinking of? Levi answered truthfully. I suppose so. Triss laughed. Then congratulations to both of you. Are you planning on having a wedding ceremony? Levi shook his head. We discussed it and felt it is better not to for the time being. The current trend in the wizard world is increasingly chaotic, and we have offended the immersed ancient castle. With more people, it is inevitable we might invite trouble, attracting enemy retaliation. Triss agreed. That makes sense. Keep it simple for now. Fame is but an illusion. Living is what is most important. Levi agreed completely. Gonduf, Holy Infant, and he himself had not held a ceremony to date. Those wedding gifts sent out would be difficult to get back. A month later, news of the Schubert family's horrific attack rippled across Inner Ring District 1. As a high-level wizard family with no less than 4 primordial soul wizards in residence and a 6th circle array set up, they had still lost a primordial soul wizard and so many low and middle-level wizards within their own home. Either the enemy was too strong, or the Schubert family was too weak. Chapter 1742. As a noble array wizard family, their strength was naturally formidable. The majority of people speculated that the culprit was the mysterious organization. The mysterious organization had indeed been wrongly accused. In the Justice Daily, the head of the law enforcement department expressed severe condemnation of this terror attack, claiming that the matter would be thoroughly investigated, and advised the perpetrator to surrender themselves, promising leniency for confessing. The Holy Infant stayed indoors, quietly forging in his home, waiting for his business license to be processed. On this day, over number 1 Witch City, dark clouds bore down on the city, and purple lightning circled around. A 300-meter-long eel, cloaked in lightning liquid that resembled fluid, with a giant dragon-like head, was swimming through them. The eel's massive head emerged from the clouds, its spotlight like eyes observing the Nether Capital. Inside Nether Capital, wizards, sensing this terrifying aura, ran out one after another, gazing at the sky in shock. What a terrifying giant beast. It must be level 6 strength, right? This is no ordinary creature. This is a sub-dragon, the wild electric dragon eel. It looks like the electric eel wizard has arrived at Nether Capital, but for what business? Isn't the electric eel wizard from the law enforcement department? Could it be that he has come to investigate the matter with the Schubert family? Rumor has it that someone controlled the manager of Schubert's house and ambushed a primordial soul wizard. Some people began to guess that this was the doing of Master Fire Dragon. After all, in number 1 Witch City, the only one with the power to kill a primordial soul wizard was Master Fire Dragon. In the world of commerce, assassinating a competitor was all too common. In Levi's previous life, there were many such cases, let alone in the wizard world. Under the watchful eyes of all, the electric eel wizard, with his golden hair fluttering, and a heroic presence, descended amidst golden lightning. He frowned. The law enforcement department is handling the case, all unrelated persons, go back. Another assistant shouted. We are from Star Tower's law enforcement department. We are requesting Master Fire Dragon to come out for a talk. Soon, the manager Mia hurried out. Please wait a moment, lords, Master Fire Dragon is refining, and cannot be interrupted. The assistant's aura of authority spread, and he spoke with anger. We are conducting official business here. Let him come out immediately. He showed his investigative credentials. Mia broke out in a sweat on her forehead. She felt an instinctive fear in the face of the Sixth Circle's authority. The electric eel wizard patted the assistant's shoulder, squinted his eyes, and spoke with a smile. No harm done. Let the master finish his work first, we have time. Mia bowed. Thank you for your understanding, Lord. The assistant snorted coldly. Master Fire Dragon sure has a lot of nerve. Electric Eel Lord, why do you need to be so polite with him? The electric eel wizard declared loudly. We are here to investigate a case, not to arrest a criminal. If Master Fire Dragon's work is delayed, can you afford the consequences? On both sides of the street, wizards silently observing from within their wizard towers could not help but applaud the electric eel wizard inwardly. The electric eel wizard truly understands righteousness, and he speaks and acts logically. He is indeed a genius of the Letney family. Yes, and he is also very handsome, still unmarried. Who knows what kind of witch would be a match for him? In the weapon refinement room, the Holy Infant worked in tranquility. He had already perceived that the electric eel wizard and others had arrived, but did not want to interrupt his own weapon refinement. Only after nearly completing a phase of work did the Holy Infant come out, his face full of apologies. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The assistant looked at the Holy Infant with undisguised impatience. The electric eel wizard spoke. No problem, the master is busy with countless tasks, it is understandable. We are here mainly to inquire about Allison's situation. The Holy Infant nodded. Allison, isn't he the manager of Schubert's house? The electric eel wizard continued. Fire Dragon Shop and Schubert's house are the two weapon-making giants of this witch city. Have you, master, ever dealt with them? The Holy Infant replied. Never had any dealings, I am busy with weapon refinement, too uninterested to care about such trivial matters. Following this, the electric eel wizard asked a series of prepared questions, to which the master replied with ignorance. Finally, the electric eel wizard copied the master's statements onto an ancient golden book. He said, This is the rare treasure, true word scripture. Master, please vow that what you have said is absolutely true. If there is any concealment or deception, the law code will naturally detect it, and the law enforcement department will take corresponding action. The mirror of the past, true word scripture, and a series of treasures were seen as magical instruments for the law enforcement department's case handling. Many criminals who tried to lie were mercilessly exposed. But the Holy Infant signed and vowed without hesitation. No other reason but that, from beginning to end, he truly knew nothing about it. What does apprehending Levi have to do with me, the Holy Infant? Seeing Master Fire Dragon's decisive action, the electric eel wizard was taken aback. Could it really be unrelated to him? Then who did it? Could it indeed be the mysterious organization? For a moment, he was somewhat bewildered. The Holy Infant said with a smile, Take care on your way out. Would you not like to purchase some wizard tools for your subordinates? We have a 10% discount for group purchases. The electric eel wizard responded with a forced smile. No need, we do not want to bother the master. Oh yes, the license hanging in your shop is about to expire. As an enforcer, I am obligated to remind you to remember to renew it in time. He left with his assistant, riding the wild electric dragon eel, turning into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. The Holy Infant looked thoughtfully at the departing wild electric dragon eel. On the road, The electric eel wizard drove on in silence. Could there be a problem with the true word scripture? Impossible. These are all uniformly crafted by the Congress's powerhouses. Chapter 1743. The electric eel wizard returned to the Star Tower in confusion, only to find a message from the Gale messenger, Kuro. It read, "Meet at the usual place." His expression shifted. He proceeded to the appointed location. The electric eel wizard arrived at an abandoned small secret realm in the endless sea, moving quietly. A mini wild electric dragon eel coiled within his sleeves. This clandestine location served as the private meeting ground for Kuro and his associates. A middle-aged wizard with white hair, dressed in ordinary gray robes, floated high in the sky. It was Kuro. He spoke with indifference. "I cannot continue with the matter you mentioned." The electric eel wizard asked, "Why? Has someone been pressuring you?" Kuro replied, "Triss talked with me. She is a friend of Master Fire Dragon. She questioned why my efficiency remained so low." The electric eel wizard said, "So what? Just tell her you are too busy to care about Triss. She is just a seven-circle wizard." Kuro said helplessly, "The problem is, Triss seems to take this matter very seriously, and she refuses to let it go. What can I do about it? Besides, do you really think Triss has no backing? Have you ever heard of the Black Abyss Walker? He is a great councilman of the Congress." Shock rippled through the electric eel wizard at the mention of the Black Abyss Walker. He narrowed his eyes. "He is a powerful figure. What is his relation to Triss?" Kuro explained. "They are likely mentor and pupil. The Black Abyss Walker does not take many disciples, but he remains very protective of each one, as you know. Plus, he is also the most accomplished disciple of the legendary wizard, and very likely to rise to legendary status himself. Moreover, he is also very close to the Frost Witch, a promising legend beyond just a grand wizard." Shock rippled through the electric eel wizard. He merely ran a fire dragon shop. How had he involved himself with such high-profile individuals? Did Master Fire Dragon really have such powerful connections? To confront the Black Abyss Walker, he would have to seek the support of his family in the Central Realm. Yet, for such a trivial matter, he dared not act, nor did his family dare to intervene. Moreover, that significant figure was unlikely to confront the Black Abyss Walker over such a small issue. The investigation into the Schubert case remained blocked, and now the plan to bring down the Fire Dragon shop was falling apart. The electric eel wizard felt exceedingly frustrated. His anger had nowhere to go. He possessed noble status, and had recently advanced to primordial soul rank. When had he ever faced such adversity? "Why do you not return the rare treasure I sent you, since you have not managed to accomplish the matter?" Kuro said. "I have already been reprimanded because of this matter. Forget it. I will return it to you." A rare treasure, shaped like a bow and arrow, floated in the void. After ensuring it remained undamaged, the electric eel wizard took it back, and said indifferently, "The 30 million ether stones are yours." Kuro looked at the electric eel wizard. His gaze remained somber. The Letney family. Such penny pinchers. This rare treasure, named the wind-chasing bow, best suited wizards from the Storm School of Thought. Once drawn, it could condense a wind god's arrow with level 6 destructive power. The might of one arrow could penetrate the defensive field of a 6th circle ordinary wizard, and its range reached as far as 500 miles. The creator of this rare treasure was also a small legend. His name was Doster Colin, originating from the remote Yellow Earth continent in the Outer Sea region. He enjoyed researching the arts of rare treasure refinement, and this wind-chasing bow stood as his masterpiece. Later, this wizard fell due to an accident. Kuro had specifically inquired about it. The small, insignificant family he left behind in the Yellow Earth continent had already vanished hundreds of years ago. Several days later, Mia received a notification. Her expression brightened. "Lord, we got our permit. Great. The shop can operate normally again." Holy Infant smiled. "That is good. Go get the documents." For the next several hundred years, there would be no need to worry about qualification issues. It would also prevent some troublemakers from taking advantage of the situation. During this period, some customers, under the guise of buying wizard tools, came to probe the reality of the shop. He knew some people waited for the shop to operate illegally so they could take the opportunity to bring him down. Holy Infant murmured in his heart, "Now I can live peacefully. I just want to quietly refine weapons." As everyone knows, Gondaf remained brave and just, always willing to help others. Master Fire Dragon stayed law-abiding and honest in business. The original self continued to punish evil, promote goodness, and rob the rich to help the poor. Knowing the matter had been smoothly resolved, Levi again came to the cabin of Triss. Triss said, "Have you come to thank me?" Levi replied, "Madam, do you need me to do anything for you? Weapon refinement, pharmacy, or something like that?" Throughout the journey, Triss had helped him often. Triss stated, "Master Fire Dragon risked his life to save me last time. This small matter is nothing. Tell him not to worry." Levi said, "That is different. In a while, Master Fire Dragon will probably come to thank you personally." Half a year later, Master Fire Dragon arrived. He carried a pair of scissors-shaped wizard tools that he had modified himself. His face beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, madam, for your help. This is the Nightmare Black Dragon Scissors. It is a 6-circle high-grade witch tool remodeled from the soul artifact of the Black Shark Devourer. The gift is modest, but it bears deep sentiment. I hope you will accept it." The Nightmare Black Dragon Scissors looked more high-end and sophisticated compared to the previous Black Shark Scissors. Triss thought for a moment and said, "I will accept it, thank you, master. But this wizard tool, if sold on the market, would be worth hundreds of millions of ether stones. The small deed I did hardly amounts to that much. Here is what we will do. I have some leftover meditation supplementary potions. If you do not mind, take them. Chapter 1744. She waved her hand, and a medicine suitcase appeared, filled with rows of potions. It looked like enough to sustain the holy infant's cultivation for some time. She was wealthy. Other primordial soul wizards would refine only as much as they used, yet she was able to have some left over. The holy infant gestured to the suitcase. I really cannot accept this. I am here to express my gratitude, madam. How could I take more? Triss pushed the suitcase toward him. Master, please take them. All these medicines combined are just worth a few tens of millions of ether stones. They are not as valuable as your wizard tool. The holy infant could not refuse. He accepted the gift. Goodbye, madam. You are welcome to visit the fire dragon shop. The holy infant departed from Triss, his spirit light as he returned home. Triss played with the black dragon scissors and muttered to herself. This is a nice wizard tool. The master is thoughtful. Ancient dragon continent. The pharmacy lab smelled of herbs and heat. Levi refined potions while guiding 100 flowers in the art of alchemy. He focused on his work, his mind drifting. That holy infant really has it easy. The medicines he received as gifts twice would be enough for his cultivation for several decades. In this way, I only need to take care of the cultivation medicines for myself and Gonduf. No, now there is also 100 flowers. Indeed, without women in one's heart, one's swordsmanship is divine. I can no longer reach that realm. 100 flowers displayed remarkable talent in pharmacy. She had avoided potion crafting all this time, not for lack of ability, but because she had simply never needed to learn. She earned a tidy sum through various competitions. With a senior like Triss taking care of her, there was no need to learn until now. Levi prepared to train 100 flowers into a master of pharmacy. In the future, he would leave the alchemy to her. Time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1410, Month of Flowers. There were still 21 years left before the next opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. This year, Levi was 420 years old. During these 5 years, he rapidly cultivated the Netherworld Water Prison spell to level 14. The difficulty of spell cultivation before and after level 14 was vastly different. Now, all 3 of his primordial soul spells had hit the right track. Next came the step-by-step process of refining them to perfection. Of course, over these years, he tried to buy some top-quality primordial soul spells at auctions using his cash resources, but the results were not significant. Apart from bidding 30 million ether stones for a 6th circle spell called Summon Hell Lord, he gained nothing. Summon Hell Lord was a rather classic 6th circle spell from the School of Death. After reaching the 6th environment realm, Levi could summon a level 6 upper-level Hell Lord to fight for him. When cultivated to the maximum, he could summon 2 at the same time. Naturally, summoning hell creatures below level 6 was also no problem. Now, this spell had been cultivated by him to level 12, and he would soon be able to summon a Hell Lord. With this, the 4th primordial soul spell was also initially mastered. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon which branded out the 4th Hell True Mark. He learned this spell for another reason. After establishing a contract with the Hell Lord through this spell, he could also travel to the Hell Plane to gather advancement ingredients for the Book of the Undead and cultivate it into a 6th ring magical artifact. Hell, while not being an extra-large plane like the underworld, should not be underestimated in strength. Powerful undead lords and grand dukes of devils filled the realm. Their number far exceeded that of ordinary large planes. Before heading to Hell, necessary preparations were indispensable. During these 5 years, the last 3 of the new generation of knights, the Feather Knight, the Pheasant Knight, and the Snow Dragon Knight, stepped into the 5th level. This announced the 18 Twilight Cavalry formally entered the level 5 era. Unknowingly, their path as knights had been trodden for nearly 300 years. This speed of cultivation was not fast, but not slow either. Looking at the wizard world, they were less than top-tier talents, but more than enough for the rest. In fact, to maintain the lead in today's highly competitive knightly order, each of the 18 Twilight Cavalry proved extraordinary. Feather Knight's Blood Source armor was the Feather Stream armor. Snow Dragon Knight's was the East Wind Iron armor. Pheasant Knight's was the Si Chen Feather armor. All 3 Knights' Blood Source armor possessed extraordinary abilities. With the aid of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, Levi's work opening up the Nightmare World became increasingly smooth. The resources collected from the Nightmare World could also enrich the growth of the 4 major organizations in the ancient dragon continent. Levi tasted the benefits and naturally wanted more knights to enter the Nightmare World for pioneering. Now, his Nightmare Dragon breathing technique and Inferno Dragon breathing technique had both been cultivated to the limit of the 17th level. All that was missing was the corresponding bloodline essence for evolution. For the Nightmare Dragon, he mobilized the knights and the citizens of the 3 domains to seek out the whereabouts of the Nightmare Lord subdragons for himself. He also urged the faceless infant dragon to hurry up and promote to level 6. For the Death Ember Dragon, he waited for the Ash Dragon to hatch, while actively looking for Undying Bird bloodline creatures. Compared to the numerous subdragons, the Undying Bird was a genuinely national treasure level rare creature. The cultivation of the Brilliant Golden Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Scarlet Dragon breathing techniques had also gradually gotten onto the fast track. As for the Sky Dragon, he currently lacked a type of wind element or lightning affinity subdragon. Counting on the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon would not work. Levi did know where to find a level 6 lightning affinity subdragon. When the time was right, he would go take it. This day in the imperial palace marked a day of relaxation. Levi and 100 flowers cultivated together again for a day, developing many interesting cultivation postures. Sometimes, they played like mandarin ducks in the magma. Chapter 1745. Sometimes, they let themselves go in the wind disaster stratum. Suddenly, a blood knight sent a message, relaying some important intelligence to Levi. Levi's face lit up. The rank 6 creature of the undying bird bloodline has been found. According to the information obtained by the blood knight, years ago, just before the Church of Eternity withdrew from Nora, a blue flame divine bird flew out of their forbidden land. Not long after this divine bird appeared, it was subdued by 2 powerhouses from the 7 Kingdoms continent, and then vanished without a trace. The investigation suggested that these 2 powerhouses were most likely Melissa and Yelin, the saints of the 2 major churches still present in the human realm. After reviewing the information on the Azure Flame bird, Levi's face showed delight. Azure Flame Crow. I never expected the Church of Eternity to have such a creature under suppression. This bird was indeed a rare undying bird bloodline creature, powerful and formidable. If Melissa and Yelin could subdue the Azure Flame Crow, it seems they are quite skilled. Based on Levi's knowledge of the Church of Holy Light, if the Azure Flame Crow was still alive, it was very likely suppressed under Heavenly Mountain. He had a vivid memory of the sealing sacred object of Heavenly Mountain, which was quite powerful. Next, I need to find an opportunity to test the real strength of the Church of Holy Light. He could not act rashly without knowing the depths of the church. He quietly waited for the right moment, and even used the Crimson Enslavement to subdue a head priest to gather intelligence for him. This waiting period lasted 3 years. In the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1413, month of beginning, Levi's summon Hell Lord cultivation had reached level 14, and he was now able to summon a Hell Lord whenever he desired. On this day, on an island in the outer sea, Levi chanted incantations and changed his hand seals, burning many precious level 6 casting materials that turned to wisps of green smoke and dissipated. The next moment, a pitch black and profound doorway opened before him. A pink skeletal claw reached out from within. Soon after, a pink skeleton of the same stature as a regular person appeared before Levi with some restraint. It wore a butterfly hairpin and held its hands in front of its belly, curiously surveying its surroundings. A telepathic thought came from Levi's mind. I am Anna, may I ask what is your name? Why do I feel like I have seen you somewhere? Levi looked at the pink skeleton with complex emotions. The memory of hell creatures is really poor, huh? This pink skeleton was memorable to Levi. It was indeed the summoned creature of the Redbone Wizard. However, when Redbone Wizard failed to ascend to the primordial soul and perished, the summoned creature became masterless. Unexpectedly, time changed, and this little skeleton had indeed advanced, becoming a Hell Lord. Levi could sense that the potential of the pink skeleton was not ordinary, similar to Jerry, the swordsman from the Book of the Undead. Regarding this summoned creature, Levi held no grudges or hatred, it was merely a tool. Besides, times had changed, and he was not one to hold petty grudges. His enemy was dead, and he had let go. Levi said, I am Levi, would you be willing to form a summoning contract with me, to become my partner? Turning the Redbone Wizard's summoned creature into his own was also a small punishment for the wizard. The pink skeleton replied, I am willing. It did not like the gloomy hell, it preferred to stay in the mortal world. However, after the fall of Redbone Wizard, it had been entrusted to Wizard Wildbone, who, following the footsteps of Redbone, also met his demise. From the words and demeanor of the pink skeleton, Levi sensed that its intelligence was perhaps not very high. Usually, Hell Lords are cunning and deceitful undead creatures. Even a wizard from the School of Death must handle them with care and caution, just like dealing with devils. After forming the contract with the pink skeleton, Levi asked, do you have a name? The pink skeleton said, you can call me Madam Red or Little Pink. My real name is Celestia Klin. Levi nodded. Then I will call you Little Pink. You return to hell for now. I will summon you when there is something. After Little Pink left, Levi mused to himself. The next step is to watch and wait. According to his intelligence, it seemed as though the Blue Frost Lord's daughter bore a grudge against the Church of Holy Light, striving over the years to assault Heavenly Mountain. But because Yelin and Melissa, the vile couple, always joined forces, she had never succeeded. Recently, the Blue Frost Lord's daughter was suspected to have found an opportunity in the Blue Frost Plain, greatly increasing her strength, and once again led the undead army southward, marching towards Heavenly Mountain. Levi planned to go and watch the battle by himself. If necessary, he would transform into the brilliant golden dragon and rescue the blue flame divine bird from Heavenly Mountain. As long as he disappeared before his dragon form ended, no one would see. At that time, who would know the culprit was him, Levi? It was a dragon's good deed. What does it have to do with me, Levi? There were plenty of dragons in the multidimensional plane that the wizard world had not discovered. Everyone would just think of Levi as a dragon that had accidentally wandered into the human realm. In the end, Levi would become the evil dragon of folk legends. Especially in an era of great planar convergence, such an incident was reasonable. As for why not use the Red Emperor dragon form, it was because the three-headed dragon abomination had once shown the anomaly of the Red Emperor dragon at the Dark Ancient Tower, and there was a chance of it being noticed by someone with an agenda. Month of winter. 7 Kingdoms continent. The old lands, once belonging to the Peacock Kingdom, were now the Holy Radiance Divine Country. The church claimed that mortals within the Divine Country were all the Heavenly Father's chosen people. Anyone who served the church selflessly could enter the divine country, leaving behind this corrupt and evil moral world. Heavenly Mountain. A figure with a weathered face and blonde hair in a linen robe stood tall at the peak. Beside him, a golden-haired woman with a compassionate face looked somberly on. Around Heavenly Mountain, tens of thousands of holy priests formed a protective army. Dozens of saints with strength at the peak of rank 5 gazed sanctimoniously into the distance. There were even 4 divine servants, with an equally potent presence at the 6th level. These were the army that the church had fostered with divine methods since the Dark Wave revival. The cold winds from the northern territory swept southward. Blue snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Blue frost, descending once again. A full 4 6th-leveled blue frost lords roared into view. Blue frost bone dragons, corruption giant spiders, white bone giant birds, and a blue frost giant towering 400 meters tall, exuding the aura of a level 6 mid-stage. Countless blue frost army soldiers approached like a dark cloud, sweeping over the land. A solitary figure without emotion, wearing blue armor and carrying a shark tooth-shaped sword, stood in the void. The aura she emitted had astonishingly reached the level 6 late stage. This caused Yelin and Melissa to exchange worried glances. The two of them were currently only at level 6 mid-stage, and it seemed a difficult battle awaited them today. Both had already made plans in their hearts to retreat from Nora and return to the astral world. In the distance, Levi, hidden by the hermit rune, calmly observed from the void, an onlooker to the chaos. It seems I am not the only one here for the show. What followed was bound to be another chaotic battle. After today, the Church of Holy Light and the Church of Earth might become history in Nora. Thus, the age of the Orthodox God's faith would come to a complete end. Chapter 1746. The Blue Frost Empire's army had attacked. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it. Levi watched from the shadows, murmuring to himself. Looking back to when the Dark Wave revival began, my realm had always been suppressed by those so-called saints. With the help of divine power, they were unstoppable. Now, the gods they relied on are like clay Buddhas crossing a river, unable to protect even themselves. Yet I have steadily grown, overtaking them in a curve. Now, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Time is on my side. The 3,000 paths are inferior to the paths of cheating and hard work. But this daughter of Blue Frost, in just a few hundred years, has grown to the level 6 late stage, beyond my expectations. Let us have the Blue Frost Lord's daughter test the church's strength first, then I will make my move. Heavenly Mountain stood tall against the encroaching forces. Yelin glared furiously at the Blue Frost Lord's daughter, his hand gripping the pommel of his sword as he shouted, "You have troubled us time and again. Do you really think the Church of Holy Light is so easily bullied?" The Blue Frost Lord's daughter drew her shark tooth-shaped sword from behind, gently wiping it with her finger as she answered, "Leave Heavenly Mountain behind and crawl back to the astral world." How arrogant! Yelin barked, his face twisting in rage. However powerful the Blue Frost Lord's daughter might be, at level 6 late stage, with Heavenly Mountain there, the church stood on invincible grounds. For thousands of years, Heavenly Mountain had blocked countless attacks, allowing the church to survive disaster after disaster. This time, the church would not fall either. Thunderous rumbles shook the ground. Heavenly Mountain trembled, shone brightly, and flew up to become a sacred mountain floating high above. The mountain's radiance enveloped an area of nearly 100 miles. The holy priests, as if injected with adrenaline, shouted slogans like "Holy Light Forever," and charged at the densely packed Blue Frost army. In the moment the light enveloped him, discomfort flared, as though some power was forcibly brainwashing him, igniting battle intent in his heart, and pushing him toward death without turning back. Truly, the sealing sacred objects are sinister. Even a level 6 expert like himself was slightly affected, not to mention the ordinary holy priests. It is a pity, such treasures like sealing sacred objects, I cannot use them at all. Otherwise, if I could use this to build a military empire, this treasure could be extremely useful. Only sacred energy within the body of a saint could activate the sacred relics, which is essentially a lesser form of divine power. This is a power entirely different from the path of the wizard, or a knight's bloodline power. It is the power of faith. Speaking of the power of faith, the fundamental power upon which nightmare creatures rely, the fear power, is essentially a negative faith, in stark opposition to the church's type of faith. The two share one thing in common. Belief exists in them across the multidimensional plane, whether positive or negative. Of course, even if he could use it, Levi would not dare take such a treasure away. With the methods of the Heavenly Father, it was basically like carrying a global positioning system locator. Wherever Levi went in the future, he would likely be sensed by the gods of the astral world. The Blue Frost Lord's daughter pointed her longsword to the sky, her voice thundering across the battlefield. Flatten Heavenly Mountain. Bone dragons spat blue frost flame flow. The bird of death flapped its wings, bringing down blue fire from the sky. The giant spider's web darkened the sky. The most terrifying was the blue flame giant, who held a spiked club that looked like a rare treasure. Each basic, unadorned attack forced the 6th-level divine servants to retreat explosively. Naturally, the strength of the divine servants was also extremely formidable. The 4 great divine servants each controlled a powerful sealing sacred object: the Holy Great Sword, the White Bow, the Radiant Shield, and the Mortal Spear. The power of each was no less than a wizard's soul artifact. Under these attacks from sealing sacred objects, blue frost power occasionally dissolved from the body of the Blue Frost Lord. In a sense, this was a clash between the Heavenly Father, the Mother of Earth, and the Blue Frost Lord from the astral world. In terms of strength, without a doubt, the established Orthodox gods, Father, and Holy Mother, were more powerful. They managed to hold a territory of faith during the competitive era, and under Sauron, even signing treaties. The 7 Orthodox gods were among the elite in the astral world. But gods were currently battling a great terror, and were separated by the astral world, making it hard to exert much influence. On the other hand, the Blue Frost Lord, originally a plain sovereign akin to demigods, had later promoted to level 10. Though an upstart, his immediate presence in the astral world meant he had many more moves to make. Let the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman gains the benefit. It is best if they destroy each other, making it cheap for me. Levi had no fondness for the Church of Holy Light, but he disliked Blue Frost even more. The Church just turns people into pigs, while Blue Frost turns them into living dead. In this rotten era, the Church is still somehow better for ordinary humans. Bathed in the divine light of Heavenly Mountain, Melissa and Yelin unleashed divine arts in a furious bombardment. The Blue Frost Lord's daughter slashed down her greatsword, unleashing an endless aura of death through her frost power, morphing into a giant skull with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The skull opened its vast mouth and moved to devour the 2 saints. Levi pondered the scene. Is this the power of God's bloodline? On the battlefield around Heavenly Mountain, there were many like Levi, trying to muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters. From the shadows, a man in black, clad in dragon armor, wearing a hood and a bird of death mask, was hiding there. He held a dagger in his hand, poised like a viper. This is a golden opportunity to flatten Heavenly Mountain. From now on, this Nora will become a land full of war, darkness, schemes, and plots. The holy brilliance of the Shadow Lord will soon spread across the human realm. This man was none other than the leader of the Bird of Death's voice, Shadowhand Wood. Chapter 1747. In the distance, a burly, bald man, wielding a huge axe, stood proudly atop a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. Thomas, the hall master of the God of War temple, and the proxy of the God of War, smirked with a crooked smile. He gripped his weapon and shouted to the air, "Fight, fight! What meaning is there to life if not for war? Kings plot their empires through war, knights build their legacies through war, and all beings find joy in combat. That is a perfect world." The underground world held a surprise. A tranquil monastery had appeared here. A group of nuns dressed in robe-like monastic garbs, their long legs revealed by high slits, stood in silence. Leading them was a nun, cold as ice. Her figure was explosive, curvy in all the right places. Delicate jade hands held an ancient book before her chest. She stared at the title, Silent Prayer. She was a saint of the Silent Monastery, serving the mysterious and unfathomable Lady Silence. She turned to the nuns. "This noisy world needs to be quieted down. How shall we proceed?" The nuns replied in unison, "Kill them all." The silent nun nodded. "Good. Having been oppressed by the so-called True God Church for so long, it is time for a role reversal. The old gods fade, and the new gods ascend." The battle of the gods of the astral world did not confine itself to the celestial realm. The struggles between different faiths in the lower realm could also weaken the opposing forces. For long-established deities like the 7 Orthodox gods, many new gods were surely trying to usurp their thrones. High above the skies, a figure wearing a white spiral mask lurked among the clouds. The elements of earth, fire, wind, and water enveloped him, and the breath of chaos flowed within him, merging him with the universe. The Wilderness Brotherhood would not miss such a feast. This person was the saint of the Lord of Chaos, and the mastermind behind the Wilderness Brotherhood. Beside him, a 100-meter-tall green giant sat slumped in the void. Its bloated belly sported a ghastly, blood-red gash, and a tooth-ridden tongue protruded from within. Before him stood a large crucible, bubbling and filled with gases. Pressure built up inside, ready to forcefully erupt. Within the poisonous waters, various plague legion creatures swam. It was the human incarnation of one of the 4 great evil gods, the father of plagues. He had been killed by Gondaf, but had now regained his level 6 strength. Such was the horror of evil gods. Like wildfire unending, they rise anew with each spring breeze. The Chaos Saint chuckled softly. "It is indeed intense." The father of plagues responded, "Let us just watch the changes. The Wizard Council is keeping an eye on it too. Once the wizards return from the subdimensional portal, we all, including ourselves, will leave this place to avoid the fray. If we can make that pair of stars suffer a bit before we leave, it will not be a loss." Somewhere, a Laplace wizard quietly arrived, representing the Wizard Council in the human realm to control the situation. He arrived mainly to prevent the infighting between these proxies of the gods from destabilizing the foundations of the human realm. After all, once the subdimensional land returned to Nora, and the wizards came back, this human realm would serve as an important birthplace for the seedling wizards. He spoke lightly. "After this battle, the True God Church should become history, and the non-interference pact will automatically become null and void. These evil god organizations in the human realm also need to be cleaned up." Not long after, another figure appeared beside Laplace. It was Gondaf. He did not come on official business, but rather because of his good relationship with Laplace. He was there to watch the show. Another purpose was to raid in support of his main self, just in case. Various forces converged. This battle for Heavenly Mountain had reached a critical moment. The blue flame giant unleashed its divine power, smashing a divine servant into meat paste with a spiked club. Even the ceiling's sacred objects shattered, their divine light dimming. It joined other battles and forced the divine servants to retreat steadily. Upon seeing this, Yelin and Melissa surged with vast sacred energy, pouring it into the heavenly mountain before them. Heavenly Mountain swelled and eventually reached 1,000 feet in height, spanning the sky dome. It crushed the skull of the Blue Frost Lord's daughter. The Blue Frost Lord's daughter's complexion changed slightly. She bit her fingertip, and strokes of blue blood were drawn into her shark-tooth-shaped sword. In the next moment, the sword grew as it caught the wind, transforming into a great sword that touched the heavens and collided with Heavenly Mountain. Boom! The mighty force shook the air, and even Levi, watching from the battlefield, looked serious. This great sword looked remarkable, colliding with Heavenly Mountain without falling short. Ultimately, Heavenly Mountain held the advantage, though cracks spread across the sword. Heavenly Mountain, too, had suffered a gap. Seizing this opportunity, the Blue Frost Lord's daughter, with blue blood, drew a circle in the void. Brother, awaken. Boom, boom, boom. Within Heavenly Mountain, something pounded. The sound of chains grinding echoed incessantly. Both Yelin and the Holy Mother's faces changed. No good. The seal is breaking, and he has been awakened. They hurriedly increased their power, and even directly sacrificed the souls of tens of thousands of holy priests to mend the breach. Heavenly Mountain's might remained unmatched among other sealing sacred objects, because it held down those powerful beings suppressed by the church through time. It drew on their powers to become the strength of Heavenly Mountain. Now, as Heavenly Mountain cracked, the strongest sealed entity within tried to break free. As the power of the two saints flowed in, the gap in Heavenly Mountain began to mend. The Blue Frost Lord's daughter grew frantic. She clutched the broken sword, swept out a strike, and Blue Frost swept over, freezing everything. A shadow flew up from the ground, and in an instant appeared behind Yelin. Chapter 1748. Puff. A poisonous dagger pierced through the flesh. Wood sneered, and his eyes glinted with malice. Die, for the radiance will eventually be buried by shadow. Yelin's face turned ashen, and he staggered from the severe injury. The Holy Mother slapped Wood away with her palm, as their raw strength still proved superior. Wood cared not for honor, and he specialized in stealth and assassination. As Wood made his move, the silent nun and Thomas also sprang into action. The silent prayer activated. The world quieted down, and everything lost its color. It turned into a silent film, and the people's movements slowed down to a crawl. Thomas's war axe struck with the force of Mount Wa-splitting force. Its light tore through everything as it chopped towards Heavenly Mountain. Heavenly Mountain was the foundation of the strength of the Church of Holy Light. Destroying it meant victory. Under such a powerful onslaught, the already damaged Heavenly Mountain began to tremble. Seeing this, Yelin sacrificed all the other holy priests on the spot to protect the sacred relic. Souls entered Heavenly Mountain, and they became its source of strength. Boom! A ring of golden light swept everyone away. The holy light of Heavenly Mountain surged, and it carried Yelin and Melissa towards the infinite skies. The daughter of the Blue Frost Lord felt her pulse quicken. Damn it, these bastards are trying to escape with the sacred relic, and the soul of my brother is still inside. She recklessly charged at Heavenly Mountain. Other powerhouses also tried to keep Heavenly Mountain behind. Gondef asked, do we need to intervene? Laplace responded, let these emissaries of the gods fight each other. We should not get involved. The church is finished, and our time is coming. On Heavenly Mountain, Yelin stood with a pale face. This place has no value anymore. Fortunately, the souls and power of faith stored over the years are enough for the Heavenly Father and Holy Mother to nurture more divine servants and angels. Melissa added, after the great convergence of planes ends, perhaps we can return. Suddenly, a fierce shout rang out. Stop! Chains of frost wrapped around Heavenly Mountain. The daughter of the Blue Frost Lord gritted her teeth, trying to drag it down. The huge axe of Thomas struck again. Different factions were now united in their efforts against Heavenly Mountain. Seeing so many unable to capture Heavenly Mountain, Levi sighed to himself. Fine, looks like I have to do it. He positioned the Death Ember Divine Palace outside the battlefield, and he used the chaos of battle. The Hermit Rune flickered as he quietly slipped into the void. High above in the sky, various forces waged a tug of war over Heavenly Mountain. All the powerhouses summoned every bit of their skill, but they still could not stop the ascension of Heavenly Mountain. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the void shattered above Heavenly Mountain. In an instant, endless golden light burst forth. A colossal red dragon, with a wingspan of 500 meters made its appearance. The golden dragon flapped its wings like a meteor, and it rapidly descended. Its four thick dragon claws pressed towards the void below Heavenly Mountain. At the same time, the primordial magnetic field activated. The magnetic fields reversed. Rumble! Heavenly Mountain, struck as if by a meteor, abruptly halted its ascent. The dragon scales on the golden dragon claw cracked inch by inch, but they quickly healed. The shockwave from their collision made Yelin spew a mouthful of blood. He looked at the giant dragon with disbelief. Damn it, what is going on? He guessed that some forces might try to fish in troubled waters, but he never expected the Dragon Clan. Melissa speculated, could it be dispatched by the king of 10,000 dragons? Yelin responded, possibly. The appearance of the golden dragon immediately intimidated everyone present. The daughter of the Blue Frost Lord was shocked. In comparison to the pure dragon might emanating from the golden dragon, her own bone dragons were insignificant. Could it be a true pure-blooded dragon clan? The Dragon Clan was a synonym for power, and even more so, the pure-blooded Dragon Clan. After all, How many races could claim that upon reaching adulthood, they were level 9? Some powerful pure bloods ranked alongside the gods. Thus, facing such a mighty creature, no one could lose basic reverence. Thomas's expression became solemn. Even in the presence of this dragon clan, I feel immense pressure. The nun suddenly said, no matter what, as long as they are enemies of the Church of Holy Light, they are our temporary allies. She flipped through her book, and a more powerful power of silence pressed towards Heavenly Mountain. In the distance, the expression of the Chaos Saint shifted slightly. Such a powerful golden dragon. I did not expect the Church of Holy Light also offended the dragon clan. It looks like they cannot escape this calamity today. The Father of Plagues lamented, it is a pity my strength is not fully recovered, otherwise, I would really like to capture it and transform it into an even more powerful plague dragon. Laplace furrowed his brows. Dragon clan, Gondaf, have you ever seen such a dragon? Gondaf said, I have never seen it, nor do I know where it came from. Laplace said, the situation is getting more chaotic. If a great battle erupts later, remember to preserve your own life. High in the sky, the brilliant golden dragon oppressed Heavenly Mountain with an unmatched presence. Simultaneously, other powerhouses displayed their powerful treasures. A horn on the forward of the golden dragon gathered golden light, and it shot it out. The precise golden light struck the gap in Heavenly Mountain. Boom! Heavenly Mountain could no longer hold. Cracks spread, and the holy light scattered. The golden dragon spread its wings, soaring into the sky. Behind it trailed endless waves of golden lightning-shaped gravity waves. It roared to the heavens, the golden gravity erupted, and it pressed down heavily once again. Heavenly Mountain fell from the high sky, and its speed was astonishingly fast. Chapter 1749. Yelin and Melissa gritted their teeth, launching a flurry of attacks at the brilliant golden dragon. Golden rock armor formed layers over the dragon body. The endless power of water elements swirled around it, creating a thick blue barrier. The dragon withstood the assault of the two saints, appearing like an invincible dragon god. With a single strike, it slammed Heavenly Mountain down from the high heavens. Heavenly Mountain crashed into the earth. A terrifying tremor echoed for hundreds of miles. Crevices spread across the land like veins. Shockwaves tore through mountain after mountain. The brilliant golden dragon locked its gaze on Yelinier. It roared to the heavens. 10,000 rays of golden light fell, engulfing him. The dragon transformed into a streak of golden light and lunged toward Yelinier. Centuries of resentment found their release in this moment. The divine arts barrier around Yelin flared brightly, resisting the bombardment of golden light. Melissa prayed to the gods. A holy radiance lit up behind her, revealing the phantom of a 12-winged angel. The brilliant golden dragon closed its eyes. Darkness fell upon the land, plunging the world into eternal night. When the lantern holder opened its eyes, its strength increased. When it closed them, the opponent weakened. Night crept in, and the holy light faded. The phantom of the 12-winged angel wielded a great sword and slashed toward the brilliant golden dragon. The dragon clashed its single horn with the great sword. The phantom was sent flying. Its great sword cracked, and the angelic wings shattered. Levi had transformed into the brilliant golden dragon. He could not use the bloodline breathing technique of the Crimson Emperor dragon, but the power attribute boost from the Crimson Emperor remained real. Moreover, his golden dragon had advanced to level 6 for over 100 years. His cultivation had slowed due to the secret medicine, but he hovered near the mid-stage of level 6. This phantom of the 12-winged angel stood at best as a slightly stronger mid-stage level 6. Levi did not need to lift a finger. Thomas wielded a huge axe and chopped directly at the 12-winged angel. Half of the golden gravity within Levi's body exploded in an instant. Yelin protective barrier shattered. From nowhere, a pink skeleton exuding an aura of death joined the battle. The expressions of the powerhouses turned grave. Another Hell Lord had joined the fray. With a single breath from the pink skeleton, tens of thousands of little skeletons rushed toward Melissa. Despair filled the hearts of the two saints. They had not expected that amidst the church troubles, so many powerhouses would come to plunder. Fighting among themselves was one thing, but why were the Dragon Clan and the Hell Lord joining the fray? Yelin Divine Arts Barrier, hard as a tortoise shell, broke under the assault of the brilliant golden dragon. Like a hand swatting an ant, the dragon claw struck him. Yelin had fought too long, and his sacred energy was depleted. Melissa, save me. Melissa was embroiled in a fierce battle with the pink skeleton and the silent nun. She was too busy to help. With a simple, unadorned strike, Yelin's body exploded into a blood fog. The bones of the saint, glowing with sanctity, shattered to pieces. The golden gravity turned into lightning and exploded, reducing the saint to nothingness. A detached Holy Spirit appeared, the soul of a saint. After death, they could ascend to heaven to become divine servants seated beside the gods. Yelin gazed at the situation he could no longer control. Dragon Clan, I will remember you. An extremely fine thread, as if non-existent, emerged from the void. It stuck to the saint, dragged him into oblivion, and he disappeared from sight. On another part of the battlefield, Melissa died, and her Holy Spirit was about to return to heaven when it too disappeared without a trace. The brilliant golden dragon roared skyward. Its formidable presence swept across the field, intimidating all, and becoming the most dazzling existence. Heavenly Mountain burst apart. Millions of shards of golden light shot across the sky. Strong presences emerged from within. All these figures were entwined with chains. Without the suppression of Heavenly Mountain, the chains snapped instantly. The most formidable presence was a blue skeleton riding on a comet dragon. Its body emitted blue light, and white hair draped over its skull. Its presence was undeniably level 7. The Blue Frost Lord daughter was excited. Brother. The blue skeleton nodded. It had intended to begin a massacre and restore its strength, but it sensed a presence not inferior to its own in the distance. Enough, the Congress has arrived. Let us withdraw for now. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with the Blue Frost Lord daughter. The Blue Frost army gradually retreated. Under Levi covert direction, Little Pink, having completed her mission, also returned to hell. In the colossal pit, spirits of confused mortals wandered in the mortal world, reluctant to disperse. These were the souls of holy priests who had been sacrificed to Heavenly Mountain, but had not yet been consumed. Their gods had not taken them to heaven. As the rules of the underworld operated, the souls eventually descended into hell. Those emissaries of the Heavenly Father, meanwhile, frantically seized the sealing sacred objects that had burst forth from Heavenly Mountain. Many of these relics were originally theirs, simply confiscated by the Church of Holy Light. Now that they had exacted their revenge, Thomas and the others looked solemnly at the golden dragon and hurried away with the relics. The Chaos Saint and the Father of Plagues had also quietly left at some unknown time. The brilliant golden dragon gaze flickered. It discovered a green fire crow entwined in chains. Its golden ray burst forth, shattering the chains. Then its claw grasped the bird, swallowed a sealing sacred object from inside Heavenly Mountain, and vanished into the void without giving the other items a second look. The green fire crow was his goal for this mission. The other sealed object was an ancient book inscribed with hunter notes by Duncan. Chapter 1750. This item was, shockingly, the very monster hunter heritage of the Duncan family that Levi had been desperately searching for. It brought a genuine and unexpected joy. On the other side, Laplace watched the scattering god's agents. The old era of the mortal world, as of today, has completely ended, he said. Gondalf stood beside him, his expression grim. With great power comes great responsibility. The Wizard Council should promptly dispatch wizard organizations to protect these mortals, to prevent them from being beguiled by evil cults, he replied. Indeed. However, on another note, today I witnessed a kind of dragon clan strength never seen before, which certainly made the trip worthwhile, Laplace said. Gondalf nodded. Yes, I would really like to find an opportunity to have a good fist-to-flesh fight with it. Laplace rested his chin in his hand. I am also curious whether it is your body tempering technique that is powerful, or the dragon clan's body is stronger. But this dragon clan dared to appear in Nora, so they must have something they rely on. Their backing is surely significant. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Heavenly Mountain crumbled. Many powerful beings sealed within re-emerged into the mortal world, causing a small stir. They were soon slain by one wizard expert after another. The Holy Brilliance and the Earth Church were dismantled by wizards everywhere. Their statues shattered into dust. A thunderous god-destroying operation commenced. The Wizard Council, which had been watching from the sidelines, made its move. By now, many true god churches had either fled or been annihilated. Only some old monasteries and churches in deep mountains and forests remained, unaware that the sky had collapsed. For thousands of years, the church had rooted its faith here. It would take some time to completely eradicate it. Half a year later, the Central Realm announced the formal establishment of the Mortal Wizard Association in the Seven Kingdoms continent. The Wizard Association absorbed a portion of wild wizards from the human realm and quickly grew and expanded. The duty of the Wizard Association involved eradicating the stubborn faith in the gods and popularizing the most basic knowledge of the wizard world. They also began a large-scale census to enable more talented wizards to step onto the path of a wizard. It was not just the mortal world. Those mortal gathering places in the wizard world did the same, exhausting all efforts in this new era to enhance the number and strength of wizards, preparing for the blood battle and other crises. For the wizard world, previously, the most significant limit on the number of wizards was resources. In the past, colonies could only be supported by resources obtained through official organization-led plane expansion wars to support more wizards. But times have changed. Wizards do not need to actively explore anymore. With the help of plane convergence, more and more medium and large planes will be actively drawn in. Resources will gradually become abundant. Thus, the Battle of Heavenly Mountain left a deep and prominent mark in the Age history book. This is the 31st millennium after the end of the Antiquity Age. The wizard world entered the unprecedented Great Nora era. The Wizard Council started a new era count from Holy Brilliance calendar year 1414. After this battle, the mortal old land, the new world, the subdimensional portal, and the colonial federation unified in the Nora calendar era count. The True God era ended, and the Wizard era began. This year is Nora year 1. That golden dragon, which made a brief but stunning appearance at the summit of Heavenly Mountain, bathed in golden light and lightning, also entered the annals of history. Some say it stormed Heavenly Mountain enraged to save its azure flame bird friend. Others say it is a genuine evil dragon, which will surely bring terrible disasters to the mortal world in the future. Many experts from the dragon's school of thought stated, after viewing the footage, that it is undoubtedly a pure-blood dragon clan member. However, it is still immature. If in complete body, its strength starts at level 9, possibly even level 10. After countless years, a pure-blooded dragon clan has once again shown itself in the wizard world. For a time, there were some who celebrated, and there were others who covetously approached. Pure-blood dragons are treasure all over. Dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon bone, dragon tendon, dragon blood. None are superfluous. All are precious materials for weapon refinement or potion creation. Moreover, if one could tame it to become their mount or the organization's guardian, it would be an instant rise to the skies, leaving a formidable name in the wizard world. Some who considered themselves mighty quietly began to search Nora for traces of the golden dragon. All of this had nothing to do with Dragon King Lee, who was hunkering down in the ancient dragon continent and living out his days with 100 flowers. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1414. Nora Year 1. Month of Harvest. Only 17 years remained until the ancient tower's opening. In the Emperor's palace, Emperor Dragon and Immortal Dragon fought fiercely. The double dragons met and clashed. The battle turned incredibly fierce. The whole Imperial Palace trembled. This was the might of a level 6 expert in combat, terrifying in scale. After the great battle, the Emperor Dragon had only exhausted a bit of its strength, while the Immortal Dragon stood no match. Levi closed his eyes in meditation, serene as a saint. 100 Flowers, blushing, leaned against Levi's chest. With so many people looking for you outside, aren't you worried? She asked. Levi laughed. Let them search. They are looking for the golden dragon. What does that have to do with me, Levi? He had long anticipated that if he emerged in dragon form, there would be such consequences. As long as he did not expose his connection to the golden dragon in the future, no one could find him. 100 Flowers, satisfied, grabbed hold of Levi's sturdy chest. All right. I am going to make medicine. Don't keep tempting me. It prevents me from focusing on my research, she said. Levi stood speechless. When have I tempted you? It is you who aren't focused. I need to go back to the ancient Banyan fairyland for cultivation. You will take charge of the big picture in the meantime. Chapter 1751. 100 Flowers looked at Levi. Go then, go. Ancient Banyan fairyland was no secret to 100 Flowers now. She had long been aware of the dragon abomination avatar of the Dragon King. This left Levi speechless for a long time. As it turned out, 100 Flowers had been cooperating with him in his act all along. Levi chuckled and kissed 100 Flowers before vanishing. Although he had acquired his primordial soul, and had a wife now, he could not slacken in his cultivation. In ancient Banyan fairyland, Mana sat on a branch under the ancient banyan tree. Her face brimmed with smiles as she looked at Levi. Look at the happiness in the smile of the Dragon King. Has he almost forgotten about us in the fairyland? Martha also joked. It is normal for newlyweds, young people, with good energy. Levi gave a sheepish smile. Recently, I have been overwhelmed with organizational matters. Under the banyan tree, a majestic crow radiated blue flames all around it. It had intelligent-looking eyes and clearly possessed great wisdom. It was the green fire crow that Levi had snatched from Heavenly Mountain. Upon seeing Levi arrive, the green fire crow prostrated itself on the ground and lowered its head. Hello, benefactor. Its voice was clear and loud. It did not sound like a crow at all, but rather like an elder sister. Apparently, it was a female crow. The real name of the green fire crow was Carol Yalen. Its strength was close to level 6 middle stage, but it had been long suppressed and exploited by the church. Now, it was just entering level 6. Levi had tamed it without much effort, nor had he used crimson enslavement. After being rescued by Levi from Heavenly Mountain, it immediately offered itself in gratitude. It expressed a wish to remain by his side to serve him. The green fire crow was well aware that given its rarity, if it were mixed up in Nora, it would be caught by either the church or by wizards. It was better to find a strong protector early and stick with it. Levi was clearly a suitable choice. After 6 months of recuperation, the strength of the green fire crow had partially recovered. Levi felt eager to extract its bloodline essence. He took the green fire crow aside and got straight to the point. I rescued you, but I had my own motives. I need your bloodline essence for cultivation. But do not worry, I will not overly affect your growth. The green fire crow understood. I understand. After all, it was better than being destitute outside. Seeing other members of the Dragon Palace, they all seemed to be living well, especially those retired employees, who spent their days in leisure and comfort. She hoped one day to retire and spend her remaining days in this fairyland. Levi said, thank you. He gave the green fire crow some precious 6-ring potions to nourish its body, as a form of consolation. Several days later, Levi had already prepared the Death Ember Dragon Advancement Potion. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. It was the Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1415, Year 2 of Nora. The 17th Dragon Dao Conference was held successfully. It was a decade-long grand meeting of the Dragon Palace, which had been happening for nearly 200 years. The faceless infant dragon had recently been busy with matters in the nightmare world and cultivation, so it did not participate in the competition. The eternal second place, the thunderstorm wolf dragon, finally ascended to a high level. All 3 brothers had also advanced to the late stage of level 5. Even the dragon turtle, known for its extremely slow cultivation, reached the mid-stage of level 5. The reason was simple. Dragon King Lee no longer used them to extract bloodline essence, so their progression sped up considerably. Meanwhile, in the ancient dragon continent, at the place of seclusion for Levi, the fire elemental power tumbled in the high skies. Ash drifted and feathers filled the sky. A black giant dragon formed from ash emerged, radiating a high-temperature aura as it took shape. Blood Desolation Master Ash Dragon, a legendary creature. At the same time, and even more potent, 500-meter wingspan, red-flamed giant bird descended from the sky with an unparalleled momentum. It resembled the phoenix from the past life of Levi, boasting gorgeous tail feathers. With a flap of its wings, flames fell as its elongated neck tilted upwards to sing, emitting bursts of melodious chirps. It was the true divine bird, the undying bird, a mythical creature. Even having seen the mythical red lotus dragon, Levi felt shaken. It truly lives up to the name of the undying bird. It is truly extraordinary. His fighting spirit surged, and the aura of his whole body exploded. The indestructible armor wrapped in black flames appeared. Levi, bare-handed, did not prepare any weapons. Come on. He took the initiative to attack, facing 2 opponents alone. The undying bird flapped its wings, sparking a sky full of fire that boomed and burned. It formed 2 rivers of flame like a galaxy falling from the 9 heavens, aiming at Levi. Boom! The fist wind of Levi ravaged the air, tearing apart the flames. His invincible form dominated through the cataclysmic fire. 1 man and 2 beasts, a dragon fighting in the wilderness. All 3 were of the physical type, meaning they each had an immortal body, making the battle exceedingly intense. But ultimately, with the overwhelming power of Levi, he easily transcended the catastrophe. He did not even need to mention the subsequent dark tribulation. After the tribulation, Levi felt his physique becoming stronger. He felt more lively, brimming with vigor in his limbs and organs. Each drop of blood in each cell had completely transformed from before. He opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Inferno Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier. 1 out of 5 million. Special effect, Death Ember Dragon Body Mythical. Level 6 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Nirvana Dragon. Blood Source Armor Ash Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon Indestructible Armor, Level 6. Death Ember Dragon Body Mythical. 1. You possess the extreme physique of a Death Ember Dragon. 2. You possess excellent Fire Element Affinity talents. 3. You possess innate abilities Undying Body Basic and Nirvana Life. 4. You comprehend the Undying Divine Domain with a diameter of 6 kilometers. Upon activating the domain, Undying Divine Flame engulfs your body, and your physique and healing ability increase by 300%. 5. You have obtained the identity abilities Ash Lord and Netherworld Walker. 6. You can transform into a Death Ember Dragon. Seeing the capabilities of the Death Ember Dragon at level 6, Levi gasped in amazement. It is really too powerful. Although the Death Ember Dragon is still a mythical creature, it must be one of the best among them, especially since the Undying Bird is not just any mythical creature. Most importantly, after advancing to level 6, each new ability displayed by the Death Ember Dragon was extremely fearsome. Levi casually opened 1. Undying Body Basic. Each drop of blood and every tiny part of your body possesses powerful liveliness and regeneration capabilities. Even if you were blasted into pieces, you could immediately reassemble and heal back to your original form. Your physical body has no fatal weakness, whether it is the brain, heart, or any ordinary organs or flesh. Merely existing as a symbol, your soul, consciousness, memory, and so on are stored in every inch of flesh. As long as some flesh tissue remains, you can quickly grow into a new individual. Isn't this the legendary Blood Rebirth? Chapter 1752. Blood Rebirth. Levi had never transcended mortality, yet he had longed for this ability countless times. This skill remains the standard for certain undying antagonists and old monsters. It allows them to regenerate as long as a single drop of blood remains. Now, this undying body represents a low-end version of Blood Rebirth. According to the skill description, he can regenerate from a chunk of flesh. It does not quite reach the capability of regeneration from a single drop of blood, but it comes close. Once a piece of flesh reshapes his form, the other pieces simply disintegrate. Moreover, this remains only the basic undying body. As Levi progresses with his Death Ember Dragon, intermediate and advanced levels of undying body will follow. Achieving true Blood Rebirth in the future presents no problem. Nirvana Life. To him, death marks only a new beginning. After death, he will reincarnate with the soul and memories of this life into his current species. The current Nirvana Rebirth count stands at 1. A simple introduction, but a heaven-defying ability. The legendary reincarnation and cultivation anew. Levi took a deep breath. His spirit shook. Without a doubt, this should be the Undying Bird's signature ability. Such powerful beings do not truly die. Even in death, they can be reborn. This differs from the Blood Clan Rebirth. They resurrect in the Blood River, yet they possess no prior memories. Essentially, it parallels the experience of ordinary people, who have their memories wiped in the underworld Source River and reincarnate. The Blood Clan can only ensure they remain the Blood Clan, whereas the species of an ordinary person's next life is left to fate. His Nirvana Rebirth ability represents a true rebirth on every level. In novels, it serves as a protagonist's trump card. From the skill introduction, Levi's rebirth count could increase as he improves the Inferno Dragon Breathing technique. 2. Overpowered. Levi realized that from now on, he also possessed the means to defy fate and live a second life. Of course, even with an extra life for rejuvenation, it remains best not to trigger this ability. Generally speaking, reincarnation would likely occur faster than the first cultivation, but it would still take a considerable amount of time. Most importantly, Levi could not be sure if his Golden Finger proficiency panel would also reincarnate with him. If not, he would suffer a tremendous loss. The Undying Divine Domain also proved extremely powerful. Once activated, it increases physique and self-healing ability by 300%. Within the domain, paired with Levi's Undying Body ability, he becomes almost the legendary true immortal god. The Ash Lord's skill remains similar to the Nightmare Lord. The difference lies in the Nightmare Lord granting Levi a Lord status in the Nightmare world, allowing him free entry. The Ash Lord, however, grants him a Lord status in the Ashen world. The Ashen world exists now as a world in ruins, having turned into a semblance of the Nightmare world. Apart from the unyielding silver seat, Owens, Levi had seen no other living people. Owens had been cultivating hard over the years, preparing to advance to the 6th stage as the Grey Swordsman. As the last hope of Windmill Village, and even the Ashen world, he must harbor secrets. Netherworld Walker proved interesting. With the Death Ember Dragon bloodline breathing technique, he can open the 10th level underworld gate of the legendary Hell, granting him the credentials to travel the underworld. Upon seeing the word underworld, Levi gasped. This must be the Undying Bird's ability. The underworld, a mighty world said to stand shoulder to shoulder with the astral world, remains even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even wizards know very little about it. At the very least, ordinary wizards know that the astral world is inhabited by gods, like the Father, the Holy Mother, and the Lord of Chaos. These powerful beings live on the power of faith. The multidimensional plane also contains many powerful creatures, like the swimming dark whale and Maya. They were born with the freedom to come and go to the astral world. But regarding the underworld, Levi only knew it as a place for the dead to reincarnate. It contains an underworld source river that can erase past life memories and allow beings a chance at a new life. He knew nothing of the other powerful beings or its specific rules. Low profile yet extremely powerful remained his first impression of the underworld, and now, he had gained the ability to travel there. It felt as if those guarding the underworld gate had given him a ticket to visit. Most likely, this represented the Undying Bird's power, now inherited by the Death Ember Dragon. The status of the Ash Dragon was not high enough to receive such treatment. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi felt an unparalleled sense of relief. After the Death Ember Dragon ascended, his life-saving abilities, already freakishly formidable, jumped up several levels. It seemed conceivable that neither the Ash Dragon nor the Undying Bird had gone extinct. The Ash Dragon may be reborn from an egg, and the Undying Bird likely possessed a similar, and more powerful ability. Most likely, it still lived within the multidimensional plane, merely undiscovered by the wizard world. Such innately powerful beings, born free, and outside the cycle of reincarnation, represented the life Levi had always dreamt of. Now, only the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique had not reached the 6th stage. The 6 major breathing techniques remained. The Golden Brilliance Dragon and Death Ember Dragon served as mythical breathing methods that could theoretically be cultivated to the 10th level realm. Sky Dragon and Scarlet Dragon acted as leaders among the legendary level breathing techniques, likely able to be cultivated to level 9. Crimson Emperor Dragon transcended myth. Should it manage to reach its limit, it might approach the realm once held by Sauron. Chapter 1753. The Nightmare Dragon remained an unknown entity. Based on the previous breathing techniques that had been fused, it had probably not broken out of the bounds of legend. If possible, the next step would be to evolve the Sky Dragon, Scarlet Dragon, and Nightmare Dragon again, striving to reach the mythical level, and even beyond to the super mythical level. Eventually, these super mythical level breathing techniques would be fused together. The ultimate biological breathing technique that Levi once conceived should take shape. When that realm was reached, he would be able to move unchallenged across the multidimensional plane. Even the gods of the astral world would have to lower their heads in his presence. Levi found that his breathing techniques were involved in many worlds. Some allowed him to travel the void and reach the astral world. Some led to the Ashen world and the underworld. There were also paths to the Nightmare world. Among the super large planes, only the Abyss world had yet to be infiltrated by him. The next step in the evolution of the breathing techniques could perhaps start from the Abyss world. Sooner or later, all the worlds will be my backyard. Now that I have made a breakthrough in strength, it is a good time to celebrate with Flower Knight. He had not cultivated with Flower Knight for a year due to his seclusion for a breakthrough. Levi stood and headed to the Flower Hall. The Divine Light Knight passed by. She caught sight of Levi and promptly greeted him. She smiled. Commander, it has been a long time. Have you progressed again? Levi laughed heartily. Indeed. You are not doing too bad yourself, Denise. You have reached the late stage level 5. Is level 6 still far away? Denise smiled. With your blessings, Commander, I have just reached the late stage level 5. To achieve level 6, I will need at least several decades more to perfect it, and then there is a possibility. Levi said. Good things come to those who wait. I have something to discuss with Flower Knight. I must be going. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the door open and entered. The Divine Light Knight watched the commander's departing figure. She thought, one must have a proactive personality like Flower Knight to more easily capture their true love. If you just wait passively for fortune to come, you are destined to end up alone. Compared to Flower Knight, her own personality was not as proactive. It might also be because she was busy with her cultivation and had not yet found a suitable partner. Several days later, inside the Flower Hall, Levi lay on Flower Knight's bed, reading the latest Wizard World newspaper. Flower Knight was currently studying pharmacy. With her cultivation of the floral primordial soul, she caught on very quickly and was now an official pharmacist. If Flower Knight was not occupied with tasks, it would be difficult for a married man to find his own independent space. Levi's tradition of reading the newspaper had never changed since his early days of weakness. Endless Sea Law and Order Daily. Progress has been made in the terror attack case of the Schubert family. A spokesperson for the law enforcement department, the Electric Eel Wizard, claimed they have preliminary clues about the suspects. The case is under further investigation. The criminal behind this case is extremely cunning and treacherous. The wizard community is asked to be patient for the results. Justice may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Stars Weekly. Recently, the Golden Prince destroyed a stronghold of a mysterious organization in the Endless Sea. As a reward for his outstanding contribution to the legal industry of the Endless Sea, Star Tower awarded him the Star Medal. The Golden Prince has become the only six-circle wizard to receive such honor in 100 years. The Star Tower also gifted him a 6th-level subdragon species known as the Wind Dust Dragon, as a mount for encouragement. Ocean Entertainment. Today, the Snow Lotus Witch of the Witches family has officially advanced to Primordial Soul. She will hold her Primordial Soul ceremony at the Witches family 2 years from now. Let us congratulate this rising star who has become known throughout the Endless Sea. Obituary. The Prince of Airstream Hades was unfortunately assassinated by a spy installed by a mysterious organization during his ascension to Primordial Soul. The ascension failed, and he died. His funeral will take place 6 months from now. The son of Hurricane Van Dis, a Primordial Soul wizard, vowed to avenge his junior brother and declared a relentless battle against the mysterious organization. After finishing the newspaper, Levi wore the expression of an older man scrolling through his phone on the subway. Did the law enforcement department really find a criminal clue? He doubted it. It was likely just an official statement from the law enforcement department. Caution remained necessary. Levi had heard of the Golden Prince. This man was the father of the Electric Eel Wizard. He was probably around 1,000 years old, like Flower Knight. Both possessed 6-circle perfect cultivation, with a good chance of advancing to the 7th-circle in the future. Before the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower, Flower Knight had once fought over the key to the Dark Ancient Tower with him, ending in a draw. However, the key was later snatched away by the Molten Gold Wizard King, the old bastard, who took advantage of his seniority to outwit the young. The Molten Gold Wizard King did have some skills. His son was a 6-circle perfect wizard, and his grandson was a 6-ring senior wizard. The Electric Eel Wizard was still unmarried, but with his standard, his partner was surely a genius-level Primordial Soul wizard, and the talent of their future children was unlikely to be inferior. It was said that on some unofficial fan rankings, the Electric Eel Wizard consistently ranked as the 91st most popular wizard among fans, with the nickname Mr. Eel number 91. The list comprised only young, attractive, exceptionally talented, and powerful wizards. Master Fire Dragon had also made the list, and even ranked higher than the Electric Eel Wizard, at 49th. Levi had heard from Triss that after the Electric Eel Wizard advanced to Primordial Soul, he had once shown interest in Flower Knight. He was rebuffed by Flower Knight with a phrase like, "Sorry, I am not into pretty boys." Chapter 1754. Thinking about this, Levi looked contentedly at his muscular frame, oozing with a sense of safety, and brimming with masculine charm. He was not surprised that the Star Tower awarded the Star Medal to the Golden Prince, as the Golden Prince's abilities were indeed impressive. Publicly, over the past few centuries, he had captured or killed more than 5 6-ring black wizards and members of mysterious organizations. However, such achievements were still not sufficient to merit the Star Medal. There had to be some underhanded tricks. As for the reward of a 6th-tier middle-stage subdragon species as a mount, it was clearly even more inappropriate. The promotion of the Snow Lotus Witch to Primordial Soul was expected. She reached the 5th circle around her 200th birthday, with the double buff of Water Element Child and Special Talent, along with having parents who are Primordial Soul wizards, and the strange encounters and gains inside the Ancient Tower. Her eventual promotion, having taken this path of internal energy shattering, surely promises limitless achievements in the future. Levi could not help but think of Simon, whose grave grass must have grown into towering trees by now. Anya recently mastered the 9th talent as well. Persistence paid off, and she can finally be promoted to Primordial Soul. The lady needn't worry about her daughter any longer. Once Anya is a Primordial Soul, I will gift a wizard tool as a token of gratitude for the lady's kindness. Years had passed, and 200 years later, many of the top talents of the Ancient Tower era were still alive, and had been promoted to Primordial Soul. The Sky Dragon Wizard was even promoted before Levi. However, there had been no news from Alexandra and Elsie, and it was unknown whether they had succeeded in their promotion. But Levi never expected the Prince of Airstream to be set up during his own organization's promotion. The Council of 10,000 Clans had long since infiltrated the wizard world. Caution was now imperative. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1416, Month of Northern Wind, Year 3 of Nora. Because Levi's spiritual force had risen too rapidly in previous years, his cultivation of the wizard meditation art these years was more about stabilization than advancement. With his lifespan, there was no need for recklessness. Thus, the level of his spiritual force had not changed much these years. He opened his proficiency panel. Levi, Golden Brilliance Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1,600,000 out of 5 million. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1,500,000 out of 5 million. Chi Explosion Seal, Level 3, Maximum, Special Effect, Wind Rhythm. Human King Seal, Level 3, Maximum, Special Effect, Sin of the Non-Human. Over these years, his cultivation of the Golden Brilliance Dragon and Crimson Emperor dragon breathing techniques had nearly reached the 2 million proficiency required for the mid-stage 6. Additionally, he had learned the Duncan family's legacy seals and quickly cultivated them to their limits. One was the Chi Explosion Seal, where with a mantra and casting materials, he could compress the air in front of his palm to form an air cannon, attacking enemies. This seal bore a special effect similar to the previous ones, augmenting his wind element affinity. Of course, for Levi now, these augmentations were minimal. The second was the Human King Seal, burning a portion of his life energy to form a Human King Palm Seal for attacking enemies. Sin of the non-human. You cause 10% more damage to non-human creatures and 20% more damage to dark creatures. A plainly worded introduction, yet the effect was incredibly potent. This ability was born for hunting monsters. No wonder it is from a monster hunter family. The Constantine family's Seal of Flame Flow and Seal of Hell, Winchester family's Seal of Protection and Seal of Dragon Might, Van Helsing family's Purification Seal and Slaughter Seal, along with the 2 great seals he had acquired now. Thus far, from the moment Levi embarked on the path of learning seals, and now, after over 4 centuries, he had finally collected all the 4 great family seals, from start to finish, never forgetting his original intentions. This was the perseverance of an obsessive collector. For great families, 8 seals, 8 special effects. The main seal's effects were affiliated with earth, fire, wind, and water. The effects of the other seals varied greatly. Hell Apostle increased affinity with hell creatures. Dragon Affinity enhanced Dragon Clan creature affinity. Fear of the Blood Clan provided damage bonuses against the Blood Clan. Sin of the Non-Human enhanced damage against monsters. Perhaps, the ancestors of the 4 great families never imagined someone would obsess over collecting all the seals and even manage to cultivate them, needing the respective families' bloodlines. Inexplicably, Levi felt that the 4 major seals, representing earth, fire, wind, and water's affinity, could be fused. Maybe it was related to his Chaos Child talent. However, with his current knowledge and realm, after attempting for a while, the panel showed no response. Forget it, I will worry about that later. When my Golden Brilliance dragon breathing technique progresses further and reaches mid-stage 6, I can consider heading to hell. Compared to the mysterious and unpredictable underworld, wizards had a much better understanding of hell, and currently possessed many magical methods to access hell. Levi's journey to hell was primarily to collect materials for advancing the Book of the Undead. In passing, he planned to acquire some rare resources from Hell's zero-cost market. With his own 80% luck boost, the prospects should be good. His main focus for now remained on finding and cultivating primordial soul spells. Triss's primordial soul spell came from the witch's family behind her, but due to a confidentiality agreement, it could not be shared with Levi. 100 flowers as well, except for her own created primordial soul spell Mandala Umbrella. The other spells all originated from the witch's family. Chapter 1755. The Mandala Umbrella functioned as a spell with a feminine orientation. Although it was not exclusively for witches, both the casting actions and the effects of the spell clashed with Levi's masculine style. 1 year later, the year 1417 of the Holy Brilliance calendar marked the 4th year of Nora. The endless sea breathed with life. Today held the Snow Lotus Witch's primordial soul ceremony. 100 Flowers had received an invitation, and as her partner, Levi accompanied her to the event. Being a married man came with a downside. He always had to carve out time to be with his partner, whether to cultivate together, shop, or attend events. The bustling venue hummed with erudite conversations. Not a single ignorant soul wandered these halls. Dressed in her finest attire, the Snow Lotus Witch stood like a pure lotus. She appeared untainted by the mud, poised at the center of the stage. Anya and Sierra had also been invited. The young couple possessed 5th circle perfection, but had not yet attained primordial souls. They felt a sense of loss, akin to attending a reunion and finding that others had achieved great success. Levi approached them, wine glass in hand. He gestured toward Anya. How goes your preparation for the advancement to primordial soul? Anya jumped, startled by the sudden approach. It is almost ready, he answered. After attending this ceremony, I will retreat to the nether capital to close off from the world. Without becoming a primordial soul, I cannot bear to call myself the peer of Sir Levi. Levi patted his shoulder. Do not mind these small details. Pre-congratulations on reaching primordial soul. You are Madame Triss's pride. Have confidence in yourself. 100 Flowers chuckled. That is right. Even Levi spent a few hundred years to advance to primordial soul. Anya nodded. The reassurance from the 2 seniors warmed him. Triss wove through the crowd and stopped beside them. Levi, is the Tower of Dawn in need of people? Yes, it is, Levi confirmed. Triss gestured toward Anya. How about this? After Anya becomes a primordial soul wizard, he goes to the Tower of Dawn. Could you find him a teaching position there? I suppose we should ask Anya for his opinion, right? Levi turned his gaze toward the younger wizard. Anya stepped forward. If you agree, Levi, I would be delighted to. Then it is settled, Levi smiled. Currently, the Tower of Dawn ostensibly had no primordial soul wizards. The Holy Infant acted as a nominal tower master at the Fire Dragon Shop, while Sorik held a special identity. Anya remained a fine candidate. They could arrange for him to be a deputy tower master, and perhaps a professor for the metal faction. It killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It remained worth mentioning that Tower Master Herman had gone into seclusion 10 years earlier, He aimed to challenge the sixth realm of the mechanical school, the soul of the burning machine. He wanted to bring forth something akin to a primordial soul, the machine soul. With an undying machine soul, one could use any machine as their body. It was an extremely powerful prospect. At that time, the level of black technology on the ancient dragon continent would certainly rise. After 100 Flowers and Levi appeared, a small commotion stirred at the ceremony. The flower which stood as a rising star. She possessed rare talent, stunning beauty, and a relatively high-profile personality. She commanded more fame than many 7th Circle wizards, let alone those of the 6th Circle. Levi maintained a low profile. Most people who had witnessed his prowess were dead. Even with 6th ring senior cultivation, he fell far short compared to the likes of 100 Flowers' 6th Circle perfection. Moreover, Levi's rough style seemed out of place among the refined wizards. Together with 100 Flowers, they presented a sort of beauty and the beast vibe. Observers realized that 100 Flowers seemed particularly close to that wizard. Levi shifted under the weight of the gazes. He felt helpless. I am probably going to be on the news. These people's sense for gossip is too keen. 100 Flowers does not even dare to hold my hand in public, and they still noticed something. Could it be we have a married couple's look? The event served as the Snow Lotus Witch's ceremony, yet 100 Flowers had become the focus. Members of the media immediately moved to capture the moment. They planned to publish it in their newspapers to draw attention. Levi had already envisioned the headlines for them. Shocking. The Flower Witch's partner exposed, merely with 6th ring senior cultivation. The ceremony concluded. The Snow Lotus Witch distributed small gifts to the guests, thanking them one by one. When she reached Levi's area, she glanced at him and spoke politely. Thank you for attending my ceremony, Senior 100 Flowers. 100 Flowers smiled faintly. You are welcome. You are now a primordial soul as well, so there is no need for you to call me senior anymore. In the wizard world, an established convention dictated that without a gap of a major realm between them, they were considered peers. The Snow Lotus Witch smiled. All right, you must be Levi. I have often heard Anya talk about you. I did not dare to greet you until now. Levi laughed. You are too kind, Miss Snow Lotus. Congratulations on becoming a primordial soul. I have seen your performance in the ancient tower, and it was indeed impressive. I am not in your league. Triss and 100 Flowers scoffed inwardly. This fellow had started acting again. After the ceremony, Levi returned to his own busy affairs. 100 Flowers, on the other hand, stayed in the endless sea. She planned to keep the solitary Triss company for a while. Of course, 100 Flowers would still return to the human realm from time to cultivate with Levi. Time flew. 3 years passed. The year 1420 of the Holy Brilliance calendar marked the 7th year of Nora. 11 years remained until the ancient tower's second opening. The mortal world had seen vast changes. The monasteries and churches left behind by the Heavenly Father had become relics of an old era for later generations to visit. The Mortal Wizard Association had grown even stronger, continuously injecting new blood into the wizard world. According to incomplete statistics from the Congress, since the emergence of the first New World, a total of 56 new worlds had appeared. They remained scattered across the vast and boundless outer sea region. Chapter 1756. Some of the smaller ones do not measure up to the ancient dragon continent, yet the larger ones are comparable to the Seven Kingdoms continent. The council has also claimed the Forsaken Land of God, and has begun its transformation. A legendary wizard leads many grand wizards and primordial soul wizards who have launched the vigorous Mend the Heavens project. The project aims to repair the severely fractured crystal walls of the Forsaken Land of God and accelerate their healing. Under Nora's ecological cycle, the Forsaken Land of God will gradually rid itself of fatal corrosive powers and become a paradise for wizards. Over these years, the Black Dragon pirate group occasionally launched guerrilla attacks on the human realm's new world. They plundered resources and caused plenty of trouble for the Mortal Wizard Association. The Black Dragon Wizard is a dual cultivation wizard of the 8th Circle, and he is also a dragon descendant. His strength far surpasses that of ordinary cave wizards, and it matches the 8th Circle powerhouses of the wizard world. Therefore, when he employs guerrilla tactics, even the Wizard Council finds him difficult to handle. Wizard World. Sleeping Dragon Realm. Ice and Fire Island. On this day, endless elemental power began to converge. It formed large clouds of calamity on both sides of the island. The powerhouses of the dragon descendant priory gathered to investigate the change. Sir Golden Dragon and the Rust Dragon Wizard arrived to maintain order. As time passed, the Rust Dragon Wizard had advanced to the senior realm of the 6th Circle. His aura grew increasingly formidable. It has been arduous indeed, Rust mused. Alexandra and Elsie are advancing simultaneously. This internal energy crystal shattering requires much more effort than average. Sir Golden Dragon watched the clouds. With the ladies' abilities, they are very likely to overcome this trial. As long as they can shatter the crystals, there should be no problem. After this, the senior lava dragon can rest assured. Not much later, a blue and a red figure soared up from Ice and Fire Island. They were surrounded by various top-quality, even exquisite, 5th Circle wizard tools. Among them, the Lava Secret Sword and the Secret Ice Sword were the most dazzling. With wizard tools personally forged by Master Fire Dragon, even 3 calamities and 4 disasters would no longer be a problem. The Rust Dragon Wizard laughed. Sir Golden Dragon nodded. Pity, Master Fire Dragon seems uninterested in women. Otherwise, with you playing matchmaker, Rust, our priory witches would still have hope. Master Fire Dragon is swamped with affairs, Rust laughed. He probably worries that having a partner would affect his cultivation and weapon making. Before long, the two ladies safely passed through the calamitous clouds. Other wizard tools shattered, leaving only their secret swords floating in the air. Then, a mutual understanding emerged. Their soul artifact and primordial soul became intertwined with full spirituality. Alexandra and Elsie looked at each other with delight. Using our dual cultivation secret technique to pass the tribulation proved much more stable. We have ascended to immortality, Alexandra said. She embraced Elsie, unable to resist giving her a kiss. People are watching, Elsie said with feigned annoyance. Let us go back to consolidate our realms first, and then head to the endless sea. Haha, okay, Alexandra agreed. I just saw a message earlier. Master Fire Dragon has ascended to the primordial soul a long time before us. His wizard tool shop is growing bigger, and even has the funds for lucky draws. With our luck, we must get the master to bleed a great deal. I saw that too, Elsie added. And over the years, the mysterious organization has persistently attempted to assassinate Master Fire Dragon, with no change of heart, even sending a 6th-level mid-stage alien. Fortunately, the master is powerful, and has warded off these disasters. After years of seclusion, the two women realized the world had vastly changed. But fortunately, they also achieved their desire to advance to the primordial soul wizard realm with perfection in 9 talents, and the internal energy crystal shattering technique. Although slower than the top-tier talents, and older in age, they are late bloomers with promising futures. Central Realm, 1000 Mechanism Tower. This is a spire populated entirely by strong individuals and an official institution under the Wizard Council. The tower is responsible for compiling the various rankings within the wizard world. Previous lists like the Dark Ancient Tower rankings, as well as wizard forms, soul artifact rankings, and others, are its masterpieces. In the plaza in front of the tower, there were several stone stels that pierced the heavens and the earth. It is said that these are relics from the Antiquity Age. The stels were covered in dense numbers, akin to an Excel spreadsheet, from 1 to 1000. In front of these numbers were the names of wizards, constantly moving up and down, updated in real time. On this day, on the wizard's ranking, a purple light shot up from the 1000th place, and halted only after reaching the 600th position. In the scene, a ferocious purple divine dragon encircled the void. In a breath, ice and fire double heaven. Wizards ranking 600th, purple extreme holy dragon, owner, Fire Dragon Master Ace, ordinary 6th Circle Realm, founder of Fire Dragon Artifact. A group of wizards watching this could not help but be surprised. Hasn't Fire Dragon Master only advanced to the 6th Circle a few decades ago? One asked. An ordinary 6th Circle wizard claimed the 600th place directly. That one is the top genius ranked first in the Ancient Tower, another replied. I even think the ranking is a bit low. Incredible, a third added. If Fire Dragon Master can advance to the 7th Circle, he might make it to the top 500, contending with those veterans. Terrifying. It looks like Master Fire Dragon has begun to enter the wizard tool industry on a large scale. It might be worth a visit when he has time. Before these people could settle their emotions, another light soared into the sky on the Soul Artifact rankings. Soul Artifact ranking 663rd, Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, owner, Fire Dragon Master Ace, ordinary 6th Circle Cultivation, founder of Fire Dragon Artifact. Chapter 1757. My god, the Master's Soul Artifact has shot up to over 600th place. Usually, only a 7-circle wizard soul artifact can rank there, right? Kinji Pavilion doesn't just rank wizard forms and soul artifacts based on cultivation level. Combat effectiveness within the same realm and potential future power also influence the rankings. The Master Fire Dragon's soul artifact can be used both offensively and defensively, with boundless power, capable of suppressing those at the level 6 middle stage. Plus, he is a 6-circle weapon craftsman himself, and he is only bound to get stronger. Given this ranking, it is not surprising. Master Fire Dragon's wizard tools and soul artifact both made the list, with quite impressive rankings at that. The corresponding news quickly spread throughout the wizard world. Ancient Dragon Continent. Upon reading the newspaper report, Levi smiled knowingly. Shocking. The rankings for the top wizard tools and soul artifacts are actually as follows. Some time ago, staff from the 1000 Mechanism Tower approached him to inquire if Master Fire Dragon was willing to publicize the names of his wizard forms and soul artifacts, and have them included in the rankings to be spread throughout the wizard world. The Holy Infant informed Levi of the request, and initially, Levi wanted to refuse. Then, on a whim, he asked the Holy Infant to inquire whether they could add the name of the Fire Dragon shop after the listing in the rankings. The staff agreed. Levi immediately had the Holy Infant accept the offer. Free large-scale advertising throughout the wizard world was not to be missed. It seemed to have paid off quite well. Although doing so might expose the Holy Infant's strength, when weighing the overall benefits, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Besides, as a well-known figure, the Holy Infant's every move was monitored. His strength was not exactly news. A few days later, Levi hastily came up with a name for Gondifa's wizard form. In fact, Gondifa's wizard form was simply his 1000-handed ancient god appearance, so Levi had never given it a name before. Now, in order to promote Gondif Pharmacy, he racked his brains and finally named it. The name was Demon Suppressing Ming King. This name aptly captured Gondifa's chivalrous nature, and his determination to eradicate the darkness. A few days later, Gondorf took the initiative to go to the Thousand Mechanism Tower to register his wizard form and soul artifact. Finally, the Thousand Mechanism Tower ranked demon suppressing Ming King at 588th, even higher than the Holy Infant's Purple Extreme Holy Dragon, while his soul artifact Radiant King armor ranked at 821st, which was respectable. Generally, the rankings for body-refining wizards' wizard forms and soul artifacts are quite low. To be honest, Levi was surprised by how high Gondorf managed to rank. As for Levi himself, he had no interest in entering the rankings. He did not need to advertise to promote anything. As time passed, the rankings of these two popular wizards, Gondorf and Master Fire Dragon, became widely known throughout the wizard world. All who saw it were shocked, envious, and deeply aware of the great disparity between individuals. Fire Dragon Shop and Gondorf Pharmacy effectively had a steady, long-term exposure channel. Going forward, the only thing needed was to maintain their rankings within the top 1,000, the higher the better. Its function was similar to the monthly ticket rankings on a certain novel website Levi knew from his previous life, which was crucial for an author's exposure and livelihood. 1 year later, year 1421 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, year 8 of Nora, in the Endless Sea, on Azer continent, at Fire Dragon Shop, two breathtakingly beautiful figures, with an air of great strength descended like goddesses into the mortal world. On the streets, passers-by stopped to watch. Whoa, Queen Elsa and the Blue Dragon Lady have become primordial souls too, truly worthy of being dragon descendant geniuses. Looks like these two ladies are here to visit Master Fire Dragon again. The Master sure has good fortune with the ladies. I have gotten quite used to it over the years. The Holy Infant, with a smile on his face, said, "Congratulations to the two stunning ladies on your advancement to primordial soul and your renowned fame. Please, come in quickly." Inside the Fire Dragon Shop, Alexandra said with joy, "Master, Elsie, and I have missed you to death." She gave the Holy Infant a warm hug, pressing him tightly with her ample bosom, leaving him struggling for breath. Elsie, her face flushing, chided, "It is you who has missed the Master greatly. Do not lump me in with you." Alexandra laughed and replied, "You do not want to." Elsie was left speechless and choked up. She changed the subject and said, "Master, you really keep a low profile. It has only been a few decades since you advanced to the 6th circle, and you are already well known on both the soul artifact and wizard forms rankings." Alexandra said enviously, "Yeah, and with a pretty high ranking at that, even higher than a lot of 7th-circle wizards. Both Elsie's and my wizard forms are ranked beyond 900. Holy Infant said with a laugh, "It is all just empty fame, really. Maybe it is because I am ranked first on the Ancient Tower leaderboard that I got some bonus. With my wizard form, how could I possibly compare with the 7th-circle wizards? Besides, your flamboyant Dragon Queen wizard form, Alexandra, is impressive too, ranked at 903. Elsie, your cold dragon Lying River is even at 878. Both are women who do not let men outshine them. I admire that." Alexandra blushed and said with a shy smile, "I am far behind. Master, you alone drove away a 6th-level mid-stage alien. We all saw it, it was so cool. And your ability to come up with names for wizard forms, I cannot match that. It is all tears. Now the outside world thinks I am some licentious female dragon." Elsie could not help but laugh and cry. "Who asked you to name it that way? I told you to just go with Flame Dragon, but you insisted on changing it to Flamboyant Dragon." The two women and Holy Infant chatted for a long while, during which time they even shared insights on their cultivation, and everyone gained a lot from the conversation. Alexandra said, "Master, Elsie, and I have yet to master a specialty, and we came today to ask for another favor." Holy Infant asked, "Do you want to learn weapon making?" Elsie was nervous, unsure if the master would agree. Alexandra said, "Indeed, that is the case. As for the tuition, we are willing to pay above the market rate." After pondering for a moment, Holy Infant said, "If you two are serious, that is fine. However, I have one condition, you both need to join the Fire Dragon Shop." Elsie looked at Alexandra. Alexandra, with eyes sparkling in excitement, laughed and trembled like a flower in the breeze. "No problem, hee, actually, we just wanted to hang around the shop to learn the craft." Elsie revealed a slight hint of joy and, with restrained laughter, said, "Thank you, Master." Holy Infant said, "So you two will be staying at the Endless Sea from now on?" Alexandra joked, "The rent in number 1 which city is not cheap, you know. Does your place include food and lodging?" Holy Infant thought to himself that with Alexandra's wealth, buying a whole street would not be a problem. However, for the convenience of teaching and work he still said, "Of course, accommodations and meals are included. I will arrange for you two now." And just like that, before long, Alexandra and Elsie joined the Fire Dragon Shop and began their journey as artifact-making apprentices. Meanwhile, the news that two brilliantly talented dragon-descendant witches had broken through to the primordial soul and joined the Fire Dragon Shop quickly made the headlines of the entertainment newspapers of the Endless Sea. Law Enforcement Department, Office. The Electric Eel Wizard was getting things done with his female secretary. The secretary was voluptuous and had an attractive face. Her efficiency was first-rate. Suddenly, the Electric Eel Wizard's expression froze as he read the news in the paper, his gaze turning icy. What virtues does this Fire Dragon Wizard possess to have taken both the Red Dragon Queen and Blue Dragon Lady as apprentices at the same time? Ever since the Electric Eel Wizard was rejected by 100 Flowers, he had stopped believing in true love. But the thought of those two top-grade dragon descendant primordial soul witches living with Master Fire Dragon, learning the art of weapon making, and delighting in it, he suddenly felt that his female secretary lost her charm. Chapter 1758. Since eels are born, why produce dragons? 3 bodies fusion to fight demon god. After a moment of reflection, the electric eel wizard left the law enforcement department office and returned home. He activated his private communicator to contact a friend. Not long after, a projection of a man in black appeared, his face obscured by a hood. The electric eel wizard kept his voice steady. I remember you mentioned that you used to be a broker for the Death Brotherhood, right? Can you find me a reliable assassin? Do you have any resources? The man in black leaned forward, his voice cold with a hint of irritation. I have told you before, I have washed my hands of that business. I had no choice back then, but now I just want to be a good person. The electric eel wizard offered a thin smile. I will add money. I can pay double the intermediary fee. You just need to use your contacts and say the word, and someone will deliver 20 million ether stones to our old place. The man in black paused. Fine. For you, I will make an exception this once, but no more after this. Do not come to me with these kinds of jobs anymore. What are your requirements? The electric eel wizard laid out his terms. At the very least, 6th ring perfect cultivation, preferably a 7th circle wizard, with many years of assassination experience, and at least one successful assassination of a 6th circle senior wizard. As for the target, I will discuss it with the assassin myself. The man in black nodded. I understand. I will have someone get in touch with you. The projection vanished, and the records wiped clean. The electric eel wizard sat alone at the top of the wizard tower, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. It looks like the culprit is not the fire dragon wizard. It will be difficult to use my influence here to bring him down. This man has significant backing, so unconventional assassination methods are necessary. Initially, he simply wanted to ruin the fire dragon shop to secure his family's interests. Now, he found that with his identity and status, he harbored a lingering jealousy toward the master fire dragon. If eels exist, why not dragons? He refused to allow anyone in the endless sea to outshine him. Several days later, the electric eel wizard arrived at the abandoned nameless secret realm to interview the assassin. He wore a black robe and had changed his appearance, covering his aura with a mask to protect his identity. Before long, a figure arrived in the secret realm. A hoarse and gloomy voice echoed through the space. Did you hire me? The electric eel wizard tightened his stance. This person's aura clearly signified 6th ring perfect cultivation. Moreover, an overwhelming murderous aura radiated from him, heavy and oppressive. Wraiths swirled around the assassin, distorting the void. Flight felt like the only option. Direct combat was impossible. The electric eel wizard gathered his courage. I have not confirmed it as you yet, so there is no talk of hiring. I need to verify your capabilities first. The assassin had used some method to hide his true face and aura. Based on the electric eel wizard's extensive experience, he could not identify him. The electric eel wizard persisted. You should at least show your wizard form, right? Otherwise, how can I believe you are capable of completing the task? The assassin laughed heartily. Wizard form. I think, without showing my wizard form, I can still convince you. With a boom, his 6th ring perfect aura soared skyward. The invisible pressure tore the secret realm's sky apart, ripping a jagged hole in the crystal wall. He stretched out his right hand toward the ground. Veins on his arm bulged, and a black aura surged and wrapped around him, casting him as a demon king descended from the abyss. The electric eel wizard's face turned pale. He vanished into the void, reappearing 50 miles away. In the distance, the ground around the black-robed wizard formed a 9-kilometer radius of seismic waves. Deep trenches hundreds of meters deep spread outward from the center, scarring the earth violently. The shockwave swept through the small secret realm, threatening to shatter it entirely. The black-robed wizard plunged his hands into the ground layers and lifted fiercely. Countless tons of rock and soil burst into the air, shaking the earth with unmatched strength. The black-robed wizard laughed. Do I still need to be interviewed? The electric eel wizard regained his composure and smiled. Good, very good. I need someone like you. If I am not mistaken, you must be 8-armed demon witch Glacios, right? The black-robed person did not panic at the reveal. He smiled. How did you figure it out? The electric eel wizard explained. Body refining wizard, able to cultivate to this realm. There are not many in the wizard world. Plus, your fully developed demon god's aura. With my knowledge, I can still make it out. The black-robed person clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being the electric eel wizard. I did not expect you to uncover my identity so easily. The electric eel wizard's masked expression changed subtly. You must have mistaken someone else. I am just an unknown person. How dare I impersonate such an exceptional character as the electric eel wizard? The 8-armed demon witch laughed. Interesting, boasting about yourself, worthy of being from the Letny family. You hid yourself well when you vanished into the void just now, but unfortunately, my ancestor was the unbeatable demon shark emperor among the sea aristocrats. Particularly when it comes to sensing aura, and especially bloodlines, I have my own techniques. The electric eel wizard grew cautious, deeply aware of the terrifying strength of the 8-armed demon emperor. It came as no surprise that his reward money amounted to 200 million ether stones and a morning star level truth oddity. Chapter 1759. Among the 6 circle perfection wizards, this individual must be remarkable, possibly ascending to the 7th circle within a century. By then, the righteous wizards will face another formidable enemy, the 8-armed demon which adjusted his stance. He claimed his professional ethics were far higher than those of the electric eel wizard, and the 3 generations of the Letney family in the law enforcement department combined. The electric eel wizard swallowed his humiliation. He dared not lash out, given the disparity in strength between them. He gestured toward the target. Master Fire Dragon is a 6th circle ordinary wizard, he admitted, though his true strength should be no less than a 6-ring senior wizard. How confident are you in assassinating him? The 8-armed demon witch smiled, clearly intrigued. So it is him. His strength is indeed good, almost like when I was younger. But confronting me now, my confidence in assassinating him is 70%. The remaining 30% is because I worry that he has some trump cards given by his elders. If not, then my confidence is 90%. Hearing this, the electric eel wizard felt convinced. He pondered the situation, acknowledging that if he had not possessed a trump card of his own, he would not be standing there so calmly. After all, he was a 6-ring senior wizard and a top-level genius. The electric eel wizard settled on the terms. I will give you 50 million ether stones as a deposit first. After the successful assassination, I will pay another 150 million ether stones, totaling 200 million. The 8-armed demon witch shook his head. That is not enough. I was paid 130 million for assassinating a rather ordinary 6th-circle senior wizard before. Master Fire Dragon is only worth 150 million? Do you think I am from your star tower, with such low reward money? Do you think I am only worth 200 million ether stones, a mere Morningstar level oddity? Who are you looking down on? The electric eel wizard stiffened. Sir, do not get greedy. I know the market price. You cannot deceive me. The 8-armed demon which offered a compromise. Well then, just help me with a small favor, and I will agree. The electric eel wizard hesitated. Let us hear it. The 8-armed demon which revealed his goal. Master Fire Dragon has a good friend who, on the surface, is called Levi, and appeared at the birthday banquet of Triss. In fact, he has another title, the Golden Dominator. I want you to use your authority to locate this person for me. It is that simple. The electric eel wizard gasped. You mean, the Levi who appeared with the flower witch recently is actually the Golden Dominator? The 8-armed demon witch smirked. Exactly. Oh, I forgot, electric eel sir. You once openly expressed your affections toward the flower witch and were rejected. You did not expect it, did you? The flower witch did not fancy you, a distinguished scion of heaven, but instead took a liking to a nameless body-refining wizard who popped out from nowhere. The electric eel wizard straightened his posture. Deal. Now, according to your professional practice, is it time to take a truth oath, ensuring the customer's identity remains confidential? He feared exposing his collusion with a dark wizard, as it would destroy his reputation and ruin his family. The 8-armed demon witch laughed. No problem. Later, the 8-armed demon witch contacted the Red Whale Ancestor Witch. He explained the situation. I have asked the people of the Star Tower to help us check the information about Levi and the Golden Dominator. It seems he resides in the human realm, a place called the Ancient Dragon Continent. The Red Whale Ancestor Witch asked if it was the New World. The demon witch confirmed it. Indeed, it appears he has formed some kind of force there. Also, I have learned something. The Ancient Dragon Continent is the territory of a prominent figure, therefore, it has not been officially claimed by the Congress to this day. The Red Whale Ancestor Witch sighed. Just as I expected, the Golden Dominator is no ordinary figure. Going against him now will be challenging. Damn, had I known this earlier, I would not have taken on this mission. How should we explain it to the city lord now? We cannot just say we will not do it. The 8-armed demon witch offered a solution. I do not think we need to be so pessimistic. Just because he has a powerful figure backing him does not mean they will always look out for him. We can find an opportunity to lure him out of the ancient dragon continent and capture him. We do not need to worry about the rest. Behind us in immersed ancient castle, we also have powerful figures, do we not? The Red Whale Ancestor Witch agreed, but emphasized caution. We must carefully plan this. We only have one chance. If it fails and alarms him, then there will be no more opportunities. The 8-armed demon witch nodded. I understand, so we should act sooner rather than later. It is best to deal with him while he is still in the senior realm of the 6th circle. If he ascends to 6th circle perfection, even if you and I join forces, it might not be so easy to detain him. After all, his cultivation methods are unique, and he likely has some sort of trump card. The Red Whale Ancestor Witch pressed him. I understand. Where are you headed then? The 8-armed demon witch prepared to depart. I have taken on an assassination job to hunt down Master Fire Dragon. Once this job is completed, and after dealing with the Golden Dominator, I will secure a long retreat to prepare for ascending to the 7th circle. The Red Whale Ancestor Witch warned him. You had better not complicate matters unnecessarily. With your talents, the organization's resources are guaranteed. Why take such a risky step? Master Fire Dragon is no ordinary person. We witnessed that in the last battle. The 8-armed demon witch chuckled. You do not understand. I am doing this not for money but for pleasure. Everyone should have some hobbies, right? If one day I do capsize in the gutter, I will accept it. Goodbye. Chapter 1760. Fire Dragon Shop. Holy Infant sat cross-legged, exuding the demeanor of a teacher. The Red Dragon Queen and Blue Dragon Lady practiced weapon making. Their tuition was 1 million a year, which added up to 100 million over 100 years. Holy Infant only needed to provide occasional guidance beyond his refinement work, a truly profitable arrangement. With the talents of both women and the realm of a primordial soul wizard, they could have learned weapon refinement on their own. However, Alexandra was a fool with money to spare, not wishing to take unnecessary detours. Hiring a master directly was convenient and reassuring. Suddenly, Mia said, "Lord, a sixth circle wizard wishes to see you. He says he wants to commission a wizard tool from you." Holy Infant asked, "What is his name?" Mia replied, "He claims to be a nomadic wizard." Holy Infant said, "Tell him to leave a deposit, the materials, and his requirements. After the agreement is signed, he can leave." Mia hesitated, then said, "He wishes to speak with you alone, claiming it is a big order." Holy Infant replied, "Practice on your own here. I will be right back." Alexandra cautioned, "Master, be careful, and try to avoid contact with those of unknown identity, in case it is an assassin from the mysterious organization." Holy Infant offered a wry smile, "I understand." Being number 1 on the Ancient Tower leaderboard was truly a double-edged sword. It brought fame and fortune, but also danger. In the guest room, Holy Infant met with Moore. Moore said, "I have long admired Lord Ace's reputation. Because the wizard tool I wish to be refined is of great importance, I wanted to discuss it personally with you to feel assured." Holy Infant responded, "I can understand that." After talking for a long time, Holy Infant took on another big order. He said, "Refining a sixth circle wizard tool is time-consuming and labor-intensive. To ensure quality, I handle it personally, therefore, I ask for your patience." Moore laughed and replied, "As long as it is crafted by the master, I am at ease. Time is of no consequence." He prepared the materials for the crafting, adding, "This includes a small piece of Achilles fire ore, which should be enough for the wizard tool I need." Holy Infant could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Achilles fire ore, it is the top-grade fire element? Or of the level 6 category. Do you have any extra? I am willing to buy it at market price." He had already crafted 9 6th ring wizard tools. Among them, there were top-quality pieces, but he still lacked a 6th ring top-grade one. He did not want to waste this 10th guaranteed opportunity for a top-grade item, so he had been collecting rare materials recently. He wanted to once again forge his Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella into a top-grade soul artifact. By then, he would likely advance further in the soul artifact ranking, increasing exposure for his shop. Most importantly, owning a top-grade 6th ring wizard tool would significantly enhance his combat abilities. Moore shook his head. Holy Infant sighed, "All right then." Moore showed a hesitant expression before finally saying, "Master, I will be frank with you. I stumbled upon this, or on a newly discovered piece of the continent in the human realm, currently not under Congress regulation. There is a mine there, likely an ancient relic of alien races, guarded by powerful creatures akin to alchemical puppets. Even as a 6th circle wizard, I did not dare to venture deep, picking up only a small piece before leaving. If you are interested, Master, we could partner up. We could harvest more, with a division of the ore 6 to 4 in my favor, and we split the creatures half and half." Seeing Holy Infant his doubt, Moore said, "If the master does not trust me, let it be. I am willing to take a truth oath to assure there is no deception." Holy Infant stated, "Then make your oath, Moore. If it is true, perhaps we can indeed collaborate." And Moore indeed took the truth oath. Holy Infant was stirred. Once bitten, twice shy. He instinctively thought this man was another agent of the mysterious organization, or part of the electric eel wizard sect, aiming to deceive and assassinate him. Now, it appeared that what Moore said about the new world was true, as a truth oath cannot be faked. Still, he could not rule out the possibility that Moore intended him harm. Holy Infant spoke with a smile, "Moore, you are a straightforward person. Very well, I will join you on this adventure to the new world. But let us make it clear, if we come upon danger, my life comes first." Moore chuckled, "Haha, only natural, is it not? Let us not delay, and set off sooner than later, before the authorities discover the place, or we will not even get a taste of the spoils." Holy Infant suggested, "Within a week then." Moore extended his hand and shook hands with Holy Infant. "It is settled then. I am counting on this friendship, Master." After Moore left, Holy Infant pondered deeply. "I wonder what power seeks to entrap me. Sigh, I only wanted to refine and craft. Why do troubles always find me?" In comparison, his true self was living much more comfortably. He did not believe in such generous people in this world who would share their fortunate discoveries with others. Especially since the other party was a primordial soul wizard, he clearly had some hidden agenda. In the human realm, within the outer sea region, a black shark swam through the sea until, suddenly, it transformed into the 8-armed demon witch. Moore was successful. Indeed, even the top geniuses cannot escape the sin of greed. Tempted by the Achilles fire ore, he grew covetous. And indeed, what is more enticing to a master of alchemy than precious or material? Chapter 1761. Deep within the minds of the new world, something terribly fearsome remains sealed. Even I dare not delve too deep. This new world is no simple matter. The ancient dragon continent. Levi studied the ashen dragon egg on this day. A heartbeat pulsed from within the egg, and the surrounding void trembled. Such a formidable presence. It stands at level 4, or even rank 5 from birth. Newly hatched younglings vary greatly in strength among different dragon clans. Even within the legendary dragon race, some arrive at only level 1, and remain extremely weak. But a mother dragon can lay many eggs. Levi suspected that the young of this ashen dragon might be born at level 4 or level 5. This could relate to the ashen dragon trait of true immortality. This seemingly young ashen dragon might be born with the memories of a level 9 expert. Levi would have to be careful when drawing blood so he did not anger this reborn powerhouse. After checking on the ashen dragon, he strolled around his garden like an old farmer. He picked a batch of freshly ripened Death Soul dates, totaling over 100. The quality of this batch of Death Soul dates far surpassed the previous one. The Death Soul dates lack the effectiveness they provided during the 5-ring period, but they provide some benefit. I will share some with 100 flowers to try. He walked out of the fairyland with his hands behind his back. Mana and Martha lost at chess again under the banyan tree. Mana snatched up the red flame mink, placed it in her palm, and rubbed it. What is this? A patch of fur is missing from your butt. Mana rubbed the mink's butt and asked with suspicion. The little mink whined plaintively, and Mana understood. The little guy lost a spar with Three-Eyed and accidentally sustained a scratch. Three-Eyed refers to the four-eyed shrimp dragon. Its missing eye has not yet regrown, and Levi no longer held any designs on it. Regrowth would consume its essence and time, an unnecessary torment. But the red flame minks seemed capable of regenerating relatively quickly. Mass-producing 6th-level fire dragon tribulations after the Holy Infant should be feasible. He still should not waste resources. Even if he made them, he should use them only as a last resort for protection. The Emperor's Palace. 100 flowers returned from visiting the solitary tryst to see Dragon King Levi, who remained immersed in his cultivation. Levi smiled. Come, eat a date. 100 flowers gasped. Death Soul date. Levi nodded. 100 flowers tasted one, and a warm current merged into her primordial soul. Not bad. Do not consume these in excess. They accumulate negative energy. Levi shook his head. No worries. I have already purified them. After finishing the dates, they ate grapes, melons, peaches, bananas, and other fruits. The fruit tasted sweet and delicious. Mouth-watering and unforgettable, it proved difficult to stop eating. After enjoying the fruits, 3 days had passed. The food intake of the powerful remained vast. 100 flowers leaned against the chest of Levi, sweating and gasping for air. Commander, you are really amazing. Levi checked messages on his communication device without looking fazed. His brow furrowed. 100 flowers wondered if his stamina knew no bounds. Where did his limit lie? With her strength, she seemed unable to reach the limit of Levi. 100 flowers felt a sudden defeat. They say only the dead ox, not the plowed field, breaks. Why did that not apply to her and Levi? She leaned on the neck of Levi, looked at his communication device, and asked, what is wrong? Levi mentioned the invitation for the Holy Infant to explore relics in the New World. 100 flowers shook her head. That must be a trap. The New World exists, of course. Some lucky souls encountered it and gained fortune. However, these new worlds remain small continents. They do not compare to the ancient dragon continent. The opportunities there do not warrant a clash with the Congress. Levi nodded. It is a trap, but I still want to visit. I require some items inside. Achilles' fire or remained priceless. Besides that, the alien race puppets intrigued him. If he studied them and allowed the Holy Infant to incorporate them into the alchemy path, that would be wonderful. The alchemy legacy of LeMay included 3 types of 6-circle alchemical creatures, and 1 type of 7-circle alchemical creature. Having witnessed the power of God Nick, Levi naturally wanted the Holy Infant to refine them. God Nick had become the guardian of the Tower of Dawn, and continued as the gatekeeper. 100 flowers sighed. Then I want to go too. Levi touched her hand. You better stay and guard the ancient dragon continent. The Black Dragon pirate group has been increasingly rampant lately. We cannot both leave. I have the ability to conceal my form, and even a 7-circle wizard might not detect me. If you go, I fear it will alert the enemies and put you in danger. 100 flowers found the reasoning sound. All right. I will not trouble you, but be careful and contact me immediately if anything happens. We are both in the human realm, and I should be able to make it in time. Levi kissed her forehead, dressed, and vanished. The Midland continent. Gondalf took off his gold-rimmed glasses in a grand and luxurious pharmacy. He removed his white coat and donned a wizard robe. Chapter 1762. He picked up the purple crystal wand beside him and slung the flash greatsword on his back. These years, Gondalf's thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique had advanced quite a bit. Compared to Holy Infant, he only needed to learn pharmacy and social skills, so he had more time for cultivation. Besides, he had also learned a fair bit about the combat techniques that his original self had taught him, and was now ready to test out his own achievements. Come to think of it, this seems to be the first time the 3 of us are taking action together. He quietly left, heading towards the human realm. The outer sea region of the human realm had expanded significantly over the past years. No other plane dominated as much as the ocean. The waters all merged into Nora, altering significantly over time. Today, a foggy sea area obscured the sun. 2 figures descended onto a vast area much larger than the ancient dragon continent, comparable to the Yellow Earth continent. This was the newly emerged new world that, so far, the Congress had not yet visited. More had also passed by this place and stumbled into what appeared to be a hidden Dawan. Holy Infant looked at the surroundings. The fog here can actually affect perception and detection. No wonder it is so concealed. More agreed. That may be true, but the Congress has specialized wizard tools monitoring the human realm. Discovering this place is only a matter of time. We should hurry up and act. Holy Infant followed more towards a mine. Shortly after they left, a burly figure descended from the sky. He wore a black robe, A smile plastered on his face. Go on, he whispered. Once inside the relic in the mine, it is the perfect chance for me to trap them. The eight-armed demon which released his perception and vanished into the fog. Somewhere in the new world, Levi, with hermit runes flickering on his body, maneuvered through the fog. Gondif remained by his side. Holy Infant has already reached the mine, Levi noted. We need to hurry. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The oriole remains unaware of the kite in the sky. The Killet family master and 2 other primordial soul wizards had been depressed all this time. The murderer of Damont had not been found, the fire dragon shop had already resumed normal business, and none of the promises made by the electric eel wizard had been fulfilled. Matro looked at the others. Perhaps, we should give up weapon making and return to competing as array wizards. Killet sighed. We do not have a choice. We never wanted to be involved in the weapon-making domain. It was the Letney family who promised first to support us and help us get started. Not long after, the communication device rang. The projection of the electric eel wizard appeared, his expression calm. If there are no accidents, after today, the Fire Dragon shop will encounter some major changes. I hope you seize this opportunity to take over the Fire Dragon shop and make it our own. Killet and the others understood immediately that the electric eel wizard was personally taking action against Master Fire Dragon. He forced a smile. We will try our best. I wanted to ask, how is the investigation into Damont's case going? The electric eel wizard brushed it off. It is still under investigation. You all wait for the results. He hung up, leaving the 3 primordial souls looking at each other. It seems there is no hope left. Damont just died unclearly. Alas, one mistake leads to another. We thought we were boarding the giant ship of the Letney family, but in reality, it was a pirate ship. But it seems like this time, the electric eel wizard is personally dealing with Master Fire Dragon, and there should be no more mistakes, probably. The electric eel wizard sat with his eyes closed, cultivating inside the law enforcement office of the Star Tower. After dealing with Master Fire Dragon, the next step is you, Golden Dominator, Levi. Traveling an unknown distance down the mine shaft, in the mist continent of the human realm, Holy Infant, and more stopped in front of a majestic ancient ruin. It was a mining relic. At the entrance of the relic stood 2 100-meter-tall stone men, embedded with bronze armor using rivets. The stone man on the left held a huge axe in its long handle, a rare treasure, still radiating light. The stone man on the right held a shark-tooth-shaped sword, glaring with anger. The overall design resembled terracotta warriors, more pointed at the figures. Those 2 stone men are what I referred to as puppets. Each possesses the strength of a level 6 early stage. Holy Infant nodded. We will take one each, deal with the stone men first, and then explore the relic together. However, Master, be careful. The 2 stopped chatting. Holy Infant unleashed a fire dragon tribulation, directing it straight at the huge axe stone man. The explosion echoed in the plaza of the relic, flames soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a huge axe with a sharp oar cleaved through the flames, splitting the firelight, with an unstoppable force aiming at Holy Infant. Holy Infant assessed the situation. Indeed impressive. This stone man puppet has mastered basic combat techniques. Interesting. Under his feet, the extreme fire wheel lit up brilliantly. His figure flickered with incredible speed. Ice Dragon prison opened, and the Crimson Dragon ring flew out. More wizard, as agreed, battled with the longsword stone man. Thunderous roars erupted. At that moment, at the entrance of the mine, a powerful presence charged forward like a raging bull, breaking through all obstacles, and descended into the plaza. The 8-armed demon which laughed maniacally. His body entwined with black chi that shook the void, forming 2 tendrils like octopus tentacles. He attacked Holy Infant, who was fighting the stone man. Holy Infant did not panic. His figure flashed instantaneously. The streamers of the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella wildly extended, entangling the stone man, and threw it towards the 8-armed demon witch. Chapter 1763. The stone giant axe chopped down towards the 8-armed demon witch, and 2 black chi waves rocketed out from the witch's body, colliding with the stone giant axe. Crack! The indestructible giant axe cracked. Under the terrifying attack, this 6th-level treasure could barely withstand the pressure. Boom! The chi wave slammed into the stone giant's chest, sending it flying into the distance. It crashed into the earth, shattering it, and lay motionless, apparently disabled. The 8-armed demon which burst forth, forming demon claws from the chi waves and reaching towards the Holy Infant. A mere puppet, and you think you can stop me? The next moment, the 8-armed demon which instinctively felt a huge sense of crisis approaching from behind. A tall wizard in a white robe, radiating with golden light, appeared. A majestic golden ray stealthily strafed towards him. He had no place to hide, no way to dodge, he had to endure it. Layers of black chi waves, like woven vines. Boom! The vines shattered but also blocked the attack of the golden light. Seizing this opportunity, the 8-armed demon witch's expression froze, then turned into wild joy. Golden Dominator, I was not seeking you, yet you have delivered yourself to me. Sir Levi, it seems you are quite confident. He steadied himself, and larger waves of black vitality, like a boundless ocean, erupted, collapsing the buildings of the immersed ancient castle like dominoes. Levi's expression turned grave. He had not expected that it was the eight-armed demon who was dealing with the Holy Infant. He had thought it was the electric eel wizard or the mysterious organization. Moreover, this person seemed to have also investigated him. No wonder he had been feeling a specific danger lately. He had thought it was someone from the mysterious organization. Turns out, it was the people from the immersed ancient castle after all, or perhaps both. He drew his longsword, and golden rock armor materialized. I heard you have cultivated the eight-armed demon god body tempering technique to the highest level of the endless sea. Today, I shall witness your skills firsthand. Boom. Around Levi, golden strength transformed into a flowing, majestic mane of a lion. Lion King battle technique. With the ferocious power boosting him, Levi's shark tooth-shaped sword slashed towards the eight-armed demon witch. Unparalleled sword chi swept across for miles, clashing with the witch's black vitality. The demon witch laughed. Missing our last chance to fight was a regret of mine. Today, let us clash vehemently. The black vitality twisted together, like a long spear, bursting through Levi's sword chi, charging towards him. Levi's body nurtured immense power from the Crimson Emperor Dragon. The red dragon sword roared. A mix of extreme heat and sword chi formed a long river, sweeping forward. The eight-armed demon witch laughed wildly. Beautifully done, demon god 8 extremes, break. 8 waves of black vitality merged into a black long spear. Its tip, gleaming with darkness, annihilated everything. Boom. Levi's sword chi collided with the black light, exploding into a shockwave. His form continually retreating, the eight-armed demon witch charged forward, swinging the long spear, his attacks growing more ferocious. Ha 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 ha, that is all you have got. Come on, show me your true wizard form. Let us battle heartily. Suddenly, the eight-armed demon witch again sensed imminent danger behind him. A spider web sprayed towards him from the void. Caught off guard, he was directly ensnared. Almost simultaneously, a wizard in a white robe glowing with bronze light, wielding the flash greatsword, struck towards him. Boom. The sword light shattered the eight-armed demon witch's black vitality field, colliding with his body, covered in black scale. These black scales, all were comprised of thousands of demon shark runes combined, providing extreme defense. Sparks flew, the clang of metal, and the flash greatsword was repelled as Gondaf was also blown away. Of course, many of the black scales shattered too, revealing wounds beneath. You are Gondaf, the Golden Dominator. How despicable to team up for a sneak attack on me. The eight-armed demon witch, seeing another opponent, could not help but curse. Levi sneered. For a 6th circle perfect wizard to sneak attack a 6th ring senior, what is so despicable about several of us joining against you? Gondaf noticed the great sword seemed not very effective, so he put it away right then. It was better against demons, not as good as his fists against a wizard. He rolled up his sleeves, more magnificent ancient god runes lighting up one by one, forming a layer of dark golden glow. Gondaf knew that with his level, if not exerting full effort, he might struggle to match his true self, leaving this person behind. He brought his hands together, sitting cross-legged in the void like the immovable king. A 200-meter-tall figure with 1,000 arms, sitting on a sacred throne, a dignified and sacred ancient god phantom emerged. Primordial soul witch image, demon suppression Ming King. Elsewhere, more exclaimed in shock. Ranked 588 on the leaderboard, the demon suppression Ming King wizard form. Witnessing in person, he then understood. Why was this wizard form ranked so highly? The appearance of a 1,000-arm ancient god was truly earth-shattering. Elsewhere, having dealt with all puppets, and collected them all, the holy infant descended from the sky holding an ancient umbrella. Behind more wizard, a witch form resembling a giant ape, pitch black as ink, wrapped in death energy, 200 meters tall, emerged. On the chest of the ape witch, a skull true mark was visible. It seemed he had just entered the 6 environments, and mastered but one primordial soul spell. Primordial soul witch image, netherworld prison ape. He spoke helplessly. Master Fire Dragon, I am not involved in this matter, genuinely, I had no knowledge. The holy infant refused to speak. His fire dragon tribulation launched towards the opponent. This kind of witch form, he had never encountered, and from its aura, it seemed mediocre, probably a nameless character not on the leaderboard. Chapter 1764. The holy infant surged forward. He needed to resolve this threat quickly to assist his original self. The external projection of the purple primordial soul flared within his mind. A continuous, majestic 5-clawed holy dragon phantom coiled behind him. Its purple mane fluttered with imposing, extraordinary power. Purple extreme holy dragon. In the abdomen of the holy dragon, 2 witch marks flickered. A 6 suns pattern and a flame demon pattern pulsed with energy. These were the 2 primordial soul spells the holy infant had learned amidst his many tasks. 6 suns continuous explosion and flame demon's eye. His original self had viewed the latter with disdain, so the holy infant learned it instead. The holy dragon soared into the sky, its claws and teeth wrapped around the fire dragon tribulation and ice dragon prison spells, charging toward more wizard. The holy infant chanted continuously beneath the ancient burning sky umbrella. From the eyes of the holy dragon, beams of flame demon fire shot out. A great battle erupted. After countless rounds of intense violence, more wizard's ape witch form, riddled with holes and emitting black smoke, could not sustain itself. He dissipated the form, and flung out a strange soul artifact shaped like a Halloween pumpkin lantern. Numerous undead surged from within. This opponent wielded power from the school of death. The Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella shone brightly. 9 fire dragons launched a furious bombardment from all directions at More Wizard. Countless undead melted away, and the pumpkin lantern cracked as it was blasted into the air. Of those undead, only one level 6 upper level undead lord remained. The 3-headed hellhound lunged, but it stood no chance against the Holy Infant. Under the combined attack of the purple extreme Holy Dragon and the 9 dragon umbrella, the 3-headed dog crumbled into a pile of bone debris. Only a single head remained, slipping back to hell. The crimson dragon ring flew from the Holy Infant, pinning down More, who prepared to flee through space. Bombardment followed. More's defensive field shattered, and he lay gasping like burnt charcoal. His primordial soul attempted to escape, but Leon's spider web entangled him. The web injected him with venom, paralyzed his spirit, and swallowed him whole. After eliminating one primordial soul, the Holy Infant, riding the purple extreme Holy Dragon, turned to charge at the 8-armed demon witch. Gandalf and Levi surrounded the 8-armed demon witch. The witch braced himself, though a shock rippled through his chest. More fell so quickly. I must find a way to escape. The Holy Infant joined the battle. Levi and his 2 duplicates fought in unison, their power pushing toward 6th circle perfection. Gandalf merged into his wizard forms. Clad in the radiant king armor forged by the Holy Infant, his body emitted a dazzling light, hard as Vidra. Nearly 2 million ancient god runes flickered around his limbs and through his muscles. The energy transformed into endless divine power, enveloping him in a protective light that offered a sense of absolute security. The demon-suppressing Ming King glared furiously at the 8-armed demon witch. A powerful spiritual force blast surged toward the witch. The witch engaged in a fist-to-flesh melee with Levi. Suddenly, his mind staggered. Although he recovered in a heartbeat, Levi landed a punch that shattered scales and flesh, cracking several bones. Damn, a mere ordinary spiritual force attack from a 6th circle wizard could catch me off guard. What sort of body tempering technique is this? The 8-armed demon which could not hide his inner shock. Not only did the Golden Dominator possess strength, but Gandalf's body tempering technique also seemed extraordinary, feeling even more robust than his own 8-armed demon god body tempering technique. With the Holy Infant joining the battlefield, the 8-armed demon which found himself overwhelmed. The purple divine dragon roared, engulfing him in a world of ice and fire. Within the ice dragon prison, the 8-armed demon witch's movements slowed. Seizing the chance, the demon-suppressing Ming King launched an attack with 1,000 arms. Ancient god skill, 1,000 hands. Impenetrable, earth-shattering fist shadows filled the sky and earth. Like a wall crushing everything in its path, the assault swooped toward the 8-armed demon witch. The witch, unable to spare a thought while engaged with Levi, took the hit like a thunderbolt. He spat blood and blasted away. After stabilizing his form, he revealed a grim smile. Ha ha ha, I cannot believe I was injured by an ordinary 6th circle body refining wizard. At that moment, the Holy Infant's purple extreme Holy Dragon descended with the might to seize the heavens and earth. The Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella enveloped the 8-armed demon witch, sealing the space to prevent his escape. The fierce melee devastated much of the underground relic. Under the joint forces of the purple extreme Holy Dragon and the demon-suppressing Ming King, the 2 giants managed to put the 8-armed demon witch at a disadvantage, at least for the moment. This proved to Levi that his duplicate possessed strong capabilities, even if they were usually overshadowed by his own radiance. The 2 of them barely holding the 8-armed demon, which at a draw is the maximum limit, Levi thought. Defeating him is impossible. This 8-armed demon which has not even used his wizard form, relying solely on raw physical resistance. I must be the one to ultimately strike. Levi closed his eyes, and his primordial spirit projection emerged in his mind. 9-colored divine light cascaded, like a waterfall from the relic's roof. Among the light, the 9-headed emperor dragon unfolded its wings, overshadowing the sun as it descended dramatically. The white dragon head roared heavenward. 4 earth spirit soldiers formed instantly, launching an attack to surround the 8-armed demon witch. The 9-headed emperor dragon soared into the air. Behind it, on the golden chariot, the Thunder Emperor's phantom grasped the Emperor's sword, swinging out brilliant chaos sword energy with immense divine power. 8-armed demon god. In an endless rage, the roar of the 8-armed demon witch shook the skies. A demonic, 8-armed figure, each arm wielding swords, spears, and halberds, charged fiercely into the realm. Beneath this momentum, the space of the underground relic began to distort, as if swept by a heat wave. Chapter 1765. I will tear you apart. The 8-armed demon god lunged forward with a slash, sending the demon-suppressing Ming King flying backward. A crack marred the armor of the Ming King. The massive body collided with the rock walls of the relic, making the underground world tremble, as if it were about to collapse. The arm of the 8-armed demon god wielding hammer smashed down toward the purple extreme holy dragon. Invisible heavy pressure flooded the area, increasing gravity 100-fold. The massive body of the holy dragon fell to the ground, and a 9-dragon umbrella flew out to block the remaining shockwave. The 8-armed demon which sneered, who else? For spiritual weapons rushed toward the 8-armed demon, which is the holy infant, and Gandalf attacked again. Levi focused his intent. From the remaining 8 heads of the 9-headed emperor dragon, 8 great talents simultaneously released a dazzling spell light. The brilliance of the spells illuminated the darkness. The fire dragon roared, the water dragon coiled, the earth dragon protected the body, the ice dragon sealed off the path, and the thunder dragon dashed forward. The 8-armed demon which froze in place, shock etched onto his face. How is it possible to release so many spells at the same time? Are you insane? A rumble echoed through the cavern. A sky full of explosive shockwaves engulfed the 8-armed demon witch. Levi chanted while his hand seals changed. The 6-yang true trace of the 9-headed emperor dragon flickered, with 6 suns hanging high above the fire element dragon head. A massive boom signaled the 6 suns' continuous explosion. It was the most powerful spell in Levi's repertoire. Under the barrage of attacks, the 8-armed demon god wielded his weapon with desperate strength, standing tall like an unbeatable god of war. But in this world, even the strongest falter. The Thunder Emperor rose from the ground and vanished into the 9 heavens. The void shattered. The Emperor, wielding the Emperor's sword, unleashed the destroying heaven and earth-red Emperor domain all around him. Billions of flames scorched the skies, boosting his strength by 500%. A world-ending sword slashed downward toward the 8-armed demon god. The Eagle Divine Scripture, rock soaring 9 heavens. This strike carried power far surpassing any of Levi's previous attacks. It channeled the rock sword energy from above the 9 heavens. The 8-armed demon god remained locked in a fierce battle with Gondaf and his companions. The sword energy tore open his invincible body, severing half a shoulder. The battered body of the 8-armed demon god still stood tall, and his violent assault did not cease. Levi waved his hand. The long-awaited Snake King Dragon and Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant emerged from the ancient Banyan fairyland. The 8-armed demon witch's heart raced with panic. The kilometer-long mighty serpent and the giant ant covered in ice crystals were both mid-stage level 6 creatures. Under normal circumstances, his strength would have carried him through. Now, he faced a siege by Master Fire Dragon, Gondaf, and the Golden Dominator, 3 top-level prodigies. These giant beasts provided the final strike. The body of the Snake King Dragon surged, lifting layers of the ground like tidal waves crashing onto the 8-armed demon god. The Heaven Crystal Dragon ants, like mad dogs, tore at his flesh. The Emperor's sword chi crisscrossed the battlefield, the purple dragon spewed ice and fire, and the Ming King's fists suppressed millennia of resistance. After Levi's full-force strike, the battle ended quickly. The wounded, dilapidated demon god witch form disintegrated. The body of the 8-armed demon witch cracked, and a black light shot through it. He detonated his body without hesitation, showing himself to be a decisive and ruthless man. A terrifying shockwave rolled back, pushing away all the attacks. A primordial soul flew up, aiming to escape to the heavens. The sky-covering ancient burning sky umbrella and a spiderweb met the primordial soul head-on, trapping it. The 9 heads of the 9-headed emperor dragon bit into the fierce primordial soul of the 8-armed demon witch, pulling it out from the void. The fire dragon head faced the primordial soul directly and unleashed the fire dragon tribulation spell. The primordial soul could not withstand the attack and began to disintegrate. Before it vanished, Levi quickly sent the remains into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Even in death, you shall perish on my turf, so that you might benefit future generations. Chapter 1766. Endless Sea, Bounty Department Office. The deputy minister's face showed a moment of surprise. Electric eel wizard? The staff nodded, obviously also finding themselves in a bit of a bind. 100 Flowers maintained a calm demeanor, her mind seemingly preoccupied. We were still uncertain who the culprit behind Master Fire Dragon's assassination was. But now it seems some people just cannot wait to show their true colors. There was no doubt. It was the electric eel wizard, who conspired with the 8-armed demon witch to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. After the master killed the 8-armed demon witch in self-defense, the electric eel wizard, worried that the master would claim his reward and grow even stronger, preemptively took the only burning sect oddity. Of course, there were other possibilities, but the suspicion towards the electric eel wizard could not be excluded. 100 Flowers understood all of this, yet she held back from acting. There would be no point, it would only spook the suspect. Clavier spoke with a tone of slight dejection, apologizing as he said, "Elena, would you consider choosing another oddity?" 100 Flowers shook her head. "Sorry, I only want that burning oddity." Clavier thought for a moment then said, "Just wait a moment." He temporarily left the hall to go to the minister's office. The minister was a middle-aged wizard with a small, wispy goatee and a lean figure. He might look unremarkable, but his strength was at the 6th circle perfection. The deputy minister asked, "Minister, about the reward for killing the 8-armed demon witch, that burning artifact. Is there any way to get it back? After all, it belongs to our bounty department, and now Lena only wants this oddity. She is not interested in anything else." The minister frowned. Why does someone from the ocean sect want a burning oddity? Take it or leave it, she really thinks too highly of herself. What, is it just because she is a bit talented? As a wizard who was approaching the end of his lifespan, he despised people like the flower witch the most. He had worked so hard in his cultivation, investing so much time, yet he could only look up to the 7th circle, unable to advance even an inch. Why should that be? The deputy minister asserted. "Minister, I think it is inappropriate for the electric eel wizard to take away that burning oddity. Firstly, our bounty department, though part of the law enforcement department, has autonomous rights over its property. Secondly, according to the Reward Money Standard Act, killing a 6th ring senior simply does not warrant a Morningstar level oddity. Morningstar artifacts are extremely rare. Only by killing a 7th circle wizard or a top-level talent of 6th circle perfection does one qualify to obtain one." The minister waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, do not come quoting the law at me. How many years have I been in the bounty department? Do I not understand it better than you? It is no use talking reason with me here. you ought to take it up with those higher up. The deputy minister, left speechless, turned and left. Back in the hall, 100 Flowers communicated the situation to Levi and received a simple response. Then just choose another one, go for that frost artifact. Given the situation, she let go of her insistence. But still, she felt a strong displeasure towards the electric eel wizard. She even considered calling Lady Witch over to argue with these people. But then she thought better of it. Star Tower was a joint venture established by the Sea of Six Towers, and the Letney family was just one part of it. As in all places, one raven will not peck out another's eyes. With the Letney family having undue influence in the law enforcement department, it was only natural that other departments were controlled by other top-level organizations. In such a climate, no one was flawless. It was best to accept bad luck with grace. In the end, Elena left with a blue crow-shaped oddity in her hand. But then she saw someone in a golden robe stepping in. His golden hair fluttered, and lightning flickered around him. Who could it be if not the electric eel wizard? The electric eel wizard smiled and said, "Is it not Elena?" Elena replied with a smile. "Is it not the electric eel?" The electric eel wizard's face twitched, insulted that she did not address him as wizard or sir. He smiled and asked, "What brings Elena here?" Elena replied, "Nothing." She walked past the electric eel wizard with a calm expression, and even let out a disdainful sniff. The electric eel wizard suppressed the urge to react, and turned to watch as Elena walked away, his thoughts darkening. Let us see if you can still smile once Levi is dead. He refused to believe that Elena had killed the 8-armed demon witch. Although Elena was strong, she had only recently advanced to 6th circle perfection, with her spiritual force barely reaching 4,000 points, whereas the 8-armed demon, which had a spiritual force near the maximum of 5,000 points, both at 6th circle perfection, there was still a significant gap between them. He was certain it was an ally of Master Fire Dragon, who had killed the 8-armed demon witch, then collected the bounty under Elena's name. As to whether this ally was Master Fire Dragon's friend Levi, that remained unknown. Levi's displayed realm and power seemed even less than Elena's, but he seemed to have some strength hidden. In any case, neither Master Fire Dragon nor Levi were ordinary opponents. He would deal with these individuals with the utmost caution. As for the burning oddity, it was already in his possession. Even if he could not refine it, he could still trade it with others. These recent setbacks only fueled the electric eel wizard's competitive spirit. What a monotonous life. At last, there are some ripples. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi looked at the blue crow artifact in Elena's hands and said, "This is the branch cold crow. Indeed an excellent truth oddity, thank you." Elena asked, "How do you know the names of so many oddities?" Levi replied, "Miss Lucy gave me a guide." Elena then asked, "What about the Flame King's arm? What should we do with that?" Chapter 1767. Levi leaned back. "For now, let us leave it at that. What comes will come, what goes will go. I have come to terms with it." 100 Flowers glanced at him. "You are thinking about how to deal with the electric eel wizard, are you not?" "I am not." "Stop making things up." Levi paused, his expression hardening. "But on that note, do you have any ideas? This person has targeted Master Fire Dragon several times. Indeed, I harbor intentions to kill him. This man's position is beyond the reach of an ordinary 6th circle wizard. Whether it is his father, the Golden Prince, or the grandfather Witch King, they all hold high hopes for him. They want to groom him as a successor for the Letney family. If we lay hands on him, it will cause a huge uproar in the Endless Sea. The entire Letney family will be shaken. We must do it cleanly and leave no trace. I have mastered the flying secret sword flow. It can kill an enemy from 3,000 miles away. If we can assassinate the electric eel wizard instantly, it will be possible to act without detection." Levi sighed. "However, he will surely have powerful protective treasures. If the strike misses, we must flee straight away." 100 Flowers knew the extent of her companion's capabilities. "We will try to gauge the electric eel wizard's strength and full measure first, then we can make plans." Levi embraced 100 Flowers. "This matter is not urgent. We can talk about it later." 3 days later, Levi left the ancient Dragon Continent. Anxiety gnawed at him despite his words. The Flame King's arm held strategic importance. It remained essential for improving the efficiency and output of the Holy Infant artifact, and paving the way for his future cultivation. He had to act before the electric eel wizard could trade away this treasure. The oddity risked being refined by someone else, making it a done deal. Levi had not intended to move against the electric eel wizard so soon. Levi sifted through the memories of the 8-armed demon witch and more wizard, but they yielded no useful information. He needed more intelligence on the electric eel wizard. He would have to start with his close associates. This group included members of his family as well as his colleagues. It had been a long time since Levi harbored such intent to deal with someone. The electric eel wizard was worth the effort. Selene Witch stepped out of the electric eel wizard's office, her jaw set in frustration. As the personal secretary, she grew tired of being a tool for venting frustrations. Unlike other privileged second generations, who used their families and organizations to secure their positions, she earned her way here through skill. Working as a high-level secretary at the Star Tower, next to a primordial soul wizard, was a role countless people desired. Moreover, this primordial soul wizard was the ideal type for numerous witches, the electric eel wizard. Looks, talent, power, position, influence, and wealth, the electric eel wizard had it all. Yet, that remained superficial. Prolonged contact revealed the truth. The electric eel wizard merely maintained a public persona. In Celine Witch's eyes, the man was hypocritical, arrogant, capricious, and self-righteous. Even after enhancement with spells and medicine, he remained mediocre. Having navigated her way to this position amid numerous men, Celine Witch possessed the experience to judge. As usual, she returned to her valuable home in the Star Sea, located in a wizard tower in Nether Capital. The moment she opened the door, her gaze froze. A burly white-robed wizard, appearing 3 times bigger than the electric eel wizard, stood in her living room, inspecting her home with his hands behind his back. He turned. Celine Witch. A powerful oppressive force swept over her, plunging her into a hellish abyss without the slightest resistance. He had entered her wizard tower, which was fortified by a 5th circle array, undetected. The man's strength belonged to a primordial soul. The air crackled. The next moment, confusion clouded Celine's gaze. It cleared just as quickly. She bowed her head. Master. Crimson enslavement had taken hold. Levi sat on the couch. Tell me everything you know about the electric eel wizard. Spare no detail. Celine Witch nodded and began to recount. By the time Celine finished, the next day had arrived. Levi collected the information. He stood up and approached her. A thread of crimson power split from the scarlet dragon seed in his heart, surging into Celine's body to lie dormant. Go to work as usual. Once this matter settles, you will be free. Celine Witch left. Levi paced the room. We cannot make our move in the Star Tower. There are 8th circle powerhouses on guard here all year round. Failure would be easy, and would potentially expose us. He planned to use this secretary to lure the electric eel wizard to a deserted place. Then, he would strike with the parasite and secret sword, aiming for an instant kill. Levi roamed the outskirts of the Star Tower, waiting for an opportune moment, like a lurking venomous snake. Days later, the opportunity arrived. Through Celine Witch, Levi learned that the electric eel wizard was scheduled to attend the Star League as a guest, and give a pre-competition speech in 1 month. The Star League, organized by the Star Tower, aimed to select talents and motivate young wizards in their cultivation. Chapter 1768. Only wizards below the primordial soul level could register for the league. The event divided competitors into 5 tiers, ranging from the 1st circle to the 5th circle, with participants competing in specific groups. Simon began his career in the 9 Cities League. The electric eel wizard also claimed a championship in a previous iteration of these games. While these events constituted minor skirmishes among lower and middle-level wizards, organizers invited primordial soul wizards to maintain order at the venue. The electric eel wizard served as a guest at many previous leagues. Next, let this dazzling, highly anticipated league become the last memory of the electric eel wizard. Levi considered his next move. The tournament likely hosted more than one primordial soul wizard, but based on past experiences, they remained 6th circle wizards. 7th circle and 8th circle wizards certainly lacked interest in these children's games. This meant that, aside from any ace up the electric eel wizard's sleeve, no one else could intervene. Levi possessed confidence in the power of his golden dragon break. While it might not fully defeat a 6th circle perfection wizard, a surprise attack should severely injure a 6th ring senior. To hedge against a missed strike, he planned to have the Holy Infant disguise his secret sword and deliver a second blow. 2 fully charged secret sword attacks should be enough to kill a 6th ring senior electric eel wizard. If the first strike missed, he and the Holy Infant would flee thousands of miles away. The symbiote would self-destruct without a trace. The Star Tower would find no leads. Otherwise, the case of him murdering Schubert would have found a resolution long ago, rather than dragging out unresolved. 100 Flowers revealed that the Star Tower's primary divine weapon for solving cases was the Mirror of the Past, a rare treasure possibly involving time recursion. However, the range and time duration of the recursion remained limited. Knowledge about time represented the most complex and mysterious truth. Even for a legendary wizard, apart from someone as calculating as Sauron, who planned through the ages, no one could delve too deeply into it. The land of darkness remained boundless, void, and unknown. Nora stood like a giant in the eternal night, attracting surrounding planes. In a cluster of meteorites deep in space, a stone coffin, 1 kilometer in diameter, floated quietly. The stone coffin bore engravings of complex and mysterious patterns, glowing with a magical brilliance, marking it as a powerful rare treasure. 2 silver armored puppets and 12 bronze armored puppets stood around the coffin, with over 100 stone armored puppets nearby. Suddenly, a hand extended from the coffin. The hand looked like a fan, smooth, slender, and elegant with long fingernails. It appeared to be a woman's hand. A woman, standing 100 meters tall, clad in black scale armor, and dressed like a military commander, rose from within. She stretched lazily, gazing towards distant Nora. Finally, she had recovered from her injuries. Who could have thought that after a sleep, she would end up in the wizard world, nearly left behind by the Congress? Unfortunately, many of the ancient tomb guards prepared by her father suffered destruction. Some youngster took advantage of her unconscious state and stole 2 level 6 guards. That proved bothersome. A level 6 black beast lord happened to pass by, an imposing and handsome white-headed divine eagle. Seeing the woman, the beast charged directly at her, indifferent to the threat she posed. A glowing silver-long spear materialized in the woman's hand with a light tap. A terrifying attack pierced through the void, blasting directly through hundreds of miles and turning the black beast lord into blood fog. With a sweep of her hand, the coffin emitted dazzling light, sucking in all the puppet creatures. She transformed, shrinking to the size of a normal human woman, dressed in tight-fitting dragon armor. She intended to take this opportunity to travel around the wizard world. If she encountered that little thief, she would teach them a lesson. Several days later, in the nether capital, Levi sat inside the wizard tower. He kept his eyes tightly closed, his forehead sweating profusely, as though he were constructing an extremely difficult spell. In his mind, a 2-foot-tall primordial soul version of Levi sat cross-legged. Within the primordial soul, besides spell models, various other rune patterns existed. Bull, heavenly horse, hidden snake, Aries, jade rabbit. After the jade rabbit, another rune pattern lit up, this one featuring a somewhat comical pig head. The pig head's eyes remained closed, its mouth cracked in a sinister smile. The 6th rune of the rune language, the full rune, was completed. This rune felt unique. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Full level 1, 1 out of 1000. Special effect, Power of the Blind Pig Star Constellation, level 1. The power of the Blind Pig Star Constellation meant the rune language communicated with the Blind Pig Star Constellation, boosting his power of fooling and power of foreknowledge by 10%. The so-called power of fooling referred to fooling fate and human calculations. In plain terms, it involved anti-divination, anti-spying, and creating misconceptions for others. The powerful practitioners even fooled history, even time. No need for further explanation about the power of foreknowledge. Levi's danger perception was essentially a kind of power of foreknowledge. The full rune seemed to function like astrology, meant to boost astrology and anti-astrology powers. Besides danger perception, he needed to start getting a grip on astrology magic. Chapter 1769. Astrology magic, profound and unpredictable, extremely difficult, with scarcely any versions circulating outside. Even primordial soul wizards have not many learners among them. Of the people Levi knew, only one possessed such a spell, Miss Lucy. However, he was not very acquainted with Miss Lucy. It would be awkward to seek her out for learning. If it were Triss, he would have already done it. After comprehending the full rune, Levi felt that his danger perception ability seemed to have strengthened somewhat. In his mind, the closed-eyed pig head rune suddenly opened, revealing those hollow sockets. Shadows flitted across those sockets. The fleeting land of darkness, the endless sea. This meant that the potential enemies posing a threat to Levi were mainly from these two places. Beyond the simple display of direction, there was nothing more. Levi's full rune was currently too low. Perhaps in the future it could provide a more direct visualization of the source of danger. Land of darkness, it should be the council of 10,000 clans. I killed that green light walker before. They might have sensed it. And the endless sea, most likely is the immersed ancient castle. Judging from what the 8-armed demon witch said, his target seems to not only be the holy infant, but also me. I have already caught the attention of the immersed ancient castle. Levi opened his eyes and got up to leave the wizard tower. With the full rune shielding fate and predicting capability, using treasures like the mirror of the past, or employing other astrology skills to predict my moves, will now be less successful. I need to cultivate this rune quickly. It can play a significant role when I am playing games with the major players. Now that everything is ready, it is time to send the electric eel wizard on his way. Elsewhere, Fire Dragon Shop. The holy infant altered his appearance completely and silently departed, heading for the Star Sea. Today, double dragons slay the eel. Star Sea, Odyssey Island. The Star League, once every 10 years, was always held on this island. On this day, the island was bustling with activity. An array of 6th circle level was erected around to prevent sea beasts or other dark wizards from infiltrating and causing chaos. Several viewing stands floated in the void, encompassing a giant arena 10 kilometers in diameter. Participants from top organizations, high-level organizations, and the nomadic wizard market had gathered here, their expressions excited and anticipatory. The host said, "Now, let us welcome electric eel wizard Uwe Vander, the rising star of the Letny family, the righteous emissary of the law enforcement department." It is worth mentioning that just a short time ago, the electric eel wizard just slew the fallen dark dragon, who had plagued us for 100 years. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause and cheers, two figures descended onto the scene. The electric eel wizard and his secretary, Celine Witch. The electric eel wizard's face beamed with a warm smile as he spoke. "Seeing so many vibrant young people reminds me of my early days." The electric eel wizard was a charismatic speaker, and his speech touched the hearts of many competitors. The host led the applause. The other two primordial soul wizards present also nodded in agreement. Finally, the electric eel wizard looked around, his expression one of lofty righteousness as he said, "All of you are the hope of the endless sea, the future pillars of the wizard world. I hope that in your future cultivation, you will abide by the law, maintaining a kind and righteous heart." As the words, "a righteous heart," fell, it was already noon. The sunlight shone on the electric eel wizard's blonde hair, making him dazzle like a heavenly deity. At the same time, more than 2,000 miles away from Odyssey Island, Levi sat cross-legged on the silver war chariot, with a black secret sword suspended above his head, radiating bright light. The power of the metal element within a dozen miles around, like a whale drawing water, was sucked into the sword. Sword world. The sword spirit appeared almost tangibly, her expression resolute, filled with a fierce aura. Before the electric eel wizard began his speech, Levi had already started to accumulate power. Now at 6th ring level, and over 1 million points in spell power, 1/3 of which was fully infused into this sword. plus the summoned elemental power, this strike from Levi could be said to be his golden dragon break's strongest force yet. He exhaled a breath of impure air and softly said, "The hour has come, go, send Mr. Justice on his way." Swoosh. The black secret sword transformed into a wisp of ghostly light and disappeared in an instant. Moments later, in front of Levi, the surface of the sea suddenly split open with a white line, creating an earth-shattering wave rolling towards either side. Electric Eel Wizard, goodbye. Meanwhile, another place. Dressed in a black robe, with a mask concealing his face and aura, the holy infant sat cross-legged on a solitary island. In front of him, a blue secret sword emitted a cold light, breathing sharpness. Go, Odyssey Island. The electric eel wizard, having just finished his speech, enjoyed the attention of the crowd. Selene Witch asked softly beside him, "Lord, are you done?" The electric eel wizard said, "It is done." The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Boom. Suddenly, Selene Witch burst into towering blood flames, sweeping over the entire arena. She transformed into a blood flame giant hundreds of meters high, with blood-colored bat wings that covered the sky behind her. Bang! The electric eel wizard's defensive field collided with the palm of the blood flame giant. Was this person the killer who slew Damont? This is bad. The electric eel wizard seemed to recall something, but it was too late. A corner of the sixth circle array had already been blasted open from the previous collision, creating a gap. A streak of black light shot straight at him. Engaged in a struggle with the blood flame giant, the electric eel wizard had no time to dodge. Boom! With a crackling sound of shattering, the secret sword pierced through the electric eel wizard's defensive field. Chapter 1770. Crackle. Violent sparks erupted where the electric eel wizard's witch artifact robe clashed with the secret sword. He relied on the precious sixth-circle high-grade witch artifact robe to block the first wave of the assault. Suddenly, a silent, wordless shadow of a swordswoman emerged from within the blade. Wizard Levi's advancement to a sixth ring senior had increased the strength of his associated special spiritual creatures. Sword Spirit Fleur raised her shark-tooth-shaped sword, swinging down a fully charged strike. The sky dome cleaved apart, and the sea of clouds rolled and dispersed, revealing a passage several miles long. The unstoppable level 6 metal element sword energy swept through, slicing everything asunder. Boom! Under the dual assault, the protective witch artifact robe dimmed and cracked open. The energy tore his body in two. The attack of the blood flame giant swept in, seeking to crush the electric eel wizard into dust while he remained vulnerable. Suddenly, purple thunderclouds converged in the sky. A huge electric eel with a dragon head burst forth from the void. It struck the blood flame giant aside, grabbed the electric eel wizard, and prepared to escape. The blood flame giant's wings pounded, and its boundless blood river entangled the wild electric dragon eel. The black secret sword went straight into the clouds, piercing the dragon eel. Blood spilled on the spot. In the hands of the electric eel wizard appeared a spell scroll painted with golden lightning. An extremely terrifying aura brewed over Odyssey Island. It was a 7-ring spell scroll. The complexions of two observing primordial soul wizards changed drastically. "This is going to kill us and everyone else," one wizard shouted. "Damn it, stop him quickly, or everyone is done for," the other added. The two primordial soul wizards employed their own means to deal with the electric eel wizard. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the electric eel wizard lacked the strength to handle the crisis in such a short time. He employed a 7-ring spell scroll bestowed by the molten gold wizard king long ago, intending to leave the blood flame giant behind. Boom! Before the electric eel wizard could use the scroll, his head exploded silently, a glint of cold light flashing briefly. It relied on the holy infant's backup strike. A single secret sword was clearly insufficient to capture the electric eel wizard. He could not have expected that not one, but two secret sword flow wizards were ambushing him. The giant hands of the blood flame giant grabbed the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard, engulfing it in its belly. The blood flame rolled and melted everything. The two secret swords had long since vanished without a trace. The blood flame giant, clutching the severely injured wild electric dragon eel, escaped into the void and vanished. The participants below stood flabbergasted. In this flash of lightning and flint, they witnessed an extremely terrifying and intense battle. With their capabilities, they could not see the attacks of the two secret swords at all. They only felt that invisibly, the defensive field of the electric eel wizard shattered, the witch artifact tore apart, and then he simply exploded. "This is what a primordial soul battle looks like," one participant muttered. "What are you staring at? Run," another cried. "The mysterious organization is attacking. Even the electric eel wizard's fate is uncertain." Immediately, the participants scattered like birds and beasts, for no ranking was more important than their lives. The two primordial soul wizards looked at the devastated island with grave expressions. "This person had a clear target, coming specifically for the electric eel wizard," one said. "It is probably not someone from the mysterious organization." "That is right," the other agreed. "If it were someone from the mysterious organization, these participants might have suffered heavily. The Letney family has grown too conspicuous and surely attracted many enemies. Forget it, this matter does not concern us. With the death of the electric eel wizard, the molten gold wizard king will definitely rage. I have a feeling the endless sea is about to change." The two primordial souls quickly departed. On an isolated island, the black-robed holy infant stepped into the void and vanished. Meanwhile, Levi closed his eyes and waited until a blood-colored figure descended explosively and disintegrated before him. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard looked at Levi in panic. "It is you." Levi cracked a smile. It is me. A hand as large as the sky grabbed the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard and the wild electric dragon eel, sending them into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi hopped onto the silver war chariot. In an instant, he moved 4,000 miles away. After a series of maneuvers, he soon found himself 10,000 miles away and took cover in a deep ocean abyss. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Leon, well versed in these matters, had already packaged up the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard, with the spoils of battle placed to the side. The wild electric dragon eel, severely injured by a single sword strike, was healed by Levi using the power of the Death Ember Dragon, leaving Snake King Dragon and Dragon Ant to watch over it. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard asked, "Do you realize how foolish the thing you just did was?" Levi replied, "You only need to know that today's catastrophe is entirely of your own making." He did not waste any words and decisively crushed the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard. He did not want to ask this man anything. He knew he would probably not get any valid information, and would rather wait for Leon to produce a disc for him to see. After the primordial soul dissolved, the mark of truth gradually dispersed into the universe. A golden lightning-shaped tracking mark shot towards Levi. The little creature blinked before Levi, and a white spider web sprung up to engulf it. This golden lightning did not seem so simple. It struggled even while caught, and knocked Leon away. Leon struggled to subdue it. "Humph, not even realizing you are food. I will just eat you." Leon, dragging the tracking mark, and the soul of the electric eel wizard, left, set for a battle of 300 rounds with the opponent. Chapter 1771. A soul imprint had put Leon in such a difficult position. It was apparent that it could very well have been a marking personally set by the molten gold wizard king. After all, the electric eel wizard was his most beloved grandson. Levi soon returned to the human realm. Having killed the electric eel, the Letney family would certainly not let matters rest. Next, he would need to lay low in the ancient dragon continent for a while. Once he refined the oddity, he would go to hell to avoid the storm. Star Tower. The Law Enforcement Department meeting. The Golden Prince convened the meeting. In 1 month, the inspection envoy from the Central Realm will arrive for an inspection at the Star Tower. Everyone, be sharp and elevate your awareness. As wizards of the Law Enforcement Department, setting an example and abiding by the law is our basic duty. The wizards below responded, "Understood." The Golden Prince thought, the inspections from the Central Realm have been increasingly frequent lately. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a token appeared in his hand. It was the soul token of his most valued son, the electric eel wizard. Crack. The token shattered in his hand, turning to dust. His normally untroubled heart was now stirred into tempestuous waves. He had not felt such agitation in a long time. How could this happen? How could Evander die? He turned and left the conference room. The electric eel wizard was a primordial soul wizard that he and his family had cultivated at great cost, with a potential even greater than his own. He had thought once his son achieved the primordial soul, there would be no need for his own concerns. Little did he expect to face the tragedy of the older generation mourning the younger. "Let us report this matter to my father first." Central Realm. In a wizard tower within a secluded valley, the molten gold wizard king played chess with an elderly man in a white robe and white hair, appearing quite leisurely. "Elder, though the Schubert family is just a high-level wizard organization, they are still an important part of our interests. If we cannot give them a proper explanation, I fear it will chill the hearts of the other affiliated families. This matter will still require your intervention." The kind-faced elderly man chuckled. "Molten gold, I understand what you mean, but we old folks cannot easily leave the center, and it is strictly forbidden for us to descend to partake in such affairs. Do you know how many people are watching our every move?" The wizard king replied, "Elder, I heard that recently the Black Abyss Walker meddled in the affairs of the human realm, and claimed a new world." With a cold snort from the elderly man, the wizard king shivered, and quickly added, "Elder, my words were thoughtless, please pay it no heed." The old man said, "The Black Abyss matter was agreed upon by the Frost Witch and several legendary wizards, otherwise, what right does he have to be an exception? You think I would bother a legendary wizard with your trivial matter?" The molten gold wizard king fell silent, then said, "I understand. While the bright moon artifact might not catch your eye, it is still a gesture of my sincerity. I shall take my leave, Elder." Not long after the molten gold wizard king left, he received a message from his son. Upon seeing it, his expression stiffened, and then rage spread across his face. "It is him again. He attacked the Schubert family last time, and now he dares to lay a hand on my grandson." In the scene, the blood flame giant's ferocity shook the heavens. Such a scene, strikingly reminiscent. No need for the mirror of the past to trace back. He knew it was the work of that murderer. He calmed himself and then turned, heading towards the house of that senior. This matter, absolutely could not be easily dismissed. Several days later, ancient Banyan fairyland. After the electric eel wizard's death, the wild electric dragon eel, and the contract dissipated. With the overpowering might of dragon's might, Levi easily tamed the subdragon of the Thunderbolt system. And so, a new member joined the Dragon Palace, and all warmly welcomed it. After encountering unique subdragons like the four-eyed shrimp dragon, the electric eel actually seemed quite normal. In this way, another had joined the ranks of the 6th-level generals of the Dragon Palace. Snake King Dragon, Black Lotus Beast, Blood-sucking Demon Dragon, Four-eyed Shrimp Dragon, Wild Electric Dragon Eel, and other creatures, such as the non-subdragon Green Fire Crow, dragon ant, and red flame mink. The spoils of war from the electric eel wizard were also tallied up. As for ether stones, there were not as many as Levi had imagined, about 3 billion. Now Levi's ether stone reserves reached 18 billion, closely approaching 20 billion. With the fire dragon shop and a pharmacy to cover expenses, this money could all be hoarded for one thing, to splurge at the auction. Also among them was the Morningstar level oddity Flame King's arm. Not bad, the head of an 8-armed demon which actually exchanged for 2 truth oddities. Next, Levi refined the Cold Mountain Crow. The Flame King's arm, however, was reserved for the Holy Infant to refine. The diligent Holy Infant certainly deserved the reward of a Morningstar level oddity. Additionally, there were 3 6th ring magical artifacts, and 1 6th level treasure. The 3 artifacts were a 6th ring masterpiece golden feather robe, an ordinary 6th ring golden thunder needle, and a 6th ring masterpiece golden king spear. An ordinary wizard would be lucky to have 1 6th ring masterpiece, but the electric eel wizard had 2. Nevertheless, even he did not possess any top-grade 6th ring artifacts. Such top-grade rarity spoke for itself. Among them, the golden king spear was the electric eel wizard's sole artifact. This was a very ornate golden spear, crafted entirely from the rare thunder element metal thunder melt true gold. Yet before it saw action and proved its might, the electric eel wizard was slain by Levi. The golden feather robe was also quite good, nearly causing Levi's assassination plan to fail. Like the fiery flame iron armor oddity belonging to the Holy Infant, this robe would automatically protect its wearer in the face of danger. Now that it had been sliced open by Levi, the problem was minor. After future repairs and modifications, it could still be used. Considering the Holy Infant's susceptibility to assassination, Levi decided to let the Holy Infant use it, adding an extra layer of protection. Another treasure, however, surprised Levi. An ancient longbow surrounded by circulating currents of air appeared in his hand. Wind-chasing bow, created by Doster Colin. To think this treasure was made by the owner of the Wind Disaster Pearl, this person is no simple matter, leaving behind such a legacy of rare treasures. The wind-chasing bow was immensely powerful. It required no arrows, only to be drawn, and it would automatically condense wind element arrows. If fully drawn, the power of a single arrow could pierce through the defensive field of a 6-ring senior wizard. Even a 6th circle perfection wizard would not dare to withstand it head-on. The effective range was up to 500 miles, comparable to the flying secret sword flow. A fine bow and arrow, it can make up for my lack of techniques. Although secret sword had great power, it required a build-up of momentum. Otherwise, it was just ordinary. I also have max-level archery skills, a shot that never misses. Typically, this bow is made for me. It logically belongs to me. Chapter 1772. 8-armed demon which, deceased, lived for over 1,000 years. Above the relic ruins, Levi and his duplicate each took a medicine, then sat down to meditate and regulate their breath. For spiritual weapons, and the Snake King Dragon served as their protectors. A 6th ring senior teaming up with 2 ordinary 6th circle wizards had killed a 6th circle perfection, and that one was a top-level talent at that. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare in the wizard world. This meant that once Levi merged his 3 bodies, he could almost rove unhindered below the 7th circle. The path of body-refining wizards was generally considered weaker, but not those who cultivated the 8-armed ancient god body refining technique. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The mark of truth of the 8-armed demon which dissipated into the cosmos. Levi asked Leon to turn the memories of the 8-armed demon, which and more into a disc. Among a pile of scattered flesh at the ruins, Levi found the heavily cracked skull of the 8-armed demon which, as the 8-armed demon which passed away, the effects of spells dissipated, and the body-refining runes began to vanish, leaving the skull far less rigid than before. This was the fundamental difference between body-refining wizards and the Path of Knights. On the surface, it seemed focused on body refinement, but in fact, it primarily cultivated spiritual force. Once dead, the spiritual force and soul dissolved. Those bodies that relied on body-refining runes to become powerful would revert to their original forms. However, had a knight of this level died, their corpse, like that of a 6th-level transcendent creature, could maintain its extraordinary traits for a long time, even suitable for weapon refinement. Of course, Levi would not put such a perverse idea into practice. After a short rest, the Snake King Dragon was sent back to the ancient Banyan Fairyland, and Levi ordered his 4 spiritual weapons to clean up the battlefield. Some of the buildings at these ancient ruins were made of good materials. Despite the terrible aftermath of a 6th-level battle, they were only knocked down, not shattered. They could be used to refurbish the Emperor Palace. Meanwhile, the doors previously guarded by 2 stone man puppets remained intact. Danger perception warned Levi. Crossing this door and delving deeper posed a significant threat to Levi. Holy Infant said, "Should we continue onward?" Levi shook his head. "I will have the spiritual weapons scout around first to see if they can find any Achilles fire organ. If not, we will leave. This place is no simple matter. Only the Congress has the strength to take it. Besides combat, spiritual weapons made excellent scouts. Their loss mattered little, as there was no real damage." With a flick of his finger, Levi made the 4 spiritual weapons shrink and transform into 4 slender rock snakes. Go. The 4 rock snakes immediately slipped through the doors and went down deeper. The surroundings were pitch black, and there were some remnants of skeletons from alien races on the ground. These aliens seemed roughly humanoid in shape but were short and stout, resembling dwarves. However, their skulls were like those of canines, complete with sharp canine teeth. Wherever the rock snakes passed, they absorbed any suspect storage items along the way into their bellies. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 rock snakes arrived at an entrance to an underground palace, and through their perspective, Levi witnessed a shocking scene. In the palace square, massive stone puppets, each 100 meters tall, were staged. These stone men, clutching swords, spears, and halberds, were clad in scale armor assembled from black stone, their faces vividly lifelike. Levi's expression hardened. All were stone puppets above rank 5, and he saw hundreds at a glance. Besides that, there were 18 200-meter-tall stone men clad in bronze scale armor. Each one's aura was level 6, fully comparable to the 2 that had guarded the gate, and had just been retracted by the Holy Infant. In the midst of this stone army were 4 silver glowing puppets, 300 meters tall, and still looking brand new despite the ages, each clad in silver scale armor. Clearly, these were level 7 puppets. At the heart of the palace, there was a kilometer-long, and about 300 meters wide rectangular building, shaped like a stone coffin. Inside it, a fearsome aura reached Levi, evoking profound terror. I have heard that some alien race powerhouses, when buried, like to use powerful puppets to guard their tombs and protect their tribe's fortune. With such grandeur, the stone coffin likely contains a dead level 8 powerhouse. Or perhaps he is not dead, merely in a deep slumber. Levi was relieved that the stone coffin was still far away. Otherwise, awakening them could cause an onslaught of countless puppets, forcing him and the 8-armed demon witch to flee in complete disarray. Levi also saw some Achilles fire, or scattered around the stone coffin, glowing faintly and tantalizing to the eyes. Above, there was something resembling a chandelier. The area around it was blazing hot, distorting the air. It was partially shattered, and the Achilles fire, or on the ground, had fallen from the chandelier above. An absolute treasure. I must find a way to acquire this chandelier. The owner of this tomb truly indulged, using such precious level 6 materials for a chandelier, a complete waste. Levi planned in his mind. First and foremost, storming the underground palace directly was out of the question. In the palace square, he saw many corpses of what he tentatively called dog-headed dwarves from alien races. Among them were not a few powerful rank 5, and even rank 6 corpses. He speculated. A level 8 powerhouse had turned a medium-sized plane from the land of darkness into his resting place, constructed a grand underground palace, and used formidable stone man puppets to guard this place. The fog outside was either naturally formed or set by this powerhouse using great skill. Chapter 1773. The tomb owners had a clear goal. They wanted to protect their final resting places. Levi guessed that the stone coffin contained rare treasures, all burial objects. Later, the dog-headed dwarf alien race accidentally discovered this plane. They used it as a tomb. They excavated resources, delved underground, and eventually found the exterior relics. Some of the dog-headed dwarfs passed through the guards. They entered deeper into the underground palace. They found the rare Achilles fire, or chandeliers, and immediately went to harvest them. A horrific war broke out. The army of the dog-headed dwarfs met its demise. Perhaps a small number escaped the underground palace, but the outside guards dealt with them. Then the plane convergence occurred. The mist continent emerged. Moore passed by and discovered it. He explored the area, and found the harvested Achilles fire ore. Moore acted as an agent of the 8-armed demon witch. He used the ore from this place to bait Master Fire Dragon. The current situation resulted from all those events. I dare not claim the rest, but this chandelier must be mine. Levi commanded the Holy Infant and Gondoff to leave the underground area. He kept them away from the Mist Continent. He set up the Dead Ash Dragon Palace outside the mine. He entered the relic alone. At the same time, he ordered the 4 rock snakes to take action. 3 of the rock snakes instantly changed into 3 huge turtles. One of them turned into a stone eagle. The giant turtles shielded the stone eagle in the center like shields. The stone eagle shattered the void. It reached for the chandelier. The stone man puppets below began to move. Metal clanged. Swords, spears, and halberds aimed to strike down the 3 giant turtles. The giant turtles did not hold out for long before they shattered. The stone eagle took this opportunity. It grabbed the chandelier, which was unstable, along with a piece of the ceiling. It swiftly flew out. A powerful presence awakened in the underground palace. A silver-armored puppet holding a bow and arrow opened its eyes. It radiated the murderous air of an ancient general. It stood like an archer god. Its sharp gaze followed the fleeing stone eagle. In a flash, the bow drew a full circle. The next moment, the arrow flew like a shooting star. A silver streak traveled at a terrifying speed. It turned the space it passed through into debris and chaos. The stone eagle used the hard chandelier to defend itself. The chandelier, carved of Achilles fire ore, erupted into pieces. The stone eagle flew backward. Its claws only held a part of the chandelier. It transformed into a stone lizard. It entered a tunnel and vanished. The leftover force of the silver light penetrated the entire underground relic. It passed by Levi, through the mine, and dissipated the ever-present fog. It cleared the clouds. It shot into the land of darkness before finally disappearing. The might of this one arrow was evident. Levi caught the crumbling stone eagle. He sent the mining lamp into the ancient Banyan fairyland. He turned to ash himself. He underwent rebirth in the divine palace of the outside world. Let us go. Levi rode a heavenly horse. He traveled through the void. He left the Mist Continent. Above the ocean, the Holy Infant and Gondoff waited. Gondoff, you can go back to Midland, Levi said. Get started on refining pharmacy as soon as you can. All right, this is goodbye then, Gondorf replied. He turned into a light and disappeared into the sky. I am going back to the endless sea, the holy infant said. I am almost at the 6th circle with my crafting talismans, so I will likely focus on that from now on. Keep it up. Do not push yourself too hard, Levi said. Those soul artifacts I gave you, just refine them when you have free time. I do not rely much on soul artifacts anyway. The holy infant nodded his head, turned around, and left. Levi watched the rolling fog of the continent. He watched the slowly healing crystal wall that the silver light had pierced. It is so terrifying, he thought. It was just a level 7 puppet. I wonder how powerful the owner of that tomb was. But in front of the Congress, it would not be able to cause much trouble. That said, the ancient dragon continent needed to remain on alert. As time passed, stronger planes fused together. For the ancient dragon continent in the human realm, it was both a crisis and an opportunity. The electric eel wizard took a break from his cultivation in the office of the law enforcement department. He came to the window to look out. That 8-armed demon witch, I do not know if he has made his move yet, he muttered. No word has come so far. As the client, he did not know how the 8-armed demon, which carried out the assassination task. The other party had only promised to bring back the head of Master Fire Dragon within a month. If it went beyond the deadline, it would mean failure. The electric eel wizard could then look for someone else. The red whale ancestor, which had just finished participating in an underground auction somewhere in the endless sea. He had sold some recently acquired loot for a profit of 100 million ether stones. He seemed to be in a good mood. Suddenly, his wizard tool received a message from the city lord. He went to a deserted place. The city lord projection appeared. His voice sounded cold. What has happened? The city lord asked. Glacios just died. The red whale ancestor which showed shock on his face. What, he is dead, he exclaimed. That is impossible. He told me a few days ago he was going to carry out an assassination task. After that, he would lay low. The city lord asked who he was going to assassinate. Master Fire Dragon, the red whale replied. The city lord fell silent for a moment. He spoke with a hint of anger. Useless, he spat. To fail in assassinating a 6th circle ordinary wizard, and even lose his own life. How many times have I said it? Lesser involvement in such matters is better. There would eventually be a day when you capsize in the gutter. We are all preparing for the blood battle right now. The organization is in need of people. The loss of a single primordial soul wizard is a tremendous loss. Chapter 1774. The red whale ancestral wizard hesitated. He shifted his weight, his brow furrowed. Lord, in that case, should we continue the mission to capture the Golden Dominator? He had been too confident before. To complete this task, the difficulty was too high. With the death of the 8-armed demon witch, he lacked assistance. This seemed like a good opportunity to extricate himself. The city lord did not look up from his desk. Why not continue? You, a 7-circle wizard, cannot deal with the Golden Dominator. In his view, that so-called Master Fire Dragon was not worth studying at all. Such figures were a dime a dozen in the history of the wizard world. But the Golden Dominator was different. He held secrets the city lord yearned to control, stirring his curiosity. The red whale ancestral wizard let out a frustrated breath. Lord, could you assign me another 7-circle wizard as an assistant? The city lord gave a cold, indifferent shrug. If I had that many 7-circle wizards, would I need you? Solve it yourself. The projection closed. The red whale ancestral wizard cursed the 8-armed demon, which inwardly, I warned him not to complicate things, to steer carefully for a long voyage. Alas, these body-refining wizards, also single-minded, deserve to be nearly extinct. Levi returned safe and sound. 100 Flowers breathed a sigh of relief. She threw her arms around Levi. How was it? Was the process dangerous? Levi pulled her close. Not bad, pretty much as we expected. Someone tried to frame Master Fire Dragon. That person was the 8-armed demon witch. 100 Flowers frowned. The 8-armed demon witch? Why would he target Master Fire Dragon? That does not make sense. Could it be because of the incident at Triss's banquet? Then why is he not going after me? Levi smoothed her hair. Maybe he is worried he cannot beat you? 100 Flowers giggled and pressed a kiss to his cheek. You sure have a way with words. Levi glanced toward the window. Let us wait and see. I really want to find out who is scheming against Master Fire Dragon. He had suspects in mind. First was the mysterious organization, and second, the electric eel wizard and the Schubert family. Once the disc was made, Levi would see if he could retrieve some clues. Regardless, this trip was quite fruitful. He took out a chunk of chandelier fragment that radiated a fierce red glow, about 1 meter in diameter. This ore is worth at least 500 million. It can be used to refine 26th ring magical artifacts without a problem, and we will make a killing. Of course, wizard tools refined from such rare ores were primarily for personal use. 100 Flowers smiled, her eyes bright. She hugged Levi tightly. That is wonderful. Such good news. Should we celebrate? Several days later, the Nora Daily reported that a medium-sized continent had emerged in the outer sea region of the human realm. The Congress had tentatively named it Mist Continent. A battle group led by an 8-circle wizard had already set out to explore and test the Mist Continent and take over the subsequent development work. A few days later, an urgent notice circulated. The danger level of the Mist Continent was level 8. A level 8 alien race warrior awoke from its slumber, leading an army of stone man puppets, and clashed with the pioneering wizard battle group. The alien race, riding a rare treasure coffin, was gravely injured and fled to the land of darkness. The Congress reminded all wizards to report any clues about alien races in a timely manner to avoid missing the opportunity, preventing loss of life and property. Levi furrowed his brows. The Congress has been careless, allowing the alien race to escape. I was hoping the Congress could completely eliminate this threat. Levi had just stolen the chandelier from this powerful being's tomb, and felt a bit guilty. But then again, level 8 was right below the mightiest realm of Grand Wizard. Such powerhouses, even if defeated, should have no problem escaping when playing their last card. The Congress was just a vast state apparatus, not omnipotent. Especially since warriors above level 6 could freely roam the land of darkness. All they had to do was dive in there, and even gods could not bring them back. This was why the dark pirates ran rampant. The spoils of war from the 8-armed demon, which in Moor Wizard had been tallied. First was Moor, who only had 30 million worth of ether stone on him, making Levi exclaim at his poverty. Then, there was a soul artifact, the Hallowmass lamp. It was similar to Levi's Book of the Undead. It could seal undead creatures within for use in combat. But the sealing capacity was far less than the Book of the Undead. Unbelievably, the 6th ring soul artifact could only seal 3,000 undead. According to the Book of the Undead, after reaching the 6th circle, it should be able to seal 10,000 undead. Moreover, the control over the undead by the Hallowmass lamp was not as good as the Book of the Undead. Besides this, Moor Wizard also had 2 primordial soul spells. The first was Advanced Summon. This spell was similar to Summon Hell Lord, but it was not as precise. The latter could only summon undead of hell, while the former might even accidentally bring forth a cunning and dangerous archdevil of hell, so its quality was merely ordinary. The second spell was intriguing, named Deathfinger. This spell was said to be created by a renowned crazy lich and quickly spread throughout the wizard world once it came into existence. Its quality was not ordinary, not excellent, but top grade. The Deathfinger used negative energy to launch an attack that bypassed physical defense and pierced the enemy. After being hit by the attack, there was a small chance that the enemy would be instantly killed by a mysterious force beyond the theoretical realm of the wizard world. Factors such as physique, spiritual force, and willpower made one more susceptible to the death special effect. Chapter 1775. The wizarding world had yet to figure out why the Deathfinger spell resulted in instant death. Perhaps some powerful individuals had figured it out, but they chose to keep their findings to themselves. Liches had only recently emerged, and this spell appeared even more recently. With time, the principles behind it might eventually be thoroughly researched. Wizards generally understood the Deathfinger as neither a physical nor a mental attack. It acted as some sort of rule-based phenomenon. The wizard who invented this spell had unintentionally mastered the rule. He knew the effect, yet he did not understand the underlying principle. The rule might even relate to the legendary underworld. Generally, powers involving the rule level remained extremely profound. Even primordial soul wizards could not reach them. The Deathfinger stood as an anomaly. In practice, the combat effectiveness of the Deathfinger fell short of expectations. Given the difficulty of learning it and the resources required, the cost remained high and the utility low. When used against level 6 experts, the success rate likely hovered at only 1%. As for casting beyond one's level, no successful cases existed. It effectively counted as useless in those scenarios. This spell brought Levi back to the days of his Trembling Ring and Snake Eye Ring. Those spells also held an extremely low probability of triggering. Successes on those could be counted on one hand. Levi had long forgotten them. After advancing to Primordial Soul, those 2 rings lost their function. They sat collecting dust in the fairyland. Levi paused to study the scroll. He muttered to the empty room. Regardless, this spell is still worth learning. He recalled his observations regarding the Moor Wizard. Moor had not learned the spell. Now, the technique belonged to Levi. He rubbed his chin. I wonder how Moor came by this spell. The Congress had designated this spell a forbidden technique. It was not for sale on public channels. It did not appear in instructional courses. The reason was simple. Although the success rate remained small, the effects were so abnormal that they could easily cause chaos in the wizard world. The most valuable thing on Moor Wizard was this Deathfinger. The rest was not worth mentioning. The 8-armed demon which left behind plenty of good things, fitting for a 6-circle perfect wizard. First, nearly 500 million in Tie-stone cash sat in the cache. It was almost half of what Levi, the hoarder, possessed. Levi grinned. Other than that time with Roman, I have not fought such a wealthy battle in my life. His reserve of Tie-stone now reached a total of 1,500,000,000. Beyond the stones, 10 pebbles emitted a faint glow, all of similar size. Levi held them up to the light. Not bad. Someone finally gave me soul explosion stones. These precious soul stones carried a market value of 5 million Tie stones each. No primordial soul wizard would ever trade them. Refining and consuming a soul stone directly enhanced spiritual force. It reduced the time of arduous cultivation. 1 stone increased spiritual force by 3 to 5 points. 10 stones amounted to several dozen points. Even for Levi, it saved 5 to 6 years of effort. For other ordinary primordial souls, that saved 20 years of meditation. These stones were exceedingly rare. They were usually used to search through small realms. The demon which carried very few wizard tools. As a body-refining wizard like Levi, he had not set any soul artifacts. Levi searched the pile and found only a pair of broken steel rings. After closer inspection, his eyes lit up. It is actually a broken 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. What a win. The Falling Star ring was forged from rare star fallen iron. One ring weighed 240,000 pounds. That was twice the weight of Levi's 8 desolate halberd. The function was simple. Worn on the wrist, it significantly amplified strength and lethal power. A punch thrown with it hit like a falling star, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. It fit a strength user like Levi or Gandalf perfectly. Levi nodded. Not bad. Once the Holy Infant reaches the 6th level of talisman making and weapon refinement technology further advances, I will have him repair it quickly. If I can decode its technology and replicate a pair for Gandalf, that would be even better. Had the Falling Star ring remained intact, it would have been a priceless treasure to any body refining wizard. It would easily be worth 200 to 300 million. The 8-armed demon which also left behind a piece of valuable Achilles fire organ. The man possessed few primordial soul spells, and all of them were mediocre. The fundamental cultivation of a body refining wizard lay in the body tempering technique. Abilities were derived from combinations of body refining runes. Unlike spell wizards, they did not need to learn additional spells. Levi cleared his workspace. He took out the spell model of the Death Finger and began to delve into the depths of the technique. 1 month later, the Endless Sea. The Schubert family council hall. Master Killut and his associates paced, their anxiety mounting. Matro cleared his throat. What is going on? Did not the electric eel wizard say there would be an accident at the Fire Dragon shop? I see Master Fire Dragon is still alive and well. Piero slammed his hand on the table. Yeah, they told us to seize the opportunity. But what opportunity is there? I cannot see any. Over the years, the Schubert family had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Letny family. They had been working like horses. They had involved themselves in quite a few illegal dealings. They had handed over considerable profits, yet they saw little return. Chapter 1776. As a result, the Letny family failed to fulfill a single promise. Damont's death remained a mystery, and the electric eel wizard had broken his word as well. Suddenly, Killad's communicator rang. A projection of the electric eel wizard flickered into view. He looked at Killad and said, "Just hold off on taking action against the Fire Dragon shop for now. Wait for my message." He disconnected the feed. Killad tossed his communicator aside. He used to mock us for inefficiency. Now that he has taken matters into his own hands, what is the outcome? It is exactly the same. The other 2 primordial souls sighed in frustration, their silence heavy in the room. The electric eel wizard remained lost in thought in the law enforcement department office. With doors and windows sealed, a woman dressed in exotic attire, the epitome of a dragon descendant witch with dragon horns and a graceful figure, walked in. She licked her lips and stretched out her long, shapely legs clad in black silk. Lord, come on. The electric eel wizard shot her a cold glance. Get out. The dragon descendant witch shimmered and changed back to her original form, revealing herself to be the capable female secretary. Don't be angry. I will leave if you want me to. She smiled awkwardly, smoothed her wizard robe, and left the office. How nice. I get to leave work early. He is not doing well himself. Why take it out on others? The electric eel wizard massaged his forehead and rubbed around his eye sockets. Have I been cursed by some influential figure from my family's rivals recently? Why is nothing going right? As the scion of a great family, he had encountered more setbacks in the past 2 years than in hundreds of years of his earlier life. He was a stubborn man. The more he failed, the more setbacks he encountered, the more they fueled his fighting spirit. That made him look cool. Starting now, he decided to seriously assess Master Fire Dragon as an enemy. A moment later, the electric eel wizard regrouped. A smile touched his lips. Time is on my side. We will see. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, for years had gone by. It was the year of Nora 12. Over the past 4 years, Levi dedicated himself to researching and learning the spell Death Finger, deepening his understanding of the complexity of top-grade spells. With the proficiency panel to aid him, he mastered the basics and cultivated it to level 10. He possessed his 5th primordial soul spell, and branded the Death True Trace into his wizard forms. The level 10 Death Finger could only be cast on middle-level wizards. It would not be effective against 6th Circle wizards until cultivated to level 14. Meanwhile, boosted by Death Soul Date, Soul Stone, Soul Artifact, and other factors, his spiritual force entered a rapid growth stage. Now, his spiritual force had reached 3,433 points. At this rate, he should be able to advance to the 6th Circle Perfection realm within 200 years. At that point, he would be over 600 years old. Before turning 700, he would advance to the 7th Circle. The pace was perfect. Compared to this, Gandalf and the Holy Infant progressed somewhat slower. They were still far ahead of ordinary primordial souls. On the path of knights, Levi achieved a minor breakthrough. He opened his panel. Levi, Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique. 18th tier, 200/5 million. Special effect Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical. Level 6 middle stage. His earliest breakthrough, the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique, successfully advanced to the level 6 middle stage realm. It was interesting that although it was the Knight path that first made a breakthrough, the wizard form reached the senior realm of the 6th Circle first. Levi knew that after Knight level 6, the speed of cultivation no longer held a clear advantage over wizards. Reaching growth to level 6, the speed of a Knight in the early stages was much faster than that of the Blood Tribulation Master himself. Furthermore, Knights, being akin to ordinary wizards, also had the advantage of longevity. If their growth remained as rapid and their power as strong, it would not align with the balance of the multidimensional plane. Every path had its strengths and limitations. However, I have the proficiency panel. The impact is not so obvious. For ordinary knights, it might be different. After rank 5, the development of the knights encountered a bottleneck. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of the accumulation of years. After level 6, Levi's various elemental and spell-like abilities, such as Golden Rock Armor, Turtle Shell Barrier, Pupil of Lamp, and Golden Gravity, all saw slight increases in power. The range within which he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth elements through his bloodline power also expanded. The diameter of the primordial magnetic field had reached 6 kilometers. The duration of his transformation into a golden brilliance dragon had increased to 1.5 times that of level 6 early stage. Overall, Levi's strength had ascended to a higher level. Ending his seclusion, Levi returned to the Emperor's palace. Naturally, after a breakthrough, it was time to celebrate and relax his body and mind. He went to find Elena at the flower hall. Several days later, Levi looked relaxed. An exhausted 100 Flowers approached him. By the way, do you still have the head, or any tokens of that 8-armed demon which you killed before? Levi nodded. I do. Why? 100 Flowers handed him a newspaper. Take a look for yourself. Levi glanced at it. His expression shifted slightly. The wanted poster for Glacios, the 8-armed demon witch, featured a reward of 2 billion ether stones and 1 morning star level oddity. Hiss, this 8-armed demon, which is actually worth so much. 2 billion ether stones plus a morning star level oddity? Levi had never considered trading in the head of a dark wizard for reward money. He did not want to deal with officials. Now he felt tempted. Chapter 1777. There was a choice of morning star level oddities. Among them, Levi found one that resembled a crimson-scaled arm covered in truth runes. The Congress described it as a nameless fire element oddity of morning star level, and invaluable. Upon seeing this, Levi felt a surge of excitement. He had seen this oddity listed in Lucy's Truth Atlas before. It was the Flame King's arm. Among the functions recorded there was one that Levi desired the most. Refining this oddity might grant him the associated special spiritual creature, the Flame King's mobile furnace. This associate spiritual creature took the form of a furnace. From its name, it was clear that it was immensely useful for weapon refinement and alchemy. With this artifact, paired with the swallowing gold treasure toad, the Holy Infant's weapon refinement efficiency, success rate, and top quality rate could potentially climb another level. Moreover, despite Levi having refined the Holy Infant with the host god fruit later, improving its quality considerably, its foundation was still somewhat lacking. If the Holy Infant were to refine another fire element morning star level oddity, it could likely improve and help the Holy Infant break through the Seven-Ring realm. 100 Flowers leaned against the table. How about it? She asked. Do you want to exchange it for reward money? Levi shook his head. Should we send the Master Fire Dragon? He mused. Wouldn't that be too high profile? And besides, with his ordinary 6th ring strength, no one would believe he could kill a 6th circle perfection wizard. Levi himself did not believe it. 100 Flowers moved closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. If you want, I can make the exchange and claim I did the killing. I am also at 6th circle perfection, and although I am still inferior to Glacios, with my talent and renown, killing him is not impossible. Levi placed a hand on her shoulder. Let me think about it. I worry that by doing this, you might be marked by the immersed ancient castle, and they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Oddities are valuable, but your safety is more important. 100 Flowers smiled, a warmth filling her eyes. She lunged forward and kissed Levi hard. With those words, I am already very satisfied. Let us settle it then. Several days later, after a thorough discussion, Levi decided to let 100 Flowers take the head of the 8-armed demon which to claim the bounty. After 100 Flowers left, Levi began preparing for his journey to hell. He was currently at the level 6 middle stage in both the paths of the knight and the wizard. His true strength was already comparable to 6th circle perfection. As long as he did not venture past the 7th layer of hell, he would be safe. Moreover, he had Little Pink, a local, as his guide. In the Endless Sea, at number 1 Witch City, the Fire Dragon shop bustled with activity. Over the years, under the guidance of Master Fire Dragon, Alexandra and Elsie's weapon-making skills had drastically improved. Of course, the most important factor was their own comprehension and effort. A master can lead you through the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. The popularity of the Fire Dragon shop soared with the addition of these 2 popular dragon descendant beauties. Some wizards pretended to come for wizard tools, but really they just wanted to see the legendary primordial soul witch sisters up close. It proved that the Holy Infant's idea to keep the women at the shop was correct. In business, traffic is king. Every method possible had to be used to increase the renown of the Fire Dragon shop, to gradually open up the market. Just think how hard companies in past lives worked to advertise. Inside the Holy Infant's refining room, a parasol-shaped wizard tool spun in the flames. Runes were hammered into it, then disappeared into the metal. Before long, accompanied by a tremble of the ancient umbrella, a stunning crimson light spread out. After the tool's formation, to have such an anomaly, thankfully my arrays are all 6th ring level. The Holy Infant's face lit up with joy. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella, which had been completely renewed. 6th ring top grade. Using the 10th guaranteed opportunity along with the Achilles Fire Ore, his natal soul artifact had reached an extremely high quality. My ancient umbrella should now rank within the top 600. Paired with wizard forms, my actual combat ability can completely rival a 6th ring senior wizard, and I should be able to hold my ground for a few moves even against a 6th circle perfection wizard. 6th ring top grade witch artifacts are indeed very rare. Levi had killed so many primordial souls, but only the 8-armed demon, which at 6th circle perfection owned a top grade artifact, and even that was broken. Even the star ring of 100 flowers was only top quality. If this Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella were to be sold at an auction, it would start at a minimum of 500 million. Just the Achilles Fire, or raw materials alone, were worth 100 million. At the Star Tower, the Bounty Department served as a hub under the Law Enforcement Department, responsible for issuing bounties and awarding rewards. The staff members froze as they stared at the head before them. They turned to the Valiant Witch with a longsword on her back and whispered, "An 8-armed demon which has been hunted. Is it real? This is the Flower Witch. Would she deceive us? Just wait. I have already notified the Deputy Director, and he will personally verify if it is indeed the head of the 8-armed demon witch." Before long, a wizard at the level of 6th ring senior hurried over. Wearing glasses, his name was Clavier Springer. He was a primordial soul wizard from the Seven Waters Steeple, and served as the Deputy Director. Elena smiled. "Mr. Clavier, nice to see you in good health." Clavier smiled back. "My friend, I heard the news and rushed over. This is a major event. I did not expect the 8-armed demon witch to have been executed. Truly worthy of the Flower Witch. I am impressed." Elena gestured to the item on the table. "Please review it. I have other matters to attend to, and I will leave once I receive the reward." Clavier stepped forward. Just a moment. It did not take long, and the examination was complete. Clavier clapped his hands. "It is indeed the 8-armed demon witch, incredibly strong." Elena nodded. "I can choose any of the oddities from the rewards, right? I want the red scale arm oddity." Clavier peered at his list. "That is a fire element oddity, are you sure?" 100 Flowers nodded. He quickly sent someone to fetch it. After a while, the staff member returned with an uneasy look. "Senior Elena, can you select another Morning Star artifact instead? That arm, it has been redirected." Clavier frowned. "When did this happen, and how do I not know about it?" The staff member explained awkwardly. "Just recently, the director personally redirected it, apparently to reward one of the top 10 employees of the Law Enforcement Department who killed a 6th ring senior dark wizard." Clavier shook his head. Killing a 6th ring senior, and taking a Morning Star level oddity. Nonsense. This should be one of the candidate rewards for killing the 8-armed demon witch. Do you know who took it? I will get it back. The staff member lowered his voice. It was the Electric Eel Wizard. He recently killed the fallen Dark Dragon witch from the Black Sun Steeple. Chapter 1778. Endless Sea. The Office of the Bounty Department. The Deputy Minister's face flashed with surprise. The Electric Eel Wizard? The staff nodded. The situation clearly troubled them. 100 Flowers remained calm. A whirl of thoughts occupied her mind. "We were not sure who framed Master Fire Dragon for the murder, but now it seems some people cannot wait to show their true colors." Without a doubt, the Electric Eel Wizard colluded with the 8-armed demon witch to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. After the Master killed the 8-armed demon witch in self-defense, the Electric Eel Wizard worried about the Master claiming the reward and becoming even stronger. He took away the one Morning Star level oddity belonging to the Burning faction first. Other possibilities existed, but the suspicion against the Electric Eel Wizard remained. 100 Flowers understood all this. She did not make a scene. That would be pointless and would only alert the enemy. Clavier showed regret. "Elena, would you like to choose a different oddity?" 100 Flowers shook her head. "Sorry, I only want that burning oddity." Clavier pondered for a moment. "Give me a moment." He left the hall and headed to the minister's office. The minister was a middle-aged wizard with a goatee and a short, thin build. He looked unremarkable, yet he held the level of 6th circle perfection. The deputy minister followed him. "Minister, the reward for killing the 8-armed demon witch, that burning artifact, can we get it back? It belongs to our bounty department. Lady Elena only wants that specific item. She is not interested in anything else." The minister frowned. "She is from the Ocean faction. What does she want with a burning artifact? Take it or leave it. Who does she think she is? Is she something special just because she has a bit of talent?" As a wizard nearing the end of his lifespan, he hated people like the Flower Witch. He worked hard at his cultivation. He spent so much time, yet he could not advance beyond the 7th circle. "Why?" The deputy minister spoke earnestly. "Minister, I think it is inappropriate to let the Electric Eel Wizard take away that burning artifact. Although our bounty department is a subsidiary of the Law Enforcement Department, we have independent ownership of our property. According to the Reward Money Standard Act, killing a 6th ring senior does not, under any circumstances, merit a Morning Star level oddity. Morning Star artifacts are extremely rare. They are only deserved by one who kills a 7th circle wizard, or perhaps a top-level genius with 6th circle perfection." The minister waved his hand. "Enough. Do not recite the law to me here. How many years have I worked in the bounty department? Do you not think I understand? Talking reason here with me is pointless. You need to speak with those above." The deputy minister turned and left speechless. Back in the hall, 100 Flowers discussed the situation with Levi. She received a straightforward answer. "Then just pick another one, go for that frost artifact." Since it had come to that, she no longer insisted. However, her dissatisfaction with the electric eel wizard remained distinct. She even considered calling over the Lady Witch to argue with these people. On second thought, she decided against it. Star Tower was jointly established by the Sea of Six Towers. The Letney family was just one aspect of it. The crows of this world are generally black, with the Letney family covering the sky with one hand in the law enforcement department. Other departments were naturally controlled by other top organizations. As part of the ruling class, none of the six towers were good. No one could criticize the other. With a blue crow-shaped oddity in hand, Elena prepared to leave. She saw a figure in a golden robe entering. His blonde hair fluttered. Lightning flashed. His appearance stood out. The electric eel wizard stood before her. The electric eel wizard chuckled. "Isn't this Elena?" Elena smiled. "Isn't this the electric eel?" The electric eel wizard's face twitched. He did not receive the honor of being called wizard or my lord. He laughed. "What brings Elena here?" Elena responded. "Nothing." She walked past the electric eel wizard with an even expression. She let out a disdainful snort. The electric eel wizard suppressed the urge to react. He turned around to watch Elena leave. His heart grew dark. "Ha, let us see if you can still laugh when Levi is dead." He did not believe Elena killed the 8-armed demon witch. Elena was powerful, but she had only advanced to 6th circle perfection not long ago. Her spiritual force barely reached 4,000 points. The 8-armed demon witch had a spiritual force close to the 5,000 maximum. Both were at 6th circle perfection, but the gap between them remained substantial. A powerful person behind Master Fire Dragon must have killed the 8-armed demon witch. Then they claimed the reward in the name of Elena. Whether this powerful individual was Fire Dragon's good friend Levi remained undetermined. Levi's displayed realm and power were even less than Elena's, yet he possessed hidden abilities. In any case, whether it be Master Fire Dragon or Levi, neither was an ordinary opponent. He would be very cautious in dealing with these people. As for that burning oddity, it was already in his pocket. Even if he could not refine it, he could trade it with someone else. The failures of these recent actions spurred the electric eel wizard's competitive spirit. A dull life, finally showing some ripples. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi looked at the blue crow oddity in Elena's hand. "This is the branch cold crow, an extremely fine truth oddity, thank you." Elena asked. "How do you know the names of so many oddities?" Levi responded. "From the guide Miss Lucy gave me," Elena said. Chapter 1779. Levi contemplated the Flame King's arm. "Let us just leave it as it is for now. Fortune comes my way, my fate if it does not. I have come to terms with that." 100 Flowers shot him a sharp look. "You are definitely thinking about how to deal with the electric eel wizard, are you not?" "I am not." "Do not talk nonsense." He paused, tapping his fingers on the table. "But now that you mention it, do you have any ideas? This person has targeted Master Fire Dragon several times, and I truly harbor a desire to kill." 100 Flowers leaned in closer. This person's status is not that of an ordinary 6th circle wizard. Not only his father, the Golden Prince, but also Grandpa Witch King have high hopes for him. They even want to groom him as the successor of the Letney family. If we act against him, it will inevitably cause a huge uproar in the Star Sea. The entire Letney family will probably be shaken by it. We must ensure that it is done cleanly, without leaving a single clue behind. Levi nodded, his expression hardening. "I have mastered the flying secret sword cult. I can kill enemies from 3,000 miles away. If I could instantly kill the electric eel wizard, it should be possible to do so without God or Ghost noticing. But he surely has powerful protective treasures on him. If the first strike misses, I will have to flee immediately." 100 Flowers understood her man's abilities quite well. "We will find a way to test the electric eel wizard's strength and cards before making a plan." Levi embraced 100 Flowers. "This matter is not urgent. We can talk about it later." 3 days later, Levi left the ancient Dragon Continent. He claimed there was no rush, but his heart beat with quiet anxiety. The Flame King's arm held strategic significance for him. It was an important treasure to improve the efficiency and output of the Holy Infant artifact, and pave the way for his future cultivation. He intended to act before the electric eel wizard could trade away this treasure. He could not allow the oddity to get lost to unknown places, refined by someone else, making it a done deal. To be honest, Levi never intended to move against the electric eel wizard so soon. In recent days, he examined the memories of the 8-armed demon witch and more wizard, yet obtained no useful information. To gain more intelligence on the electric eel wizard, he needed to start with the people close to him. These people included his family members and his work colleagues. Levi had not been so seriously intent on dealing with a person in a long time. The electric eel wizard, by repeatedly targeting the Holy Infant, walked a path courting death. He arrived at the Endless Sea. Inside the Law Enforcement Department office, Celine Witch gathered her things. She left the electric eel wizard's office with a cloud of unhappiness hanging over her. As his personal secretary, she grew tired of being treated as a tool for venting frustrations. Unlike those second-generation elites who secured positions through their families and organizations, she earned her place through her own abilities. The position at Star Tower, especially the job of a high-level secretary to a primordial soul wizard, tempted many. Moreover, this primordial soul wizard was the ideal type of wizard that countless witches fantasized about. The electric eel wizard possessed looks, talent, strength, status, power, and wealth. He had it all. These were just appearances. The closer one got, the more they realized that the electric eel wizard merely maintained a facade. In Celine Witch's eyes, the electric eel wizard was hypocritical, arrogant, capricious, and self-righteous. Even with the aid of spells and medicine, he remained inadequate. Selene Witch, who had come this far and navigated through so many men, had her say on the matter. As usual, she returned to her own precious little home in the Star Sea domain, a wizard tower in the nether capital. The moment she opened the door, her breath hitched. A burly white-robed wizard, easily 3 times larger than the electric eel wizard, surveyed her home, while he stood with his hands behind his back. He turned and offered a smile. Miss Selene. An overwhelming pressure surged. She felt as if she had fallen into abyss hell, powerless to resist. The ability to enter her wizard tower, which was fortified with a 5th circle array, without anyone noticing betrayed his terrifying strength. This person clearly held the power of a primordial soul. A sudden blast shook the air. Selene's gaze became vacant. When she regained her senses, she lowered her head. Master. Crimson enslavement took hold. Levi sat on the sofa. Tell me everything you know about the electric eel wizard, no matter how trivial. Selene Witch nodded and began to recount her days. By the time Selene finished, the sun had risen on the next day. Levi collected the useful information, stood up, and approached Selene. At the same time, a strand of blood-red power split off from the scarlet dragon seed in his heart. It surged into Selene's body, lying dormant within her. Go to work as usual, Levi said. Once this matter is dealt with, you will be freed. Selene Witch turned and left. Levi formulated his plan. I cannot act within Star Tower. With 8th circle powerhouses guarding it year-round, it would be easy to fail, or even worse, I might expose myself. He planned to use this secretary to lure the electric eel wizard to an uninhabited place. Then, he would use the parasite and the secret sword at the same time to achieve an instant kill. Like a lurking venomous snake, Levi moved around the edges of Star Tower, waiting for an opportunity. Days later, the moment arrived. Through Selene Witch, Levi learned that the electric eel wizard would attend the Star Tournament as a guest to deliver a pre-game speech in 1 month's time. The Star Tournament awaited. Chapter 1780. The Star Tower organizes this competition to select talent and encourage young wizards in their cultivation. Contestants below the primordial soul level register for the league, which features 5 levels ranging from the 1st circle to the 5th circle, with group competitions. Simon, a well-known name, debuted from the 9 Cities League. The electric eel wizard also claimed a championship in one of these leagues. Although these competitions involve low and middle-level wizards, organizers invite primordial soul wizards to maintain order at the venue. The electric eel wizard had served as a guest at many conventions. Levi contemplated the upcoming league. He whispered to himself, next, let this star-studded, high-profile league become the electric eel wizard's last memory. Levi decided to take action. In the league, there should be more than one primordial soul wizard, but from past experience, they are all 6th circle wizards. 7th circle and 8th circle wizards definitely do not bother with these childlike games. Aside from any ace up the electric eel wizard's sleeve, no one could save him. Levi felt confident in the might of his golden dragon break. It might not be enough against a 6th circle perfection wizard, but in a surprise attack, severely injuring a 6th ring senior should be feasible. He planned to have the Holy Infant modify the secret sword and deliver a second strike as a backup plan. He refused to believe he could not kill a 6th ring senior wizard like the electric eel wizard with 2 perfectly timed secret sword attacks. If his strike missed, he and the Holy Infant would already be thousands of miles away. The parasite would instantly self-destruct without leaving a trace. Afterwards, the Star Tower would not be able to find out anything. If they could, his previous case of killing Schubert would have been solved long ago instead of dragging out without resolution. Levi knew from 100 Flowers that the main artifact used by the Star Tower in investigations was the Mirror of the Past. This rare treasure possibly related to time rewinding. However, the exploration scope and rewind time of this treasure were limited. The knowledge of time, hailed as the most complex and mysterious truth, was not an exaggeration to fear. Even legendary wizards, aside from a calculating expert like Sauron, would hardly delve too deeply into it. The land of darkness remained boundless, empty, and unknown. Nora stood like a giant, attracting the surrounding plains amid the eternal night. In the midst of a meteorite cluster in deep space, a stone coffin, 1 kilometer in diameter, floated silently. The coffin featured complex and mysterious patterns, emitting a splendid treasure light, clearly a powerful rare artifact. 2 silver-armored puppets and 12 copper-armored puppets stood around the coffin, with over 100 stone-armored puppets nearby. Suddenly, a hand as large as a fan extended from the stone coffin. The fingers were smooth, slender, proportionate, and beautiful, appearing as a woman's hand. A woman, 100 meters tall, and dressed in black scale armor like a military general, rose from the coffin. She stretched lazily toward the distant Nora. She muttered, "Whew, finally recovered from my injuries. Who could have thought that after a sleep, I would end up in the wizard world, nearly left there by the Congress. It is a pity that most of the ancient tomb guards prepared by my father were lost. A junior took advantage of my slumber to steal 2 level 6 guards, quite the headache. A level 6 black beast lord, a majestic and handsome white-headed divine eagle, happened to pass by. It attacked the woman without considering whether it could win or not. A bright silver spear emerged in the woman's hand, shimmering with light, and she gently pointed it. A terrifying attack pierced through the void, blasting the black beast lord into a blood fog over hundreds of miles. With a wave of her large hand, the coffin radiated a tremendous light, sucking in all those puppet creatures. She changed form, shrinking to that of a human woman dressed in tight-fitting leather armor with a firm chest. She declared, taking this opportunity, I shall tour the wizard world. If I encounter that little thief, a harsh lesson is a must. Inside the wizard tower of the Nether capital, Levi sat with his eyes tightly closed and his forehead sweating, as if constructing an extremely complex spell. His 2-foot-tall primordial soul sat cross-legged within his mind. Inside the primordial soul, aside from the spell model, various other rune patterns existed. They included the bull, heavenly horse, hidden snake, Aries, and jade rabbit. Following the jade rabbit, another rune pattern lit up. It featured a somewhat comical pig head with its eyes shut, and the corners of its mouth split to reveal a creepy smile. Levi whispered, the 6th rune of the rune language, the full rune, is complete. This rune is a bit different. He opened his proficiency panel. Full level 1, 1 out of 1000. Special effect, Power of the Blind Pig Star, level 1. The power of the Blind Pig Star allows the rune language to communicate with the Blind Pig constellation, amplifying your power of fooling and foreknowledge by 10%. The so-called power of fooling refers to the ability to fool the heavens and human calculations. In simple terms, it functions as anti-divination, anti-spying, and a way to create false impressions for others. The powerful practitioners even fool history and time itself. Foreknowledge needs no further explanation. Levi's danger perception functioned as a form of foreknowledge. He concluded, the effect of the full rune is similar to astrology, meant to amplify powers of astrology and anti-astrology. Aside from danger perception, I need to start delving into astrology magic. Chapter 1781. Astrology magic is profound, unpredictable, and difficult to master. Publicly circulating versions are exceptionally rare. Even among primordial soul wizards, few study it. Levi thought of Miss Lucy. He lacked the necessary closeness to her to feel comfortable asking for her help. Had it been Triss, he would have already done so. His danger perception ability had somewhat strengthened after comprehending the full rune. In his mind, the closed-eyed pig-head rune opened, revealing its hollow eye sockets. Light and shadow emerged within them. A fleeting vision of the land of darkness and the endless sea flashed before him. This indicated that potential enemies posing dangers to Levi were mainly from those two places. Aside from a simple directional display, there was nothing more. Levi noted that his full rune remained at a low level. Perhaps in the future, it might vividly reveal the origins of danger. The land of darkness must be the council of 10,000 clans. I killed the Green Light Walker, and they might have noticed. As for the endless sea, it is likely the immersed ancient castle. The 8-armed demon, which suggested that his target was not just the holy infant, but me as well. I have been marked by the immersed ancient castle. Levi stood up and left his wizard tower. With the full rune shielding against heavenly detection and human calculation, even using treasures like the Mirror of the Past or other astrology skills, the chance of successfully divining information about me is reduced. I need to cultivate this rune quickly. It can play a significant role when I play games of wits with powerful figures. Now that all is ready, it is time to send the electric eel wizard on his way. The holy infant changed his appearance and quietly left for the Star Sea. Today, twin dragons target the eel. On Odyssey Island, the Star League meeting, held once every 10 years, was in full swing. The island bustled with activity. 6th circle-level arrays were set up around the perimeter to prevent sea beasts or dark wizards from invading and causing trouble. Spectator stands floated in the void, encircling a gigantic stage with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Participants from top-level organizations, high-level organizations, and the nomadic wizard market gathered there, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. The host raised his voice to address the crowd. Let us now welcome the electric eel wizard, Uivander. He is the star of tomorrow for the Letney family and serves as an upright emissary of the law enforcement department. It is worth mentioning that just recently, the electric eel wizard slew the fallen dark dragon, who brought calamity for 100 years. 2 figures descended, accompanied by enthusiastic applause and cheers. The electric eel wizard and his secretary, Celine Witch. With a warm smile on his face, the electric eel wizard spoke to the attendees. Seeing so many vibrant young people reminds me of my own early days. The electric eel wizard proved to be a great orator, and his speech touched the hearts of many participants. The host led the applause, and the other 2 primordial soul wizards present nodded in agreement. Finally, the electric eel wizard looked around with a righteous gaze, and declared that everyone present was the hope of the endless sea and the future pillars of the wizard world. He expressed his hope that in their future cultivation, they would abide by the law and maintain a kind and just heart. As the words, a just heart, echoed over the arena, it was high noon. Sunlight shone on the electric eel wizard's blonde hair, making him look as dazzling as a heavenly deity. 2,000 miles away from Odyssey Island, Levi sat cross-legged on his silver war chariot. Above his head, a black secret sword radiated brilliant light. The power of the metal element within a dozen miles was drawn into the sword like a whale swallowing the sea. Within the sword world, the sword spirit appeared, tangible and resolute, her expression full of murderous intent. Before the speech of the electric eel wizard began, Levi had already started charging his power. With his 6th ring level cultivation, and over 1 million spell power points, a third of his energy was infused into the sword. Combined with the summoned elemental power, this strike from Levi possessed the strongest force of his golden dragon's blessing yet. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and spoke softly. Midday has arrived. Go, Send Mr. Justice on his way. The black secret sword turned into a dark gleam and vanished from sight in an instant. Moments later, the sea in front of Levi burst open with a white line, and waves reaching toward the skies rolled in both directions. Goodbye, electric eel wizard. Elsewhere, the holy infant sat cross-legged on a solitary island. He wore a black robe, and a mask concealed his face and aura. In front of him, a blue secret sword radiated a cold light and breathed out sharp energy. Go. On Odyssey Island, the electric eel wizard enjoyed the attention of the crowd after finishing his speech. Selene Witch leaned in and asked quietly if he was done. The electric eel wizard nodded. It is done. His expression changed in the next moment. Selene Witch erupted in a magnificent wave of blood flames, sweeping over the entire arena. She transformed into a blood flame giant hundreds of meters tall, with blood-colored bat wings that covered the sky. The electric eel wizard's defensive field collided with the giant's hand. Is this person the killer who murdered Damont? Disaster. The electric eel wizard seemed to remember something, but it was too late. A gap had been blasted open at the corner of the sixth circle array by the previous collision. A black gleam shot straight toward him. With the electric eel wizard entangled with the blood flame giant, he had no chance to avoid it. With a crackling sound of breaking, the secret sword pierced through the electric eel wizard's defensive field. Chapter 1782. Crackle. The clash between the electric eel wizard's witch artifact robe and the secret sword emitted intense sparks. Thanks to the protective witch artifact robe, a six-circle masterpiece, he managed to block the first wave of the secret sword's assault. Suddenly, a silent shadow of a swordswoman burst out from within the secret sword. As Wizard Levi's cultivation ascended to the rank of a six-circle senior, the strength of his companion spiritual creatures also surged considerably. Sword Spirit Fleur raised the great sword in silence, bringing down a fully charged slash. The sky dome was cleaved apart, and rolling sea clouds scattered, revealing a passage several miles long. The unparalleled level 6 metal element sword chi swept through, slicing through all matter. Boom. Under the double assault, the electric eel wizard's protective witch artifact robe dulled and tore open. His body was ripped in half by the elemental sword energy. The offensive might of the blood flame giant also swept over, seizing the moment to pulverize the electric eel wizard into dust. In an instant, violet thunderclouds gathered in the sky, as a gigantic electric eel with the head of a dragon tore through the air. It hit the blood flame giant, grabbed the electric eel wizard, and was about to escape into the void. The blood flame giant's wings stirred vigorously, entangling the wild electric dragon eel with the boundless blood river. The black secret sword shot up into the heavens, piercing right through the dragon eel's heart, its blood spilling on the spot. Boom. A six-winged angel bathed in golden lightning descended upon this place. It was the primordial soul witch form, the Thunder Angel. At the same time, in the hands of the electric eel wizard, a spell scroll with golden lightning emerged, conjuring an extremely terrifying aura brewing above Odyssey Island. A 7-ring spell scroll. Seeing this scene, the two primordial soul wizards spectating changed color drastically. This is going to kill us and everyone else, one shouted. Damn it, stop him quick, or we are all doomed, the other added. The two primordial soul wizards each executed their techniques against the electric eel wizard. The electric eel wizard, caught by surprise in the assassination, was not powerful enough to cope with the crisis in such a short time. Therefore, he decided to use the 7-ring spell scroll given to him in his earlier years by the Molten Gold Wizard King, aiming to eradicate the blood flame giant and facilitate his escape. Swoosh. Before the electric eel wizard could use the scroll, a beam of light penetrated the Thunder Angel. In an instant, his head silently exploded. How could the electric eel wizard have expected that not one, but two secret sword flow wizards had ambushed him? The blood flame giant's huge hand grabbed the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard, swallowing it into its belly, where the surging blood flames dissolved everything. The two secret swords had already vanished without a trace. Holding the severely injured wild electric dragon eel, the blood flame giant escaped into the void, disappearing from sight. The contestants below were dumbstruck. In the blink of an eye, they had witnessed an extremely terrifying and intense battle. In reality, with their strength, they could not even see the attacks of the two secret swords. They only felt that in the invisible realm, the defensive field of the electric eel wizard was shattered, the witch artifacts torn, and then the whole person just exploded. This is a battle among primordial souls, one remarked. What are you standing around for? Run. A terrible organization has struck. The fate of the electric eel wizard is uncertain, another yelled. Suddenly, the contestants scattered like birds and beasts, their lives obviously more important than their rankings. The two primordial soul wizards looked at the devastated island, their expressions grave. This person's goal was clear, he came specifically for the electric eel wizard, and must not be from the mysterious organization, one said. That is right, if it were someone from the mysterious organization, then many of these contestants would likely be dead or injured, the other replied. The Letney family has grown too large and attracted many enemies. Forget it, this matter does not concern us. With the death of the electric eel wizard, the Molten Gold Wizard King will surely be furious. I have a premonition that the Endless Sea is about to change. The two primordial souls quickly departed. On a deserted island, the black-robed holy infant stepped into the void, disappearing from sight. Elsewhere, Levi closed his eyes and waited until a blood-colored figure thunderously descended and disintegrated before him. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard looked at the person before him with a terrified expression. It is you, the wizard gasped. Levi grinned with a smile. It is me. Levi grasped the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard and the wild electric dragon eel with his grand hand, sending them into the ancient Banyan fairyland. With a sweep of his robe, he mounted the silver war chariot, and in an instant, he had traveled 4,000 miles away. After a set of maneuvers, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. He found a deep abyss under the sea to hide. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the well-prepared Leon had already packaged the primordial soul of the electric eel wizard, and the spoils of war were set aside. The wild electric dragon eel was gravely injured by a sword strike. Levi used the power of the Death Ember Dragon to simply heal its wounds, and let the Snake King Dragon and the Dragon Ant take turns guarding it. The primordial soul of the electric eel wizard asked, "Do you have any idea how foolish what you just did was?" Levi replied, "You only need to know that the consequences you face today are all of your own making." He did not waste words, crushing the electric eel wizard's primordial soul with a massive grip. He had no questions for this man. Levi knew he would not get any answers, and it was better to wait for Leon to produce a disc for him to watch. After the primordial soul shattered, the mark of truth gradually dissipated into the world. A golden lightning-shaped tracking mark shot towards Levi. The young creature blinked in front of Levi, with a white web shooting forth to envelop it. But this golden lightning seemed not so simple. Even when netted, it still struggled, knocking Leon flying. After some effort, Leon finally subdued it. Humph, it had no intention of being food. "See if I do not eat you," Leon muttered. Leon dragged away the lightning mark and the electric eel wizard's soul, ready to battle with the latter for 300 rounds. Chapter 1783. Leon struggled under the weight of a heavy soul imprint. The mark felt personal, a branding left by the molten gold wizard king, or perhaps an even more formidable entity. Levi retreated to the human realm. The Letney family would not let the death of the electric eel wizard go unanswered. The ancient dragon continent offered a necessary reprieve. He would lie low there for a time. Star Tower. Law Enforcement Department meeting. The Golden Prince stood at the head of the table. In 1 month, the inspection envoy from the Central Realm will arrive to inspect the Star Tower. Everyone, sharpen your focus and raise your awareness. As wizards of the Law Enforcement Department, setting an example and abiding by the law remains our fundamental duty. The wizards below straightened, their voices echoing in unison. Understood. The Golden Prince stared at the table, his brow furrowed. Inspections from the Central Realm had become more frequent lately. Suddenly, his expression changed. A token appeared in his hand. This was the soul token of his most cherished son, the electric eel wizard. Crack. The token shattered into pieces, turning to dust. A roar of shock and anger rose in his chest. He had not felt this agitated in a long time. How could Evander die? He abandoned the meeting room. The electric eel wizard represented a primordial soul wizard the family cultivated at a massive cost, possessing potential that dwarfed his own. He thought that after his son became a primordial soul, he would not have to worry anymore. Unexpectedly, such a family tragedy had occurred. First, I need to report this to my father. Central Realm. Within a secluded valley's wizard tower, the molten gold wizard king played chess against an elderly man in a white robe with white hair. The scene appeared leisurely. Elder, the Schubert family is a high-level wizard organization, but they remain an important part of our interests. If we fail to provide them with an explanation, our other affiliated families will grow cold. I must trouble you regarding this matter. The amiable-looking white-haired elderly man smiled. Molten gold, I understand what you mean, but we old folks cannot easily leave the Central, and to involve ourselves in such matters is strictly forbidden. Do you know how many eyes are watching our every move? The molten gold wizard king hesitated. Elder, I heard that not long ago the Black Abyss Walker intervened in the affairs of the human realm, and claimed a new world. The white-haired elder huffed, his cold breath causing the wizard king to shiver. He hurried to speak again. Elder, those were just careless words, please pay them no mind. The elder sighed. The Black Abyss matter, the Frost Witch and several legendary wizards all agreed upon it. Otherwise, what right would he have to be the exception? Am I supposed to bother the legendary wizards for your trivial matter? The molten gold wizard king fell silent. I understand, Elder. The bright moon artifact might not catch your fancy, but it is a token of my sincerity. I shall take my leave now. Shortly after the molten gold wizard king left, he received a message from his son. Upon seeing it, his expression grew rigid, and his face filled with anger. Again, this person. Last time, it was forgivable to deal with the Schubert family, but this time, he even dared to lay hands on my grandson. In the image before him, the blood flame giant's ferocity shook the heavens. The scene struck him as remarkably familiar. No need for the mirror of the past to revisit. He knew it was the work of that murderer. He calmed himself and turned around to head for the home of that senior. This matter, he could not simply let go. Several days later, ancient Banyan fairyland. Following the death of the electric eel wizard, the wild electric dragon eel, and the contract dissipated, Levi harnessed the overpowering weight of the dragon's might, taming the subdragon of the thunder element with ease. A new member joined the Dragon Palace, warmly welcomed by everyone. Having seen the oddity that is the four-eyed shrimp dragon, the electric eel seemed quite normal in comparison. Another joined the ranks of the Dragon Palace's 6th-level generals. The Snake King Dragon, Black Lotus Beast, Blood-sucking Demon Dragon, Four-eyed Shrimp Dragon, Wild Electric Dragon Eel, and other creatures like the Green Fire Crow, Dragon Ant, and Red Flame Mink, which were not subdragons, stood among them. Levi tallied the spoils of war from the electric eel wizard. 5 billion ether stones sat in his inventory. Levi's total reserves reached 20 billion. With the fire dragon shop and pharmacy covering his cultivation expenses, he could stash his money to splurge at auctions. Furthermore, among the items was the Morningstar level oddity, the Flame King's arm. Not bad. The head of an 8-armed demon, which in exchange for 2 truth oddities. Levi planned to refine the branch Cold Crow himself. Being a Morningstar level oddity, it provided utility to his true self. This oddity carried a chance to produce special spiritual creatures, and Levi only needed Thunder and Frost to collect all 7 elementalist schools. He reserved the Flame King's arm for the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant, earnest in its duties, deserved a reward of a Morningstar level oddity. In the future, upon acquiring an ice oddity, he would bestow another to the Holy Infant to further advance its ice and fire body. 3 6th ring wizard tools and 1 6th level treasure remained. The 3 wizard tools included a 6th ring masterpiece golden feather robe, an ordinary 6th ring golden thunder needle, and the 6th ring masterpiece golden king spear. An ordinary wizard would fare well possessing 1 6th ring masterpiece, but the electric eel wizard had 2. Even he did not possess any top grade 6th ring wizard tools. The rarity of top grade wizard tools was evident. Among them, the golden king spear was the electric eel wizard's sole artifact. This ornate golden spear, forged from the rare thunder element metal, thunder melt true gold, went unused before the electric eel wizard fell to Levi. The golden feather robe also displayed excellent quality, nearly causing Levi's assassination plan to fail. This robe, like the Holy Infant's fiery flame iron armor treasure, automatically protected its master when in danger. Now bearing a gap from Levi's strike, it remained usable after future repairs and modifications. Considering the Holy Infant's risk of assassination, Levi decided to let the Holy Infant use it to add an extra layer of protection. The other treasure, however, took Levi by surprise. In his hand emerged an unassuming longbow, around which air currents twined. The wind-chasing bow, made by Doster Colin. This treasure, actually made by the owner of the Wind Disaster Pearl, belonged to a person of no simple standing, leaving behind so many legacies of treasures. The wind-chasing bow's capabilities were formidable. It required no arrows, because when drawn, it automatically condensed wind element arrows. If fully drawn, its might could pierce through the protective force fields of 6th ring senior wizards. Even a 6th circle perfect wizard would not dare to take the hit head-on. Its effective range spanned an impressive 500 li, comparable to the flying secret sword flow. A nice bow and arrow. It can make up for my lack of methods. Although secret sword possessed great power, it required momentum to build up. Otherwise, it remained average. I also have max level archery skills, never missing a shot. To deal with common affairs, this bow seems tailor-made for me. In the grand scheme of things, it is meant to be mine. Chapter 1784. Inside the storage bag of the electric eel wizard, another item caught the attention of Levi. A 7-ring spell scroll. It held the solidified 7-ring spell, Thunderfall Sky Strike. Levi studied the item for a while. He found a restriction placed upon the scroll. It appeared to be keyed to members of the Letney family. He decided to study it later. Perhaps he could bypass the lock. If he succeeded, he would possess a new and powerful trump card. Upon returning to the Imperial Palace, Levi summoned a servant to bring the newspapers from the past few days. The killing of the electric eel wizard was bound to cause a stir in the endless sea. The headline confirmed his suspicions. The report read that the genius of the Letney family, electric eel wizard Vander, had been murdered while attending the Star League. The killer was suspected of mastering both secret sword magic and blood magic. Disguised as the secretary of the electric eel wizard, the perpetrator committed the murder. The motive appeared personal. The killer caused no collateral damage. This suggested a private grudge. Star Tower condemned the actions. The Minister of Law Enforcement announced a thorough investigation, with no statute of limitations. Informants providing details about the killer would receive 30 million ether stones. Capturing the killer would yield a reward of 200 million ether stones and additional prizes. 100 Flowers walked into the room. A smile brightened her face. She stepped closer to Levi. You did well. That jumping clown is finally dead. Levi sighed. I actually wanted to spare his wretched life a while longer. He went too far. 100 Flowers looked at him. Are you going to hell next? Levi nodded. Yes. Once I refine the oddity, I will set off. After dealing with affairs in hell, he needed to head to the Dark Ancient Tower. Only 6 years remained until the Ancient Tower opened. 100 Flowers embraced Levi. Then be careful. Hell is still very dangerous. Levi held her. Do not worry. I will just wander before the 6th level. I will not go beyond the 7th floor. The fall of the electric eel called for celebration. After sharing tenderness for several days, Levi began refining the oddity. Previously, inside the Sword of Victory, he had also received a sky-level artifact, the Night Sword, which he now started to refine. Time flew by. Year 13 of Nora, in the month of beginning. More than 5 years remained until the Ancient Tower opened. Levi sat within the ancient Banyan Fairyland. He had already successfully refined 2 artifacts. The first was the Night Sword. Levi had not held much hope for this artifact. He mainly wanted to increase his spiritual force and his upper limit. Unexpected things happened after the fusion. Levi summoned the Amethyst Light Sword. The companion sword spirit, Fleur, flew from inside the sword world. In the past, she held a broken night sword in her hands. Now, it was perfect. whole. The night sword glowed with golden light. It radiated an awe that made it difficult to look at directly. The broken sword was reforged. The knight returned. Levi could feel that the strength of Fleur had become even more formidable. Originally, her level of strength had surged significantly as the strength of Wizard Levi improved. With the refining of the night sword, her own grade and level had improved as well. Levi had an epiphany. The broken sword oddity and this night sword must have intricate connections. When both artifacts were refined simultaneously, they caused a strange reaction that led to the evolution of the sword spirit. He walked outside. With a thought from Levi, Fleur entered the sword world. The elemental power within a 15-mile radius began to swirl toward the center, toward the Amethyst Light Sword. The range of elemental power that Golden Dragon Break can mobilize is now larger. This improvement does not come from my own contribution. It comes because of the sword spirit. Levi pointed outward. The Amethyst Light Sword became a beam of light. For breaths later, it arrived 4,000 miles away. In an instant, the sword light traversed nearly half the ancient dragon continent. It reached the outer sea region. It plunged into an island. The blade penetrated the land as if it were tofu. At the same time, a swordswoman phantom shadow holding a night sword burst forth. Her hand held a complete night sword. She cut through the clouds, then split the island in two. Boom. Countless debris fell into the sea. 1,000-foot waves reached for the heavens. The impact wave parted the island into two halves, which sank into the sea. The first enhancement is the striking distance of Golden Dragon Break, which increased from 3,000 miles to 4,000 miles. In addition, the speed of the Amethyst Light Sword is faster. During the 5-ring period, it was 500 miles in a breath. After reaching the 6th circle, it became 800 miles in a breath. Now, following the ravaging of the broken sword, it travels even faster. It covers 1,000 miles in a breath. A true sense of being instantaneously 1,000 miles away. For the Amethyst Light Sword, the faster the speed, the more formidable the power it carries. At the same time, it becomes less likely to be defended against or stopped. Speed, to a certain extent, makes the perception and reactions of the enemy seem relatively sluggish. Levi thought of his recent slaughter of the Electric Eel Wizard. By the time the Electric Eel Wizard perceived the sword, it was already too late. He had no chance to use the 7-ring spell scroll before he was instantly killed. In such circumstances, defensive measures requiring active deployment are less effective than passive ones. Treasures like the Golden Feather Robe and Fiery Flame Iron Armor offer automatic protection. They provide a powerful body and passive protective force fields. Levi decided to give the Golden Feather Robe and Fiery Flame Iron Armor entirely to the Holy Infant for protection. Chapter 1785. There are many ways to deal with secret sword attacks using the strength of a physical body. Strong physical defense and the means of a true immortal god both work well. Gandalf is a body-refining wizard, and he is no exception. The Holy Infant, however, lacks these methods. Levi is not the only one who masters the secret sword flow. Enemies of the Holy Infant might use it to kill him, especially that terrifying organization known as the Council of 10,000 Clans. Records of assassination victims show that almost 1/4 died from secret sword attacks. Primordial soul wizards rely on protective force fields and their own wizard forms to defend themselves. If a level 6 expert attacked a 5th circle wizard, the wizard would find it virtually impossible to guard against the strike, as each one would be fatal. Powerful rare treasures and wizard tools become vital at such moments. Apart from promoting the evolution of the sword spirit, the knight's sword increased Levi's spiritual force limit by 30 points. Levi's Golden Dragon Break innate spell also gained further optimization, and spells from the metal faction saw a significant increase in power. All things considered, it was better than nothing. The most important objective remained the evolution of the sword spirit. Levi looked at the king's sword and concluded it would likely allow the sword spirit to evolve again. The king's sword is a morning star level oddity. Through these two evolutions, the sword spirit may reach a new realm. Levi considered the 6 companion spiritual beasts Jin, Long, Akun, Abayao, Agu, and Nick. They might also have the potential to evolve further in the future. The greatest benefit for Levi this past half-year was the refinement of the traveling crow. This oddity suits the Holy Infant well. It is a being birthed by a sky-grade oddity, inherently possessing a body of fire element. It fused with the cry of the cold cicada, also a sky-grade oddity, becoming an ice and fire body. After refining the Morning Star level Flame King's arm, Levi needed a frost artifact of the same Morning Star level to balance it out. He is a collector at heart. He lacks only a frost artifact and a thunderbolt artifact to complete his collection of 7 elements oddities. The final result was just as he wished. The traveling crow provided several functions. First, it instantly increased Levi's spiritual force by 50 points, sparing him 5 to 6 years of arduous cultivation. Levi's current spiritual force has reached 3,490 points. Under regular standards, a spiritual force above 3,000 is considered a 6th ring senior, and points ranging from 4,000 to 5,000 signify the 6th circle perfection realm. Levi is only 500 points away from 6th circle perfection, which will take 60 years at most. If he refines more soul artifacts, soul stones, and oddities in the meantime, he could advance to the next minor realm within 50 years. It should not be difficult to catch up with 100 flowers before reaching the 7th circle. A man born between heaven and earth should not languish beneath a woman for long. Dragon King Lee is no pretty boy who likes to live off women. Second, a frost talent of elemental affinity called the Cold Crow Throne was born. Because Levi lacked special spells for enhancing frost-type breathing techniques, his frost talent was slightly weaker than those of earth, fire, wind, and water. Now, that weakness has been compensated for. Third, Levi's Ice Dragon Prison innate spell has been greatly optimized. As a domain-type spell, its area coverage has doubled, and the effects have improved accordingly. This is the strength of a Morningstar level oddity. Other oddities can only slightly optimize the talent spell model, while Morningstar artifacts drastically remodel and strengthen them. Fourth, and most importantly, a new companion spiritual beast was born. Within Levi's mind, Jin and Abiao looked at the newcomer perching atop the 6-layered magic ring holy tower with curious expressions. It was a small bird resembling a crow. Its body was covered with ice blue feathers, semi-translucent like ice crystals, emitting a beautiful luster. Mysterious blue truth runes adhered to it, exuding a high-end luxurious aura. It appeared proud and aloof, like an immortal bird standing alone in this world. Gaga. If it did not speak, it would retain an air of nobility. Unfortunately, it was not mute. Clearly, neither Jin nor Abiao dared to approach the traveling crow up close. They only observed from a distance. This is the difference in quality between oddities, unrelated to realm. Upon Levi's advancement, these companion spiritual creatures can be considered level 6 spiritual creatures. However, due to their unique functions, creatures like Jin, which serve a supportive role, do not possess the combat strength of a level 6 expert. Sword Spirit Fleur, on the other hand, can be regarded as a level 6 expert. With a single thought from Levi, the proud blue crow flew out, cawing loudly, and landed on his shoulder. According to the illustrated guide of strange items, this crow is called the traveling crow, and its functions, as the name implies, are related to travel. The traveling crow can leave its master, traveling far enough to cross mountains and seas, even different planes. Therefore, it has 3 functions. First is combat. Despite seeming ordinary, because it is a Morningstar level oddity, and refined by a primordial soul wizard like Levi, it possesses the battle capabilities of a level 6 expert. It masters many frost-type spell abilities, freezing everything wherever it passes. Its power is not inferior to Sword Spirit Missy. Among Levi's companion spiritual creatures, except for Jin, the others possess considerable strength. However, given Levi's power, there is generally no need for the spiritual creatures to fight. Second is sending messages. Chapter 1786. Nowadays, primordial soul wizards generally use more convenient communication devices to keep in touch. But when contacting across planes, most communication devices fail. Only high-level wizard tools or rare treasures like the round table can be used for such purposes. If such oddities are not available, traditional methods, like the flesh and blood delivery of the traveling crow, come in handy. Of course, contacting across planes requires considerable time. However, the traveling crow itself flies at an extremely fast speed, far surpassing wizards of the same realm, which saves some time. Third, the traveling crow picks up precious materials from different planes, especially various branches, flowers, and herbs, shiny metals, or feathers from other transcendent birds, to build their nests. God knows why special spiritual creatures still do such things. It was likely related to the habits of the being that became this oddity before its formation. With this trait, the owner of the oddity can occasionally receive little surprises without leaving home. For example, waking up to find that the traveling crow has brought a feather that fell in the land of darkness from a legendary creature for various reasons. He patted the blue crow's head. Ayak, go on a long journey, bring me back some good stuff, be careful on the way, avoid medium to large planes, steer clear of strong beings. When I make a fortune, I will rely on you and Jin. If Jin could travel without being too far from Levi, he would certainly let Ayak carry Jin on the journey, which might be twice as effective. It was also possible that Ayak could be led by Jin into dangerous places. Caw caw caw. Ayak flew high into the sky, with snowflakes fluttering down. It passed through the crystal wall, heading to the land of darkness alone. In the current wizard world, there are too few resources to explore, and they are all controlled by major powers and powerful beings. With too many wolves for too little meat, Levi chose not to compete with them. With Ayak's level 6 power, it was esteemed like an ancestor in other small planes, so safety was not a big issue. Now that everything is ready, it is time to head to hell. Several days later, Emperor's Palace. Levi packed his baggage. 100 Flowers stepped forward, her gaze lingering on him. Be careful, and stay in touch with me through the round table. Levi smiled. This trip will be quick, 1 year at most, or 3 to 5 years at longest. It will not be too long. 100 Flowers nodded. I will take good care of the ancient dragon continent. You do not need to worry here. Levi added. Thank you for your hard work. If there is a problem, you can contact Master Fire Dragon and Gondif. Now 100 Flowers also knew the true identities of Gondif and Master Fire Dragon, knowing that both were Levi's body separation incarnations. Just thinking about Levi occupying half of the ancient tower's rank list, the thought amused her. 100 Flowers went on. Go on, the sooner you leave, the sooner you will return. Do not forget, I have Triss and Miss Lucy here. And if you are too embarrassed to bother them, I will not be hee. After a goodbye kiss, Levi recited the spell Summon Hell Lord to establish a connection with Hell. Little Pink had been waiting at the door for a long time. A month later, Endless Sea. Number 1 Which city? The thriving Fire Dragon Shop. Weapon Refinement Room. The Holy Infant snapped his fingers, and a colossal, planetary engine-like phantom furnace appeared, towering threefold. The furnace was covered with thousands of pipes, through which flames flowed, heating everything. The furnace's 4 legs resembled those of ancient alchemy furnaces, allowing it to move autonomously. On its belly was also a face like golden masks from the Sangzingdui relics. Although this furnace seemed inanimate, it was actually a special spiritual creature called Flame King's mobile furnace. The furnace was ethereal, lacking a physical form, but its functionality rivaled most wizards' entire weapon refinement rooms. Behind the Holy Infant, 8 mechanical tentacles, like those of an octopus, stretched out, as well as a dexterous pair of wizard tool molten fire pliers. The tentacles were artifacted by the Tower Master as auxiliary mechanical prosthetics for the Holy Infant. The chips within these limbs were the Holy Infant's thinking brain. With a single thought, he could do whatever he wished. With this setup, paired with the molten fire pliers and the mobile furnace, the Holy Infant's weapon refinement efficiency doubled. Moreover, inside the furnace, one could see hundreds of small flame creatures bustling about, occasionally emitting ho-hum sounds. These were known as melter elves, also a major part of the moving furnace. When they were sparked to anger, flames would burst forth, increasing fire intensity, and vice versa. Besides controlling the flames, the melter elves could also assist with many simple refinement tasks. A joyous smile spread across the Holy Infant's face. He genuinely loved weapon refining. In addition to the special spiritual creature, the Flame King's arm also enhanced the Holy Infant's fire element body, and added a full 60 points to his spiritual force, 10 points higher than Levi's branch Cold Crow. Now, the Holy Infant's spiritual force had reached 2,356 points. For someone who had only advanced to Primordial Soul for a little over 50 years, this was quite a rapid pace. After all, it took 100 Flowers 100 years to go from 6th Circle to 6th Ring Senior. Of course, with the ongoing refinement of the Flame King's arm, the Holy Infant's talent continued to improve. In the future, as more ice and fire oddities were refined, great prospects beckoned on his path of dual ice and fire cultivation. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by a sound like a train whistle from the moving furnace, rays of light surged out, creating a tremendous anomaly. An infinity of stars plummeted under a pair of robust fists, dimming, annihilating. It was as if a giant with a starry sky was using stars as sandbags for punching practice. Chapter 1787. The Holy Infant surveyed the phenomenon with great joy. The falling star ring had been successfully reforged, and yet another top-grade piece had emerged. As the anomaly faded, 2 iron rings, emitting red flames, shone like the sun, blinding to the naked eye. This wizard tool, having incorporated the white dwarf scorching gold purchased from the auction, as well as the equally top-level Achilles fire ore, had been refined to surpass its original top-grade quality. It was no less impressive than an ordinary 7-ring witch artifact. White dwarf scorching gold is a high-quality fire element metal formed after the collapse of certain planes. From the auction, the Holy Infant purchased 2 grains of this metal, each the size of a rice grain, at the hefty price of 100 million ether stones. Of course, this money all came from his true self. These tiny grains of metal, each weighing 100,000 caddies, were all melted into the iron rings by the Holy Infant. In addition, a large amount of Achilles fire ore was incorporated into the mix. In the end, each of the 2 iron rings weighed 360,000 caddies, totaling 720,000 caddies. Aside from body refining wizards and knights, ordinary spell wizards, without using magic, could not even lift them, let alone use them in battle. However, for Levi, this weight was barely sufficient. If not for material limitations, he would have preferred a few million caddies. With one punch, the innate strength, coupled with the secondary collision of the falling star ring, created power beyond measure. The Holy Infant turned his gaze towards the corner, where more than 10 6-ring magical artifacts and soul artifacts awaited his modification. With the mobile forge now in his possession, his future illuminated with light. Being able to engage in one's beloved career and strive for life was a blessing. Years remain irrelevant in cultivation. A year later, in the 14th year of Nora, the Fire Dragon shop bustled with activity. Alexandra and Elsie successfully obtained their weapon craftsman licenses. The low-level wizard tools they crafted began to fill the shelves of the Fire Dragon shop. After the shop took its cut, the remaining profits went entirely to the 2 women. Of course, with their strength and financial resources, they naturally did not care about this small amount of money. It was also in this year that the Schubert House officially announced its withdrawal from No. 1 Witch City. This move resulted from a lack of choice, for the Fire Dragon shop had made a solid reputation by only selling top-quality products. With the promotion by the Flower Witch, the Red Dragon Queen, and others, the business flourished even more. On the other hand, profits for the Schubert House dwindled year by year. The Holy Infant took the initiative to attend the ceremonies of primordial soul wizards of good character and reputation, offering gifts and taking the opportunity to network with more powerful individuals. Last year, the Fire Dragon shop and the Starfire Wizard Academy weapon-making department reached a strategic collaboration. The department teachers and students could go to the Fire Dragon shop for advanced practical learning, but the top-quality wizard tools they produced would belong to the shop, with teachers and students receiving a share of the profits. Furthermore, the pharmacy family from Inner Ring District 1, the Maddock family, and the Fire Dragon shop signed a major procurement contract and established cooperation. This event served as a milestone. Everyone knew that nomadic wizards did not have much money. Making money from the poor was no big feat. Real heroes make money from these stingy rich. Why could the Seven Waters Steeple become a top wizard organization by shipbuilding? It was all because of its cooperation with the families, organizations, and even the official bodies of all schools within the wizard world, ensuring a stable and continuous source of income. On this day, inside the weapon refinement room, the Holy Infant drew talismans in the void. In front of him lay a piece of mink fur that burned intensely. On the fur, a vivid crimson divine dragon model, with tens of thousands of magic nodes, faintly appeared. Sweat beaded on the forehead of the Holy Infant. His spiritual force remained highly focused. Such a state persisted until days later when a divine talisman, radiating the glow of treasures, floated in the void, emitting terrifying power. Level 6 divine talisman, success. The Holy Infant exhaled heavily, stood up, and laughed heartily. Let us set a small goal. We must save up 100 level 6 divine talismans as soon as possible. He considered the gap in combat strength between 6th circle wizards and 7th circle ordinary wizards. 100 exploding level 6 divine talismans could pose a significant threat to a 7-ring ordinary wizard. Crafting 100 level 6 divine talismans was no easy task, but the divine talisman Dao, a hidden trump card, would not be used lightly. Inside the shop, Alexandra caught sight of the nimble steps of the master and laughed. Master, did you forge another top-grade wizard tool? In her view, only the excitement of producing a top-grade item could make the master unable to hide his joy. The Holy Infant smiled and nodded. Both of you, I am going to attend an auction today. The shop will be in your care. Alexandra looked toward the master and added, Master, we would like to come too. That way, if you are assassinated, the three of us can look out for each other. Elsie nodded in agreement. The Holy Infant laughed. Then let us go together. In his heart, he knew that the entertainment newspapers of tomorrow would likely feature his new story. It caused a headache. He wished to be as low profile as the true self, but his strength would not allow it. Hell, 6th layer, southern region. The further down Hell went, the broader it became. On the wilderness, Levi sat cross-legged on Little Pink's head as the skeleton carried him along. Lucky me. Just over a year into Hell, and I am nearly finished gathering the advancement ingredients for the Book of the Undead. Only the last one, the Stone of the Dead, remains. Then the foundation task for this trip will be complete. Once the Book of the Undead was promoted, he planned to strike while the iron was hot, fill all 10,000 undead spirit slots in Hell, and ideally recruit several level 6 Hell Lords. Chapter 1788. The swordsman Jerry is now at the peak of level 5, just a step away from level 6. Levi seizes this opportunity to let him advance to level 6. Jerry's potential is currently the strongest among all the undead, and he must have been no ordinary person in life. The place that Levi is heading to now is one of the largest devil cities on the 6th layer, Rogel City. The city lord of this place is a genuine level 7 devil. His true name is unknown to all, self-proclaimed as Prince Tusk, and his true form is said to be a pig demon. Generally speaking, pig demons are considered rather inferior devils, but there are always some prodigies who stand out. Prince Tusk is one of them. Not only that, it is said his son, Wild Boar Duke, has climbed from the lowest pig demon to the realm of level 6 Grand Duke in just 400 years, also making him a legendary figure. As a city ruled by a level 7 devil, Levi definitely cannot enter blatantly. He plans to enslave a devil duke with at least level 5 strength to do his bidding. Several days later, on the wilderness, Levi has Little Pink stop and turns into a little skeleton, hiding in his sleeve. He looks ahead, where intense battle fluctuations are coming from. With the hermit runes flickering, Levi stealthily advances. A fierce battle is unfolding here. On the left is an undead army led by a 6th level bone dragon lord. On the right is a red devil with sheep horns. With a ferocious face and a bulky physique, he is bare-handedly brawling with the bone dragon in the sky, creating horrifying explosive waves that spread to the distance. Levi watches quietly. A 6th level bone dragon and a devil grand duke. Not bad. Levi considers enslaving this sheep-horned devil to run errands in Hell and help collect resources later, so he does not need to shuttle back and forth between Hell and the human realm, wasting time. This bone dragon can also be collected, sealed in the Book of the Undead, and that is another level 6 combatant. The bone dragon and the devil grand duke are evenly matched in strength, fighting for a while without a victor. Levi notices, under the command of the ancient dragon, a skeleton warrior radiating cold air, holding an ancient katana. That katana must be a rare treasure, paired with his sword skill that has reached perfection, comparable to swordsman Jerry. Every strike creates a sword energy domain where countless snowflakes fall, freezing many from the devil army to death. Another undead with extraordinary talent, surely a strong swordsman in life. I will take him. Levi immediately develops a fondness for talent. After waiting for the 2 level 6 experts to peck at each other and exhaust a lot of their strength, Levi finally makes his move. He grasps the 8 desolate halberd and steps out from the void. Unmatched spear light aims first at the bone dragon. Thunder half moon slash. The spear light tears through the bone dragon's frost breath, shattering its protective blue light. The bone dragon, as though struck by a mountain, is sent flying backward, landing on the earth with resounding echoes. It shakes its head, for this one strike nearly disintegrates it into a pile of bones. Such an early stage level 6 undead lord is no challenge for Levi. He waves his hand. Endless wind surges, whirling around him, condensing into two imposing, awe-inspiring white tiger spirit soldiers. A roar from Abiao in his mind signals that the creature too lunges forth. 3 behemoths quickly suppress the bone dragon on the spot. The sheep-horned devil, startled, experiences internal turmoil. Clearly, this foreigner is not a native of hell. With a flick of his wrist, he suppresses a hell lord. What kind of strength is that? Even in the crowded level 6, such strength is rare to see, and other than those level 7 devils, there might be no one who could contend with him. This reminds him of the black armored swordsman, who caused a commotion in the 6th level of hell recently, self-naming himself Purgatory Demon Sword. Could this person be that black armored swordsman? The sheep-horned devil speaks with a smile while keeping his distance, as if trying to defuse the situation. Your Excellency, let us not act rashly, as the saying goes, a friend from afar. Before he can finish, the 2 white tiger spirit soldiers roar and approach, encircling him. Levi points to the sky, and the ice dragon prison domain, stronger than before, appears out of nowhere, preventing the Devil Grand Duke from shattering the void and escaping. What a joke. Devils are exceedingly sly creatures. In the multidimensional plane, only wizards can be considered their match. Levi does not believe a word they say, for he only believes in crimson enslavement. How dare you? The sheep-horned demon, surrounded by hell's red flames, bursts a spirit soldier, the flames turning into torrents, attacking Levi. Levi casually spreads his hand. Golden gravity, centered on himself, repelling to both sides, surges. The flames, like floodwater blocked by a mountain, part ways, not touching him in the slightest. Watching the unmovable foreigner, the sheep-horned demon's heart is awash with shock. This person must be the Purgatory Demon Sword. He does not know what power he unleashed, suddenly transforming into a 300-meter-tall devil giant, his aura further climbing. Explode. From the mouth of the giant, a blazing sun of hell bursts forth. The ice dragon prison has a gap blown open, and the devil takes this opportunity to escape the domain. Levi's eyes remain calm, a slight smile on his lips. The wind-chasing bow materializes. He brings forth immense strength. The bowstring a wizard needs a spell to draw, immediately pulled into a full arc by him. For miles around, the fierce wind elemental power gathers, condensing into a cyan arrow. Chapter 1789. Break. With a swish, the arrows turned into shooting stars. They entered just as the devil stepped into the void. Boom. The void exploded hundreds of miles away. Chaotic debris flew everywhere, and a figure staggered out from within. A vicious, bloody hole appeared in the chest of the sheep-horned demon. Chaotic wind currents sliced through flesh, causing unbearable pain. A peculiar black force attached itself to the wound, preventing the powerful devil's body from self-healing. Beyond that, a crimson force wandered within the wound. It corroded his organs and his soul. The poison had struck him. The sheep-horned demon cursed in desperation. Why target me when I have no grudges against you? Levi said nothing. He continued to draw his bow, aiming at the devil's head. If you do not behave, next time, it will be your head that explodes. The sheep-horned demon felt a wave of injustice. I did not do anything. You started attacking without saying a word. Levi's figure flickered. He appeared next to the sheep-horned demon. He looked at the trembling archdevil of hell and smiled. To think that even devils can feel fear. Do not worry. Up next, I will grant you a great opportunity. He wished to foster a devil force in hell as his own to gather resources. The sheep-horned demon was lucky. It was the first archdevil of hell Levi encountered, so he decided on it. Boom. Levi's scarlet dragon force flowed into the sheep-horned demon. After a moment of confusion, the sheep-horned demon bowed. Greetings, master. Levi tilted his head. What is your true devil name? The devil replied. MGM Igobani Paredes. Levi interrupted him. I understand. MGM, you must be from the sheep-horned demon clan, correct? MGM nodded. Yes, master. In the southern area of the 6th level of hell, our clan is the most numerous. We are followed by the pig demons, bullhead demons, and chicken crown demons. Each of our 4 clans has a level 7 devil presiding over the main city. Levi lowered his bow. First, withdraw your troops. I am going to subdue the bone dragon. Elsewhere, 3 tigers locked the bone dragon in place. It could not move, its eyes filled with sorrow. Levi looked at the bone dragon. Submit to me, or die. His powerful dragons might enter the soul fire inside the bone dragon's skull. The bone dragon lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, it perceived 6 immense, diverse dragons piercing the skies. Among them, the most dazzling was the central red giant dragon. Since the bone dragon belonged to the dragon clan, and had not been eroded like the black beasts, but had merely become an undead creature with only its skeletal frame and soul fire left, it could not be immune to Levi's dragon's might. Under this unprecedented fear, it quickly indicated its submission. Generally speaking, the combat prowess of a bone dragon is weaker than that of a subdragon of the same realm. However, this bone dragon was close to the mid-stage of level 6, with commendable strength. Otherwise, it could not have contended with an archdevil of hell. After forming a dragon clan contract, Levi learned its name. Frostbone Dragon Aegis. It must have been some kind of frost subdragon species in its life. Aegis, sound the retreat. Under Levi's mediation, both parties withdrew their troops. Levi approached the skeleton warrior from Aegis camp. The warrior stood with dignity, his hand on his katana. Levi stood before him. What is your name? The skeleton warrior shook his head. Aegis gestured to the warrior. Lord, this fellow cannot speak. We all call him Snowflake Warrior. His sword skill is a rare sight on the 6th level of Hell. It is so impressive that even the Purgatory Demon Sword, which has been rising in fame for slaying several Grand Dukes consecutively, has praised him. Levi started. His eyes reflected a moment of recollection. Snowflake Warrior, would you follow me? Snowflake Warrior remained dazed. Igus spoke up. Lord, he is obsessed with sword skill. Naturally, he is willing to follow you. This bone dragon knew how to play along, showing a clever and tactful nature that Levi liked. Snowflake Warrior inclined his head slightly. He drew his katana, and then pointed towards the large shark-tooth-shaped sword on Levi's back. Levi smiled. Do you want to challenge me? The Snowflake Warrior nodded. Levi loosened his stance. Then bring it on. He suppressed his strength to a 5th circle ordinary level. It matched the realm of the Snowflake Warrior. Since becoming a 6th circle wizard, Levi had been using his wizard forms to overpower enemies, and had seldom engaged in true combat technique fights. The two exchanged moves in the wilderness. Their sword chi crisscrossed. Levi used his own creation, the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex. The Snowflake Warrior employed the nameless sword skill. Each move was naturally flawless, and paired with rare treasures, the force was immense. Yet, in the end, Levi was far superior. The Snowflake Warrior sighed and bowed to Levi as a sign of true acceptance. Levi flicked his finger, launching a blue light into the Snowflake Warrior's mind. This is cold ice breath. Consider it a meeting gift. May your path in sword skill be endless. Jerry, come meet your new friend. Swordsman Jerry appeared from behind Levi. He looked at Snowflake Warrior and recognized a kindred spirit. Having recruited a sword skill prodigy with unlimited potential, Levi felt quite satisfied. Igus, return temporarily to the wilderness and wait for my message. Obediently, Igus left with the mighty army of undead. The Snowflake Warrior stayed by Levi's side. MGM turned to his master. Lord, what should I do? Levi checked his inventory. I need to purchase some materials. Here is the list. Your next task is to collect these for me across various devil territories. The list included the Stone of the Dead, the Host God Fruit, Soul Stones, and other special products from Hell. MGM received the list, but he expressed concerns. Lord, these materials are also rare in Hell. Given my strength and status, it might be difficult to gather them completely. Levi asked, what do you devils usually trade with? He had almost 2 billion ether stones, but they were useless in Hell. MGM replied, we generally use joss paper. This is the universal currency of the underworld and Hell, minted by the rulers of the underworld. Levi signaled him to go. Just go ahead and collect them. I will also figure out a solution for the money. By the way, who is the richest devil on the south side of the 6th level? MGM explained. Without a doubt, it is Prince Tusk of Rogel City. He is also the strongest in the southern region. His strength has reached level 7 mid-stage. He has many offspring, many of whom have advanced to level 6. His youngest son, the Wild Boar Duke, is a top-level genius who became a Grand Duke at 400 years old. It is said that a daughter of a level 8 devil from the 7th floor has taken a liking to him and wishes to take him as her son-in-law. Levi concluded. This Wild Boar Duke sounds fearsome. Chapter 1790. Endless Sea. Star Tower. The leaders of various departments of the Star Tower, including the Tower Master, the Deputy Tower Master, the Law Enforcement Minister, and the Administrative Minister, along with a multitude of perfect 8-circle wizards, stood respectfully in front of a teleportation portal. They waited for the grand arrival of a dignitary. Before long, an elderly white-robed wizard with kind eyes and white hair descended gracefully. His gaze was profound and calm, unchanging like the stars across the ages. The Star Tower Master was an elegant and capable witch of 8-circle perfection, exuding a strong presence. Her cultivation surpassed 3,500 years. She paid her respects, offering a formal greeting. Representatives of various departments of the Star Tower, we welcome the arrival of the High Skywalker. Welcoming the High Skywalker, the elderly white-haired wizard surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating through the chamber. There is no need for such formalities, nor such an elaborate reception for me. I am simply here to administer justice, under the orders of the Congress, to thoroughly investigate some of the unresolved challenging cases that have occurred in the Endless Sea. Once the cases are resolved, I will naturally depart. The Star Tower Master nodded, her expression sincere. We will do our utmost to assist your lordship in the investigation, and any evil will ultimately be brought to justice. The Molten Gold Wizard King stepped forward. The entire law enforcement department, including myself, is at your disposal at any time. The High Skywalker waved a hand. That will be all. You may all go about your business. The law enforcement department stays. Report to me one by one about the challenging cases in the Endless Sea over these years. The High Skywalker followed the Molten Gold Wizard King to the law enforcement department. The Star Tower Master watched the scene unfold with a sharp gaze. High Skywalker, a genuine 9-circle Grand Wizard from the Storm faction, he stood as a figure of legend. Originating from the Hurricane Tower family in the Endless Sea, he was a child blessed with exceptional talent, a wind element child. Yet, due to unknown reasons, his body refused to contain spell power. After reaching the state of a high-level apprentice wizard, his cultivation halted. He spent 100 years as an apprentice wizard, falling from a genius to a failure. Wizard families also have different branches and blood sections. As talent faded, he was quickly washed out in the fiercely competitive family. Faced with the cold indifference of his family, kin remained as bystanders. He simply left the family and began his solitary journey as a wizard. Unexpectedly, after breaking through the wizard realm, he soared to great heights against all odds. 4,000 years later, he stood as a 9-circle Grand Wizard, at the pinnacle of the Wizard's Pyramid. Below the legend, above 10,000 wizards. Today, the High Skywalker is one of the chief enforcers at the Congress headquarters. Generally, the beings of the Central Realm are detached and merely coordinate the grand schemes and major events of the wizard world. They would not personally involve themselves in the work at various local schools. The Star Tower Master understood that most likely, the Molten Gold Wizard King had gone to great lengths to invite this venerable individual, with high probability to clarify his grandson's case. Otherwise, as the law enforcement minister for so many years, the Molten Gold Wizard King had seen numerous unresolved cases and miscarriages of justice, so why had the chief enforcer not come before? Why did he come after the Electric Eel Wizard was killed? The great beings of the Central Realm, seemingly lofty and unapproachable, are not above worldly affairs. On the contrary, behind each of them surely stands at least one top wizard organization for support, especially those born from such organizations. In the law enforcement department's meeting room, the Molten Gold Wizard King bowed his head. Thank you, Senior, for personally investigating this case. The High Skywalker remained stoic. I am not here specifically to investigate your case. The Molten Gold Wizard King persisted. I understand. However, the murderer who assassinated Damont and Uwe Vander is extremely dangerous. I suggest we apprehend this person first, to prevent the harm of other innocent wizards. The High Skywalker gestured for the documents. Present to me the projection of the murderer's method, and all the clues you have gathered. Then take me to the murder scene for a look. The Molten Gold Wizard King's face lit up as he promptly arranged for someone to present the information. Several days later, upon completing the investigation, the High Skywalker's expression turned grave. The murderer is proficient in some kind of parasitic technique, capable of controlling others through parasitism, and using the host as a channel to attack others. The Blood Flame Giant is just an illusion. The actual murderer should be the one who also employed the secret sword. The strong members of the Blood Sect have mostly been eradicated, and nowadays are just the dregs. Such a powerful being capable of instantly killing your grandson does not seem to exist. Right, whom has your grandson offended before? The Molten Gold Wizard King answered firmly. He worked earnestly for the family's glory. I have never heard of any grudge against anyone. His character is well known to all. The High Skywalker chuckled. Then why would someone assassinate him, and not the other people at the tournament site? The Molten Gold Wizard King struggled to find an answer, and then sighed. Perhaps it is out of jealousy for his talent and gifts. I usually do not interfere with his affairs. The Electric Eel Wizard was an adult. As a Wizard King, he naturally did not have much time to concern himself with what he was doing. Occasionally when the Electric Eel Wizard encountered problems, he would step in to resolve them. The High Skywalker offered a solution. Here is what we will do. I happen to have some understanding of curses and foreknowledge. Do you have any flesh or blood tissue from the murderer? The Blood Flame Giants will do as well. The Molten Gold Wizard King shook his head. He had not seen the murderer anywhere, nor had he seen any bodily tissues of the Blood Flame Giant. The High Skywalker frowned. Do you have any of the Electric Eel Wizards? Let me try to lock on to the murderer through him. The Molten Gold Wizard King smiled. I have that. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. As expected, it required inviting a Grand Wizard to take action. Such mysterious and unpredictable spells would surely track the murderer's whereabouts. Chapter 1791. High Skywalker began casting a spell as soon as he obtained the blood of the Electric Eel Wizard that had been left within the family. He chanted softly. Wisps of black mist emerged from his body, swirling around. The blood turned into a blood fog, and the black mist swallowed it whole. A twisted visage, vaguely resembling the Electric Eel Wizard, materialized out of the black mist. The Molten Gold Wizard King watched with a solemn expression, anticipation tightening his chest. Boom! The black mist apparition exploded violently. It scattered into nothingness. The color drained from High Skywalker's face, and he coughed. He mused aloud. It is not simple. The murderer seems to have practiced some kind of anti-astrology, anti-curse spell, that can disrupt the trajectory of my tracking magic. The Molten Gold Wizard King shifted his gaze to the High Skywalker. Predecessor, is there still hope? High Skywalker wiped his mouth. No worries. I was unprepared just now. Judging from the situation, his anti-astrology magic is merely rudimentary. This time I am prepared, so there should be no trouble. He engaged the murderer in an indirect contest. Given his cultivation and realm as a Grand Wizard, defeat was impossible. The Molten Gold Wizard King breathed a sigh of relief. The murderer came prepared, but in the face of absolute power, all efforts were in vain. After another round of preparations, High Skywalker began to cast his spell again. A terrifying ninth circle aura rose to the heavens. The black mist reappeared. As the blood fog merged, the Electric Eel Wizard's apparition resurfaced. The Molten Gold Wizard King held his breath, not wishing to disturb the Elder's spell casting. It seemed that this time, the spell might succeed. Boom! Once again, the apparition exploded violently, sending shockwaves sweeping across the room. High Skywalker waved his hand, dissipating them into the invisible ether. He spoke with a grave tone. This murderer has also been protected by at least a powerful being of my own realm, with even more powerful anti-astrology and curse techniques imposed. My magic has been severely interfered with. The Molten Gold Wizard King bowed his head. Lord, what should I do? High Skywalker gestured to the air. From what I see now, a level 9 or higher expert is sheltering the murderer, which makes it difficult to handle unless a legendary existence intervenes. Despair gripped the molten gold wizard king. Even with his considerable power, how could he possibly seek the assistance of a legendary wizard over such trivial matters? According to the teachings left by Sauron, legendary wizards would only intervene at moments when the survival of wizard civilization hung in the balance. Otherwise, bothering legendary wizards with every matter was unrealistic and impossible. A moment later, High Skywalker leaned back. There is one more option. I have a friend from the School of Death, a Ninth Circle Grand Wizard, who is the inventor of the dead man's last word skill. Many spells that ask questions of the dead are imitations of his. If you can persuade him, there should be a way to investigate the murderer. The molten gold wizard king's expression shifted. Predecessor, are you referring to Hellwalker Robert? I do not know this predecessor, and my family is not acquainted with him. Hellwalker was a famed figure of the School of Death. His reputation exceeded that of High Skywalker because he was the only grand wizard in the history of the wizard world who had successfully transformed himself into a lich. He was also known as the Undying Wizard, resembling a legendary wizard in that, on the surface, his lifespan even surpassed that of most legendary wizards. High Skywalker pondered. I can mediate on your behalf, but the cost of Hellwalker's intervention is substantial. The molten gold wizard king hesitated. The Letny family was wealthy and among the top wizard organizations, but he was only one of the 4 great witch kings, not the one in power. To mobilize High Skywalker, the family had already paid a significant price. Now, to also request Hellwalker's aid, the other witch kings might have concerns. Was it worth it to proceed in this manner? He reconsidered the situation. So far, the murderer had struck twice, once against the Schubert family, and then against the electric eel wizard. Clearly, there was a vendetta against the Letny family. If the perpetrator was not exposed and eradicated early on, it could pose endless problems in the future. Predecessor, I need to think this over and discuss it with my family. High Skywalker spoke with an indifferent tone. I do not mind either way. It is up to you if you want to clarify this matter. The North Sea secret realm buzzed with quiet energy. Lucy and Triss chatted while sitting near the water. Lucy tilted her head. Why has Elena not come? Triss smoothed her dress. She is house-sitting. Levi has traveled far. Lucy chuckled. There is a difference with a married woman. By the way, do you not have any plans? I mean, regarding a partner. Triss shook her head. I have calculated that, henceforth, on this long journey, truth shall be my companion until death. Lucy admired her resolve. Good, that is the spirit. Suddenly, a premonition struck her. Someone is using magic to track Levi. But it seems that the illustrated guide of strange items I gave to Levi, which he always carries with him, should safeguard him. Plus, the treasures from Soaring he possesses can shield against astrology. Even a legendary wizard might not be able to see through it. After the tea party, Lucy used her astrology skill. After calculating, her expression hinted at deep thoughts. In the wasteland of hell, MGM led his army temporarily back to Goth City. Goth City was the main city of the sheep-horned demons. Its city lord was also a level 7 expert, but at the early stage, not as powerful as Prince Tusk. With MGM's help, Levi acquired the corpse of a peak level 5 pig demon duke, and items peculiar to him, such as the true name token and the Hell Pass. Only by acquiring these could he freely enter and exit the major cities of hell without the risk of being discovered by other powerful beings. The full name of this pig demon duke was lengthy. Finger Dito was Donovan. Levi simply adopted Finger as his name. He held a weapon resembling a 9-toothed nailed rake, one of the transcendent items of the devils known as a ghost tool. Chapter 1792. Like the Abyss demons, they possess a relatively mature and complete weapon refinement system. The weapon refinement of the wizard civilization remains an eclectic blend of knowledge from various ancient civilizations. Otherwise, they could not have risen so quickly through mere creation out of thin air. As Levi neared Rogel City, a sudden tightness gripped his chest. An inexplicable gaze crept over him. The blind pig pattern in his mind shone brightly. Is someone tracking me with a spell? Levi slowed his pace, his brow furrowing in concentration. It must be the Letny family. Perhaps to avenge the electric eel wizard, they enlisted the aid of some important personage. The sensation quickly faded. An even stronger gaze washed over him. Something unusual emanated from his storage space. The illustrated guide of strange items began to emit a blue glow. The oppressive gaze that brought danger to Levi dissipated once more, failing to find its mark. This is the book Miss Lucy gifted me. Levi's heart hammered against his ribs. Without this book, he would have left traces behind. Top organizations held too many tricks up their sleeves. To kill the electric eel wizard, they would go to such great lengths to track him. One should not lightly make enemies of top wizard organizations. The electric eel wizard brought about his own demise, leaving Levi no choice. Levi clutched the illustrated guide of strange items. This book remained no ordinary tool. It could defy astrology. He must safeguard it. 3 days later, Levi reached the majestic and expansive Rogel City. Powerful auras lay dormant and concealed within the gates. As expected of one of the 4 major cities in the southern region, at least 7 archdevils of hell dwelt there. Levi entered the city. The sights within mirrored the human realm. Baroque-inspired buildings stood everywhere, exuding an artistic aesthetic. In comparison, the utilitarian wizard towers in the nether capital appeared rather plain. In the city center, a mountain rose, Prince Tusk's palace, and a towering pig demon statue wielding a spiked club sat atop it. For the time being, I will stay here and figure out how to make money. To earn money quickly, abiding by the law was not an option. This was hell. It had invaded the wizard world and the human realm several times. It remained one of the archenemies of wizard civilization. In hell, where looting and slaughtering ruled the day, Levi felt no sense of guilt. With his current strength, a frontal assault on Prince Tusk's palace remained impossible. The prince was a level 7 middle stage entity, and the city remained rife with Grand Dukes, who were level 6 upper-level devils. The layers of hell operated as hierarchically governed entities rather than independent ones. The 7th layer held jurisdiction over the 6th. Should an external enemy invade, the 7th layer might send more than one level 7 expert to suppress them. Not long ago, the Purgatory Demon Sword made a ruckus in the 6th layer, killing several Grand Dukes and stirring a level 7 expert to pursue him. That person remained untraceable. Levi learned from MGM that the 4 great devil tribes in the southern part of the 6th layer had historically engaged in constant warfare. The conflict had temporarily abated due to the policies of the 7th layer. Levi needed to meddle, reigniting the flames of tribal enmity. That would create an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Wild Boar Duke, you are the one. I dislike the words Wild Boar. Levi planned to kill the Wild Boar Duke and let MGM take the blame. The Wild Boar Duke was a top talent similar to the Electric Eel Wizard, the apple of Prince Tusk's eye, and the key to political marriages among the devil nobles of the 7th layer. Killing him would enrage the prince. He might even deploy troops against Goth City. Using this opportunity, Levi could ransack the lair. Finding the resources he needed would be ideal. If not, he could loot a substantial amount of money. Afterward, he could leave the south and purchase what he needed elsewhere. This remained an initial rough idea. The exact execution plan required further communication and refinement with MGM. 1 year later, in the 15th year of Nora, only 3 years remained until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. In Rogel City, a pig-headed devil holding a 9-toothed nailed rake idled away his days, indulging in drink and pleasure, and frequenting taverns. Levi sat in a fox demon bar, enjoying the spirited dance. Fox demons existed as a type of devil. Their ecological niche in hell resembled that of the succubi in the abyss. They were skilled in charm, boasting attractive looks and explosive figures. Even to wizards, they possessed a sense of beauty and an exotic charm. Good, good, good. Levi applauded in approval, stuffing a handful of joss paper into the chest of a fox demon named Quolis. Thank you, Lord. Quolis giggled flirtatiously, quivering like a blooming flower. Levi chatted with her casually, shifting the conversation toward the fox demon tribe. He leaned in. I heard the Wild Boar Duke's wife is also from the fox demon clan. Trilling with laughter, Quolis sat on Levi's lap. Yes, I come from Ale City in the 7th layer of hell. Our mistress has 7 bewitching fox demon daughters. The eldest daughter Malian, chosen to marry the Wild Boar Duke, is also the strongest. As a level 7 devil, she is known as the Desire Realm, which in the 7th layer. She sighed. I have no idea what the witch sees in the Wild Boar Duke. You should know that in the 7th layer, her suitors could circle around Rogel City. Chapter 1793. Levi leaned against the cold stone wall, his gaze fixed on the distance. I am truly envious. When will such a powerful woman ever fancy me? Liz nudged his arm, her eyes shining with encouragement. My lord, you can do it. Believe in yourself. I see a quality in you that is entirely absent in other pig demons. You carry the posture of a Grand Duke. Levi laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the chamber. After chatting with Liz for a long time, he ended the session, having collected a wealth of useful data. Back at his residence, Levi cultivated for a moment, then opened his proficiency panel. Levi, Moon Rune, level 6, 1/4 of a million, special effect, Lunar Rabbit Star Power, rank 5. Levi calculated his lifespan. It had increased by 50%. With the powerful augmentations from the Dragon Clan bloodline, coupled with the Moon Rune, he stood at 4,000 years of age. That was at least twice that of a regular primordial soul wizard. He was only 438 years old. The future looks promising. Several days later, news arrived from MGM. He had collected 12 soul stones in the past 2 years, but there was still no news about the Stone of the Dead. The situation with the host god fruit remained the same. Levi understood that soul stones were rare in hell. Gathering so many probably strained the finances of MGM. MGM contacted Levi. In 2 years, hell would welcome a grand celebration, the opening of the Netherworld market. The Netherworld merchants from the underworld would descend to the plane of hell to sell specialties from the underworld, among which there might be items Levi needed. To purchase goods from the Netherworld merchants, one could use joss paper, but they preferred the lifespan of living beings. Levi shifted, his expression turning grave. Merchants from the underworld, he whispered. This might be a chance to learn about the underworld. In some civilizations across the multidimensional plane, rumors existed of a ghost market. Someone might accidentally enter and exchange their lifespan for items, a process that seemed closely related to the underworld. Levi possessed plenty of lifespan, but he would definitely not exchange resources for it, as it would be a loss. He sought strength to live longer, not the other way around. This reminded him of the Necromancer's Codex, which listed many forbidden techniques that consumed lifespan to cast but were immensely powerful. Regarding the Netherworld market, Levi maintained a wait-and-see attitude. A year later, inside Rogel City, lanterns hung high, and drums and gongs resonated throughout the streets. On both sides of the street, a variety of devils peeked out. In the sky above the city, a bone dragon with green flame sword, its wings covering the sun. Atop the bone dragon stood a pig demon wearing crimson armor, with a burly physique, wielding a chain hammer. From a window, Levi watched quietly. Wild Boar Duke, Piggle. Now that I see him with my own eyes, his strength has reached the middle stage of level 6. It looks like he just broke through. According to the mating customs of the Fox Demon clan, the Wild Boar Duke needed to pay respects to the mother of the Desire Realm Witch, the demon fox mother, Margaret. The Fox Demon clan was a matrilineal tribe, where women were revered. Atop the skull of the bone dragon, the Wild Boar Duke looked over the entire city with a solemn gaze. His eyes passed over the crowd. A pig demon caught his gaze and smiled. For some reason, irritation pricked beneath his skin. In truth, he did not want to marry into the Fox Demon clan. As a top-level talent, he had his own dignity. But he dared not disobey the command of Prince Tusk. Once ready, the Wild Boar Duke set off for the 7th floor, with his level 6 middle stage elder brother accompanying him. Levi followed the crowd out of the city, tracking them. Inside the city, at the Prince Hall, a pig demon dressed in black armor, wielding a spiked club, stood on a high platform, watching his son depart. He stood as tall as a 10-story building, like a frost giant, his body rippling with muscles, his coarse hair like spikes. With the help of the Fox Demon clan, I can unify the southern area of the 6th layer of Hell. And then, my next step is to advance to the 7th floor and establish my roots. Hell, 7th layer, Fox Demon tribe. A proud and splendidly dressed female Fox Demon waited with anticipation. It was the Desire Realm Witch, Magellan, the eldest daughter of the main mother. Behind her, a mature yet still charming middle-aged Fox Demon laughed. Oh, thinking about your fiancé so much? She was bewitchingly beautiful, the clan leader of the Fox Demon tribe of the 7th layer, the Ale City Lord, Margaret. Magellan replied with a slight smile. Mother, I want to make a trip to the 6th layer. The main mother questioned her. What for? Are you going to meet him yourself? That is against the rules. Magellan shook her head. I have found a new prey, even better than the Wild Boar Duke. If I can mate with him, it will benefit my cultivation even more. She took out a portrait of a black armored swordsman with nightmare black dragon horns on his head, surrounded by purgatory black flame. Magellan continued. This man is the Purgatory Demon Sword, probably a top-level talent from the wizard world. His talent and strength surpass those of the Wild Boar Duke. The main mother smiled faintly. It does seem quite good. Your secret technique requires such a male for replenishment, and since he is a foreigner, there is no need for marriage customs. Just capture him outright. Be careful, after all, it has only been 100 years since you stepped into level 7. Wizards are cunning and ruthless, and their spells are powerful. They are not easy to deal with. Magellan nodded. I will be careful. As for my fiancé, mother, please treat him well, but train him first, to make it easy for me to enjoy him later. The smile of the main mother deepened. Go ahead then. Several days later, on the 6th layer of Hell, each layer of Hell possessed a gate of Hell that led to the lower layer. The bone dragon raced forward. The Wild Boar Duke meditated, eyes closed. He was about to meet the demon fox main mother, a top-level powerhouse of the 7th floor, and he could not help feeling a bit nervous. Chapter 1794. He opened his eyes suddenly. Big brother, enemies are approaching. The Red Pig Duke said, his expression solemn. I have been aware of it for a while. Both of them stood at level 6 middle stage, ready to strike, their momentum soaring toward the sky. A dragon roared in the distance. 9 black flames formed a dragon-shaped cyclone, attacking from all directions. Purgatory Demon Sword, Black King 9 slashes. A proud figure, a black armored swordsman, descended from the void. He radiated the aura of a level 6 middle stage combatant. It is him. The Purgatory Demon Sword. Humph, last time you caused trouble in Rogal City, and you barely escaped. Now you dare to come back seeking death. The two brothers revealed bloodthirsty smiles, their figures expanding suddenly. Endless devilish air swirled around them, transforming into 2 towering pig phantoms. One appeared black, the other red. The black armored swordsman laughed. You are using Devil Giant right from the start. You are quite overestimating me. But I like it. The technique known as Devil Giant belongs to devils of level 6 and above. It resembles a primordial soul wizard form, though not as exquisite, yet still formidable. Levi, ready to make a move, stood startled in the distance. So it is the Purgatory Demon Sword, beating me to it. Well, let this man first test the brother's capabilities. He once encountered the Purgatory Demon Sword. When the headless swordsman promoted to rank 5, he saved Jerry in front of the archdevil of Hell, and wanted to spar with Jerry, known as a sword maniac, in the wizard world. Levi later researched the man and discovered he was the demon sword dragon wizard Sodaros. He possesses an extremely strong dragon bloodline of the mythical level Purgatory Black King Dragon clan. Rumors claim he cultivated one of the ancient body refining techniques, the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique. He truly stands out from the rest. 9 black dragon sword chi rays formed a cage, enveloping the 2 archdevils of Hell, making the giant phantoms tremble and fracturing the void. Among the top talents I have seen, even Simon, or the Sky Dragon Wizard, seem inferior to him. The rumors about his body tempering technique appear true. The ancient 4 body refining techniques vary in strength. The 8-armed demon god body tempering technique remains the weakest, followed by the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique, the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, and the already lost 1,000-eyed titan body tempering technique. Gonduf, strictly a body refining practitioner, naturally studied these methods. He tried to find more body refining techniques to cultivate, but failed. Levi intuited that if all 4 body refining methods fused, he could create a direct approach to the legendary realm body refining technique. He wants Gandalf to become the first 9th circle body refining wizard, and the first legendary body refining wizard. At this moment, Levi developed a keen interest in talent. He planned to subdue this Purgatory Demon Sword, and then acquire his body refining technique. The Purgatory Demon Sword is strong, but he seems to have entered the senior realm of the 6th circle recently. His spiritual force is much inferior to mine. With the Wild Boar Duke, who is also a top talent, combined with his brother at level 6 perfection, the two can fight. Thunderous sounds echoed. On the battlefield, the 2 archdevils of hell summoned a swarming horde of undead creatures, with a wave of their hand, instantly forming an undead calamity, besieging the black armored swordsman. Several level 6 undead lords also joined the fray. As rulers of hell, the devils summoning undead creatures acts as a basic skill. The Purgatory Demon Sword, surrounded by 9 rotating black sword chi, crushed countless undead in the undead army. Behind him, a slim black giant dragon appeared, sporting 5 pairs of wings that covered the sky and sun. The primordial soul wizard form, the Doomsday Demon Dragon. With the appearance of the Demon Dragon wizard form, the black armored swordsman's momentum climbed to its peak. Purgatory Demon Sword, Black King Destruction. He swiftly executed thousands of slashes. Countless sword chi merged into a black grinding disc, emitting a destructive aura. The grinding disc descended, pulverizing everything. Several level 6 undead were quickly defeated and fled. Bone dragons turned into a pile of bone powder, their soul fire extinguished. Levi remarked, "Not a bad wizard form, not inferior to Holy Infant and Gandalf." All of a sudden, the chain hammer in the hand of the Wild Boar Duke smashed down from the sky dome. Boom. The grinding disc shattered. This caused the Purgatory Demon Sword's expression to change. This Wild Boar Duke is indeed formidable. Just having entered level 6 middle stage, his strength has already surpassed his brother Red Pig. But my purpose of testing my own strength has also been achieved. It is time to leave. He no longer intended to continue fighting, not because he could not defeat the 2. If the fight dragged on, those hell enforcers chasing him would arrive. Stepping into hell for hundreds of years, the Purgatory Demon Sword possessed a notorious reputation. He swept his black flame sword chi, colliding with the chain hammer. Boom. The shockwave emptied the air, sending ripples throughout, fracturing the earth. His figure retreated rapidly, using this opportunity to distance himself, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a flash of red flame light appeared and vanished in an instant, arriving in a blink. The giant phantom of the Red Pig Duke chasing him suddenly shattered, disintegrating. At the same time, the head of the Red Pig Duke abruptly exploded. Immediately after, thousands of sharp gold element sword chi burst forth, shooting in all directions. The devil soul of the Red Pig pierced through in this instant. A filament traveled through the void, sticking to it and dragging it away. The Purgatory Demon Sword paused, exclaiming in his heart, "How can there be another strong presence here? Impossible. How could I not detect it?" Chapter 1795. The headless corpse of the Red Pig Duke fell through midair. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Wild Boar Duke, who had been in pursuit of the Purgatory Demon Sword, suddenly tightened his grip on his chain hammer. Big Brother. The big brother who was just fighting side by side with him was now a cold corpse. Swish, swish, swish. 3 terrifying wind flow lights hissed through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The Wild Boar Duke swung his chain hammer and deflected the 3 wind arrows. The massive force transmitted by the arrows sent him flying backward, cracking the skin between his thumb and index finger. He gasped for air, his voice cold as he shouted into the shadows. "Who is it that shoots from the shadows? Dare you fight me in a fair battle?" Boom. Above the Wild Boar Duke, a figure clenched an 8 desolate halberd and descended from the sky, wrapped in dazzling golden light. He unleashed an unmatched spear light, and myriads of golden lightning fell from the sky. The bolts exploded and engulfed the Wild Boar Duke. Rumble. Along with the furious roar of the giant pig, the Boar Duke revealed his massive and bloated devil's true body. He stood as a pig-headed giant clad in heavy armor. The heavy armor served as a powerful ghost tool, possessing an extremely strong defense, and survived Levi's golden gravity rays without damage. The Wild Boar Duke let out a low, buzzing rumble. "If I am not mistaken, you must be an accomplice of the Purgatory Demon Sword." Meanwhile, the Purgatory Demon Sword stood flabbergasted. "I do not know him, but the style of this person did seem somewhat similar to his own. He clearly functioned as a combat master, a body-refining wizard." Levi leaped forward, calling out his attacks. Stepping Star, Half Moon, Sunrise. He combined the 3 slashes into one. Boom. The 3 kinds of momentum of sun, moon, and stars entered his body, and turned into a splendid brilliance, like a galaxy falling from the 9 heavens within the spear light. The Wild Boar Duke slammed his chain hammer into the ground. The earth cracked and rolled up mountain peaks to form natural barriers. Boom. The spear light proved unstoppable. It destroyed the mountain peaks and struck his heavy armor. Crack. Cracks appeared in the heavy armor. Levi pursued victoriously. His domain spread out, and billions of dragon flames burned fiercely. The Wild Boar Duke struggled desperately under Levi's storm-like attacks like a crazed boar. His attacks could not even penetrate Levi's defenses. Some wounds, in front of Levi's undying body, healed instantly. Without employing wizard techniques, just with his breathing technique, he suppressed this top genius of hell. Especially after reaching the mid-stage of level 6 with the brilliant golden dragon armor, Levi's defense had become stronger than ever before. The Purgatory Demon Sword stood completely astounded. Who on earth is this person? With the same spiritual force fluctuation of a level 6 senior, my body tempering technique seems insignificant before him. He is too strong. The Wild Boar Duke has no chance to fight back. And he had not forgotten the Red Pig Duke, whose head exploded unexpectedly just moments ago. That was most likely also the work of this person. Have I been cultivating in hell for hundreds of years, and such a formidable figure has appeared in the wizard world? He found it hard to believe. Boom. With another clash between the 8 desolate halberd and the chain hammer burst into a myriad of lights and shattered the halberd. You destroy my rare treasure, you are seeking death. Seeing this, Levi immediately cast aside the halberd. Under the spread of golden light, he smashed the Duke with his bare hands. The 8 desolate halberd received from Roman was no longer enough for his current strength. The Purgatory Demon Sword, which was originally planning to escape, could not bear to leave anymore. He is so fierce, even crushing the rare treasure, and his fists are unharmed. Could it be that his body is tougher than rare treasures? I have succeeded in cultivating the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, which only allows me to clash with rare treasures, but surpassing them with mere flesh and blood is as hard as ascending to the heavens. All the pride that the Purgatory Demon Sword had built up in hell over the years dissipated after seeing Levi. My cultivation is still far from enough. Unless I perfect my Purgatory Demon Sword path to a grand achievement, and become the first 9th circle body refining wizard ever, I will not leave hell. Below the sky dome, a golden brilliant silhouette possessed an absolute advantage. He sent the giant pig flying again and again, completely deforming the heavy armor. Boom. With another earth-shattering throw, the giant pig fell like a meteor onto the wilderness. Lying in a large pit, the Wild Boar Duke could no longer get up. Levi descended from the sky and inserted his palm into the gaps of the armor. He tore it open completely, and revealed the blurry flesh of the Wild Boar Duke below. The Wild Boar Duke gasped his last breaths. Do you wizards seek to start a war in hell? Levi clapped his hands fiercely, smashed the pig's head, and answered. Do not overthink it. I simply could not stand you. The soul of Duke Boar left its body, became enveloped by a web, and was taken away. Levi temporarily collected the corpses of the 2 archdevils of hell, as the bodies still had other uses. While the 2 Grand Dukes were locked in battle with the Purgatory Demon Sword, Levi had already been charging up the Golden Dragon breaking technique from afar. With his level 6 senior cultivation, and the evolved sword spirit, the instantaneous killing power of Golden Dragon Break could be hailed as Levi's current strongest method. After one strike, the unguarded Red Pig Duke fell without any suspense. Thus, a level 6 mid-stage devil fell. Duke Boar was stronger than his older brother, but only slightly. Levi easily obliterated him with a breathing technique. Having accomplished all this, Levi smiled and spoke to the sword. You must be the renowned Purgatory Demon Sword, right? The Purgatory Demon Sword hurriedly shook his head. I am not worthy at all. In front of you, my strength is not worth mentioning. Levi smiled meaningfully. About this battle, I ask that you do not spread the word. The Purgatory Demon Sword responded. I understand. You are from the wizard world, right? Levi nodded. I have come to hell to collect some resources and happen to need a friend familiar with this place. The Purgatory Demon Sword continued. I have roamed hell for a few hundred years, even to hell's 7th layer. It is no exaggeration to say that I know hell better than many devils. However, I am currently being hunted down by the Grand Dukes of Hell, so I dare not travel with you, for fear of bringing trouble upon you. Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out anytime you have a question. I must take my leave now. Leaving behind an item, the Purgatory Demon Sword hurried away. In reality, he also felt wary of Levi, worried that Levi might turn on him. After all, they were not acquainted, and despite Levi's expression of goodwill, the Purgatory Demon Sword could not rule out a trap. After collecting the spoils of war, Levi called MGM to come claim the 2 corpses. Next, he planned to frame the sheep-horned demon tribe of Goth City for the incident. The following day, in the wilderness, the Purgatory Demon Sword was desperately in flight. Desire Realm Witch, why are you pursuing me? A fox demon beauty, with an explosive figure and seductive eyes followed closely behind. She giggled. Stranger, take me, and I will be good to you. The Purgatory Demon Sword felt frightened. Are you not with Duke Boar? Why obsess over me? Malian laughed playfully. Duke Boar looks awful, and if it were not for a family arrangement, how could I fancy that pig's head? It is you, the little dragon descendant, who is more to my taste. The Purgatory Demon Sword kept running. We wizards advocate for free love. This cannot be forced. Moreover, I am devoted to the sword skill, disinterested in the matters of men and women. Malian laughed again. The more you resist, the more interested I become. Behind her, a miles-long demon fox tail emerged, seeming to reach the sky. Like a whip tearing through the air, it went to grab the Purgatory Demon Sword. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. The Purgatory Demon Sword felt determined. I can only resort to the last trick my father left me, alas. The demon fox's tail turned into a black river that spanned the heavens and earth. At that moment, a streak of light passed by, trailing hundreds of miles of red flame trajectory. Like a scarlet river, it cut the black river in half. Boom. Red and black collided and divided the world neatly into 2 distinct halves. The Desire Realm Witch's face changed slightly, and she stood still. After the terrifying explosion subsided, the Purgatory Demon Sword had vanished. She bared her teeth in a hunter-like smile. Giggle, compared to the one just now, the Purgatory Demon Sword suddenly does not seem that appealing. As the Desire Realm Witch, known as Hell's fallen angel, she looked forward to her upcoming hunt for love even more. Chapter 1796. Hell. The sixth layer, the Desire Realm, which had lost the trail of the Purgatory Demon Sword, only to stumble upon even better prey. She narrowed her eyes, surveying the area. This person must be a cohort of the Purgatory Demon Sword. Judging by his demeanor, he is just a sixth ring senior. But that sword strike just now gave me a sense of danger. If that sword had not gone to save the Purgatory Demon Sword, but instead ambushed me, I might have been gravely injured. I must be cautious in pursuing these two. This was the reason she did not rashly give chase. Whether it was the Purgatory Demon Sword or the person just now, they were definitely extraordinary individuals in the wizard world. If they had premeditated the encounter, setting a trap, then her role as the hunter might very well be reversed. Suddenly, a piece of news entered her mind. Her expression changed. What is going on? The Wild Boar Duke has fallen. The Wild Boar Duke was the person she had set her sights on. As a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Fox Demon clan from the 7th floor, on the day the Desire Realm Witch was born, she underwent ancestor return due to her bloodline. She inherited the cultivation secret method of the once level 9 expert, the Master of Demon Fox, of the Fox Demon clan. This secret method, similar to the yin-yang replenishment from Levi's former life, allowed her to absorb the strength of male powerhouses for cultivation. The stronger the physique, the more robust the strength, and the denser the male aura, the better nourishment it provided. In her many years of cultivation, the Desire Realm, which had encountered a variety of male powerhouses from all the major tribes of Hell. Many of those famed demonic geniuses had secret affairs with her. Those of higher cultivation, such as being above level 6, could usually keep to themselves and resist her temptations. But those below rank 5 would rather be drained dry, even if it meant their cultivation would regress, just to die under the skirts of the Desire Realm Witch. The Fox Demon clan was naturally skilled at temptation. Paired with this secret technique, it was even more empowering. The Wild Boar Duke was the best supplement she had found in these years. Unfortunately, this supplement had now died. She glared into the empty air. This incident must be related to those two. When the Wild Boar Duke left, he was accompanied by his brother, a level 6 middle stage expert. Together, they would hardly be detained by anyone on the 6th layer, except by level 7 devils. However, the Desire Realm which had no evidence, only speculations. Regardless, she must capture those two to compensate for her loss. With that thought, she temporarily returned to the 7th floor. Alone, she feared the task might prove difficult. She planned to summon a few of her powerful sisters to aid her. Each of the 7 daughters of the Demon Fox main mother had exceptional skills and were not weak in strength. Rogal City. Black clouds, like city crushers, hung oppressive beyond measure. The entire city population remained silent as cold cicadas. Above the sky dome, Prince Tusk stood with a spiked club in hand. His aura shot skyward, his face full of murderous intent. At his side, a full 7 archdevils of hell hovered over the void. Not long ago, his youngest son, the Wild Boar Duke, and his eldest son, the Red Pig Duke, had died. In this southern part of the 6th layer, someone dared to kill his sons. It was audacious beyond belief. The first ones he thought of were the other 3 devil princes. They were his rivals and seemed to be joining forces against him. They must be worried that the Pig Demon tribe would outpace the Fox Demon tribe, soaring to new heights and sweeping them aside. That was why they took action. Prince Tusk snarled at his commanders. Lead the Pig Demon armies to search for the murderer's whereabouts. I have already had the upper echelons seal all passageways to other layers. The murderer is definitely hiding in the 6th layer. Within Rogal City, Prince Tusk was the law. The other Grand Dukes promptly obeyed his orders to investigate the matter. Prince Tusk sat alone on the city wall with his spiked club, waiting for the truth to emerge. With the Wild Boar Duke's talent, he could have led his tribe to an astonishing rise, breaking into the 7th floor, or even the 8th level, with no trouble at all. Now that he met an untimely death, how could Prince Tusk not be furious? It was not long before a projection emerged from the void, revealing the graceful Demon Fox main mother, Margaret. She spoke calmly. Tusk, hearing this news, I am deeply saddened. Please accept my condolences. Prince Tusk replied. Thank you, Mistress of Demon Fox, for your concern. I will find out the truth of this matter, and whoever it is, I will make them pay the price. The Mistress of Demon Fox said. Good, calm yourself down. Do not act rashly. The rash spirit of the Pig Demon clan was notorious among devils. They were more like demons than devils. Prince Tusk remained silent. The Mistress of Demon Fox spoke again. I know you wish to rise high through our Demon Fox clan, to secure your footing in the 7th floor. The death of the Wild Boar Duke does not mean all hope is lost. Prince Tusk's expression changed. Pray tell, Mistress. The Mistress of Demon Fox stated. Malian actually has some fondness for you as well. Prince Tusk was stunned, then smiled bitterly. That, let us forget about it. He knew well that the Fox Demon clan was relatively promiscuous, but he still had his dignity and was conservative in thought. The Mistress of Demon Fox said. What? In terms of talent, Malian is not weaker than you. Prince Tusk said. That is not what I mean. The Mistress of Demon Fox said. If you wish to join my harem, I would not mind. Prince Tusk hurried to make excuses to disconnect. The Fox Demon tribe is really a bunch of crazy women. The 7th layer. The Mistress of Demon Fox muttered to herself. the Desire Realm Witch asked. How did it go, mother? Is it feasible? The mistress said. Giving him an opportunity is useless. Forget it. Speaking of which, that Purgatory Demon Sword actually has cohorts. If that is the case, it is indeed dangerous for you to go alone. I will have your second and third sisters join you. One is level 6 late stage, the other level 6 mid stage. They should be able to help out somewhat. Chapter 1797. The witch bowed her head. Thank you, mother. Not long after, two enchanting beauties approached the deep palace with cheerful laughter. They rivaled Malian in grace. A petite but curvaceous woman spoke first. Sister, after these two men are captured, can we also enjoy them once? She was Margrice, the sorceress of the sensual realm. Another stood 8 feet tall and exuded wild charm. Do not worry, she said. Sister is very generous, and she will not keep them to herself. She was Margarita, the Sky Realm Witch. These 3 sisters ranked among the top 3 in strength of the mistress's 7 daughters. The Desire Realm Witch smirked. Let us capture them first. Those 2 little guys are quite cunning. Deep in the wilderness on the 6th level of hell, Levi sat cross-legged inside a shelter. Purgatory Demon Sword remained shaken by the event, struggling to steady his breath. He looked up, his voice thick with gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Levi waved a hand. Do not mention it. It just so happened that I was on the way. We are both wizards in a strange land, so it is natural that we help each other. Purgatory Demon Sword sighed. You are right. Unfortunately, it is rare to find someone as righteous as you in the wizard world. The man before him seemed like one of those old-time wandering quasi-night rangers from ancient ages. Yet as times progress, people's hearts change. Good people like Levi are rare nowadays. Levi leaned forward. What brings you to hell? Staying here for centuries, I really admire that. Purgatory Demon Sword gestured toward the shadows. I came to hell for cultivation, to avoid disaster, and for revenge. Levi nodded. I see. If you do not mind me asking, who are you seeking revenge against? Purgatory Demon Sword lowered his voice. This person is powerful, residing in the 9th layer of hell. He is a level 9 devil named the Emperor of Torture, one of hell's 72 pillars. Levi drew a sharp breath. The 72 pillars. Hell, as a subordinate plane of the underworld, had somewhat declined. Yet like a centipede that does not die easily, it remained immensely powerful. The 72 pillars were synonymous with supreme rule in hell. Each pillar represented one level 9 devil, a ruler of the layers of hell, potent and intimidating. Among the first few of the 72 pillars existed level 10 entities. Such beings, comparable to legendary wizards, usually resided in the mythical 10th layer, possibly serving as the underworld's gatekeepers. Purgatory Demon Sword gave a bitter smile. You must think I am daydreaming. Indeed, over these centuries, I have also questioned myself whether I am truly qualified to seek revenge against the Emperor of Torture. Because the devil could not defeat my father, he defied the rules of the underworld and descended into the human realm as a devil incarnation. He ruthlessly killed my mother, a mere wild wizard. The moment I embarked on my cultivation journey, I vowed to step into hell to avenge her. Centuries ago, having offended some powerful figures in the wizard world, and being pursued, I decided to go all in and fled to hell for my cultivation. Levi felt the weight of that resolve. Only after reaching the 6th circle himself did he dare to venture into hell. The story reminded him of the Tower Master, who went to hell alone to save his wife. Such determination and persistence were admirable. Plus, with his immense talent and background, his achievements today came as no surprise. Purgatory Demon Sword tilted his head. Sir Levi, you must be a dragon descendant wizard too. I sense an aura not inferior to my dragon's might emanating from you. Levi smiled. That is right. Which is why, although it is our first meeting, I liked you very much. I was even ready to risk my life to save you. Warmth bloomed in Purgatory Demon Sword's chest. Growing up like a cursed solitary star, when had he ever found such a kindred spirit? Initially, he doubted Levi's intentions. But Levi had made an enemy of a level 7 devil just to save him. Even if there were ulterior motives, he accepted it. He flushed slightly. I am not good with words. I have never had friends growing up. With your capabilities, I wonder if I am worthy of being your friend. Levi laughed heartily. Not at all. I never look at capabilities when making friends, only if we get along well. Purgatory Demon Sword beamed. That is great. What is your plan now? Levi's demeanor turned solemn. His righteous energy soared skyward. Hell has repeatedly invaded Nora, delighting in deceiving innocent mortal souls. Having originated from the human realm, and now possessing the strength, it is natural for me to stir up a storm in hell to settle the scores. Purgatory Demon Sword's face brightened. You and I think alike. Over the years, I have already killed 3 archdevils of hell. Now with you on the 6th level, who can stand against us? Levi said. I have a plan that can throw this southern region into chaos. I need your help. Purgatory Demon Sword nodded, an understanding look on his face. After listening to the details, he laughed. Next, let us brothers turn the 6th level upside down. Afterward, Purgatory Demon Sword started calling Levi Big Brother. Although Levi was younger, in the wizard world, power commanded respect. Levi naturally accepted a new younger brother. He was not a seriously evil person, not one to rely solely on coercive methods like crimson enslavement. Chapter 1798. He would use his own charisma and aura of a conqueror to subdue more subordinates. Several days later, the spoils of war from Wild Boar Duke and Red Pig Duke had been tallied. Levi calculated that he had obtained 300 million joss paper. According to his understanding of Hell's prices over the years, the purchasing power of joss paper was nearly identical to that of etherstone in the wizard world. 300 million joss paper were enough for him to buy several 6th-level ghost tools. Levi could generally afford host god fruit, stone of the dead, and other rare materials from hell. Murder and arson do yield a golden belt, indeed. Levi immediately went from a penniless man to a multimillionaire in hell. Besides that, he also obtained a 6th-level ghost tool from Red Pig Duke's estate. Levi could not use this thing, so he planned to collect it to support his own hell forces in the future. As for the chain hammer ghost tool from Wild Boar Duke's belongings, Levi gave it to MGM to implement the following actions. With money on hand, Levi methodically carried out his plans, while beginning to travel through the 6th layer, broadening his horizons and purchasing materials. A year later, in Nora 16, only 2 years remained until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. The news of Wild Boar Duke's death also spread throughout the southern region. The other devil tribes were also secretly pleased. Yet, who had killed Wild Boar Duke remained unknown. Prince Tusk's fury had ignited the entire south. Until one day, it was inadvertently discovered that during an attack on undead lords, Duke MGM was seen using Wild Boar Duke's chain hammer ghost tool. Duke MGM claimed it was merely a lookalike, not the actual item of the Wild Boar Duke. However, rumors of him killing both Wild Boar Duke and Red Pig Duke began to circulate. But there was doubt about this matter. Given Duke MGM's strength, he could not possibly defeat 2 middle-stage level 6 archdevils of hell. Later, even more shocking news broke out. The dormant Purgatory Demon Sword reappeared at Goth City, even attempting an assassination on Duke MGM. It turns out, Duke MGM had once joined forces with the Purgatory Demon Sword to assassinate Wild Boar Duke. After succeeding, he hoarded the spoils of war and fled. Duke MGM's actions had evidently enraged Prince Tusk. With the strength of a disaster like the Purgatory Demon Sword, together with MGM, it was indeed possible to kill his son. Not long after, Prince Tusk led a massive army of pig demons, as well as 7 archdevils of hell, to Goth City. He demanded the city lord hand over Duke MGM, or he would declare war on Goth City. The Goth City Lord Lentissa knew that he was no match for Prince Tusk. Something was fishy, yet he could only swallow the bitter pill, and planned to hand over Duke MGM to calm the situation. Unexpectedly, Duke MGM claimed that the entire situation was orchestrated by the Goth City Lord, and expressed strong protest against such ruthless betrayal. Lord Lentissa was left unable to argue, while Prince Tusk had long sought a pretext to unify the entire southern region. His power was far superior. Sharing the southern region with 3 other tribes was somewhat irksome to him. Now that he had found an opportunity, he would certainly not let it slip by. Thus, Rogel City officially declared war on Goth City. The southern region's battle between the 2 cities officially began. On the eve of war, Levi and the Purgatory Demon Sword had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity. For transcendental civilizations with storage space, generally rare items are carried with them. Rogel City, now an empty city, was unlikely to have anything of value left. His hopes for sudden wealth rested on the Grand Dukes themselves. A ragged figure emerged around Levi and the group, and it was none other than Duke MGM. Now, he was neither here nor there, unable to return to Goth City. He had barely managed to escape from within the city. And Prince Tusk, who had loudly vowed to avenge Wild Boar Duke's death, did not even send people to pursue him. Clearly, Prince Tusk's aim was never him. MGM was merely an excuse for Prince Tusk to conquer Goth City. Prince Tusk was well aware of the trickery involved. But what of it, as long as the goal of unifying the southern region was achieved? He had absolute confidence in his power. If the Purgatory Demon Sword dared any tricks, he would ensure that the sword had nowhere to be buried. His middle stage level 7 power was not to be taken lightly. Outside Goth City, Prince Tusk's presence was overwhelming. He raised his spiked club and pointed at Lentissa, then spoke. You instructed your men, in alliance with a wizard, to harm my son. Today, I will flatten Goth City and avenge him. Lentissa shot back. Humph, Tusk. If you want to start a war between the tribes, why resort to such a poor excuse? Prince Tusk narrowed his eyes. The facts are in front of us. There is no need for your sophistry. Take this blow from me. His arm muscles bulged, bristles stood on end, and a black lightning-like dense energy entwined itself into his spiked club. Thunder shocking 8 desolates. Boom. With a swing, the sky changed color, tearing a continuous 10-mile-long gap in the oppressive clouds. The thunder-like attack collided with the protective array of Goth City. Rumbling. The protective shield prominently displayed numerous fine cracks. A single strike almost shattered the barrier protecting Goth City for thousands of years. Prince Tusk was indeed the pinnacle powerhouse of the 6th layer in recent years. City Lord Lentissa soared into the sky, his hand gripping a horn-shaped curved sword. Hundreds of crescent-shaped arcs cut through the void, slashing towards Prince Tusk. The 2 of you, if not now, then when? Lentissa shouted to the battlefield. If Goth City falls, neither of you will survive alone. Chapter 1799. Boom, boom. The sky ripped open, revealing a pitch-black, deep gash. 2 majestic and differently shaped devils descended thunderously. One of them, possessing long bull horns reaching to the sky, a green face and protruding teeth, held a huge hammer. This was the leader of the bull demon, a level 7 devil named Bartus. The other devil, sporting a chicken head and a human body, displayed broad wings on his back. He gripped a long sword, his head crowned with a blood-red comb. This was the leader of the Chicken Crown Demon, a level 7 devil named Gorkin. They had anticipated that Prince Tusk would use the death of his son as a pretext to start an unjust war. Therefore, they hid nearby, planning to use this opportunity to join forces and kill Prince Tusk. Afterwards, their 3 clans would each rule the south and compete for supreme power. 3 level 7 experts surrounded Prince Tusk. He revealed a cold smirk, his grip tightening on his spiked club. Hee hee, you really think you 3 together are a match for me? Good, this saves me the effort of finding you. Today, I will suppress you all at once. Prince Tusk raised his spiked club, his posture radiating invincibility. Boom. 4 level 7 experts battled fiercely. The clash rattled the very foundations of the earth. These devil experts mastered powerful spell-like abilities, while possessing the physical quality and techniques of body-refining wizards. Their every move carried immense power. In the distance, Levi and the Purgatory Demon Sword gazed at the terrifying repercussions of the battle. The Purgatory Demon Sword narrowed his eyes, tracking the combatants. These level 7 devils are truly formidable. Big brother, when do we make our move? Levi leaned forward, his eyes locked on the fray. No rush, let them wear each other out first. If there is a chance to mop up and kill a level 7 devil, that would indeed be a great gain. Of course, safety first. Dealing with level 7 requires the right timing, location, and cooperation. The Purgatory Demon Sword tested the weight of his blade. Level 7. That is insane, but I like it. Not long after, the level 7 battlefield turned extremely heated as the 4 fighters locked into intense combat. Prince Tusk revealed his true devil form. A giant pig-head figure emerged behind him, transforming him into a towering behemoth. The giant held a spiked club as large as a pillar of heaven, sweeping through thousands of troops. The other 3 devils stumbled back. They had not expected that even together, they could not subdue Prince Tusk. An ordinary mid-stage level 7 could not possibly possess this kind of strength. Everyone, go all out, we have no way back now. Behind Lentiso, the sheep-horned demon giant materialized. His curved saber struck like a meteor. The other 2 clan leaders exploded with power, facing the fully combative Prince Tusk. Within 100 miles of the level 7 battlefield, no one dared to approach, fearing the repercussions of the fight would sweep them up, harming the innocent. Meanwhile, more than a dozen level 6 experts fought fiercely nearby. Outside the battlefield, Levi turned to his companion. The timing is almost right. Second brother, you and MGM distract them, and I will strike with the secret sword. The Purgatory Demon Sword smiled. No problem. He drew his black demonic sword, his sole artifact, named Black King Prison. The name hinted at his deep resentment towards hell. This wizard tool would certainly be famous if it existed in the wizard world, but the Purgatory Demon Sword had sworn an oath not to return until his vengeance was fulfilled. He held the Black King Sword, transformed into a black light, and charged into the battlefield. Levi snapped his fingers. The air shifted. Countless currents and clouds gathered, forming 2 crane-like wind spirit weapons. On the ground, 2 mountains grew limbs and stood up, transforming into mountain giants hundreds of meters tall. The 4 spiritual weapons stood ready. Levi's current cultivation amplified the strength of the spiritual weapons beyond their previous iterations. The duration they could be maintained had increased, and they promised to play a significant role. Go and slaughter to your heart's content. Boom. The 4 colossal figures rose from the ground and flew towards the battlefield. A powerful force of level 6 entered the melee, muddied the waters. Levi opened the ancient Banyan fairyland, releasing the Snake King Dragon to coil around him as a protector. Little Leon flew out, gazing at Levi with anticipation. Levi gestured towards the chaos. Head to the battlefield, but be careful not to get too greedy and lose your life. Leon fluttered his wings, pride in his movement. I am already a mature little insect. I can protect myself. Levi smiled. Go ahead. From a mortal world Saint Scorpion to whatever creature Levi could not precisely identify now, the bond had grown. Sometimes, he felt like Leon was his own son, raised from the beginning. With Leon's strength, stealing small advantages in the battlefield presented no problem. The 4 spiritual weapons ensured his safety. Levi exhaled a breath of turbid air. A secret sword wrapped in red flames emerged from his mind. These red flames, absorbed by the secret sword, were level 6 Crimson Emperor Dragon flames, immensely powerful. It acted like enchanting the flying sword, causing persistent damage. For Levi, the Golden Dragon Break had become his #1 offensive spell. It promised an exhilarating kill. Indeed, it is more comfortable being a foreigner. No need to hide when killing. Levi began to gather his strength. In the sword world, Sword Spirit Fleur opened her eyes. In front of her, the knight's sword buzzed as it synchronized with the Amethyst Light Sword. The power of the metal element from a radius of several miles funneled into them, saturating them with elemental sword energy. On the other side, the Purgatory Demon Sword unleashed his power. 9 black tornadoes surged from all directions, accompanied by a defiant laugh. Bastards, Purgatory Demon Sword, have returned. Chapter 1800. Furious sword energy swept through like a hurricane, engulfing everything. An archdevil of hell, currently locked in fierce battle, was caught off guard. Slash. The furious sword energy instantly shredded his protective giant statue. Blood splattered as screams echoed, and the archdevil of hell went flying, severely wounded. Boom. A mountain spirit weapon pounded its fists down, crushing him into the ground. The bloodied and dazed archdevil of hell barely understood the situation, before the surrounding spiritual weapons beat him to death. Nearby, other Grand Dukes noticed the anomaly. Enemy attack, one cried out. Enemy attack. Which group is it? I cannot tell. Wait, I see the Purgatory Demon Sword. Damn it, another cursed. We were indeed betrayed by the Purgatory Demon Sword. On the level 7 battlefield, Lentissa gestured toward Prince Tusk, shouting over the roar of battle. See that, Prince Tusk. We have been betrayed by the Purgatory Demon Sword. He is sowing discord. Will you not stop? Their trio had battled Prince Tusk for so long without success, and panic began to set in. Prince Tusk snorted coldly. Stop your act. You are no different than the Purgatory Demon Sword. His spiked club roared out, colliding with a longsword. Gorkun, who had launched a sneak attack, was set flying before stabilizing. He called out to his allies. Stop wasting words with him. He is hell-bent on destroying us. Today it is either he dies or we perish. Bardus swung his heavy hammer down. Prince Tusk dodged, the earth cracked open, and crevices spread. Prince Tusk shouted over the din. Do not get distracted. The key is to kill me first. The Purgatory Demon Sword is nothing special. Once Prince Tusk fell, the Pig Demon clan would be headless, and their offensive would collapse on its own. On the level 6 battlefield, the Purgatory Demon Sword killed with a rising vengeance. Behind him, the sky-darkening silhouette of the Doomsday Demon Dragon Witch Prime Minister emerged, as he monopolized 2 archdevils of hell alone. For spiritual weapons charged wildly across the battlefield, drawing fire. In the midst of the chaos, spiderweb-like threads sporadically shot out from the stealth of the void, snatching away one archdevil after another. The Purgatory Demon Sword remained on a killing spree. Levi felt wild with ecstasy, unrestrained as never before in the wizard world. Quickly, 3 archdevils of hell reached a consensus and charged toward the Purgatory Demon Sword. They intended to kill the foreigner first before turning on each other. The Purgatory Demon Sword, however, remained fearless, laughing madly. Come at me. His black dragon horns emerged, and pitch-black dragon scales covered his body, while black fire swirled around him. The void faintly revealed a majestic and earth-defiant phantom of a black giant dragon. It was a Purgatory Black King Dragon. Like the Red Lotus Dragon, Brilliant Golden Dragon Armor, and Death Ember Dragon, it was a creature of mythical level. According to the Purgatory Demon Sword, one of the 72 pillars, the Emperor of Torture, had followed a level 10 being from hell and fought the Purgatory Black King Dragon. Defeated by the Black King Dragon, the Emperor of Torture was cursed with the relentless Purgatory Black Flame, suffering for 1,000 years in endless agony. Unable to defeat the Black King Dragon, he could only vent his rage on the females of the Black King Dragon. The mother of the Purgatory Demon Sword was tortured to death by him. This indicated the might of the Purgatory Black King Dragon. As its offspring, the power of the Purgatory Demon Sword was naturally of the highest echelon. His demonic sword wrapped in Purgatory Black Flame struck the afflicted Grand Dukes in agony, furiously attacking the Purgatory Demon Sword. Being surrounded and attacked by 4 archdevils of hell, including one at the middle stage of level 6, proved difficult even for top talents like the Purgatory Demon Sword. Post-level 6, the difference between individuals became vast. In any world or civilization, a level 6 individual ranked among the elite. But the Purgatory Demon Sword feared nothing, for he believed in the might of his brother, Levi. He knew his brother was a fierce man capable of repelling a level 7 expert such as the Desire Realm Witch. An archdevil of hell snarled. Die, foreigner. The head of the Purgatory Demon Sword is worth 4 billion joss paper. Show no mercy. Elsewhere, under the siege of the Archdevil of Hell and countless devils, the 4 spiritual weapons started to disperse, but they had completed their mission. In a flash, a blazing red flame, like a comet streaking across the sky, tore through the heavens and earth, bursting into the battlefield. The 4 Grand Dukes attacking the Purgatory Demon Sword had no time to react. They watched as the red light pierced through the defenses of a level 6 early-stage Grand Duke, exploding his head. What followed was the second, then the third. 3 headless devil corpses stood in the void, seemingly bewildered. The offensive shifted. With unparalleled sword energy and black fire, the Purgatory Demon Sword utterly annihilated the 3-head exploded archdevils. Levi moved to seize their souls and flee. That level 6 mid-stage Grand Duke erupted with terrifying energy and raised his ghost tool shield to protect himself. Bang! The Amethyst Light Sword collided with the shield, which finally blocked the attack, but the Grand Duke felt no relief. Endless crimson emperor dragon flames and metal element sword energy burst forth from the Amethyst Light Sword, ravaging heaven and earth. Holding a knight's sword, the dashing sword spirit took a deep breath, pointed the sword skyward, beckoned heavenly might, and struck down with one swing. Boom! The sky-piercing sword energy struck the shield, which cracked, and the Grand Duke was riddled with holes by the overwhelming sword energy. Flames scorched the ground, and countless devils perished in the assault. The Purgatory Demon Sword executed his strike, and with Levi's help, they ended the life of the Grand Duke. In the blink of an eye, 4 Grand Dukes vanished into thin air. The shock in the heart of the Purgatory Demon Sword defied description. If it were him, he could not handle one, let alone instantly kill 3 level 6 experts. But his brother needed only 1 sword. In this moment, he felt deep awe. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.